At the beginning, he traveled through the villain's minions and was even killed, and his body was thrown away. Faced with his poor and almost pitiful physical fitness and ridiculously high charm value, Angel did not complain or cry, but just gritted his teeth and calmly tried his best to survive and build a camp, be self-sufficient, earn money to go to school, and teach yourself. He overcame the difficulties with gritted teeth, but there were more and more uninvited guests in his life. The little girl who was destined to be sacrificed to the demon god always came to secretly watch him. She was supposed to be the hero's destined daughter, but she always blushed inexplicably when looking at him. The white-haired witch, whose total magical power rivals that of an ancient sage, seems to favor him. The cruel and hypocritical princess seems to have taken a completely different path from the main plot. He clearly just wanted to survive in this world by relying on his familiarity with the plot and knowledge of the future, but Angel slowly discovered that things seemed to be beyond his control. Ultimately, he had to make his own choice. Should he follow the plot, or give up his only advantage and live a different life? Angel looked up at the sky and sighed, but his emerald green eyes remained calm and peaceful. Anyway, time to get to work. In the dark night, he talked to himself and gently stirred the charcoal in the campfire with tongs. The sparks illuminated his face, which seemed always calm. Angra stood up and walked towards the dark forest. Chapter 1 Resuscitation. Written in front, a new masterpiece by the author of A Million Words. The succubus male protagonist will go through a process of becoming stronger in a short period of time. A light novel about a Western fantasy ensemble, with only one core protagonist, decisive and killing, always calm but never loses humanity. With many female protagonists. All the bones in his body ached as if they were broken, and his mouth was filled with a strong taste of rust. Angel gritted his teeth and opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he gasped in pain and sat up, leaning against a huge tree in the forest. He had clearly been playing side quests all night before closing his eyes, but the scenery after opening his eyes made him confused. The fine and dense pain coming from all over his body kept reminding him that this was reality. I have a headache, my head hurts, why is there so much blood? Angel covered his head and stumbled to his feet, holding onto a tree. It was probably afternoon, but the weather was gloomy and it looked like it would rain soon. The air was damp, and tonight was bound to be a cold night. There was a clear lake in front of him. His throat was dry, so Angel dragged his body over there and tried to drink some water to wake up his confused brain, but when he leaned down, the clear lake reflected a face he didn't recognize at all. The young man in the lake had low-key and restrained brown hair, with the ends tied into a ponytail and resting on his shoulders. He had enchanting emerald green pupils, a straight nose, and thin lips. He was a handsome boy who made Angel himself lose his mind for a moment. And oh, it's not like he didn't know her. Although he wasn't very familiar with her, Angel still had some impression of her face. In the game Final Fantasy that he had completed countless times, there was a little minion named Angel Alvis who went offline 2 minutes into the game. A minion among minion, his name wasn't even included in the credits after completing the game. If he wasn't a die-hard fan of Final Fantasy, he probably wouldn't have recognized it. It seems that the only thing that Angra is famous for is his excellent modeling. After the model was open-sourced, he even became the leading actor in various color 3D videos. The moment he realized his current identity, countless memories that did not belong to him emerged. Angel held his head and fell to the lakeside in pain. Even so, he still gritted his teeth, said nothing, and just curled up his body. At this moment, no matter how reluctant he was, he had to admit one thing: he had traveled through time and space, and traveled to this epic gaming masterpiece from his previous life. Countless PPT-like images flashed back in Angel's mind. In light of the Academy's handling of the matter and your past actions, from this moment on, the Alvis family no longer recognizes your status as the eldest son. Your malicious framing of others during the exam, your various disrespectful actions towards the daughter of the Abel family, and so on, are all unforgivable. This is all your luggage, Mr. Angel. Although I don't approve of what you did in the past, I hope this ordeal will make you a stronger and more honest person. Take care. How dare you, a bastard scum like you, do that to Miss Laverna Abel? Die. Wait, stop hitting him. Look at him, why isn't he moving? No. Just throw him into the forest outside the academy. This has nothing to do with us. If no one tells anyone, no one will know. Yes, we are also seeking justice. Angel deserves to die. He has done too many wrong things and he should pay the price. That's right, that's right. And even his family expelled him. People like him deserve to die. Luckily, it's still summer vacation, and there are few people in school and no one saw us. Let's hurry up. Angel slowly woke up, his emerald green eyes were as calm as water. The sky was now darker, and he had completely integrated the memories of Angel when he was a minion that he was probably dumped after his death in the prologue, and now he has miraculously resurrected. With a deep sigh, Angel sat up, frowning and thought that if he had not traveled through time, according to official history, Angel, as a small fry, was severely punished by the Academy after his actions of speaking rudely to the daughter of the evil family and even trying to drug her were exposed. Later, he saw the male protagonist Yang in the freshman show, and planned to take out his anger on Yang, who had not yet grown up, so he framed him for cheating, but the truth was revealed instead when his father, Adonis Alvise, the head of the Alvise family, learned about this. He quickly sent a letter home and kicked Angel out of the family tree. It is exciting that Angra actually won the top honor of having a single-page family tree, without any power behind him. Angel left the college dormitory in disgrace. He had always lived an arrogant life and had no friends at all. At the end of the story, he was only given a text description of disappearing in a corner of the college. Angel sighed, but his expression remained calm now that everything has been settled. As a villain who should have left the stage, what will happen to him next? After waking up, the injuries on his body miraculously healed themselves. After moving around for a while, he didn't find anything abnormal with his body. As the sky grew darker, even the air began to be filled with a damp smell of water vapor. There was bound to be a rainstorm sweeping through the forest tonight. Angel took a deep breath. The most urgent thing now was to find a place to sleep again. That he knew very well that hypothermia in the wild was basically equivalent to death. To be honest, he had no money on him now, and he didn't know how far he was from the school, which meant that he couldn't return to the college, or rather, he was unwilling to gamble his life on such an insignificant matter. Most of the luggage was just clothes and some teaching materials for class. There was nothing that could help him in the wild. Fortunately, the unknown duo who dumped the body dumped him in an unattended area outside the academy. In other words, since there's no one managing it, building a temporary shelter in the forest is certainly within the scope of consideration. He leaned against a towering tree and muttered to himself. After all, the punishment the Academy had just given him included depriving him of his accommodation rights. The Arturo Academy where Angel studied was located inside the Yarra forest at the southernmost part of the continent. Although transportation to the outside world was somewhat inconvenient, the air was filled with abundant magic elements, making it a good place for students to practice and improve their magic skills. Arturo Academy is an extremely famous magic academy in the Kingdom of Elfafnia and even the entire continent. One of the reasons is that it was founded by the great sage Arturo St. Fulerjaves 300 years ago, but what Angra wanted to say had nothing to do with this. The academy had actually used the punishment to euphemistically express their intentions. In this academy located in the forest, students who did not have the right to accommodation were basically equivalent to being expelled. After all, living in the forest outside the school was too dangerous and inconvenient. Even so, Angel still silently began to collect dead branches and fallen leaves. He had to do something because he wanted to survive, but as if he had thought of something, Angra drew a small triangle in the air with his hand gesture. Instantly, a numerical pop-up window appeared in his field of vision. Name: Angel Race, Human Magic. 11, F, Force, 6, F, Charm, 93, S+, UNS Unlocked. Prerequisites have been met, ? Agility, 12, F, Tips, 4, F, Luck, 1, Magic Possession, Elementary Fire Magic, Elementary Wind Blade. Martial Arts Skills, none alchemy related, none manufacturing technology related, none. This window was very familiar to Angel, because it was the character window in Final Fantasy. He had played through it countless times and was already familiar with it. Except for proficiency, the maximum value of all other values is 100. There are very few characters in the game who can break this limit. Even the protagonist Yang can't do it. The charm is quite good. Wait, maybe it's a bit too much. He remembered that the succubus lord in the Demon King's army that Yang faced later on only had a charm of 89. Isn't he a supporting character? Why is his charisma so high? 93? Seriously? Could it be that Angel is the pure succubus, just because he was a small-time character who was offline at the beginning? The planner filled in a random number? I'm so angry, and he took another careful look to make sure he was not mistaken. The prerequisites for UNS unlocking have been met, ? Unique skill, that is, the unique skill belonging to a single individual, is a sole attribute that can never be replicated. In the game, when personal stats surpass the limits of human beings and officially reach the demigod level, the prerequisite for possessing UNS is unlocked. For each account of a global player, a powerful skill with random values and effects will only be randomly generated by the game's built-in core AI. Even if the game is rolled back, the generated UNS will not disappear. This is a truly unique skill. There are no two identical UNS in the world. Angel continued with the work at hand while thinking, but even so, the other numbers seemed like a joke. This was what made Angel feel desperate. His current ability was not even as good as that of children with slightly better talents. Angel certainly feels lucky because his charm is given by nature, but in this world, you can't survive just by looking. Angel himself is a living example. Even though his charm was very high, his original dandy self, who was hated by everyone, still died under a stick. Perhaps to be more precise, he can indeed make a living with his looks, but as for Angra personally, he doesn't like to sell his body, because not only the front, but the back may also become painful. So before unlocking UNS, charm was just a string of useless numbers to Angel personally. Since coming to this world, Angel has lost count of how many times he has sighed "I" in the academy. Chapter, even the ordinary students in Angel's second grade have values that fluctuate around 30. Yet he looked at his pitifully small amount of magic and force in the window, shook his head, sighed, and then closed the window with a wave of his hand. Regarding the unique skills, Angel plans to put it aside for the time being. After all, there are other more important tasks at the moment. Unfortunately, even until now, no golden finger that can make him stronger has suddenly appeared. The window is just a window. Even Angel can only see his own values, but he still didn't give up, because Angel knew that he still held one last advantage over the natives of this world. He knew where the plot was going. Chapter 2 Struggle. According to official history, at this time, Yang was still unaware that he was being plotted against by Angel. He was studying martial arts under Mr. Trilla, the swordsmanship teacher, as the first special recruit in history. After some small plots, the first monster riot occurred in the Yala forest. During this plot, Yang met Lawerna Abel and laid a solid foundation for their future relationship. Deep in the forest, Angel was looking for the branches and dead leaves he needed while sorting out his thoughts. Obviously, things have already happened. Since there is no possibility of returning to the original world, Angel can only accept the facts now. Fortunately, in his original world, he had nothing to worry about. As for now, his eyes gradually became firm and calm. First, get through tonight and survive. Arturo College is located inside the Yala forest. The college covers a large area, but it does not completely cover the entire forest. When Angel was collecting firewood, he saw a sign indicating the edge of the school territory. In other words, outside the sign is the uncontrolled area. In other words, Angra can settle down here. He was lucky. Thinking optimistically, there was a small blue lake where his body was thrown. The trees around it were not that dense, and there was an occasional breeze. If the weather was better, the scenery here would definitely be nice. He put the suitcase aside. As the weather above him grew increasingly gloomy, Angel quickened his pace. Before traveling through time, Angel was a mercenary employed by the government. It may sound like a very special profession, but there is actually nothing much to say about it. It has nothing to do with being noble or humble. Angra is just a man who is used to walking on the edge of death and doing things for money. Using the knowledge from his previous life, Angel picked up a lot of supplies in the forest for building a simple shelter, and also picked some thick and large palm leaves. But after doing just these tasks, he became a little out of breath. It seems that the so-called 6 combat power value is indeed true. He is really weak. This sentence may not be appropriate for Angra to say, but this is such a waste. He smiled bitterly and sighed deeply. He built a simple triangular shed with thick branches and covered it with some palm leaves. Then Angra pounded his thigh, which was beginning to tremble. He cannot rest now because the food problem has not been solved. If it starts to rain and he is unable to recover the energy he lacks in his body, then death may still be the only thing waiting for him. This is not an exaggeration. In an aristocratic college, students who have lost their family and power have lost their value, and no one will pay for a piece of trash, not to mention Angel, a low-level villain who doesn't even have a friend. At this moment, he even has to be careful about others taking advantage of his misfortune. Since there is no one to ask for help, the only one he can rely on is himself. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the resistance of his stomach, Angel found a smooth and upright branch and whispered, "Windblade." Then, a green light appeared in his palm. After the magic took shape, Angel became even more tired. This was a skill unique to this world, magic. He gritted his teeth and controlled the wind blade to cut the tip of the branch, but his control over magic was so poor that he made a mistake and completely cut the branch off. The green light in his palm disappeared, and Angel closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Resisting the urge to curse, he dragged his body and continued to look for a suitable branch. However, the action just now seemed to have yielded some results. The evidence was that in the character panel, there were some changes related to Angel's crafting technology: tree processing proficiency +3, simple shelter construction successful, proficiency +3, current carpenter level 1, 10/6, wind blade proficiency +1, current entry level wind blade LV.2, 111. Angel finally breathed a sigh of relief. Among the countless bad news, there was finally a relatively normal good news. In Final Fantasy, there are many ways to improve your character, but the main method is to constantly challenge new things and practice old things. The reason why it is said to be a masterpiece is because the game has a very high degree of freedom, and no matter what profession you are in, you have the possibility of changing jobs, for example, learning new magic, trying new alchemy, practicing martial arts, etc., and after each practice, regardless of success or failure, the character will gain a certain level of proficiency. When proficiency accumulates to a certain level, the skill level will be improved. That is what they say, the harder you work, the stronger you will become. The skill level will increase relatively quickly before level 10, but after level 10, each level is a chasm. But there is a limit to all this, and that is the cruel fact called talent. Geniuses always have a natural advantage over ordinary people. The proof is that it is very easy for geniuses to upgrade their skills. For example, the protagonist Yang in Final Fantasy has mastered martial arts and practiced them to the highest level. Perhaps he only needs to practice swinging the sword 1,000 times to accumulate full proficiency, but Angel would need to swing the sword 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, or even 1,000,000 times. After all, Angel remembered that when he controlled Yang to learn the basic wind blade, the full proficiency level of LV.2 only required 20, but for him, it was just 100 points, which was the full point. In other words, the protagonist's efficiency in becoming stronger in magic was 5 times that of his. However, Yahang's real strength lies in martial arts, and magic is what he is not good at. Angra looked up at the sky, suppressing the urge to sigh. What a sad start. Shaking his head and not thinking anymore, Angel focused on dealing with the crisis in front of him. He found another wooden stick. Perhaps because there was an additional carpenter in his skill bar this time, he controlled the wind blade to slowly cut the tip of the wooden stick without making any major mistakes. At most it's a little ugly, although the surface was still uneven. Angel still got a harpoon, successfully crafted a wooden harpoon for the first time, unlocking the wooden harpoon blueprint, proficiency +5, current carpenter level 2, 30/1, wind blade proficiency +1, current entry level wind blade LV.2, 100/12. Angel gripped the harpoon tightly and walked towards the edge of the lake without hesitation. After taking off his shoes, Angra went into the water. Luckily, there were fish in the lake. He concentrated, held his breath, and raised the harpoon high. A green fish swam slowly to his feet. His muscles tensed instantly, and Angel thrust the harpoon in his hand fiercely. First fishing failed, fishing proficiency +2, current catch LV.1, 10 halves, Angel. He sighed deeply again and rubbed his face in pain. Without complaining, he raised the harpoon again and stared at the lake that was slowly calming down. About 2 hours later, Angel, who was so hungry that he was seeing stars, walked towards the newly built shack carrying 2 green scales strung together with wood. A fishing proficiency +13, current catch LV.2, 35. He casually set up a rack, collected some dry leaves and firewood, and forced himself to sit next to the stone he had just moved, suppressing his dizziness. Fireball. A cluster of small sparks surged at his fingertips, and Angel finally thanked his original body for the first time. Although he was a third-rate villain, the magic he learned still helped him a lot. The bonfire burned slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. The orange flames shone on his cold white skin. His originally handsome and relatively immature face looked calm and indifferent under the reflection of the fire. His enchanting emerald green eyes stared at the green scales on the grill. Angel had been carrying out combat plans in the wild for 3 consecutive years, so he was very experienced in camping. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about the forest fire. He slowly rotated the 2 green scales on the rack and thought about what to do next. Chapter 3, Settling Down. First, should I continue my studies at Arturo College? On this point, Angra did not hesitate but quickly made a decision. Yes, not to mention that the graduates of this college can have a relatively good and easy life in the future. Just to maximize his own advantages, Angel cannot leave here. After all, in Final Fantasy, the protagonist Yahang's first stage was here, and the knowledge and plot that Angel used to pass the level in his previous life basically needed to revolve around Arturo College. Now that the decision has been made, we have to face more realistic problems. What should I do about tuition fees? Arturo College not only has excellent teaching level and is well known, but its expensive tuition is also one of the factors that deter many students. The tuition fee for 1 year is 100 gold coins, converted in terms of purchasing power. 1 gold coin is equivalent to about 10,000 yuan in the original world. Angel couldn't help but sigh deeply. Again, the good news now is that the Alvis family has already paid for his second-year tuition, which means he has a buffer period of about a year, but the summer vacation is about to end. If Angel cannot pay the tuition after entering the 3rd grade, he will still face the problem of being expelled. He has at most 1 year to collect these 100 gold coins, but this was something he couldn't rush right now, so Angel chose to put it aside for now. The grilled fish seemed to be ready, and just when he took it off the grill, it finally started to rain in the gloomy sky. A few drops of rain hit the leaves, making a clicking sound, and then the rain formed lines, and the lines formed surfaces. Angel hurriedly bit into the grilled fish and ran to the simple triangular shelter holding a still burning torch. The space was so narrow that he even had to bend his legs to sit down. He took out the silk clothes from the small suitcase and spread them on the dry straw. While eating the unpalatable grilled fish, Angra stared blankly at the heavy rain in the forest. With another sigh, he shook his head, leaning against the slightly moistened palm leaves. Angra listened to the sound of rain and closed his eyes. The next day, the sky was bright and the forest was filled with the sweet smell of resin after the rain. Although the environment was still harsh, fortunately Angra did not get sick coming out of the shelter. He stretched out in the muddy, dead leaves. There are only 3 or 4 days left in summer vacation, and school is about to start. Angel plans to expand the shelter today so that he can at least lie down and sleep. The physical labor was too demanding for the original body, so he had to take a break after working for a while. Even so, his muscles were sore from wandering in the forest collecting materials during the day. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he looked at the various branches and berries piled around him, including some thick tree branches that he had spent a lot of time cutting with a wind blade. Angel felt a sense of accomplishment. Force +3, now force, 9 magic +2, now magic, 13. Angel smiled bitterly. After working for nearly a day, his personal abilities had hardly changed. It stands to reason that before the ability value reaches 20, everyone will be in a stage of rapid development, and a normal person's ability value will not encounter a bottleneck until it reaches 30. Angel remembered that when he was controlling the male protagonist Yaon to practice martial arts, he didn't even know what the bottleneck was, and he is worthy of the name of a minion. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Since you have decided to live, then grit your teeth and persevere. Angra took a deep breath, suppressed the protest of his stomach, and first used thick branches of the same length to form a small square of about 3 square meters. He used a fireball to burn a few grooves and buckles at the junction of the branches, then tore his only valuable silk dress into strips and tied them to the 4 corners for secondary fixation. He casually picked up a few berries he found along the way and put them in his mouth, then rolled up his sleeves and pulled out a few relatively tough branches from the collected materials. Angel condensed a green light in his hand wind blade. Now he wanted to imitate it and make a tent. The problem was that these branches needed to be fixed to the 4 tree trunks that formed the foundation. He thought for a moment. The wind blade can only be used for cutting. How can it be used to drill holes? Although he had never learned other types of wind magic, Angel decided to give it a try. With a thought, the green light in his hand gradually began to rotate and compress. At the same time, the magic power in his body began to dissipate rapidly. He frowned and immediately stopped outputting magic power. He sighed and realized once again that he was indeed not a genius technician. With a whisper, a spark ignited at his fingertips. Angel chewed the unpalatable and sour berries while controlling the output of trace magic power with an expressionless face and began drilling in the 4 corners of the foundation. Fire magic proficiency +6 until the moon reached its zenith. He finally completed all the preparations. Standing up, he took a deep breath, inserted 4 branches into the 4 corners of the foundation, bent them together, and tied them at the top with silk scraps. A simple small tent frame appeared before his eyes. Angel closed his eyes, smiled slightly, clenched his blistered hands, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Throwing the last of the berries into his stomach, he covered the frame with a large amount of palm leaves that he had prepared long ago, and strung thin wooden strips through it to secure it. He threw all the dead branches and straw into the hut, covered it with the last 2 pieces of silk clothes, and lay down in the hut. It was pitch black, but an inexplicable sense of security came over him. This is his first home in this world, a home he built with his own hands. Angel put his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep while listening to the birds singing in the forest. Today's cumulative training time is 18 hours, force value +2, current force 11. Today's cumulative magic usage is 3055 times, magic value +3, current magic 16. Today's cumulative attempts at crafting related items are 122 times, skill +10, current skill 14. Completed the construction of a simple grass hut for the first time, proficiency +10, current carpenter level 2, 30 11ths, collect 32 berries, including 30 poisonous berries and 2 non-toxic berries. Proficiency +6, gain gathering skill LV.0, 10/6. Angra, how many poisonous berries? Name, Angel Race, Human Mana, 16 Force, 11-3, Debuff, Charm, 93-1, Debuff, UNS Unlocked prerequisites have been met, ? Agility, 12-3, Debuff, Tips, 14 Luck, 1 Magic Possession, Elementary Fire Magic LV.2, 100/40, Elementary Windblade LV.2, 100/12, Martial Arts Skills, none alchemy related, none crafting technology related, Fishing Level 2, 35ths, Carpenter Level 2, 3011, Gathering Level 0, 10/6. Chapter 4 Shopping. After a night of stomachache, Angel felt dizzy and had a low fever. Although the 30 poisonous berries did fill his stomach, the negative effects that followed also tortured him. Fortunately, after falling into a drowsy sleep, he had no aftereffects when he woke up the next day, but the pain taught him a lesson. Berries, don't eat them until you understand the poisonous species in this world. He sighed. The daytime in the forest comes later. When the slanting golden beam of light pierces the dense canopy above his head, Angel has been working for who knows how many hours. He threw the school uniform he was wearing into the lake to wash it, and then hung it on a branch nearby to dry. With his upper body naked, he sweated profusely as he focused on the task at hand, trap making. Although eating fish alone can fill his stomach, Angra still wants to eat some meat if possible. Yesterday, when he was picking up construction materials in the forest, he saw many wild animals. His work in his previous life also gave him many strange skills that normal people could not access. After making a few simple traps and digging a few small deep pits, Angel looked up at the sky. The sun was setting and he had almost not eaten all day. He pursed his lips, took a deep breath, and sat down by the campfire to rest. Then he picked up the harpoon, rolled up his trouser legs and walked into the lake. In the evening, Angel walked tiredly to the campfire with a small blue-scaled fish in his hand and started to roast it. Although the harvest today was small, it was not enough to starve him to death. There were still 3 or 4 days left before school started, and during this time he wanted to at least complete a self-sufficient settlement. Now that you have decided to survive, then give it your all. Angel took a bite of the grilled fish. The meat was not good and the quantity was small, but he still ate it with relish. After tidying up the bonfire and keeping a flame, he put on his school uniform that had been hung out to dry, and then went into the small thatched house he had made. Lying on the pile of dry grass, he closed his eyes. Will the trap catch prey tomorrow? The future was uncertain, even dark. In the forest where even the slightest mistake could lead to death, Angra fell asleep quietly without praying to any existence. The next day, the sky was bright, and after entering this world, Angra slept so soundly for the first time. Perhaps he was too tired yesterday, or perhaps the sleeping bed was too simple. His whole body ached, but his emerald green eyes were still bright, stretching. He walked out of the hut and began to check the traps set yesterday in order. Fortunately, he saw a rabbit with a broken leg in a deep pit. After rearranging the trap, Angel took the rabbit out. Looking at the innocent little rabbit, Angel sighed, then cut its throat cleanly. Bleeding, boiling water, scalding, skinning, and dismemberment. He cleaned the rabbit in an orderly manner with an indifferent expression. Unfortunately, there were no seasonings, not even pots and pans. Angra wrapped the raw meat in palm leaves, then skewered it with branches and grilled it over the campfire. Golden oil dripped from the tips of palm leaves, hitting the orange-red charcoal, making a sizzling sound, and an appetizing meaty aroma spread. The corners of Angel's lips curled up slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After a hearty meal, it was still noon, so he could continue to fish and prepare for dinner. But after thinking about it, he decided to go to the academy first. He had just packed his only small suitcase and found a silver coin in it. He planned to buy some books on seasonings and plants. Living in the forest, he could not avoid plants. In order to avoid eating poisonous berries again, the only way he could do was to learn about them. It's a good opportunity to measure the distance. Angra lowered his head in thought and talked to himself. The only clothes he could wear were his school uniform. He had torn up all the other clothes to use for the construction of the camp. Fortunately, the clothes had been washed yesterday, so he didn't look like a savage. He walked to the lake, and the boy reflected in the lake was still handsome. Although he didn't care about these things, Angra still wanted to say, "This is a bit too cool." He is obviously a third-rate villain, but he has a face that is more handsome than the male protagonist. No wonder he was offline 2 minutes after the start. He washed his face and walked towards the college. The distance was longer than he had imagined. At walking speed, Angel walked for nearly 2 hours before he could barely see the outer wall of the college. The teaching building was in the center of the college. Arturo College itself was more like a university town in his previous life. There were not only students, but also many vendors and even the administrative agencies of the Kingdom of Alfafnia. Those two who dumped the body were a bit too cautious. They actually dumped me so far away. He shook his head helplessly, took out his student ID and walked into the college. A commercial street stretches far into the distance, connecting all directions and bustling with people. Angra could see a European-style building complex in the distance, which must be the teaching building of the college. In the distance on the left side of the commercial street, there was an arena similar to the Roman Colosseum, which seemed to be a square for actual combat exercises. On the right side of the commercial street is an exquisite building complex, which seems to be a dormitory. Groups of students occasionally walked together from there towards the commercial street. Of course, these places were already familiar to Angel. When he was playing games in his previous life, he controlled Yang to memorize all the architectural structures of Arturo College specifically in order to open up 4 hidden branches. He even knew the direction of the underground waterway clearly walking on the street. There are many students who did not go home during the summer vacation. The shopping street is very bustling and full of young and cheerful atmosphere, but all this is incompatible with Angel. To explain why, look at that guy over there, TSK. Ah, Angel Alvis, I heard he was expelled from the Duke's family. He deserved it. I don't know how such a scumbag has the nerve to stay in the academy. Indeed. But to be honest, the people of the Alves family are really good looking. What's the point? Aren't you just a scumbag? How dare you do that to Miss Abel? I heard he was even jealous of the freshman. He faked and cheated but got caught. Now he can't even live in the dorms, ha ha ha. Angel sighed. He had no intention of explaining to everyone, nor did he want to do something thankless. In fact, he didn't care about the opinions of those around him. What's more, what these people said was true. Although he didn't do it himself, those things did happen anyway, and Angra didn't intend to evade responsibility. As for now, he just wanted to do his best to survive and graduate safely from Arturo College, then leave the Elfathnia Kingdom area where Yang mainly operates and go to the other side of the continent to start a new life without wasting any more time. Angel walked into one of the shops and used his last remaining silver coin to buy the salt he needed, some seasonings, and 3 or 2 wild plant encyclopedias. When I walked out of the shop with a brown paper bag filled with things, I found that the street was even more lively than before. The students who were shopping stopped and cast admiring and respectful glances in one direction. Angel followed their gaze and saw a girl with silver hair and golden eyes buying snacks from a candy vendor on the street. Chapter 5 Encounter. Her face was like a bright solitary moon, her figure like a graceful jade lotus. The girl had an indifferent expression, and unconsciously exuded the aura of a superior. Her natural, pure, and innocent temperament complemented her appearance, especially those golden phoenix eyes and the enchanting bright red teardrop mole at the end of her eyes. Even Angra couldn't help but admire that she was truly a beauty gifted by God to the world. The silver-haired girl of the Ice Moon, Lerna Abel. She is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Evil's family, the second female protagonist in the game, and one of the causes of Angel's death at the beginning. With such beauty and figure, it is no wonder that the previous incarnation had evil thoughts about her. But even with such a beauty, Angra only glanced at her with admiration and then quickly looked away. Just as he turned to leave, Lorna seemed to have sensed something and looked back for a moment, just in time to see Angel's profile. As he turned around, she frowned in silence, but said nothing. She just stared at his departing back for a long time without saying a word. Then she sighed softly, took the snack package handed to her by the shop, ignored everyone's gazes and discussions, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction of Angel. When they arrived at the camp, the sun had already set and the forest was dyed golden red by the sunset. Angel went to check the trap again, but unfortunately there was no prey. Back at the campfire, he set about building some crude fences around the edge of the camp using leftover building lumber. It only took 3 or 4 days to build the small campsite into a complete and functional place. Carpentry proficiency +2, fishing proficiency +4, hunting proficiency +3, obtain hunting level 1, 10/3, agility +2, current agility value, 14. Get special item, salt, open cooking skills, accumulated cooking. Proficiency +16, obtain cooking LV.2, 15 out of 6. The ability value box popped up, and Angel nodded. He found that he seemed to have a unique talent in strange crafts. He touched his stomach, stood up and took out the rabbit meat left over from the morning and roasted it on the campfire. Listening to the crackling of firewood, Angra sat in the hut and read quietly. Gained botany knowledge, gathering proficiency +16, current gathering level 2, 20 halves. As the sky grew darker, he stretched himself, took a bath in the small lake, and then lay down on the haystack in the hut and closed his eyes. His thoughts turned back to himself, and he made plans for tomorrow and the future. Increase food reserves. Now that you have salt, you can extend the shelf life of meat. Studying cannot be neglected either. Although the original owner's grades were almost terrible, if he could obtain the status of an outstanding student, the expensive tuition fees could be paid with scholarships. Although the basic values of magic and martial arts are very poor, since I have decided to live in the academy, I must hone them well. After all, this is something that can never be avoided. After all, this world respects the strong. He also wanted to meet Yang. He wanted to see with his own eyes this legendary brave warrior who had never retreated in battle. According to the plot, there is still more than a month before the monster riot in the Yellow Forest. That is the first assessment of freshmen, so we must prepare in advance. Run to school every day in the future, which can also exercise your body and improve your quality. With his thoughts swirling, Angra, who was already exhausted, finally fell into a sleep. No words were spoken that night. When he woke up the next day, his muscles were sore, but this was the best proof that he had grown. Angel went to the lake to wash his face, and then trotted to check each trap he had set one by one. I was lucky today. There was a small flaming chicken in the trap. It was a small monster with beautiful flaming feathers all over its body. It looked no different from a domestic chicken. The only difference was that the chicken of this kind could be eaten directly and melted in your mouth. The description in the game says it's Orleans style. Angel watched the incredibly beautiful flaming chicken struggling desperately in his hands. He sighed, then chopped off its head with a sharp knife. Blood splattered, and a drop or two stained his fair face, but Angel's expression remained calm. Out of curiosity, he tore off a piece of raw meat and tasted it, but the taste was so strange, like eating a mouthful of Orleans-style milkshake. In the end, he decided to cook it before eating. Later, he found a rabbit in a small deep pit. He did the same thing and brought the prey back to the camp. After carefully handling the internal organs and blood, he wiped the blood off his hands and looked at the marinated animal meat with satisfaction. At least enough for me to eat for 2 days. He muttered to himself. The urgent need for food was finally solved. He thought about it and decided to use today to preview and review past lessons. He took out the textbooks from the suitcase and flipped through the magic tome. He frowned and began to think, perhaps because he had been using magic instinctively to survive. Angel, who came from another world, quickly became familiar with the control of magic elements, but as to whether he had a talent for magic, the answer was no. While practicing magic and studying theory, Angel distracted his mind and thought about the story nodes of his previous life. Obviously, the plot has officially begun the moment he traveled through time. From Yahong's perspective, he will travel around the kingdom with his childhood sweetheart during this summer vacation, and angrily take action to crack down on the small branch of the cult for the sake of justice. During this period, Yang encountered an invincible villain, but when he was tortured to the point of life and death by the villain using black magic, he comprehended the supreme martial arts, the Heavenly Saint weapon. At this time, Yang still didn't know that he was actually the descendant of an ancient hero, and that the Heavenly Saint weapons were the sole weapons inherited from the hero's bloodline, which would become more powerful as the protagonist became stronger. But such a powerful skill naturally has its limitations. Lifespan. The full manifestation of the Heavenly Saint weapon would cost Yang 5 years of his life, but even so, knowing the cost, Yang still chose to fully release the weapon. The only reason was that he wanted to save people. In the end, the climax of the first plot also ended successfully. The cult branch was wiped out by Yang. He was rewarded by the kingdom and received an invitation letter for admission to the college. This led to the fact that Angel hated ordinary civilians like Yang and wanted to take it out on him by slandering him for cheating in the exam, but was found out by the college, and now, Yang should be studying the method of controlling the Heavenly Saint weapon in the laboratory of his academy instructor Tryla. The effect is very obvious. He can partially manifest part of the weapon without consuming his lifespan. Afterwards, before the freshman assessment after school started, there were some daily side quests, mainly setting the stage for the encounter between Yang and Lawerna, and there wasn't much to say. Angel thought for a moment, turned a page of the textbook, and looked back at the Yala forest, which was still serene. A riot? Looks like we need to prepare early. Chapter 6 Class Division. The campsite was quiet, and it was clear that settling down in the forest was a good choice. These days, Angel is struggling to survive every day. He could live a self-sufficient life relying on supplies from the forest, but to continue his studies, he had to focus on the various textbooks in his hands. The intensity of teaching in the second grade increased sharply, and the teaching materials he had included: Introduction to the Basics of Elemental Magic, Introduction to the Basics of Contract Magic, Introduction to Magical Engineering, Elementary Theory of Alchemy, Introduction to Monsters, and 100 Martial Arts Explanations. Although they were all introductory theoretical overviews, even subjects for newcomers were as obscure as heavenly books to Angel from another world. In the days before school started, after finishing his daily maintenance at the camp, he would study hard day and night, but even so, he only half understood the various books he read. To be honest, Angel is not very smart, otherwise he would not have chosen to be a mercenary who makes money with his life in his previous life. But since he can survive on the battlefield of another country, it means that he is not stupid. With a sigh, Angel closed the martial arts skills in his hand. During the hard days of survival in the forest, his originally thin body became stronger, and his fair and delicate skin also had a more masculine vicissitudes. The only thing that seemed to remain unchanged was Angel's enchanting emerald green eyes. His eyes are always as calm as the shore of a lake. Angel was polishing a newly made wooden harpoon in his hand. The bonfire slightly illuminated his handsome and calm face. He was shirtless and his school uniform was hanging on a branch nearby. Go to sleep, school starts tomorrow. He ran to school these 2 days to test the commuting time required to go to school. Although his current physical condition did not allow him to run the entire distance in one go, Angel still gritted his teeth and persevered. The final measured time was about an hour and a half. This time will only become shorter as his quality improves. He took the sharp harpoon in his palm and looked at it, nodded with satisfaction, and then put the textbooks he would need for tomorrow's class into the paper bag given by the seasoning merchant last time he bought it. It looked shabby, but Angel didn't care about it, as long as it was practical. Looking up at the magnificent starry sky reflected on the lake, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He stood up and walked towards the hut. Lorna Abel, the apple of the Abel family's eye and one of the most famous daughters in the academy. She was even given the title of the silver-haired Ice Moon Girl by her students because of her proficiency in frost magic. She has beautiful long hair as bright as moonlight and a pair of cold phoenix eyes as dazzling as gold. She has many admirers in the academy, but no one dares to come forward and express their love. The reason is simple: the girl's status is too noble. There are only 2 dukes in the kingdom, and the Abel family is one of them. Apart from the Duke of Alvis and the royal family of Aphnia, no other noble family could be equal to her in status. Of course, she herself was not the type to use her authority to oppress others, but even in Arturo College, which has a strong academic atmosphere, there are always a few people of distinguished status whose authority cannot be ignored under the pretext of academics. She may not care, but others can't. The bright moon was in the sky. In the independent noble dormitory, Lorna sat quietly by the window, holding a book of advanced magic in her hand and studying it carefully. A strand of silver hair fell from her ear. The bright moonlight hit the ends of her hair, reflecting a hazy light pink. She tucked her hair behind her ears with an indifferent expression, seeming to feel a little tired. Lorna closed her eyes and gently rubbed her eyebrows. She took a sip of the no longer hot black tea on the table. After a long silence, she opened her eyes and looked at the moon outside the window. His eyes seemed to change. Lorna talked to herself, and what came to her mind was Angel, whom she saw on the street a few days ago. In fact, Lorna had a good first impression of Angel. At a noble gathering held in the kingdom, she glanced at Angel from afar as he was chatting and laughing with 3 or 5 noble ladies in the center of the banquet. Although there was no direct communication, people always preferred the opposite sex with outstanding looks, and Lorna was no exception. Although she was flattered as the daughter of Ice Moon by the outside world, she was just a girl. She thought that a man with such appearance would also be like a knight at heart, but the things that happened later in the academy caused Lorna's feelings towards Angel to plummet. Countless slanders about Angel were spread on campus, and his own actions confirmed those rumors. Lorna's feelings towards him changed from curiosity to disgust. She still remembered the disgusting desires that filled Angel's emerald eyes, but the chance encounter on the street reappeared in her mind, and Lorna fell into deep thought. His clear eyes, as calm as the surface of a lake, made her feel something strange. She tapped the porcelain cup lightly with her fingers for a long time, then shook her head. "What does it have to do with me?" She closed the book, placed the tea on the table, took off her white nightgown, lay down in bed, and closed her eyes. Go to sleep, school starts tomorrow. After entering the 2nd grade, the first issue faced was class division. In order to distinguish between geniuses and fools, Arturo Academy set up 4 classes with different teaching intensities. AB/C/D. The square was crowded with people at this moment, and Angra stood aside with a calm expression. Occasionally, he could hear whispers of ridicule and slander around him, but he turned a deaf ear to them and just looked at the armored straw man in the center of the square. 3 or 2 professors stand next to the straw man, and students can use their most proud skills: martial arts, magic, alchemy, and magical tools they made themselves to attack or heal the strawman. Professors will judge this, and it will become an important benchmark for student class placement. A vacuum seemed to form around Angel, and the students deliberately avoided him. In front of him, many students who had completed the test may have walked to the Class B area or the Class C area, but there was no student in Class D and Class A until now, until Lorna Abel appeared. She used the mid-level magic Ice Moon seal, which contained terrifying magical power, to freeze the armored straw man into powder. She looked at the stunned professors with an indifferent expression. The professors exchanged a few words and then said cautiously, "Lorna Abel, Class A." Upon hearing this, Lorna's expression didn't change. She didn't care that everyone was cheering her name, but she still looked back slightly, as if looking in a certain direction. But the man lowered his emerald green eyes, as if thinking about something, and didn't care about her performance at all. Lorna narrowed her eyes, looked away, snorted coldly, and walked towards Class A's area. Chapter 7. The worst. In short, Lorna became the first A-class student in the 2nd grade. The subsequent process went very quickly. Although there were few people in Class A, there were still about 10 of them. All of them were people of prominent status, and many of them would even become important figures in the main or side quests later on. Angel was the last student to take the test. It wasn't that he came late, on the contrary, he came quite early, but was cut in line many times. His shoulders were maliciously bumped, but he was not angry at all. After all, his predecessor had a bad reputation. There were even people in the academy who hated him so much that they killed him and dumped his body. At the moment, these were just minor fights. When it was Angel's turn, the students who were originally laughing and chatting in the audience suddenly became quiet. It was not respect, but a more malicious gaze. The originally relaxed atmosphere became visibly heavy. Even the professors frowned at him. One of the female professors glanced at Angel with disgust and whispered to another male professor, "Didn't he get fired?" The middle-aged male professor shook his head. "It's just that he's been deprived of his accommodation. Don't do anything unnecessary. We're still an academy after all, and at the very least, he was once a member of the Alvis family." The female professor clicked her tongue and glanced at Lawerna, who was staring at the sky in the Class A area. Angel walked up to the test bench calmly. To be honest, he didn't care about what others thought because he didn't have the spare time to care about others again. If Angel wants to survive in the Yellow Forest and graduate from Arturo College, he still has a lot to do. So Angel just tried his best to activate his strongest wind and fire magic, using the wind to help the fire, and a palm-sized fireball shot straight towards the armored scarecrow. But the scarecrow didn't move at all, and the fireball didn't cause any damage. A faint light dissipated in the female professor's palm. She snorted coldly, with a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Angel sighed. As expected, it was impossible to improve his magical ability in just a few days, not to mention that he was not a genius. The female professor over there burst out laughing, her face full of sarcasm, but she didn't say anything out loud, and the room remained quiet and subdued. The male professor glanced at the female professor indifferently, then looked at Angel, and finally said calmly, "Angel Alvis, Class D." Angel nodded to the middle-aged male professor, then quietly walked to the empty D-class area. He is the first and only student in Class D in the second grade. There was a burst of laughter in the field. All students will return to their respective classes with their supervisors. Classes will officially begin tomorrow. Second grade will be a very clear watershed. It has nothing to do with talent, but rather with hard work and perseverance. The always calm middle-aged male professor said lightly on the stage. There have been examples of students from Class D surpassing those from Class A in the past. Talent isn't everything, it simply means you're starting from a higher level than the fools. I hope you can continue to forge ahead in the new semester and delve deeper into your areas of interest. Angel stood alone in the huge assembly area of Class D, looking up at the sky in a daze. The other classes of the same level had already been taken away by the teacher, and he was the only one left at the scene. After wiping his face, Angel sighed and waited for a long time. He looked around and found that no one in charge had come. Angra realized that he had probably been abandoned. Without complaining, he just quietly picked up the brown paper bag on the ground, which contained his textbooks for this semester. In his memory of his previous life, Arturo College had a long-standing library. Even if there were no teachers, he didn't intend to give up. Teach yourself. His emerald green eyes remained calm. He pursed his lips and planned to go to the library. But when he turned around, a lazy voice came from behind him. "Angel Alvis, right?" He turned around and saw the middle-aged male professor who had just spoken in the square walking towards him from a distance. Angel nodded. "It's me. Hello, professor." The middle-aged male professor smiled and stroked his stubble. "That's quite polite. Why do people outside have such a low opinion of you?" Angel said calmly, "After making irreparable mistakes, people will always be reborn. Just take it as my intention to live seriously." The middle-aged man nodded, agreeing deeply. "You were once the eldest son of the Duke's family, but now you have become a helpless commoner. But you don't look too badly affected?" Angel shook his head. "No, I would regret this, but even so, life must go on, right? I have to survive. This is all I have to consider right now, so I don't have time to be sad." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and then chuckled. "Really? In that case, let's talk about something else. Did you know that Class D doesn't have a teacher in charge?" Angel closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he opened his eyes still calm. "Now I know." The middle-aged man waited for a long time, then asked in confusion, "Is that all you're saying?" Angel sighed. "I know the academy wants me to drop out, so they'll definitely make things difficult for me. I anticipated this, so I'm not surprised. Besides, my current qualifications are truly too poor, so I can't blame anyone else for that. This time it was the middle-aged man's turn to remain silent. He smiled, looking a little embarrassed. You see it clearly. Angel didn't say anything else, just stared at him, as if asking if there was anything else. The middle-aged man scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then said, "Personally, I don't care about the rumors about you. After all, you're just a student who hasn't reached adulthood. You're bound to make mistakes, so I don't think the Academy's handling of the matter is correct." Angel was surprised for a moment. You seem very friendly to me, but we have never met before. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I know your mother. We used to be classmates." Angel was silent. The wife of the Alvis patriarch, Brea Alvis, was also his mother. There are few records in official history, which only say that she died after giving birth to Angra. She is said to be a very kind and innocent lady from a wealthy family. Angel said softly, "My mother has passed away. You don't have to take extra care of me out of old friendship. After all, you should have your own position in the Academy." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then he scratched his head, smiled bitterly, and then looked up at the sky. After a long time, he sighed, "My name is Cole Lanus." Angel nodded. "Professor Cole." Cure nodded and smiled. "Although Class D doesn't have a leader, you're the only student in the class. If you have any questions while studying on your own, you can come to my workshop on weekends and I can give you some private lessons." Angel looked at him, thought for a moment, and nodded to the middle-aged man. "Thank you, Professor Cole." Cole stared at Angel's emerald green eyes for a moment, which seemed to bring back some memories for him, but soon, he shook his head and said, "The Academy won't force you to drop out, but on the other hand, you won't get any help from the Academy. Graduating in this environment is incredibly difficult. Even so, Angel, I still hope you can keep working hard." Angel hummed, "Professor Cole, I have no intention of giving up." Cole stopped talking and smiled. "As long as you receive the appropriate evaluation in the next assessment, you will be promoted to Class C and then you can become a teacher. Come on, Angel, I believe in you." After saying goodbye to Professor Cole, Angel stood there and watched his departing back in silence for a long time. After touching his cheek and confirming that he had not actually lost the ability to smile, Angel breathed a sigh of relief. Other people's kindness. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Thinking of this, the only second-year student in Class D at Arturo Academy walked towards the library with steady steps. Chapter 8 Self-Study. The library was very quiet. After all, today was just the class division. In the huge library, only Angel was quietly studying elemental magic, but the silence was soon broken. Footsteps sounded beside him, and a faint fragrance filled his nose. Angel's originally focused attention was interrupted for a moment. He frowned and looked to the side, only to see a girl with light pink hair and gray eyes sitting opposite him. Blankly, the girl stared at him quietly like a wooden figure, her eyes dull and wooden. "Angra, what's up?" he asked calmly, lowering his head to continue focusing on the book. The girl tilted her head and stared at Angel. It took her a long time to realize that Angel was talking to her. The girl then shook her head and said in a gentle and slow voice, "I didn't mean to disturb you, it's just that you are very beautiful." "I'm sorry." "Angra," he raised his head and looked at her again, then sighed, "Really? Thank you for the compliment. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's just a face. Look at it if you want." Angel immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge again. After about an hour, he felt a little hungry and temporarily stopped focusing. He closed the book and was about to leave the library when he saw the pink-haired girl sitting opposite him still staring at him blankly. "Angra," he hesitated, "is it really that beautiful?" The little girl nodded blankly, her expression serious, as if she was discussing something very important with Angel. "Yes, it's really beautiful." Angel sighed, "You don't know who I am?" The little girl pursed her lips and hummed, "They say that you are the bad guy, Angel." Angel put the books into a paper bag and selected a few books from the shelf that he wanted to study on his own. "Since you know it, why are you so close to me?" The little girl shook her head, "I want to see it with my own eyes." Angel packed up the magical engineering introduction to camp construction that he had chosen, along with several books on basic elemental magic theory, and stood up. "But those are not rumors. I am really bad, so it's best to stay away from me." The little girl looked at him blankly, and they stared at each other for a long time. Angra sighed again, feeling that he was childish, and walked to the front desk to process a debit. However, the fragrance behind him was still there, and the little girl followed him closely, like a silly little rabbit. Angel suddenly stopped, and the little girl didn't react in time and bumped into his back lightly. She covered her upturned nose and looked at him in reproach. Angel turned around and said seriously, "I'll say it again, don't follow me. It's not good for you to get too close to me." The little girl shook her head. "But you are very beautiful. I want to look at you more. Is that not okay?" Angel sighed again, feeling very tired. "It's up to you. I come to the library every day. You can read here if you want, but you are not allowed to follow me outside." He looked at the little girl seriously. The little girl pursed her lips, looking very unhappy. "Oh. Well, my name is Celine." Angel, who was about to leave, turned around and glanced at the pink-haired, gray-eyed girl, his expression as calm as a windless lakeside angra. He knew who she was, the whaler possessed by a demon, Celine Servi. She is the final villain boss in the first chapter of the main storyline. It was also the first evil demon killed by Yang. "Really? Hello, Celine," he said softly. "My name is Angel. Nice to meet you." Angel told Celine that he was just going out for a meal and would be back soon, and the girl let him leave the library. Even though it was noon in September, Angra did not feel the heat. After all, Arturo College is located in the forest, so the heat is not too strong. He looked at the sun hanging high above his head, took out a few bacon strips he brought here, and ate while strolling in the college, thinking in his mind, he actually didn't expect to meet Celine in the library. In fact, he didn't plan to have any deep communication with this little girl. After all, his only advantage now is that he knows the direction of the future plot. Angel just wants to gain some benefits for himself without affecting the overall situation. Although this is very unfair to Celine, there is nothing he can do. He must survive. Now all the preparations he has to make are based on this principle. Recalling the background story, Angel's memory pinpointed the few official descriptions of Celine. Celine seems to be born into an extremely poor cult family. Her family is protected by the legacy of their ancestors and has some small titles. She has been a believer in religion with her parents since she was a child. Although she does not understand, she still prays to a certain existence every day. Later, Yang, a descendant of the brave, appeared. When the cult got wind of the news, they hastily placed her among the new students of the academy. Celine was not smart. She just felt that the church that gave birth to her and raised her wanted her to study and further her education. Unfortunately, she did not believe in any of the three great gods, but the devil god Ani, the 24th of the 72 demon gods, holding a fire jade, possesses a violent desire to burn. After the monster riot in the Yellow Forest, Yang discovered that the forest riot was not accidental, but was deliberately instigated by someone behind the scenes. After several searches organized by the school, he found the fire jade that was deliberately discarded in the forest. The fire jade exuded a breath of destruction. If left unattended, it would soon trigger a second riot. With the help of Laverna, Yang brought the fire jade back to the academy, but it happened to trigger the summoning curse buried in Celine's body by the cult. Then flesh and blood descended, and Celine instantly became the human carrier of the devil. However, this was all part of a series of conspiracies, and Celine was just an abandoned victim. Angel knew that the fire jade was actually thrown there intentionally by a cult that believed in the devil. Their purpose is to use the fire jade to trigger the curse in Celine's body, making her a sacrifice for the devil to descend to the world and kill Yang, who has the blood of a hero. This is also the starting point of all Yahang's stories. Recalling this, Angra stood under a shady tree, holding a variety of heavy books in his arms. The dull pink-haired little girl who stared at him blankly appeared in his mind again. He was silent for a long time, then shook his head. "We're done eating, let's go back to the library and continue studying." When he returned to his previous position, Celine was still sitting there obediently, with her head down and looking bored, as if she was waiting for him. After seeing Angel, Celine's dull eyes showed a hint of smile. She tilted her head and said slowly and gently, "Angel, you're back." Her pronunciation seemed a little unclear, but it didn't sound annoying. It was cute instead. Angel looked at her for a long time, as if he was struggling with some thought. Celine felt a little shy when he looked at her. She shrank back, lowered her eyes and murmured, "Why do you keep looking at me? Am I pretty too?" Angel was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He walked to his seat for the morning study session, sat down, opened the book, and said calmly, "Well, it's quite interesting." Celine's eyes became more and more dull. She looked straight at Angel and whispered, "Angel is indeed a good man." Angel was silent for a moment, then sighed, "Just because I compliment you, I'm a good person?" Celine nodded seriously. "They always think I'm stupid and say I look silly. Only Angel is willing to listen to me, and Angel is also very good looking." She smiled innocently, brushed her hair shyly, and said slowly and softly, "Angel, thank you. Fortunately I didn't believe the rumors, he. She smiled foolishly. Angel was silent. He looked up at Celine expressionlessly. Her face was filled with a childlike and lovely smile, shining like the sun. Angel turned his head and looked out the window at the college scenery filled with youthful atmosphere. The library was really quiet. Angel closed his eyes and sighed deeply. So, fate, he muttered to himself, then opened the bag of food and took out a piece of jerky chicken that he himself was reluctant to eat and handed it to Celine. I saw you didn't go to eat lunch, did you eat? Chapter 9. Demotion. Celine, who came from a poor family, only received tuition fees and had almost no other money. This also resulted in the little girl only being able to eat one dinner a day, and it was the most ordinary black bread. Every time she ate, she would tear the bread into small strips and swallow them with water. This is why Celine was so thin. It was true that she was originally an abandoned child of the cult, and every penny invested in her was a waste. Moreover, Celine's talent was not good. Among the first-year students who were full of masters, she only barely qualified for Class C. Looking at the meat in Angel's hand, Celine swallowed her saliva. She smoothed her messy light pink hair and looked a little nervous. A trace of struggle flashed across her pretty fair face. Angel, can I eat it? He nodded and said quietly, this is what I left over, if you don't mind. Celine murmured in confusion, my mom said that if someone feeds me, they want to do something bad to me because I'm stupid. Angel's hand froze. He sighed and took back the strip of meat. I'm sorry, I was inconsiderate, although I didn't mean any harm. Celine waved her hands quickly, her little face flushed, looking cute. Even so, she spoke slowly, thank you, Angel, but I'm not hungry yet, and I'm not worried about what you will do to me. Her voice became smaller and smaller, and she looked pitiful. It's just that if I eat lunch today, I might be hungry at noon in the future. But I don't have money for lunch. Angel looked at her. The little girl huddled in the school uniform that was a little too big for her. For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. Taking out the strips of meat from the food bag, Angel handed it to her and said calmly, I won't do anything bad to you. Come eat with me at noon from now on. It's not difficult to prepare more food for you. It's just a matter of killing a few more rabbits. Celine looked at the strip of meat in his hand, pursed her lips, and her gray eyes were filled with some crystal light, but the little girl quickly lowered her head and stretched out her fair little hand to take the strip of meat from his hand. She bit it gently and laughed softly. Hee, Angel is so good looking. In fact, it's more beneficial for me to do bad things. Angry, he shook his head and took out the 3 remaining rabbit strips from the food bag and placed them in front of Celine. Eat them all. Celine's eyes were blank. She lowered her head and murmured softly, thank you, Angel. Her voice was a little choked, but Angel didn't ask anything and just read the book quietly. The warm afternoon sun shines through the window onto the girl's light pink hair, casting a slight glow. In the evening, after the library closed, Angry said goodbye to Celine at the door. The little girl seemed reluctant to leave and babbled incoherently, but after Angel promised her that he would wait for her in the library the next day, Celine looked at him quietly for a while, and then went back to the dormitory with peace of mind, looking at her innocent back in the sunset, her short light pink hair bouncing. Who could have imagined that the shadow that would cover the world in the future would first appear on this little girl? Angra remained silent for a long time. When they returned to the camp, the moon was already hanging on the branches, and the stars in the sky were reflected in the small lake. Angra took off his shirt, washed it, and hung it aside to dry it. He checked the traps shirtless and found no new prey. He actually ate a little less at noon today, but fortunately Angel had learned some knowledge about plants and his gathering level had reached LV.2. While checking the traps, he picked some edible berries and wild vegetables, and walked back to the camp to light a bonfire, occasionally turning the firewood with tongs. Angra cooked a pot of wild vegetable soup and added some pickled dried meat. Today's study was quite successful. Perhaps it is because the knowledge in this world itself is more inclined towards elitist theory. The teacher's guidance is important, but personal efforts are equally crucial. With the help of Professor Cole, he felt that perhaps the future was not as hopeless as he thought. Staring at the flickering campfire in a daze, he thought for a moment, drew a triangle in the air, and a panel unfolded in front of him. Instantly, countless pop-up windows popped up, reflecting the results of his hard work over the past few days. Magic training 13,359 times, Magic plus 4, current magic value 20, rating FF+. Physical training 31,224 times, Force plus 2, Agility plus 4, current force value 13, Agility value 18. Training of craftsmanship skills 65 times, Skill plus 6, current skill value 10, rating FF. Fire magic proficiency plus 9, wind magic proficiency plus 13, fishing proficiency plus 9, hunting proficiency plus 6, gathering proficiency plus 6, carpentry proficiency plus 13, cooking proficiency plus 9. Cooking level increased by LV.3, 30. Angel closed the window casually. His attribute growth value was so low that he almost couldn't help sighing. He still didn't understand why he encountered such a solid bottleneck before the value reached 30. Is Angel's qualification really so bad? He poked the campfire with the tongs again, and thought of Selena's silly smile again. Angel pursed his lips, sighed, and drank another sip of wild vegetable soup. After the meal, Angel recalled the various fighting skills he had mastered in his previous life. He sweated under the moonlight, wrapped his hands and feet with magic power, and attacked a tree stump frantically. First time training in multiple martial arts, fusion has been achieved. Boxing LV.6, 3000/300. The force value is too low to support the boxing level, and has been downgraded to boxing LV.3, 400/4500. The level will be restored after the force value is increased. Angel, he froze in place, sweat dripping down his face. Angra looked up at the moon in silence and let out a long sigh. Well, the next day, Angel brought 2 bags of meat sticks and various teaching materials. When he ran to the college area, the huge campus was already full of students talking and laughing. The first-year students had already enrolled, and the third and fourth-year seniors had all been divided into classes yesterday afternoon. At this moment, Angel was just an ordinary student. Occasionally someone would recognize him and make a sarcastic remark or two. Similar to, "Look, that poor guy who was kicked out of the family, haha, is that him? Wow, he's so handsome." This kind of ridicule didn't hurt him at all, that was all. Perhaps this is how human beings exist. As time goes by, their views on Angra will gradually fade away. After all, no matter what kind of emotion it is, it will not last forever. Angra knows this very well. Chapter 10. Others. Instead of going to the teaching area, he walked towards the library. Even during class time, there were still many people in the library. In fact, in Arturo Academy, where elites abounded, teachers were dispensable after the 3rd and 4th grades. At this point, most students had already found their future path, and all that was left was to discuss and move forward with others. But what surprised Angel was that the pink-haired girl, who was definitely not smart no matter how much flattery she received, was lying on the table in the seat where he sat yesterday, staring out the window in boredom. Celine is a freshman in Class C of the 1st grade. Shouldn't she be in class now? He frowned, then walked over to sit across from her. After taking out the textbook and opening it, Celine also noticed Angel's arrival. She straightened up in surprise, and her beautiful gray eyes were filled with Angel's image. "Angel, come here." The sound was a bit loud, and Angel quietly put his index finger to his lips. Celine quickly covered her mouth and looked around apologetically. "Oh, be quiet a little." Angel nodded, then took out the meat strips and handed them to her. "It's still morning, but if you're hungry, eat it. I have plenty here." Celine stared straight at his face, hummed, and took it with a gentle and cute smile on her face. "Thank you, Angel." "Yes, Angel." Angel looked up at her and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" Celine pointed her index fingers at her dimples and smiled innocently. "You look great today, too, hee." Angra, he closed his eyes, rubbed the corners of his mouth, and nodded calmly to her. "Really? Thank you, you are lovely today too, Celine." After saying that, he lowered his head and devoted himself to studying. Celine no longer disturbed him, but just looked at Angel's face quietly, as if she could not see enough to. For students with clear class distinctions, especially at Arturo College, where almost all students are aristocrats, Celine seems a little out of place. She is just a student from an ordinary family. She was even very poor, so poor that she could only eat black bread every day. Logically speaking, such a student should not appear in Arturo Academy, which is full of elites. Moreover, she seemed extremely slow to respond to various external temptations, which made her look a little stupid, although this was not the case. After all, she was just slower than ordinary people. The establishment of classes among students often stems from small things, for example, an accidental fall, a mistake when pouring water, or an overly honest answer to someone else's question. Due to many boring factors, on the first day of school, Celine had her personal value defined by others in a very frivolous way. It is somewhat ironic that while all freshmen are trying to find their own life values at Arturo College, she has her life defined by others who have nothing to do with her. I don't understand how someone as stupid as you could end up in the sacred and great Arturo Academy. Poor, ignorant, and even of low status. Although it happened only yesterday, Celine had already forgotten who had said such hurtful words to her with a sarcastic smile, because at that time, Celine just lowered her head, her hands were nervously twisted together, and her dull expression looked a little sad. She didn't know what she had done wrong, as other people's malice always came so suddenly. In fact, compared to the noble lady who directly attacked her, Selena was more afraid of the indifferent looks of other classmates, as if Selena deserved to be insulted like this. Ah! I remember now, the sharp voice continued to accuse her. I heard there's a down-and-out nobleman in the second grade who tarnished the Albus bloodline. His name is Angel Albus? Ha 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 ha, why don't you go make friends with him? You two are a perfect match, aren't you? There was a lot of booing in the newly divided classes, as if they had been classmates for several years. Everyone was happy and in unison. The clumsy Celine was drowned in a sea of malice. Fortunately, the little girl was very slow-witted, so Celine did not cry in the end. Because she was still carrying the expectations of her parents, she still remembered that although her family was poor, before she left, her parents cooked her a bowl of not-so-delicious meat soup. The meat soup even emitted a strange black light. Although Celine was afraid of getting an upset stomach, she still gritted her teeth and swallowed it under the expectant gaze of her parents. For the future of the sect, Sylvan. You will be the first to meet the Lord God. We love you. Although she had prayed with her parents for many years, Celine didn't actually believe in God because he had never cast his gaze upon her. Even so, Celine nodded and gave her parents a gentle, silly smile. Well, I love you too, Mom and Dad. Angel opposite seemed to have maintained the same posture for too long. He moved his wrist, raised his head and rubbed his eyebrows. His beautiful and enchanting emerald green eyes were calm and deep. Celine couldn't help but stare in amazement. Angel met her gaze, and without any harsh words that would have frightened and saddened Celine, he simply asked, "Are you hungry?" Celine pursed her lips, smiled innocently, shook her head, and said in a soft and slow voice, "I'm not hungry. I want to wait for Angel to have dinner together." Angel thought for a moment, closed the book, and took out a few marinated meat strips from a worn paper bag. Really? Then eat now, I'll keep you company. Celine looked into his eyes, and the words she had said so many times involuntarily flowed from her heart to her lips again. "Oh, Angel, you look so beautiful." He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Then, he also said the response that seemed to never change, "Thank you, you're cute too, Celine." Celine brushed her light pink hair around her ears a little embarrassedly. The summer sun poured through the library window, adding a soft glow to the space, but what Angel didn't know was that Celine actually praised more than just his face. It's his heart. In the laboratory of Trilla, the head of Classic Grade 1, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy was staring at his poem with gritted teeth. Beside him, a man with a gloomy face but clear and deep eyes looked at him nervously. "Young, focus all your attention on your poem. Only in this way can you, Professor Trilla. Please stop talking. I'm trying to concentrate." Ugh. Oh, sorry, my old habit has come back. Following a painful roar, Yahang's right hand suddenly shone, and then a part of classical arm armor engraved with mysterious patterns instantly appeared on his right hand, covering his forearm. Powerful fluctuations surged outward from the arm armor, which was terrifying. No one could have imagined that such fluctuations, which were almost as strong as those of a royal magician, were actually emitted by an ordinary first-year student. Professor Trilla was ecstatic and excitedly said, "Yang. We did it. So, did the lifespan decrease?" Chapter 11 Deviation. Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes also filled with joy. Although he was a little annoyed that Professor Trilla always liked to interrupt at critical moments, he still bowed slightly to his mentor. It had absolutely no impact. "We were successful. Thank you for your guidance these days, Professor Trilla. I have really benefited a lot from it." The professor waved his hand casually. "You are a student and I am a teacher. Why are you talking about these nonsense?" At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly pushed open rudely. A decadent middle-aged man in a windbreaker walked in. He first glanced at Yang over there, and then said to Trilla unhappily, "Trilla, did you know that school has already started? Did you know that no one is taking your class right now? Did you know that freshman class A is in chaos right now?" Trilla sighed, turned to look at the man, and instead of answering those pointed questions, she accused Cole, "Could you please knock on the door before you come in next time? Can't you see I'm teaching a student?" Cole also sighed, "Trilla, the principal just asked me why no one went to teach class A in the first grade." Trilla was visibly nervous. Old dang? So, what did you say?" Cole glanced at the confused Yang over there, and instantly realized that it was Trilla's own decision to give special treatment to this student. "I say, Trilla probably wants to improve your treatment, so she's giving you the cold shoulder." "Trilla," Yang interrupted with difficulty and said, "Teacher Trilla, you wouldn't miss the class to teach me, would you?" Trilla wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned around and smiled at Yang kindly. It's okay, I can handle it. It's just a missed class. The old principal can't do anything to me. Before he could finish his words, a gust of wind suddenly blew into the laboratory from the corridor. An old man's cold snorts sounded in Trilla's ears. Then, regardless of Trilla's resistance and screams, the gust of wind swept him away upside down. Trilla Schiller deserted her post, made irresponsible remarks about the principal, and withheld research funds. Tonic medicine. The crying and shouting gradually faded away. Yang stared blankly at the direction where Trilla left, and exchanged glances with the helpless Cull over there. Teacher Cull, this is probably my fault. Should I apologize to Teacher Trilla later? Yang looked very conflicted, with guilt visible to his eyes. Cull sighed, rubbed his stubble, and smiled bitterly. It's okay, go to class, I'll teach you this class in Trilla's place. After thinking for a moment, he smiled at Yang again and said, You are from freshman class A. Yang Sass, right? Yang followed Cure out of the laboratory. His voice was very appealing. Yes, it's my honor to have the teacher remember my name. Cole laughed heartily. You're more famous than you think. You're the first special admissions student to enter the academy, so the looks you get are going to be complicated. Do you understand me? Yang nodded calmly, then he laughed heartily and said, I understand, but no matter what it is, I will bear it. This is my duty and responsibility. Cole was stunned for a moment. He turned around and looked at Yang. The boy's golden hair shone brightly in the sunlight. Because I have the blood of that legend, I deserve to be scrutinized by the people. There was a certain emotion hidden in Yang's voice that Cole could not understand. If I had to describe it, Cole thought about it, out of nowhere, the image of a calm brown-haired boy whom I had just met yesterday popped up in my mind. The two figures inexplicably overlapped. Cole shook his head, then patted Yang on the shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, the academy will have your back. I have no backing or influence. In fact, my current situation in the academy is even worse than you can imagine. So getting too close to me will only become an excuse and reason for others to attack you. Do you understand, Celine? Angel spoke softly to Celine in a calm tone, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Celine nodded seriously, took a bite of the meat, and then unconsciously rubbed towards Angel like a puppy. Angel sighed. It seemed she didn't understand at all that the two of them were sitting some distance apart, eating meat strips under a towering tree. Although the distance was almost eliminated thanks to Celine's efforts, Angel's strict defense was still useful. Angel took a bite of rabbit meat and stared at the blue sky, enjoying the only rest time of the day. It seems to be the end of lunch break, and many second-grade students are walking out of the teaching area, some in groups and some alone. Angel's eyes swept through the students and saw someone who concerned him. Luerna Abel, her silver hair and golden eyes were particularly special. Angel thought about it and thought that if it was the first time after school, it would be the same time as the first meeting between Yang and Luerna in the main storyline. In order to go to the principal's office and take responsibility for his mistakes with Professor Trilla, Yang ran towards the office area, but he almost bumped into Luerna at the corner without noticing. But under the influence of his terrifying combat instinct that was almost like stopping time, Yang finally twisted his hips and dodged Luerna at the critical moment. This surprised Luerna. She had always been indifferent to all interpersonal relationships, but for the first time she felt a little curious about a man, but the two did not talk. She just nodded lightly to Yang. Yang also smiled apologetically at Luerna, and then continued to rush to the principal's office. It's simple, but that's how they started. At least, that's the main plot that Angra knows. Yang. I finally get to see you. Angel stared at that place intently, and a look of anticipation appeared on his usually calm face. Seeing that Angel was looking into the distance, Selena followed his gaze and saw a very beautiful girl with silver hair and golden eyes who had a cold and arrogant temperament. Celine took a bite of the meat strip, then looked back at Angel who was concentrating, pursed her lips, hummed, and moved towards Angel. Luerna's expression was as cold as the bright moonlight, leaving only admiration wherever she passed. She walked gracefully towards the destined corner. Angel stared at her, or rather, at the corner. Yang. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and couldn't help but humming softly. Sylvan's dull face showed growing discontent. She tugged at Angel's sleeve and said slowly and gently, Angel, shall we go back to study? Angel was still staring at that place, but for the first time, he took the initiative to touch Celine. He gently placed his hand on her small hand and patted it. Be good, Celine, don't talk yet. Celine. The little girl retracted her hands as if she had been electrocuted, and her pretty face was covered with a soft blush. She babbled, but was so anxious that she couldn't speak clearly. In the end, she could only put her hands on her chest and take deep breaths. Angel ignored her, or rather, didn't notice her at all. His fiery gaze was still fixed on the corner over there, but perhaps his vision was too sharp, or perhaps Angel himself possessed an aura that could not be ignored. Luerna, who was originally looking straight ahead, actually frowned slightly and glanced in his direction. Luerna caught a glimpse of Angel out of the corner of her eye. After seeing him and Celine beside him, she pursed her lips. As a result, Luerna actually stood in front of the corner in a daze. Immediately afterwards, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy rushed out from the corner with an anxious look on his face. Because Luerna was in a daze, Yang did not almost bump into her. Like a butterfly effect, the two of them did not encounter any incident. In short, Yang had no intersection with Luerna, Angra. Chapter 12. Girl. From Angel's perspective, Yang narrowly passed Luerna at the corner behind her, the strong wind slightly blowing her hair, but, in the end, the two did not look at each other, had no conversation, no intersection, nothing. They ignored each other like strangers, avoiding the predetermined fate that Angel knew, but this is completely different from the main plot that Angra knows. Even in Final Fantasy, which is famous for its multiple endings, in the initial determined route, the first meeting between Yang and Luerna at the corner is an inevitable event, and at this corner, his and Luerna's first eye contact can be regarded as the origin of all the stories in the Academy chapter, but the fact is, nothing happened. Angel didn't know why this happened, but the ending was obvious. Yang and Luerna had no intersection. At this moment, he still maintained a calm expression, but in fact, his heart was already in turmoil. If he couldn't even trust the plot he was proud of, no. Calm down. Angel took a deep breath. He seemed to have lost interest in what was happening over there. He closed his eyes and thought quietly what caused the story to change, or in other words, what made Luerna stunned for a moment. Obviously, there are variables in the field, and Angel knows it all too well. Is it my fault? He muttered to himself, and Luerna on the other side had already left. Celine beside him was counting the ants on the ground with her head down bored, and occasionally she would pretend to accidentally rub Angra clothes. It seemed that fate was more delicate than he had imagined, but even so, Angel quickly calmed down. Although Yahang's acquaintance with Luerna would set him back a bit, he felt that it would not affect the overall situation. Anyone who comes into contact with Yang will quickly fall in love with the cheerful little hero. Even if Angel has no confidence in himself, he will definitely place his trust in the man who will definitely save the world in the future. Because Yang does have that level of personal charm, Luerna will still get to know Yang in subsequent events, and it is enough to know this for now. Thinking of this, Angel tilted his head to look at Celine, who was still in a daze. The pink-haired girl seemed to notice Angel's gaze. She narrowed her eyes and smiled at him, foolishly sad face. What's the matter, Angel? Her tone was dull and cute, which made people feel pity when listening to it. Still staring at Celine in a daze, Angel was now thinking about other things. If changing one's destiny is so simple, then Celine, he shook his head and stood up. No matter what, Luerna and Yang must meet, otherwise the riot in the Yala forest cannot be resolved. Perhaps other branches can allow a certain degree of deviation, but Angel must not allow the final major event of the first chapter to end in destruction. If Annie were to completely possess Selena and descend into the world, the only fate that awaited this academy would be its burning and annihilation. Let's go back to the library, Celine. It's time to study. He folded the worn paper bag and put it in his arms, then handed the last piece of meat to Celine. Eat it. Why is that man staring at me with such fiery eyes? Luerna walked towards the dormitory with her eyes lowered and thought, could it be that he hasn't learned his lesson yet and is still coveting me? She sighed and applied a little force with her white index finger, but soon her thoughts turned to who is the woman next to Angel? Could it be that even though he has a new love, he still can't forget me? Am I really that important to him? Luerna recalled, and the image of the slightly dull pink-haired girl under the big tree appeared in her mind. The child looked stupid. Maybe Angel deceived her feelings? Angel is using that stupid kid as my replacement? The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Luerna used ice magic to calm herself down. For some reason, even though it had nothing to do with her, Luerna inexplicably felt a sense of responsibility. Naturally, the silver-haired ice moon girl, Luna Abel, would never admit that she was actually a person obsessed with looks. She just thought Angel was good-looking. No, Angel was perhaps the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. Well, to be honest, Angel's appearance does perfectly match the image of a prince that Luerna has always fantasized about. After all, she is just a girl, right? Although she has a face as cold and indifferent as the moon goddess, no one can force her heart to be as cold as ice. She is certainly qualified to reveal her girlish nature a little when no one is around. However, Luerna had already seen the dirty and despicable heart beneath his skin. There is no doubt that she was disgusted and angry about the rude behavior that Angel had committed against her. But even so, after learning about the punishment the Aldous family had imposed on him, Luerna would occasionally think in a daze. Is this punishment too severe? Having said that, it is impossible for Lawerna to ask the Alva's family to reconsider the punishment as a victim. What's more, her position does not allow her to do so. She is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Evil and belongs to the same level as Angel in the kingdom's political stance, so the nature of this matter is so serious. Ultimately, Lawerna was only slightly concerned. Why did Angel just look at me with such intense gaze? And who was the girl next to him? Should I go see how he's been doing? Lawerna muttered to herself, but soon, her pupils shrank, as if she realized what she had said. Her cheeks turned slightly redder, and she whispered to someone, as if she was talking to herself. "No, I just want to know if he's repentant. This is my right. He owes me an apology. I don't really care about him. I just want to get this over with." Looking up at the clear sky for a while, Lawerna nodded, and her rosy cheeks turned cold and pale again. "This is a good reason." Lawerna nodded, and her thin, bright red lips gently curled up into a perfect arc, and her whole aura softened a little. In the evening, after saying goodbye to Celine, Angel watched her leave, then ran towards the forest with his arms full of teaching materials. After all, this is a small-scale weight training, and Angel hopes to improve his physical fitness a little bit in this way. Today's harvest was pretty good. Academically, he finally read through the approximately 300-page introductory textbook on elemental magic. Although he had not yet fully understood it, he had a certain degree of understanding of the magic in this world. Angel constructed a corresponding framework in his mind in his own way. Angel plans to postpone the study of contract magic, magical tool engineering, and alchemy. Point 1 is that even if he has learned these two subjects, he cannot use them at present. Contract magic requires contracted monsters, magical tool engineering requires blueprints, and alchemy requires recipes, and he cannot meet any of them. The second reason is that Angel is now eager to become stronger, not only because life in the forest is often accompanied by danger, but also because there are things Angel wants to do. Chapter 13 Props. The fire jade will appear in the forest in the middle to late stages of the first chapter. Monsters will intuitively sense its presence and become restless. Since I live in the forest, I only need to carefully observe the monster's states. Angel was breathing heavily, running towards the camp shirtless, thinking in his mind. Once the curse within Celine is eroded by the fire jade, she will instantly become a living altar to summon Annie. At the same time, the heavenly saint armor within Yahang's body will sense the aura of the evil god and automatically manifest. With the help of Lawerna's extreme cold magic, Yahang was able to break through Annie's fire barrier and kill him, and Selena would also die in the company of the main god she believed in all her life, and Annie must be born into the world, otherwise the subsequent main storyline will be completely deviated from the path. I cannot tolerate this happening. After all, this is my only weapon in this world. His breathing gradually became uneven and Angel's speed slowed down, but even so he still insisted on running. The moon was rising above the branches when he arrived at the camp. He first took a bath in the lake and washed his clothes as well. The trap was checked as usual, and this time only 2 guinea pigs were caught. By the way, in order to avoid appearing in the same place repeatedly and causing the smell to alert the prey, he moved the trap to a new place. While digging the deep pit, Angra was quietly thinking. The moonlight was like water and everything was silent. To defeat the first chapter's boss, Annie, Yang must have a certain degree of bond with Lawerna, otherwise Lawerna will not help him, and the destruction fire jade in Annie's body is a necessary ingredient for Yahang's heavenly saint armor advancement, and only the heavenly saint armor of the hero's bloodline can harm the demon god. In other words, only Yang can stop Annie, so, standing on the hero's position, he will definitely pierce Annie's heart. Although the first incident was a bit off, the next joint exercise between the first and second graders will definitely connect the two. As for why, Angel wiped the sweat from his face, held up the newly made wooden shovel, placed his hands on it, and the cool breeze blew across his cheeks. He stared into the depths of the dark forest in a daze. The joint exercise is a confrontation between freshmen and sophomores, and between juniors and seniors. Its main purpose is to allow freshmen to understand the strength and authority of their seniors. It is also an activity for juniors and seniors to check each other's shortcomings and gain practical experience. Lerna and Yang will be each other's opponents in the joint exercise, and I should also prepare myself. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to be promoted to Class C. It should be about 2 weeks away. After a short rest, Angra continued with his work. My current magic power is too low to master intermediate magic. I remember, the minimum requirement for mastering intermediate magic is a total magic power of 60. Even in the 3rd and 4th grades, there are only a handful of students who can master intermediate magic, and those few who can are the elite among the elite. Recalling the intermediate magic that Lawerna casually cast during the class placement test, Angel smiled bitterly. This is why she is so admired by students. Lawerna is not only of noble status, but also possesses a genius talent in elemental magic. When the moon was already quietly hanging in the middle of the sky, the work was finally finished. Angra lay in the cabin, his hands behind his head, thinking the daily high-intensity training and efforts to survive consumed a lot of his time. All in all, Angel only slept for 4 hours a day. Angel sometimes felt tired, but humans are a very adaptable species. In order to survive, he must keep thinking and keep fighting. He is a being abandoned by this world. If he stops moving forward, Angel doesn't know what he will face, but the ending will probably not be very good. It's time to quickly improve my strength. I remember there's a hidden room in the underground waterway of Arturo Academy. Angel recalled an S-level side quest from his previous life. The haunted sewer chamber, the non-existent workshop 403. Arturo Academy does not prevent students from opening their own magic workshops in various places in the academy in various forms, but the prerequisite is that they must meet certain strict conditions and obtain permission from the academy. Students who are able to own their own workshops are, without exception, the elite among the elites. But this is not the case with workshop number 403, which is well known to everyone. There is no information related to this workshop registered in the college, but to say that this is a workshop opened by students without permission is not entirely true, because as mentioned just now, workshop 403 does not actually exist. It's more like a ghost story, like the 7 incredible stories in the academy. Students get lost in the vast and complex underground waterway of Arturo and then get swallowed up by workshop 403. In fact, this is not a false statement. There was once a group of fourth-year students who were interested in this. On the eve of graduation, they dived into the complex underground waterway to verify whether the information was true. The final result was obvious: they disappeared. This incident caused quite a stir back then. Because one of the missing was the daughter of a marquis, the academy had to send 2 professor-level elemental magic teachers to search and rescue her, but, returned empty-handed, the 2 teachers used the wide area detection magic to conduct a carpet search of all places covered by the waterway. No matter how complicated Arturo's underground waterway was, it was still just a sewer. Logically speaking, with this level of search, they should have been found even if they were hiding in the mud, but those students seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and some people said they just used this opportunity to escape from school, so their families even mobilized political forces to conduct a search throughout the kingdom. However, the matter ultimately came to nothing. After all, disappeared is disappeared. The academy eventually gave up the search and blocked all entrances to the underground waterway, but Angel knew that workshop 403 did exist and those students were indeed devoured. The professor's wide area search magic failed to find them simply because what the missing students encountered was not a ghost workshop, but an immature dungeon larva. Dungeon number 403, SSS level, summoning monsters with talents for spatial concealment and monster spawning. Angel's goal is the reward for completing the game, the heart of dungeon number 403. The next day, Angel placed the textbooks in the library. Celine seemed to have finally gone to class today and did not come to the library yet. He waited for a long time, then placed the dried meat on the table where he usually sat, and then left the library and walked towards the nearest underground waterway entrance. The number 403 dungeon heart is an optional piece of equipment for Yang. After all, its main function is to enhance the wearer's affinity with the contracted monsters and increase the wearer's maximum magic power, but Yang mainly uses various martial arts derived from Tiansheng weapons. However, the above 2 enhancements are not the reasons why Angel must start with it. Chapter 14, Tracking. The ability that Angel values is that the heart of dungeon number 403 can instantly consume all the magic power of the wearer and construct a spatial barrier that does not exist in this world. No matter what kind of existence or ability in the main world, it cannot affect the people or objects within the barrier constructed by the heart of dungeon #403. In other words, this spatial barrier itself is an existence that has been separated from the main world. Although it sounds like a very powerful prop, in fact, this prop is very useless, so useless that it seems like a cursed prop. First of all, if you use it when your magic value is full, the user's magic value will be emptied instantly, and you can only build a space barrier that lasts for about 1 minute at most. Once the time is up, you will become a helpless lamb to be slaughtered because your magic value has been emptied. But if you want to use it to save your life? Sorry, when your magic power is low, the space barrier you construct can only exist for a moment, and it is also useless. Moreover, the space is very narrow, extremely narrow. No matter how much magic power you use, the space barrier it can construct can only accommodate 1 person at most, so there is no possibility of hiding in the barrier with your companions. Walking on the street, many students came and went. Although there were still many people who mocked Angel, it was much better than the initial criticism. He silently condensed flames at his fingertips to practice his magic while slowly walking towards the sparsely populated old campus. I remember that the academy blocked the underground waterway over 100 years ago, so many of the barriers at the waterway entrances are damaged to some extent. Next, you just need to try your luck, find the broken barrier and enter the underground waterway. Angel looked back and found that no one was following him, so he quickly walked into the unmanned development area. But after he left, a silver light flashed faintly from the direction of the library. The reason why Angel dared to challenge this underground city larva that had devoured many students alone was because Workshop 403 was not a place where you could break through by force. If you have to say it, it's more like a maze. Angel once saw a high-level player's analysis of dungeon number 403 on the forum, where this is a living labyrinth that is constantly changing, but it seems that due to insufficient magic energy, or perhaps it was sealed by the great sage Arturo himself, the dungeon was ultimately unable to fully evolve into its adult form. There are no monsters inside this maze, only some traps. The end of the maze is a small altar, on which are placed the rewards for completing the level. While recalling, Angel had found a broken seal barrier. Because it was an old campus, almost no one came here. He looked around again. From the beginning, Angel had a feeling that he was being watched. Angel pondered for a moment, then crawled into the dark underground waterway through the broken part of the barrier. About a minute after his figure disappeared, Lawerna came out from behind the tree next to the building. She frowned and looked at the place where Angel disappeared. Why would he come to such a dangerous place? Isn't this place blocked by the academy? Lawerna turned around with an indifferent expression and was about to leave, but after walking a few steps, she stopped, turned back with a worried look on her face, and walked quickly towards the seal. But Angel came out from the broken seal again at some point. He stood in front of the seal and looked at Lawerna expressionlessly. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time. She looked away until Lawerna's pretty face turned slightly red. The breeze blew, and Angel rubbed his brows. He sighed and said, "Ms. Lawerna, why are you following me?" Lawerna pursed her lips, looked at the big tree beside her, and said in a cold voice, "Don't be so self-indulgent, I just came here to do something." Angel looked at her, nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Since the other party had something to do, he would not ask for details. After all, everyone has privacy, and Angel has never been a man who likes to cross the line. But seeing him preparing to leave, Lawerna's tone actually became a little hurried. Where are you going?" Angel frowned. He didn't stop and didn't answer. He had no need and didn't want to have any contact with Lawerna. What's more, even if the next journey was not too dangerous, Angel was unwilling to let others accompany him on the adventure. Lawerna looked at Angel's back, and a hint of grievance appeared on her face, which had always been calm and unperturbed by the world. She was obviously just a little worried about him. Yes, just a little. Of course, this was not some romantic emotion. She thought it was just her care for the Duke's legitimate son. What's more, he still owes her an apology. Why should he treat her like this? Lawerna knew very well how weak Angel was. Everyone knew about what happened in Class D, and she had also heard about what happened in Workshop 403. Now, the weak Angel is heading towards the dangerous underground waterway, and this is what she sees. So Lawerna Abel certainly couldn't let Angel go to such a dangerous place alone, which would be tantamount to suicide. Although she didn't want to meddle in other people's business, since she had seen it, if she did nothing, it would ruin her mood. Lawerna convinced herself with this reason and quickly caught up with the man. Hearing her footsteps, Angel sighed in an almost inaudible voice, but Lawerna, who was standing next to him, heard it clearly. Does he hate me so much? Lawerna thought to herself. She pursed her lips but said nothing stubbornly, just followed Angel. But Angel didn't even look at her. He just stared straight ahead and asked calmly again, "Ms. Lawerna, why are you following me?" Lawerna didn't answer him. She stopped and said in a cold voice, "Angel, the underground waterway has been blocked. It's very dangerous." Angel turned around and looked directly at Lawerna with his emerald green eyes, which contained a sense of indifference and alienation that made her feel a little uncomfortable. He seemed a little puzzled. "Even though I did all those things to you, you are still worried about me?" Hearing Angel's words, Lawerna's expression froze instantly. She remained silent, and then her tone became cold. He snorted coldly, "I'm just stating the facts. If you disappear, it will cause trouble for many people." Angel thought about it seriously, then took a step back to distance himself from Lawerna. He nodded. "Really? Then I will be careful. Thank you. Class has started, you should go back." After saying that, he turned and left. Luna, the conversation, "Is this the end?" She stood there in a daze, watching Angel dive into the underground sewer again. After a long time, she looked up at the sky in a daze. The beautiful pink-haired girl sitting next to Angel that she saw yesterday appeared in Lawerna's mind again. Looking back at the underground waterway where he disappeared, Lawerna felt a little empty in her heart for some reason. She turned and left. Chapter 15 helped the underground waterway was cleaner than he had imagined. It was more like a huge and complex pipe system built underground than a sewer. The gurgling muddy water flowed along the waterway, and on both sides of the waterway were curbstones that were barely wide enough for one person to walk on. A faint fire magic lit up an angel's palm to provide him with lighting. He walked cautiously along the wall, being extremely careful not to touch the underground sewage. It's not that I'm worried about hygiene, but there's something wrong with the water here. Or perhaps there's a very ominous magic circle in this underground sewage. Why is Workshop 403 so hard to find? Why did the two professors' carpet search fail to find the underground city larva hidden under Arturo College? In addition to the spatial concealment effect of dungeon number 403 itself, this underground waterway was once set up with a top-level giant semi-permanent magic circle of unknown significance by an unknown great being. A supergiant magic circle of this magnitude can even create an imperial fortress that will never be destroyed. In fact, the maze-like waterway structure itself is the texture of the magic circle that occupies the entire underground of the Academy. This legendary magic circle has only one effect: once you come into contact with the water in the underground waterway, your luck attribute will continue to decrease without the person being aware of it. It will not return to normal until the attribute is about to reach 0. Another small effect of the magic circle is that it will force the target to be unable to be selected, and it is permanent, and that target is naturally dungeon larva #403. This means that once Angel comes into contact with the sewage in the underground waterway, he will forever lose the possibility of finding the larva of this underground city. It was clearly such a huge, engineered magic circle, but the final effect looked as childish as a prank. But what's interesting is that if your luck attribute drops to 0 and you haven't been killed by an inexplicable meteorite, or haven't lost your life due to various misfortunes, and you survive until your luck value returns to normal, you will get a very interesting title of the Uncrowned Lucky Son. After wearing this title, well, you will be able to pick up at least one copper coin on the street every day, and the luck of the people around you will also get better. Of course, even in the game, the above information is known by only a very small number of players. Back then, Angel got stuck on this side quest many times and had to roll back. He searched for a guide on the forum all night and posted a reward before a big shot came to answer his questions. Angel vaguely remembered that the provider of the guide was a fan who was even more fanatical than he was. Angel also sent an email to that person to discuss the content of the game, and the other party was a very easygoing person. That person's ID is a dying sea slug. That ID seems weird no matter how I think about it. He had no intention of giving up the uncrowned title of the Lucky Son. After all, he was really short of money, but this will have to wait until Angel completes the dungeon and obtains the dungeon heart number 403 before he will take the initiative to touch the sewage. Anyway, I don't know if this is good news or not. My luck is only a pitiful 1 point to begin with. There's no room for it to go down. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he reached the corner of the waterway, he walked very carefully. He had not been touched by the water yet, but there would be a small slope at the next corner and the water would become more turbulent. He had to be extra careful here. Angel's knowledge of all the maps and structures of the Academy that he had memorized was not just talk. Resist the aura. A repulsive force surged out from his body. This was the elementary attributeless magic that Angel had just learned and mastered in the past few days. By wrapping his whole body with magic power to resist a certain degree of external influence, he quickly crossed the corner, and the splashing water droplets were blocked outside by his magic power. Angel put away his magic and continued walking deeper. I remember the third drain outlet at the next intersection is where the mechanism is located. After walking for a long time, even the fire magic that Angel used to maintain the confrontation was almost extinguished. He shook his head and was not worried about excessive consumption of magic power. After all, there were no monsters here. As long as he knew the way, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. At worst, he could stop here to restore his magic power, and then it would not be too late to set off again. In addition, the underground is not completely dark. Even without lighting, there is some fluorescent moss on the walls. In fact, Angel never wastes time and is always looking for opportunities to exercise his magic power at any cost. Until now, Angel had not touched any water stains, and all the prerequisites for passing the level were met. He walked to the unremarkable mechanism. Taking a deep breath, Angel said expressionlessly to the wall covered with fluorescent moss, "The great sage Arturo is unrivaled in the world, with unparalleled beauty, astonishing talent, and the loveliest of all." Then, something very strange happened. A girlish giggle suddenly emanated from the dark drain outlet, followed by a huge vibration that made him unsteady on his feet. A wooden door that looked very pink appeared in front of him. Yes, there are two cute white cats painted on the pink door, which is very girly. Angel, he forced himself to ignore these very suspicious complaints. Just as he was about to push the door open and enter to quickly clear the level and get the reward, he heard a cry of surprise from behind him. Angel, be careful. In the darkness, a strong airflow blew in from the other side of the door, and the pink wooden door was pushed open from the other side. Angel was caught off guard by this unexpected situation and staggered in an instant by the strong wind. Just as he was about to fall backward into the sewage, a chill emerged from behind him. Bing ning. The sewage behind him instantly solidified into ice, but Angel knew that even that wouldn't work. Touching the waterway in any way would cause him to lose the qualification to enter underground city number 403 forever. This magic circle has set the rules to an almost harsh level, but this is not enough. So, at the very end, at the critical moment, he looked back at Lawerna, who was not far from him. The magic of ice surged in the white-haired girl, and she saw Angel's eyes. Those eyes were still calm and steady, and Angel still didn't give up. The halo of resistance suddenly pushed behind him, slowing down his tendency to fall to the ground and even bounced him into the air. But this was not enough. Although his speed slowed down, the trend did not change. Moreover, there was still a strong gale blowing towards him from the gate. So, he looked at Lawerna. Chapter 16 Accident. Somehow, just by looking at each other, Lawerna instinctively understood what Angel meant. Another surge of magic power, comparable to that of a royal magician, erupted within Lawerna. Holy magic! The golden sun and moon alternate. The high-level time array engraved by the Abel family in Lawerna's body instantly emerged and was contained within her body, and all the phenomena in her eyes became slow. Without wasting any time, she knew very well the price of using the sacred magic power. The magic power in her body was disappearing at a geometric rate. At the last moment, Lawerna just pushed her hand into the air, looking strange. Then, her expression became solemn, sacred, and dignified. Holy magic! The sky freezes and changes. The moment she finished speaking, Lawerna disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in the frozen waterway behind Angel like a flash. She stepped on the ice, and the hand that she had just raised to push into the air happened to fall on the back of Angel, who was about to fall. All the responses happened in just one eye contact. Lawerna perfectly understood Angel's meaning and completely resolved Angel's crisis. I've been watching all this time, and for some reason, you can't touch this water, right? Lawerna's cold voice sounded behind him. Angel didn't say anything, but just closed the wooden door leading to dungeon number 403 against the strong wind. Then he sighed and turned to look at the white-haired girl who was already standing on the ice. Lawerna simply looked at him indifferently, her golden eyes sparkling in the darkness. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Lawerna raised her chin with an indifferent expression. Don't you have anything to tell me, Angel? Angel made way for Lawerna and she walked out of the frozen water. Thank you, Miss Lawerna. If it weren't for you, the unexpected situation that just happened would have completely disrupted my plans. Angel did not hesitate but expressed his gratitude very seriously. Although he really didn't know why Lawerna had to follow him here, anyway, Lawerna's help had already happened and he didn't intend to escape. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, the white-haired girl pursed her lips. The corners of her lips seemed to curl up slightly, but she quickly snorted coldly. So I just said outside that you would cause trouble for others. What is going on? Angel thought for a moment, then pointed to the pink wooden door in front of him. First, Miss Lawerna, can you see this door? Lawerna shook her head. It was okay just now, but not now. The field was quiet. Angel stared at Lawerna quietly, as if he was thinking about something serious. After a moment, he sighed. Ms. Lawerna, you may die in the next few days. Lawerna, after Angel explained about the underground workshop number 403, Lawerna frowned and looked at him. You mean I'm cursed? Angel shook his head. This is more like a test. Although it's unclear who set up the magic circle, it's clear his intention wasn't to kill. Lawerna looked at him and said calmly, but according to what you said, won't I die because of misfortune? Angel thought for a moment and looked at her calmly. Your luck is almost destined to last for 3 days and 3 nights, so we still have time. Lawerna's expression remained indifferent. So what are you going to do? Angel looked at the wooden door behind him. If he pushed it open and went in, he could clear the dungeon in a very short time. However, he looked back at the girl with silver hair and golden eyes and sighed. Come on, I'll take you out. As he said that, he turned around and walked cautiously in front of Lawerna, being careful of the sewage in the waterway as he moved forward. However, Lawerna grabbed the tail of Angel's clothes from behind. Angel turned around to look at her, and Lawerna said calmly, since there is still time, then finish what you need to do, Angel. It is you who is causing trouble for others, not me. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Angel understood the calmness in her eyes and the pride of being a noble. Without saying anything, he walked back and took Lawerna's hand. Lawerna's pupils shrank slightly, but she heard Angel walking in front of her, his voice steady. "You can't see the door. You can only enter workshop 403 if I pull you along. And you can't get lost inside, or you'll end up dead. Lawerna, follow me closely." He stopped and looked back at Lawerna, his emerald green eyes devoid of any unnecessary emotion. "Let's end this quickly and resolve your issue." Pushing open the pink wooden door, nothing unexpected happened this time. The maze was very dark. A faint fire lit up in Angel's palm, and the light hit his profile. Lawerna looked at him in a daze for a moment. The rebuke she wanted to say was stuck in her throat. She looked at the man walking in front of her and leading the way. Although he was obviously weak, a sense of security inexplicably filled her whole body. I don't know when, the disgust I felt for him disappeared, replaced by curiosity and confusion. How on earth did he become like a completely different person in such a short time, or is this his true nature? Lawerna shook her head. Angel's hands were large and rough. What had he been through during the time he'd been forced out of the dormitory as punishment? It must have been tough, no matter what. "Angel, why did you do that to me after the graduation party at school?" The two walked in the dim darkness, and Angel turned left and right with ease, but the strength in his hands remained the same. As if to break the silence, Lawerna asked casually. Angra did not stop, nor did he look back, but just walked at the same pace as if at the same frequency. "Because I liked you back then, I did something wrong. I wasn't mature enough back then, so I owe you an apology." His tone was calm. "So, I'm sorry about what happened back then, Miss Lawerna. And for your help this time, if I have the chance in the future, I will compensate you." After turning a corner, Lawerna followed closely with her head down. In the darkness, her golden eyes shone brighter and brighter, because her magic power was unconsciously revealed due to the rapid blood flow. As if she was suppressing something, her voice trembled a little. "Just, liked it?" Ignoring her question, Angel suddenly stopped. Lawerna looked at his back and was about to say something when she heard Angel lower his voice. He pulled Lawerna to hide in the corner, extinguished the magic in his hand, and frowned and said, "There's a problem ahead." The conversation was forced to stop, and the cute girlish expression on Lawerna's face disappeared. She followed Angel's gaze and saw a group of wandering, undead squad. Lawerna was inexplicably angry. Chapter 17 Cause and Effect. The team was led by a blonde girl with a half-rotten face. She was holding a wooden staff and leading 4 undead. They stood on a square platform covering an area of about 40 square meters and wandered around aimlessly. There are 4 forks on each side of the platform, and the undead are guarding the altar in the center, on which is placed the heart of the dungeon. #403. They were all wearing black school uniforms similar to those of Angra and his classmates. The uniforms were tattered and seemed to have been there for a long time. Angel was lost in thought, but Lawerna frowned. She regained her composure and remained reliable. "Mr. Angel, those undead are wearing school uniforms from over 100 years ago. The story of Workshop 403 is well known to everyone." Angel understood what Lawerna meant. She suspected that this was the group of students who were lost that year, but in the side quest that Angel was familiar with, there were no monsters in dungeon number 403, let alone this kind of mid-level undead monster. The undead apparently, the mysterious butterfly flapped its wings again from somewhere, and this time even this hidden mission buried deep underground was affected. Lawerna pursed her lips, looking slightly disappointed. She whispered, "Angel, I just used 2 holy magics in succession. I don't have much magic left in my body, and I don't know light magic, so." Angel nodded. He was not surprised. It was common knowledge that undead monsters had to be dealt with light magic or holy magic. Moreover, Lawerna had become like this just to help him. He would not blame her anymore. However, there are naturally other ways to kill undead monsters besides holy magic and light magic. Coincidentally, Angra happened to know. He held Lawerna's hand a little harder and said in a steady tone, "Lawerna, how many times can you use low-level elemental magic now?" Her golden eyes flickered slightly, and after closing her eyes and sensing, she said, 4 times at most." 4 times? How long can the ice magic you're currently casting outside your body last in its physical form? Well, right now, about 10 minutes. What's the distance? If the straight line distance exceeds 50 meters, the magic sense will be lost. Angel nodded and said while thinking, "That's enough. Next, do as I say. We should be able to catch them all in one fell swoop." Looking at Angel, who remained calm, his emerald green eyes still bewitching and peaceful, Lawerna lowered her head and nodded, her snow-white hair falling from her ears. She whispered, "I'll do whatever you say." Principal's office. An old man with a thick beard was sitting behind his desk, looking angrily at the gloomy middle-aged man standing there as punishment. "Trilla, don't you have anything to say to me?" Although the man's face didn't look like a good person, his eyes were extremely clear. He raised his chin with a look of disdain. "Anyway, you've already punished me and scolded me. I don't believe you, Mr. Deng, can still fire me." Beside him, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wiped the sweat off his face and whispered, "Professor Trilla, didn't we just agree to come and apologize to the principal?" Trilla groaned and hugged her chest. "Yang, you don't understand. This is called reasonable resistance. Only in this way will Principal Lao Deng respect us faculty and staff more." Yang held his forehead with his hand, his face full of pain. Then he took 2 steps forward and bowed to the principal, his tone sincere. "I'm sorry for what happened a few days ago, Mr. Principal. Professor Trilla was trying to help me master the Heavenly Saint armament, so I didn't pay attention to the class time. Please forgive us once." After a long silence, the boy's sincerity finally moved the old principal. He sighed and was about to say something soft to put the matter behind him, but he heard Trilla's proud voice ringing in his ears again. "Look, Yang, what did I say? This old Deng is like this. He really wants to forgive me but is embarrassed. He gets more and more arrogant as he gets older. Headmaster, Yang, get out of here." The violent highest level thunder magic, heavenly punishment, instantly bombarded Trilla, and Yang was swept away with him. "Go reseal all the underground waterways. You won't get a single cent of your salary until you're done." The old man's angry voice resounded through the sky. In an abandoned garden, Professor Trilla was sleeping soundly. Yang sighed. The work of repairing the magic circle was not difficult. After all, the predecessors had already constructed the magic framework. He just needed to draw the magic sketch slowly like painting. "Teacher Trilla, why is the Academy's underground waterway sealed?" Yang asked casually while steadily outputting magic power. Trilla half opened her eyes. "Of course, it's to prevent students from entering." Yang said, "Oh," but without Trilla's help, the work progress was very slow. Trilla smiled, as if to compensate Yang for his voluntary help, and said casually, "But in fact, the seal has other uses." Yang nodded in agreement. "I knew it, such a huge project must have other purposes." Trilla shook his head and said cheerfully, "The true name of this formation is Absolute Sanctuary. There are only 2 places in the world where it exists. The other one is located in the Holy Emperor's capital." Yang was shocked. The Holy Emperor has the same style? This formation sounds very powerful." Trilla sat up on the grass and said, "That's not as impressive as it sounds. The seal of this underground waterway is composed of 9,981 small magic circles that together form a high-level large magic circle, the Absolute Sanctuary. In addition to purifying the water source, it can also completely prevent the creation and access of all monsters, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of monsters appearing on campus." Yahang's face froze. "Teacher, now that the magic circle is broken, does that mean the sewers are full of monsters?" Trilla patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, even if monsters are to be created, there are prerequisites. There's not much magic in the underground waterway. Unless it's an undead with a natural body, it's impossible for other monsters to be created." Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and was about to continue repairing the magic circle when Trilla put her arm around his shoulders and walked towards the commercial street without any teacher's airs. All right, when will this work end? I'll treat you to some snacks. I heard there's a new bakery that opened recently. Let's go try some salty and savory food." "Teacher, what about the seal?" "Oh, don't worry, I'll come after dinner. Just study hard. It's too stupid for you to be ordered around by Lao Deng at your age. Then, don't forget to repair the seal, just in case." "Yang, you're good in every way except that you love to worry about things. How could there be so many what-ifs? Who would have nothing better to do than crawl into a sewer? Even if someone got in, who would encounter the kind of undead that takes 100 years to advance from a corpse? Even if you encounter it, who would be trapped in a maze-like situation and unable to escape?" "Ha, teacher, I can't argue with you, but please take your work seriously, alas." "Ha ha ha ha, alright, let's go. It's about 3 o'clock. Let's have some tea first." Chapter 18 Get. Although he didn't know why the undead appeared in the underground maze, Angel still calmly prepared a response plan. In his previous life, he had also been in a situation where he had to use light magic but had never learned it. As the saying goes, Final Fantasy is truly an epic masterpiece. Even in this seemingly code-restricted situation, this world still leaves players with a way out of physics. Yes, it sounds ironic, but as long as you are familiar with physics, you can still use science to overcome the inherent properties of magic in this magical world. The only good news at the scene was that the platform where the undead were located was not large. The 4 forks in the road could lead to the final altar, which meant that the undead guarding the altar needed to withstand attacks from 4 directions at the same time. The method Angre used was very simple, prism focusing. Relying on his advantage of being familiar with the map, he first took Lawerna along the shortest route, and used ice magic to set up huge thin ice prisms at every fork in the road leading to the platform. Fortunately, she was very efficient in communicating the magic power of ice magic, so it didn't take much effort at all. Then, Angel left 4 fire seeds behind the prism. At his signal, the fire seeds ignited at the same time, and all the light gathered together through the 4 ice prisms under Angel's command and Lawerna's fine-tuning. The dazzling light even surpassed the lethality of low-level light magic, causing blazing white flames to ignite on the undead. He and Lawerna hid in the distance, and the undead had no target to attack, so they finally started biting each other. However, the blonde, half-rotten undead in the lead seemed to have the tendency to evolve into a lich. She raised the staff in her hand, and a faint magical reaction was born in the staff. Dark water magic. Angel's eyes focused, and a green wind blade condensed in his palm, shooting out in an instant. Although they were clearly 100 meters apart, the wind blade cut off the wooden staff in her hand as accurately as a lock. Without a medium, the magic could only dissipate in the hands of the half-lich. Lawerna looked at him in surprise. Although Angel's total magic power was still weak, even she could not achieve such a level of fine magic control. On the other side, the undead, who had no wisdom and lost all ability to resist, were eventually burned to ashes. The 100 years of time underground froze at this moment, and they were finally able to rest in peace. With her magic power exhausted, Lawerna collapsed exhaustedly in Angel's arms. She struggled a little embarrassedly, but the feeling of running out of magic power was obviously not pleasant. She whimpered, and even as strong as she was, she could only close her eyes and lie in Angel's arms, trying hard to relieve the nausea and dizziness. Angel helped her stand up, thought for a moment, half squatted down, turned around, lifted Lawerna's white and delicate legs and carried her on his back. Lawerna screamed, not caring about her tired brain, and resisted hard. Angel, Angel. You. Angel's voice was calm and even, without any ripples. He simply said, it's very dangerous here. We need to get out as soon as possible, so please bear with it for a moment. Lawerna was defeated by his argument, but no matter what, her ladylike modesty prevented her from completely lying her upper body on Angel's back. Even though she was very tired, she forced herself to sit upright, taking deep breaths while calming her heart, which was beating faster for some unknown reason. But, from beginning to end, Angre was very quiet. He just moved forward step by step towards his goal with determination. Nothing dangerous happened afterwards. Angel got a small colorless round gem on the altar. It was filled with a faint magical power. Presumably, the undead who lost their way in the maze were also attracted by the magical fluctuations it emitted. Carrying Lawerna out of the dungeon, Angel walked in the underground waterway leading to the outside world. The two were silent for a long time. At some point, Lawerna slowly laid her soft body on Angel's back. She gently placed her cheek on his shoulder and rubbed it. Lawerna said softly, Angel, do you have any difficulties? The brown-haired boy walked out with firm steps, his voice calm. Difficulties? The silver-haired girl hummed. You don't seem like someone who would do that to me. In fact, if you meant that, I wouldn't be able to resist you right now. So, was there someone threatening you back then? Or do you have some reason that warrants my dislike for you? Angel said calmly, don't think too much about it. What's done is done. Although it's not appropriate for me to say it myself, even if the mistakes are corrected, it doesn't mean that the mistakes made in the past can be ignored, Miss Lawerna. Listening to his distant words, Lawerna pursed her lips, and her hand on Angel's shoulder slowly tightened, and her voice became louder. Angel, didn't you like me? Then why? Angel interrupted her, Ms. Lawerna, I used to like you, but now I don't have those thoughts that cross the line with you. I was not mature enough back then, and I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Lawerna was silent for a long time. Then she forced herself to stand up on Angel's back, and a barely perceptible lonely smile appeared on her beautiful face like the moonlight. Really? I forgive you, Angel Kuan. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Lawerna. The physical training of these days finally paid off for Angel. He was only slightly tired after carrying Lawerna all the way. When he was about to leave the underground waterway, Angel turned around and looked at the darkness that seemed to want to devour people. He thought for a while, then touched the water in the underground waterway with his feet. Then, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Frowny face SSS level emergency. The trial of the great sage Arturo has begun. About a second later, another pop-up window popped up in front of him. Frowny face completed the test of the great sage Arturo. Time, 1s. The great sage Arturo's evaluation of you is, there really are people in this world with a luck value of only 1. Damn, obtained, Arturo's curiosity, title, uncrowned son of fortune, equipment title. Equipped, effect, you will pick up at least 1 copper coin every day, continuously influencing the luck of those around you. After walking out of the underground waterway, Angel put Lawerna down. The girl seemed a little depressed. Angel didn't know what was wrong with her and had no intention of delving into it. He knows that not everyone is willing to talk to others when they are feeling down. Chapter 19 Progress. Angel thought for a moment and said, Ms. Lawerna, can you walk by yourself? Lawerna glanced at him, then sighed and said softly, well, that's fine. Angel nodded. Although it was possible to continue carrying her, they were already outside. Although Lawerna didn't say anything, as the daughter of the evil family, she had to always pay attention to the eyes of outsiders. Angel would not cause her trouble in such a place. He has always been careful. He found a bench and helped Lawerna sit over there. The breeze blew through his hair. Angel sat next to Lawerna. Now that the exploration has concluded, let's discuss the curse. Lawerna closed her eyes and nodded. Go ahead, I'm listening. Angel looked at her seriously and said, for the next 3 days, Ms. Lawerna, please come to the library every day. It doesn't matter how long you stay, but you must come. Lawerna frowned and opened her eyes, her golden pupils full of confusion. Library? Why? Angel pondered for a moment. He couldn't explain the purpose of the title to her. Besides allowing him to pick up money every day, the uncrowned son of fortune also grants a good luck buff to nearby friendly units, additional luck +1. This 1 point of luck is different from the basic luck value. It is similar to the additional points of equipment, and the accumulation basis is Angel, a completely different individual, so it will not be reset to 0 by Arturo's test. As long as the luck value is not 0, people will not fall into absolute misfortune. Take Angel's attributes as an example. Although his luck value is 1, he is not so unlucky as to encounter meteorite incidents every day. With the 1 point of luck added by this title Halo, Lawerna's risk of death will be greatly reduced, but the problem is, how to explain it to Lawerna. After pondering for a long time, Angel raised his head and looked into those dark golden eyes. His tone was calm, yet it sounded sincere and touching. Just because I want to see you, isn't that a good reason? He really couldn't think of any other excuse. After all, Lawerna must hate him very much now because he had done that kind of thing to her before. Even if Lawerna turned against him at this moment, Angel could only accept it. Luna? After hearing these words, Kaluna quickly looked away. A lovely blush quickly appeared on her fair face, and her bright golden eyes flickered again, like a light bulb with unstable power supply, which was a sign of the accelerated flow of magic power. Okay, I get it, so stop looking at me like that. I'll go, Angel-kun. At the end, her usually steady tone actually rose uncontrollably. Angel frowned as he looked at Lawerna, whose face was flushed. Could it be that the decrease in luck would affect the body's functions? If he got a fever because of something like this, the next few days full of uncertainties might be even more difficult to endure. But when he thought about how Lawerna became like this because of him, Angel felt a little guilty. He sighed and stood up. I will do my best to make it up to you in the next few days, Miss Lawerna. Luna! Don't say that again, Tonic. Angel. At the same time, outside a newly opened open-air snack shop on the commercial street, Trilla laughed heartily, and her hearty laughter attracted the attention of many students around her. Yang held his forehead helplessly. Teacher, please keep your voice down, everyone is watching. Trilla stuffed the donut in her hand into her mouth and said cheerfully, what happened next? What happened between you and your little girlfriend? Yang scratched his face, a little embarrassed. Teacher, what are you talking about? Uni is my childhood sweetheart, and we are not that kind of relationship. Trilla nodded in agreement. Not really, I understand everything, this is youth. Yang sighed and smiled. Later, we were involved in the village massacre and sacrifice incident. The demon god cult kidnapped her and me. In order to save Uni, I felt the call of my bloodline when I was about to die. By the time I reacted, the demon god cult branch had been destroyed. After a moment of silence, Trilla also shook her head. I heard from the Kingdom Knights that you were struck by Apophis' bloody curse? Doesn't it hurt? Yang closed his eyes, his golden hair swaying in the breeze. The wave of pain that had almost drowned him came back with memories: acupuncture, slow slicing, quartering, disembowelment, gouging out eyes. How can it not hurt? Apophis feeds on pain, so the curse will not kill people. Instead, it will heal the injuries of the cursed people in order to allow them to stay awake to the greatest extent possible while feeling extreme pain. At first the villagers were wailing desperately, then they became silent, and then they began to laugh wildly and praise Apophis. Finally, they died. Yang opened his clear blue eyes and stared at the sky for a while. He shook his head. I just hate why the pain can't be less severe, so that I can stimulate the power in my blood faster. That way, maybe those villagers wouldn't have to die, and Uni wouldn't have to suffer that kind of pain and have to stay in the hospital for treatment. Tryla was silent for a long time and sighed. Yang, don't you regret burning 5 years of your life for a stranger? Yang smiled brightly. Regret? Teacher, what are you talking about? Isn't this what I should do? Tryla took a bite of the donut and exclaimed, you really are born strong. Yang also took a bite of the cake in front of him, then looked up at the sky in a daze again, without saying a word for a long time. Oh, by the way, teacher, remember to go to work after eating. We can't put off repairing the magic circle any longer. I don't want to work, I'll help you, sensei. Please cheer up. Oh, after saying goodbye to Lawerna, Angel returned to the library. Celine was still not there, so he took out the dried meat and took a bite, then casually picked up the heart of dungeon number 403 in his hand and played with it. The colorless round gem reflected a beautiful halo in the sunlight. With a flick of his finger, an interface appeared in Angel's sight. #403 Dungeon Heart. SSS level accessories. Use 1. Synthetic material. One of the conditions for unlocking the UNS skill. Purpose 2. Equipment effects are as follows. Active skill. Instantly and unconditionally consumes all the user's magic power, creating the number 403 alien space. All units in the alien space cannot be selected by any existence in the main world. Passive skills. Magic +5, skill +5, force +5. The results of several days of training are as follows. Magic +2, force +3, agility +6, skill +9. Skills acquired. Resistance aura. Angel breathed a sigh of relief. With this key equipment in hand, at least he had the ability to intervene in the next events. Although Angel still does not intend to change the main story, fate is sometimes not so rigid. Let's start getting ready. He tilted his head and looked out the window calmly, then put away Dungeon Heart number 403. Name, Angel Race, Human Magic, 22 +5, E, Force, 16 +5, E, Charm, 93, S+, UNS unlock. Prerequisites have been met, ? Agility, 24, E, Skills, 19 +5, E, Luck, 1. Magical Possession, Primary Fire Magic LV.3, 300/89, Primary Wind Blade LV.3, 300/64, Resistance Aura LV.2, 100/20, Martial Arts Skills, Boxing LV.4, 1000/5663, Alchemy Related, None. Crafting Skills, Fishing Level 3, 50/1, Carpentry Level 3, 50/12, Gathering Level 3, 30/18, Hunting Level 3, 50/19, Cooking Level 4, 50/12. Chapter 20 Contract. Simply swipe to close the panel. The recent efforts have not been in vain. Although Angel's qualifications are very poor, his abilities have improved after studying day and night and working hard to survive. Finally, the so-called UNS unlocking condition that he had deliberately ignored emerged in his mind, and Angel sighed. Unique skill. Again, when one's personal stats surpass the limits of humankind and officially reach the demigod level, the prerequisites for possessing UNS are unlocked. But even the charisma of the succubus lord can't exceed 90. What's wrong with me? Angel sighed. In fact, in his previous life, he was fully aware of almost all the unlocking conditions of UNS. His favorite thing in the forum was to watch various big guys share their unique skills. There were even people who made a unique skill list for the big guys. It is worth mentioning that Angel also got a good ranking in the list in his previous life, but no matter who controls Yang, or what value he uses to break through 90 and obtain unique skills, Angel has never seen a charm value that exceeds the demigod level, not to mention the UNS it unlocks. Angel had never heard of anyone in the world who had unlocked UNS in the direction of charm, because there was an absolute rule in Final Fantasy: the natural charm value could never exceed 90. This is the general consensus among Final Fantasy players. A big unpacker once published all the values of Final Fantasy. There is no upper limit for any other value. Although it is difficult, it can be honed to above 90. However, the charm value is locked at 89 and cannot be changed even with a modifier. So when he saw Angel's numbers for the first time, he was shocked for a long time. In order to numb himself, he even pretended not to see the words behind the panel for a long time. The prerequisites for unlocking UNS have been met. After all, Angel, The villain who was killed off 3 minutes into the story in the official history is actually an existence that has broken through the underlying logic of this world. And, even though my charm has surpassed 90, it doesn't provide me with any help at all. The rumors around him, Lorena's attitude that made him feel suspicious, the professor's disgust towards him, etc., these did not change at all because of his good looks. He still lived a hard life, even to the point where he would not be able to survive if he relaxed. Angel couldn't sleep well every day in the forest. Although there were not many monsters wandering around because it was outside the academy, it didn't mean that the monsters would completely disappear. During the time that Angel camped, he was attacked by small monsters at night no less than 10 times. Perhaps, Celine is the only one who will talk to me seriously. Angel shook his head, and the pink-haired girl appeared in his mind again. He turned a page of the book in his hand and stopped thinking about trivial matters. He had no idea about Unza's affairs now. Although the dungeon heart number 403 in his hand was one of the so-called unlocking media, he really didn't know where to start with the rest of the things. Since that was the case, he didn't think about it anymore and just waited until the bridge came. Aim at what you can see and keep your feet on the ground. This is the path that Angra wants to take. Keep studying, time is running out. Angel's expression calmed down again, his eerie emerald green eyes fixed on the book he had just borrowed. Interesting stories of contract magic, Encyclopedia of Contract Magical Mediums, and Top Secret. Horrifying summonings in history. His thoughts sank, a flame ignited in his palm, and he began to practice magic while reading. The joint exercise at Arturo College will begin in 3 days. Speaking of which, Yang should be entering Uni's storyline. Turning the page, Angra muttered to himself. Grade 1, Class A, back row, window seat. Yang stretched. The contract magic course was too boring for him. Even he, who was always serious, couldn't help but get distracted. It's the weekend after today, so I should go see Uni. I wonder how she's recovering. Yang sighed, his bright blue eyes filled with longing and worry. His childhood sweetheart had suffered tremendous pain in that cult incident, and her mental state had not yet stabilized. She should have gone to Arturo College with Yang to study, but now she could only stay in the sanatorium. Therefore, casters of contract magic must carefully choose their contract partners to avoid backlash. I would like to remind you that countless self-proclaimed geniuses have ultimately become mere appendages of their contracts due to poor choices of contract partners. A female teacher on the stage was speaking. In the audience, a short girl with big golden curly hair raised her hand and said in a clear and energetic voice, "Teacher, what is the wrong contract partner?" The female teacher nodded and said calmly, "Princess Anya, you raise a very good question." Turning around, the female teacher's bat familiar held a piece of chalk in its mouth and wrote on the blackboard, God, demon, human. Anything connected to these 3 concepts is absolutely prohibited from entering into the contract. Princess Anya asked doubtfully, "But teacher, aren't monsters one of the well-known types of contracts?" The female teacher smiled and said, "Although people call them monsters, in fact, these creatures are basically mutations of ordinary animals. The so-called demon refers to species and beings that have been contaminated by the magic power of the demons. We will refer to them as demons here." The teacher scanned the classroom and said seriously, "The vast majority of demons live in the spatial rifts outside the human world and in the barren demon world. Although brave warriors sealed away the strongest among them, the Demon King, even today, the demons still covet the human world." Anya nodded. She had read this knowledge in the royal library, but then she turned curious and asked, "Teacher, has anyone really tried to make a contract with a god?" The female teacher was silent for a long time before nodding. For thousands of years, when the 3 great gods failed to show any signs of miracles, some people began to set their sights on the demon god. There was once a so-called demon god cult that found a way to communicate with those strange beings, and hundreds of years ago, they attempted to summon 72 demon gods to the world. Ania frowned, then, the female teacher shook her head. Unfortunately, at that time, a magician named Arturo left the mountains and began traveling around the world. The students exclaimed, "Great sage Arturo!" The female teacher nodded. The great sage Arturo followed in the footsteps of the demon god cult. Every time they summoned a demon god, she slew it until none of the 72 pillars of existence dared to respond to the demon god cult's call again. Ania's eyes were full of stars. She admired him and said, "The great sage Arturo is so powerful. He can even kill gods," but the female teacher looked a little lonely. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything in the end. After all, Arturo's ending was not a happy one. P.S. Let me tell you about the rules for adding chapters. For every 300 donations, 1 chapter will be added. For every 30 yuan gift, one chapter will be added. Although it seems like a lot to generate electricity for love, there are actually some people who read this book. If everyone spends 15 seconds to support Bang Bang, Bang Bang can eat fresh instant noodles. Plus, we guarantee 3 chapters every day, so you don't have to keep the book up. If you like this book, help Bang Bang cultivate it and recommend it on Shu Wang. Love you guys. Chapter 21 Review. Angra closed the book and looked out the window at the darkening sky. Still not here. After putting away the dried meat on the table, he slowly packed up the teaching materials and books he wanted to take away and walked out of the library. The brilliant sunset lit up the whole world, and students were hurrying back and forth, talking and laughing. As he walked out of the door, a shining silver coin was lying on the ground. As if waving at him, Angel raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the uncrowned son of fortune to show his strength so quickly. He bent down to pick up the silver coin, calculated what he needed recently, and walked towards the commercial street of the campus. Passers-by criticized him less. After all, it had been more than a week since the start of school, and he himself was not a high-profile person. In addition, only the second graders had a bad impression of him. As for the third, fourth, and first graders, they basically just believed the rumors under the condition that he himself does not take any action. The bad impression of him among the people in the academy will surely fade away soon. As the sun set, Angra bought some seasonings, soapberries, and some iron traps. He walked into the forest holding a large brown paper bag. He jogged with the load all the way, his back soaked with sweat. When he arrived at the camp, the moon was quietly hanging on the branches again. Light a bonfire, wash your clothes while you bathe, check your traps, process your kills, and read to the sound of insects chirping. It was not until the moon had almost passed the zenith that Angel raised his head from the book of contracts and miscellaneous talks. Finally, found it. The firelight hit his calm profile, casting a golden glow. After a long moment of contemplation, he adjusted the firewood with the tongs while muttering to himself, so this is how contract magic works. Normally, contract magic is divided into 2 parts, summoning and contract. If the person being contracted already has a physical body in the real world, then there's no need to summon it, simply sign a contract with the other party. Also, anything related to the gods, demons, or humans cannot be summoned. Otherwise, it will almost certainly backfire and cause disaster. The miscellany in his hand was the travelogue of Falsace's Zanuck, the dean of Arturo College 100 years ago. It described the different races, habits, magic and other miscellaneous knowledge in various regions of the continent. One chapter records what Falsas witnessed in a small city on the southernmost side of the continent, bordering the demon realm, and a pilgrimage summoning ceremony. 100 years ago, that city believed in a wild god with weak divinity. During the sacrificial festival unique to that small city, the wild god actually responded to the summoning magic of the city church and came to the world. However, after the wild god came to the world, he did not grant miracles to his believers. Instead, in order to consolidate his existence in the world, he devoured a large number of citizens who were full of faith. Angel thought about it and quickly understood the key point. If the gods want to have a personality in the real world, then they need a lot of energy to maintain their existence. Perhaps this is why the gods cannot be summoned or contracted. At the end of what he saw, Falsas tried his best to kill the wild god who was about to massacre the city before he was fully born, and lamented that no existence that had anything to do with God was easy to deal with. Just think about it this way: how powerful must the great sage Arturo be when he single-handedly killed all 72 demon gods and made them never dare to descend upon the world again? After all, the devil is also a faction of gods, and naturally it is in the sequence that cannot be summoned. Angel continued to read on, and Falsas wrote in his subsequent observations that in fact, it is extremely difficult to summon gods. After all, the basis of summoning magic is, if you want to summon, there must be a medium, and if the other party wants to respond to your call, they need to establish a connection with you through something in the real world, so that summoning magic can be established. Therefore, if you want to summon a god, you must have a medium left by the god in the world, and this medium must have a direct connection with the god himself. But the same thing applies: anything related to the gods is a divine object that can be called a treasure. All of them are extremely rare and precious, and it is basically impossible to obtain them through normal channels. The harsh conditions become an obstacle and a safety lock. Having found the information he wanted, Angel closed the book, practiced his boxing skills for the last time, then lay down in the haystack and closed his eyes. The next day, before dawn, Angel, who had slept for about 4 hours, got up and rubbed his tired brows. He walked to the lake and took a cold shower. Then he put on his clothes and ran towards the library. He still brought 2 servings of dried meat. Angel arrived at the library just as the sun was rising. About 10 minutes faster than before. Even though the increase is slow, as long as there is an effect, it's good. After stretching his muscles, he pushed open the door and walked in. The librarian was a quiet girl wearing glasses and pigtails. When she saw Angra coming over with a pile of books he had borrowed yesterday, she quickly put down the book she was reading. "Hello, I want to return a book." Angra piled the books on the table in front of the little girl. The rustic girl nodded, slowly burning the books one by one, and then asked in a low voice, You seem to like reading very much. I see you stay in the library until late every day." Angel thought for a moment, then said, "Rather than saying I like reading, it's more like I have no choice but to stay in the library all the time." The little girl was stunned for a moment, then lowered her head and said softly, "Really? Then I hope you can get what you want from the book." Angel looked at her and nodded quietly, "Well, thank you." After returning the book, under the shy gaze of the rustic little girl, Angel walked towards the window where he had been sitting with the elemental magic textbook. The dull pink-haired girl from the past was also there today. Celine was lying on the table, her fair and tender face was bathed in a faint golden glow by the morning sun, which made people feel pity for her. "She is sleeping." Angel moved more quietly and walked to his seat. He was about to open the book to study by himself, but he saw that there were some bruises in the corners of Celine's eyes, and her eye sockets were red and swollen, as if she had been crying. Her school uniform looked dirty. Frowning, Angel took a deep breath and looked out the window. After a long silence, Angel closed his eyes. He thought a lot, but in the end, Angel still did not wake up Celine. Condescending kindness is poison, Angor. He whispered to himself, calming down. He opened his eyes and focused his attention on the textbook in front of him again. Angel knew very well that the solution to all incidents must have a minimum combat power guarantee, and he was far from strong enough now. Chapter 22. Bullying. As if she smelled the faint scent of grass on Angel, or perhaps she felt Angel's unique presence, Celine's originally pouty sleeping posture slowly relaxed. She smacked her lips and muttered softly in her sleep, "Angel. He. Jerky, it's delicious." His attention was unconsciously drawn to the cute Celine across from him who looked like a small animal. As usual, Angel sighed softly. Unable to concentrate, he simply took out a piece of pickled meat and put it in his mouth, thinking about the future plot. Die in his previous life, he only had Yahong's perspective when playing the game, so Angel actually didn't know what happened to Celine. He only knew that the pink-haired girl would eventually die. So actually there are some things that Angra doesn't understand. For example, in the official history, who put the curse in Celine's body? How did the destruction fire jade, which should have been kept safely by the academy, come into contact with Celian, a freshman with no power or background? Alturo College is probably not as clear as it seems to Yang. A green wind blade lingered at his fingertips, like a fluttering butterfly, nimbly shuttling through his fingertips. Although his magic power increased very slowly, Angel discovered that he might be quite talented in skills. For example, he could quickly master manual labor such as construction and hunting. Skills correspond not only to various types of handicrafts, but are also closely related to the control of magic and the sophistication of martial arts. But on second thought, Angel is obviously a noble son, but he has talent in these areas. How ironic. Green light surrounds his fingertips, and delicate magic operations are also a rare and valuable strength. Angel's own magic power is scarce, and because of this, he will save and maximize the use value of every bit of magic power. Today is the weekend, and Professor Cole said that he could go to him to practice magic. Angel planned to go and see him in the afternoon, and by the way, he could also find out how the story on Yahong's side has progressed. In the future, if it is not necessary, Angel will try to reduce the number of times he appears next to Yang. After all, fate is too delicate. Over there, Celine mumbled something, shook her little head, and raised her head with hazy eyes. She looked at Angel in a daze for a long time, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Celine smiled foolishly, "Hee. It's Angel." Angel nodded helplessly at her. "Are you awake?" The morning sun shone on her hair. Celine rubbed her eyes again, stretched herself, hummed something, and then stared at Angra in a daze again. As if she suddenly realized that she was not dreaming, she was about to scream in surprise, but she saw Angel gently place his index finger on his lips as if he had predicted it. Celine shrank her head and whispered, "Yes, be quiet." Angel nodded at her and said calmly, "Well, good morning, Celine." Celine pursed her lips and showed an innocent and cute smile. "Well, good morning, Angel, you look very beautiful today too." Angel handed her the strips of meat and said as usual, "Really? You are cute too, Celine." Celine was about to chat with Angel about some boring little things, but she didn't know what she thought of. She hurriedly gathered her hair to cover the bloodshot at the corner of her eye, and she smiled foolishly, pretending to be nothing. Angel, shall we study? Oh, good. Angel, can I always come to see you from now on? Good. Angel, I. But as she spoke, her big, cute, deer-like eyes began to mist up. She bit her lower lip, lowered her head, and tears fell on her white and slender thighs. Why is that? She wiped her tears in panic and apologized to Angel. I'm sorry, I'm fine, Angel, I'm sorry. Angel just looked at her quietly. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Celine. Celine, I'm with you. He touched Celine's little head and said calmly, don't be afraid. Yesterday, grade 1 class C. Celine prepared to go back to the classroom to get the textbooks, and then study in the library with Angel. She skipped into the classroom, hoping that Angel would praise her as a hard-working child today. With a happy, bright, and cute smile on her face, Celine hummed a song as she walked into the classroom. The sun was shining, the birds were singing and the flowers were blooming. Everything was so beautiful. Afterwards, the classroom door was closed by a small group of nobles, and the luxurious heavy wooden door made a loud bang. Celine was so frightened that she froze for a moment and looked back. Immediately afterwards, the curtains were drawn, blocking the bright sunlight outside, and the classroom became dark and depressing. Celine walked into an inquisition against heretics. The boys and girls who should have been called classmates looked at Celine with eyes that frightened her. One of them, a noble lady dressed in noble attire, had a defiant expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone, as if Celine was some kind of disgusting trash. I was wondering why the classroom suddenly smelled like sewers. Turns out rats had gotten in. Ah, so why didn't Arturo College become a prestigious school sooner? Why did they have to make these filthy, lowly pigs share the same treatment as us? The sudden malice made Celine stand there in a daze. She opened her mouth stiffly, but her brain was like a mess of fear. She couldn't say anything and just took 2 steps back, but then, she bumped into another burly male noble student who had been waiting for her behind her. The man grinned evilly and pushed hard, and Celine's petite body fell to the ground. Hey, little mouse, my clothes are very expensive. How are you going to compensate me if you dirty them? Ha 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 ha. The field was filled with shrill and sharp laughter. Celine trembled and bit her lower lip as she tried to stand up. But no matter how hard she tried, there was always someone behind her laughing and pushing, kicking, and hitting her as if she were a toy. Malice overwhelmed her. But why is this happening? We are classmates. Celine curled up on the ground, enduring occasional punches and kicks, thinking with her stupid and slow head, after all, she really did nothing wrong. She paid her tuition seriously and didn't do anything annoying, so naturally, Celine couldn't think of a reason. Yes, she didn't know why, just like she didn't understand why Angel was regarded as a bad guy by others. Celine had always been a slow and stupid girl. Finally, class started and the teacher pushed the door open. Chapter 23 Class Celine looked at the female professor who pushed the door open with a look of help. At the same time, almost all other students looked at the female teacher with scrutiny. The atmosphere was eerily silent for a moment, as if fate had reached a fork in the road. However, the female teacher just glanced at Celine, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state and covered in wounds. Then she scoffed softly, shaking her head. She flipped open the lesson plan as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't seen anything. She looked around and then said in the softest voice, I'm Carla Vancell, your professor of elemental magic today. It seems like you still have some unfinished business, so let's study on your own today. The female teacher closed the lesson plan, walked to an empty seat on the side and sat down, holding her chin with a gentle smile on her face, watching this farce as a spectator. Then, everyone's mouth corners turned up, and finally in Celine's eyes, their smiles became inhuman. The carnival has begun. So that's how it is. This is a trial of heresy approved by authority. Celine shrank back and closed her eyes, punching, kicking, hair-pulling, mocking, and insulting. The classroom door was closed. The authority of the school lies on the podium. Surrounding him are malicious judges. In the distance are the indifferent spectators who are out of the matter, and lying in the center of the field was an innocent criminal. In this way, the trial of Class C of the first grade lasted for a whole day. At the end, it was already late, and the noble students, tired of playing, kicked Celine hard in the stomach, then walked towards the commercial street with elegant smiles to prepare for dinner. Celine was still lying there curled up, tiny and trembling occasionally. It was not until the moon rose above the branches that she numbly crawled up from the ground. Her big eyes, which were once cute and lively like those of a little animal, were now dull and her clothes were covered with dirty dust. She wanted to move, but the delayed pain in her body made her very painful. Celine gritted her teeth, bleeding from her nose, and stood up stammeringly with the help of the table from beginning to end. Celine didn't cry because she didn't want to shed tears in front of that kind of person. Celine is a strong girl, she spoke to herself in a trembling voice, gently soothing her self-esteem that was almost shattered into dust. Celine is not a stinky rat, nor is Celine a stupid pig. There were tears in her eyes, but she raised her head to look at the moon, her tears refusing to fall. Because Angel said Celine is cute, she bit her lower lip so hard that it almost bled. Covered in bruises and wounds, she held onto the wall and walked to her desk. Stopping every step, she bent down and carefully gathered all her textbooks in the small bag on her back. Celine, don't cry. Celine is a good baby. Crying will make Angel worry. She walked in the deserted corridor at night, carrying her textbooks, the only luggage she had. Under the moonlight, she choked with sobs and hummed a song that she had learned at some unknown time. The voice was trembling and intermittent, and it was not pleasant in any way. The night became increasingly silent. Celine walked to the square in front of the dormitory, but happened to see the noble students coming back from dinner. She staggered away in panic, not daring to go back to the dormitory, and walked aimlessly into the woods beside the commercial street. She sat by the fountain, staring at the moon for a long time. It was not until the dormitory curfew that Celine wiped her eyes and dragged her wounded body towards the library. I pushed the door, but it didn't open. That's right, the library had already closed at this time, and Angel must have returned to his residence. Sitting on the steps in front of the library, Celine gently closed her eyes. Water magic surrounded her, slowly healing her wounds. Celine curled up and fell asleep. The memory ended, and Celine said nothing in the end. She just smiled foolishly at Angra, and while she was laughing, she shed a little tear and said, "I'm fine, Angel, I just fell, don't worry about me." Angel silently reached out and touched Celine's little head. Celine squinted her eyes and looked at him with enjoyment. He didn't ask any further questions or say anything more. "Yeah." He simply said this lightly, then took out the scorching chicken jerky he had brought specifically for Celine and handed it to her. "Have some breakfast, Celine." Just as he was hesitating about saying something else to Celine, a commotion broke out in the library. "It's that lady. Miss Abel. Oh my God. Miss Abel is so beautiful, she's truly a representative figure of the kingdom's brilliant generation. I heard she single-handedly wiped out a demon cult stronghold a while ago. You're so out of touch with the news. I heard that Miss Abel even went to the demon realm and easily killed the succubus lord." That's a bit too exaggerated. Wait, if it was Miss Abel, maybe. The silver-haired daughter of the ice moon Lorna Abel walked through the library door with an expressionless face. She looked around and soon found the person she was looking for in a quiet corner by the window. Walking up to Angel, Lorna greeted him, ignoring the discussions around her. "Angel, here I come." Angel frowned, looked back at her, and nodded. "Hello, Miss Lorna." Lorna nodded. She looked at Angel and was about to ask him how to solve the curse next, but she quickly frowned. "Angel, are you angry?" Angel was silent, his expression calm. "Do I look angry?" Lorna sat down next to him, one seat away, and casually pulled out a book. "It doesn't look like it, but I can feel it." Angel touched his face and shook his head silently. Lorna asked with concern, "What happened?" At this time, opposite Angel, Celine said weakly, "Angel, who is she?" Only then did Lorna notice that a girl who was so cute that she looked like a little animal was sitting pitifully opposite Angel. Her face was covered with wounds and her sitting posture was very unnatural. Lorna first looked at Angel, then at Celine. She recognized that this was the silly-looking pink-haired girl who had been with Angel before. Was this Angra's fault? Similar thoughts did occur to her mind, but they quickly passed through her mind and disappeared without a trace. The reason was simple. After fighting side by side, Lorna didn't think Angel would do such a thing to a girl, because he never pays attention to girls. Thinking of this, Lorna felt inexplicably angry. Closing the book, Lorna did not answer Selena's question, but frowned at her and asked, "Classmate, are you injured?" Angel and Lorna simultaneously turned their gazes towards the cowering Celine. He thought for a moment and then introduced, "This is Miss Lorna Abel, the daughter of the Duke of Abel and your senior. This is Miss Celine Servy, our junior." When Celine heard Angel say that Lorna was a noble, her eyes instantly turned into fear. She looked away in panic, her fingers curled up to hold the corner of her clothes, and she was too scared to speak, but Lorna looked straight at Celine. She seemed to understand something and sighed softly. It was the class conflict that was everywhere in the kingdom of Aphnia. Chapter 24 Holy Religion. A faint smile appeared on that face that was as beautiful and calm as the ancient moon in the blue sky. "Well, hello, Celine." As she spoke, platinum-colored magic gathered in her palms, her bright golden eyes shone, and the intermediate fire magic was transformed into the purest healing power. Under the faint firelight, Lorna was holy and gentle, and she whispered softly, "Warm sun." A pure light slowly covered Celine's body, and the countless bruises and scars under her clothes slowly healed, as if she was being gently embraced by Lorna. Celine raised her head woodenly and looked at Lorna, and soon began to sob softly. "Thank you, Abel-senpai, woo-woo, Lorna Abel is such a girl." She is born with the pride of aristocracy and lives openly. She does not look down on others, nor is she complacent or arrogant. Because of this, she always ranks among the top 3 in the annual heroine selection of Final Fantasy and is loved by many players. Listening to Celine sobbing softly and slowly telling what happened yesterday, Lawerna and Angel were silent for a long time. Lawerna glanced at Angel, as if asking for his opinion. Angel pondered for a long time, and the green light flying on his fingertips became faster and faster. A simple elementary magic actually left behind a series of afterimages. Angel's sophisticated manipulation of magic even frightened Lawerna. Finally, the wind blades dancing at his fingertips suddenly disappeared. Angel stood up and said softly, "I'm going somewhere and will be back soon." Turning back, he looked at Lawerna, his emerald eyes calm. "Take care of her." Lawerna didn't say much, just nodded. "Go ahead." Yang walked out of the training hall and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Since entering the academy, he has always been alone. Except for him, all the people in Class A are people of noble status. It is better to say that there are very few commoners in the entire academy. At least they are all children of wealthy and noble businessmen. This is what is called class. The power behind it represents everything. That is a circle that Yang cannot fit into. Even though he is known as a little hero, he is just a commoner. Fortunately, Yang was very strong, so strong that he didn't need to care about other people's feelings, so he got along very friendly with other distinguished students while keeping a certain distance. What's more, not all aristocratic students were prejudiced against commoners like him. Her Royal Highness the Third Princess of the Kingdom of Aethnia was one of them. A beautiful little girl with blonde hair walked gracefully beside Yang. Her voice was high-spirited, rich, and vigorous, and it was very pleasant to listen to a classmate. "Yang, do you want to go out for dinner together tonight? I also want to hear your adventure stories." Passers-by all gave way and looked at Anya Ifafnia with admiration. This person is the highest level of the kingdom and the person who will lead the direction of the kingdom in the future. Logically speaking, people like Princess Anya are not even qualified to meet this noble and honorable existence. Yang turned around and smiled at Anya, then said politely, "I'm sorry, Princess. I have something to do right now. I'll save the adventure story for Monday." Anya was stunned for a moment, then tilted her head. "You reject me?" Yang smiled and nodded, his blue eyes full of sincerity. "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Anya was silent for a long time. She thought about it, then nodded and smiled. "Okay, let's chat together next time." Yang nodded. "Your Highness, goodbye." Turning around, he walked towards the dormitory. Behind him, Anya's eyes flickered slightly. She looked at Yahang's tall back with interest and licked her lips. Today is the weekend, and Yang plans to visit uni. After taking a shower and packing his clothes in the dormitory, he ran towards the commercial street. Yang didn't have much money, so he could only choose to take the cheapest carriage in the commercial street. After a bumpy ride for half a day, he finally arrived from Arturo College to the nearest city of Abu Dhabi, the Dukedom of Abel. At this moment, the setting sun has already fallen on the edge of the western plains. To the south of the Dukedom of Abel borders the Yara forest, to the west is an endless fertile plain, to the east is the vast Sea of Leviathan, and to the north is a continuous mountain range, and at the end of the mountains is the capital of the Kingdom of Aethnia. Since the territory occupies a vast coastline and is densely covered with rivers, the urban commerce within the territory is also very developed. The city of Abu Dhabi is the most critical transportation hub in the Duchy of Abel and even in the entire Kingdom of Alfafnia. It connects the entire kingdom with its extensive waterways. The convenient transportation advantage has led to the headquarters of the continent's leading Kosani merchant group being located here, but these are not important to Yang Sas. What is important is that here is a branch of the Orthodox faith of mankind, the Tianqing sect. Uni was able to receive treatment here. Walking on the city streets, people are coming and going, and it is bustling and prosperous. Everyone says that Abu Dhabi is a city of wealth that breeds miracles and opportunities. Countless businessmen started from scratch here and finally built their own business empires. For the people here, there is no day or night. As long as there is money to be made, any time can be daytime. People coming and going have tired but excited smiles on their faces. Merchants, like adventurers and knights, are a profession that is fighting every moment. Yang shook his head and used the remaining money to buy 2 bouquets of white Cecilia flowers in the flower shop. The female owner smiled at him gently, asked nothing, and just clenched her fist, as if to cheer Yang up. Yang also smiled, without explaining anything, and walked towards the Tianqing Cathedral standing in the center of the city with the flowers. Magnificent is not enough to describe this great and ancient Gothic building. Just standing in the square and gazing at the spire emitting a sacred glow, Yang couldn't help but feel insignificant. Yang pursed his lips. He hadn't seen Uni for a week since the start of school. Logically, she should have gone to Arturo College with him, but the mental trauma caused by the evil god cult was too great, causing her to even develop serious mental problems. Walking into the church, there were many pilgrims coming and going, but no one spoke loudly. The morning light shone through the stained glass windows into the huge main hall, and the atmosphere was solemn and sacred. Yang bowed his head slightly and silently prayed to the earth goddess Urea. Then he paid tribute to Pontus, the goddess of the sea, and Uranus, the goddess of the sky. A female clergyman followed behind a hong, quietly waiting for him to complete his baptism before speaking. Mr. Yang, you are here. Yang turned around and saw a brown-haired nun with a black flower ornament on her head and some cute freckles on her face, who spoke softly to him. Yang nodded, handed a bunch of Cecilia flowers to the nun, and said softly, Sister Maria, it's the weekend today and I'm finally done with school. I finally have time to come and see Uni. How is she? The nun smiled gently, took the flowers, and led Yang into the church and through the corridor, gently sniffing the fragrance of the flowers. Maria said softly, Uni's condition has improved and she will be able to go to school with you soon. Chapter 25. Identity. Angel crossed the school square and walked towards the professorial area. Pedestrians were passing by on the road. Some students were still pointing and talking at him, but more often, he was being looked at by young girls, saying things like, whispers like, that classmate is so handsome, were heard everywhere. Angel didn't care. He looked ahead, his enchanting emerald green eyes still as calm as water. The square corridor was bustling with people coming and going, full of youthful vitality. After politely asking a third-year senior for directions, he declined her invitation to have dinner together and went straight to Professor Cole's office. Knock on the door. Professor Cole, it's me, Angel Alvis. Suddenly there was a loud noise in the house, followed by the sound of hurried running and then a muffled sound, followed by a scream of pain. After waiting for a long time, a man's weak voice came, Come in, come in. Angel pushed the door open with a calm expression. The small office was in a mess, with books everywhere. Even the place where he stepped had to be carefully identified. A man with messy hair and a red forehead was sitting at the desk. Angel sighed, Professor Cole, are you okay? The middle-aged man chuckled, then crossed his arms and asked, What's the matter, Angel? Do you have any questions about elemental magic? Obviously, he did not forget the promise he made to Angrat. Angel thought for a moment and shook his head, Not yet. I came here this time because I want to ask the professor for help with something else. Cole frowned, scratched his beard, sighed, and took out a silver coin from his small bag. With tears in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, Angel, this is all I have. I can give you more when I get my salary next month. Angel, holding his forehead, he reached out his hand to stop Cole's sorrowful dedication. Professor Cole, thank you for your kindness, but please listen to me. When Cole heard that Angel wasn't here to borrow money, he immediately became happy and quickly took back the little food money he had left for the month. Okay, go ahead and tell me what you want. Motioning him to sit down, Cole opened the lesson plan and continued with the work in his hands. Angel did not directly mention Selena's matter. First of all, Professor Cole was not a first-year professor, so it might be difficult for him to intervene in such troublesome matters. Secondly, Angel did not think that this matter needed to be handled by someone at the professor level. Shaking his head, after a moment of silence, Angel asked, Professor Cole, regarding the upcoming grade competition, can you tell me how the two teams are selected? Hearing this, Cole frowned. He raised his head and was about to say something, but he was shocked. The reason was simple. The usually calm boy now had a pair of beautiful and somewhat exaggerated eyes burning with a stubbornness that even he was afraid of. After thinking for a moment, Cole looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window. Today's Arturo College is still beautiful. It is surrounded by thick clouds and mountains, blocking the overly strong sunlight. Here you can just see the small church built specifically for the Holy Church. The students coming and going all have pious smiles on their faces. After a long silence, Cole sighed and turned his attention to Angel again. It's a random draw, but designating an opponent isn't that difficult. Do you have someone you'd like to face off against? As he spoke, he casually took out a cigarette and lit it. There was another silence. Angel looked at the sloppy-looking but friendly man. He nodded with a calm expression and said nothing. Sighing, Cole shook his head. I don't know what you're going to do, but if it's just a matter of arranging a fight, it shouldn't be that difficult. But Angel, this year's freshmen are very strong, and most of them have special identities. You, remember to protect yourself. On the way back to the library, Angel thought carefully about the plot of the competition. Just as Professor Cole said, in the game plot, the gap between the first and second grades is not as big as imagined. The strength gap in Arturo Academy often has a watershed every 2 years. In other words, most students in grades 1 and 2 use elementary magic and martial arts, those in grades 3 and 4 use intermediate magic and martial arts, and only the most outstanding and top students in grades 5 and 6 can learn and use advanced magic and martial arts that are only used by court magicians and royal knights. What's more, among the second graders where Angel was, there was only Lawerna Abel who had the ability. Although she was a one-man army, she could even use the most mysterious holy magic and advanced magic that only senior students could barely use. But in any case, except for Lawerna, the level of the second-year students is indeed not as good as this year's first-year freshmen. Some even say that this is the worst level in Arturo Academy. The evidence is that among the first graders there is a little princess with the most noble status, the son of the leader of the Royal Knights, a member of the Northern Grey Wolf tribe, and a mysterious magician who behaves eccentrically and unconventionally. As a rare brave warrior among the common people, and the descendant of the legendary hero who defeated the devil, Yang is naturally highly anticipated by ordinary students with similar backgrounds. So, that's why Professor Cole reminded me like this. Angel took out a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew. While thinking, he recalled the main plot of the game. In the future, Lawerna and Yang will meet in a competition. Her holy magic poses a huge threat to Yang, but during the battle, Yang becomes more and more proficient in his abilities, and actually grows rapidly in the battle. Seeing this, Lawerna was not in a hurry to defeat Yang, but became somewhat interested in the little hero in front of her. As a noble, she naturally had her own pride. She used one move after another, and although she defeated Yang in the end, her magnanimity and demeanor also won Yang's gratitude and recognition. The two took this as an opportunity to occasionally meet up for sparring, which also laid the foundation for their future emotional connection. Afterwards, the forest monster ran rampant, and the evil god used the fire jade to possess Celine's body. They overcame their physical limits, cooperated tacitly, and fought together with the princess and the captain's son to kill Celine and the demon in her body. The four of them became good friends after experiencing life and death, and Lawerna, who had never understood the love between men and women, finally developed a trace of girlish innocence for Yang. And so on. All in all, the first chapter is a very moving coming-of-age drama for the protagonists. Angel looked up at the sky. His emerald green eyes, like the elf Star Lake, were indifferent and cold. Unfortunately, I'm a villain, and so is Celine. Chapter 26. Growth. He laughed at himself and stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now was to solve the problem of Celine. Angel guessed that the reason why the demon Ella could possess Celine was not only because of the fire jade and the curse of the cult, but also because of her own psychological factors, being bullied in the academy but having no one to turn to for help. This despair may be the straw that finally broke the camel's back for this dull and kind girl. After clearing my thoughts, I found myself in front of the library, pushed the door open, and walked to the familiar table by the window. The weather was fine today, and the early autumn breeze was dry and comfortable. The hair of the two girls swayed occasionally in the wind. Lawerna gently stroked the hair of Celine, who was sleeping on her legs. Seeing Angel, she was stunned for a moment, then put her index finger between her lips and pursed her lips as if to hide her shyness. Shoo! Recalling the powerful and admirable Lawerna in the game, Angel found it difficult to connect the little girl in front of him with her cute blushing girlish face with her in the official history, but the small deviation shouldn't have much impact, Angel thought to himself and sat down opposite them. The sunlight outside the window was still warm, gently shining on Celine's pink hair and Lawerna's silver hair, creating a warm and magical halo. It's like a beautiful scene in a painting, but one day it will be shattered. In order to kill the demonized Celine, Lawerna will swing her staff at the dull girl sleeping in her arms. Frowning, Angel remained silent for a long time. He couldn't judge who was right or wrong. This was an unsolvable problem of stance. Looking out the window again, he sometimes wondered if it was right to just follow the official history in the main storyline. His own existence has proved that official history is not unchangeable, so does Celine have to rush to death? In fact, it is not easy for him to make such a decision. If possible, Angel still hopes to save Celine without affecting the future mainline. Rubbing his brows, Angel felt a little tired. Perhaps it was the high-intensity study and survival in the past few days. The pressure and sleepiness hit his spirit again and again. Opposite him, the girl with silver hair and golden eyes seemed to see his tiredness and smiled gently. The cool breeze blew her hair, and Lawerna thought to herself, this idiot can also make such a cute expression, like a child who was trying hard not to fall asleep. So pitiful. How much did Angra suffer during the days when he was abandoned and ostracized by the school? He is such a serious and upright person. Why did he pretend to be a playboy that everyone hated, and end up like this? What exactly is the reason why he needs to create this situation where everyone misunderstands him and even hates him. With deep curiosity and feelings that she herself was not aware of, Lorna reached out and gently held Angel's little finger. Angel did not struggle, but just raised his eyes. His eyes were calm, as if asking her what was wrong. Lorna shook her head and touched the sleeping Saren's face with her other hand. She lowered her eyes and said softly, "Angel, take a rest if you're tired. I'll wake you up." Lorna, who was as cold as the bright moonlight and was respected as the daughter of Ice Moon by the students of the academy, now had a gentleness on her face that even made Angel slightly dazed. The sunlight blowing in from the window gently caressed her face. The faint light fell on her long eyelashes, sparkling with golden crystals. The breeze blew her white silver hair, and Lorna smiled faintly. Angra was silent for a long time, really a very long time. During this long time, he just looked at her quietly, until a clear and delicate bird song came from his ears, and Angra suddenly woke up. He lowered his head calmly, as if he was covering something, and sorted the books over and over again. Until he put all the teaching materials aside, Angra lay down on the table. He breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. "Really? I'll leave it to you then, Lorna." In the next few days, Angel kept an eye on the situation of the monsters in the Yala forest, studied day and night, and at the same time took into account the construction of the camp and fought against the attacking monsters. The current camp is much more presentable than the original simple leaf hut. Since coming to this world, Angel spent more than a month and finally built a small wooden house, about 30 square meters. The original shack was temporarily used to store some goods, and the newly built wooden house was used for accommodation. Finally, "I have a home." Standing in the wooden house, Angra hammered the last nail into the window with emotion. He looked up at his work. Even with Angra's tough and calm temperament, his eyes were red. He wiped his face with his calloused hands. Although the cabin was small, it was spacious enough for him. A small bed with the scent of wood was placed by the window. A carpet bought for 10 copper coins at the market was spread in the house. A small chimney and fireplace were placed opposite the door, and a small handmade wooden table was placed opposite the bed. There was no place to cook in the house, so Angel planned to cook outside for the time being. After all, it is better to minimize the possibility of fire. Carpentry proficiency +3, current carpenter level 3, 100/63, wind blade proficiency +1, current wind blade LV.3, 300/279, fireball proficiency +1, current fireball LV.3, 300/264. Today's cumulative training time is 16 hours. Force value +1, current force value 23 +5. Today's cumulative magic usage is 5,194 times. Magic value +1, current magic value is 31 +5. Today's cumulative number of attempts to build 39 times. Skill value +2. Current skill value 33 +5, name, Angel Race, Human Magic, 31 +5, E+, Force, 23 +5, E, Charm, 93, S+, UNS unlocked prerequisites have been met, ? Agility, 30, E, Skills, 33 +5, E+, Luck, 1. Magic Possession, Elementary Fire Magic LV.3, 300/264, Elementary Wind Blade LV.3, 300/279, Resistance Aura LV.3, 200/155, Martial Arts, Otherworldly Boxing LV.4, 1000/4366, Experience Overflow, but insufficient strength to support skill advancement to LV.5. Alchemy related, none. Crafting skills, Fishing level 5, 100/32, Carpentry level 5, 100/66, Gathering level 6, 130/63, Hunting level 5, 150/79, Cooking level 5, 120/39, are the skills about to be upgraded. Chapter 27 Giant Net, he muttered to himself, and the blue-red light in his palm gradually disappeared. Although the value was still increasing slowly, Angel still believed that as long as he continued to work hard, he would be able to obtain his diploma. These days, the days passed one by one, and Celine had been studying by his side in the library. She never encountered those excessive things again. The little girl also became cheerful day by day and recovered her vitality. What's interesting is that until now, Lorna's luck has not returned to zero. Angel would ask her every day if she could pick up money. If she could, it would mean that she had won the title of the uncrowned lucky child. Unfortunately, she didn't. However, even with her great fortune as the daughter of destiny, she truly felt that she was becoming increasingly unlucky these days. The following is a conversation between the two in the library these days. Day 1, Angel, my shoe was stepped on when I went out just now. Really? It was just a shoe that got stepped on. There's no need to be so desperate, right? No. Actually, I didn't think it was a big deal, but the kid who stepped on my shoe was so scared that he went into shock. Am I really that scary? Sorry, Lorna, I don't know either, but to me you're a very beautiful girl, not scary. Angel, stop saying that. Really? Sorry, I just said whatever I thought. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Day 2, Angel, the maid knocked over my plate while I was having dinner today. Really? I'm glad you're not hurt. The maid said she wanted to quit her job and apologize to her father. Lorna, I don't think this is your fault. Try to be more open-minded. Day 3, Angra. Oh, what happened today? No, nothing happened today, really? Then do you want to go eat together later? This is the first time Angel has invited me to dinner. I'm going to, wait, Lorna, what's wrong with you? I can't go, Angel. I have to go have dinner with the princess later, woo-woo, is. Really? Then let's give priority to the princess. We can have dinner together next time. Wow, okay, day 4, Angel, when will this curse end? What's wrong? When I woke up this morning, I was a little out of breath and realized my hair was tangled around my neck. I almost strangled myself. Hold on a little longer, Lorna. Your luck has become so low that it's almost life-threatening. Good luck will come soon. Good, then. Until this morning, Angel saw Lorna covered in wounds in the library. She said nothing, but just looked at Angel with a wrong look on her face. Perhaps it was the misfortunes of the past few days that made Lorna, who had hardly suffered any setbacks, feel mentally exhausted. Angel knew very well that she had encountered such unreasonable things because of his own reasons, not to mention that this misfortune had begun to threaten her safety. Yet he rubbed his brows and sighed, then opened his eyes, his tone calm and his eyes clear. Lorna, if you don't mind, you can live with me for a few days until the curse on you disappears. Although you may not believe it, I have. Before he finished speaking, Lorna nodded excitedly. I believe it. When are we leaving? Angra, he frowned. Although this isn't the right thing for me to say, I'm a man who once had bad intentions towards you. If possible, I hope you can give it some thought before answering. Lorna nodded seriously, then she closed her eyes and pondered for a long time, making some humming sounds to prove that she was thinking. After a long time, she opened her eyes, her face serious. Angel, I want to go. Angra, perhaps the recent misfortunes have exhausted her mind and spirit, so she is now behaving like a little girl who needs care. Well, that's the only way it can be. Don't think about it any further, Angra. It won't do you any good, Angel explained for Lorna in his heart and sighed. The memories ended here. Angel pushed open the door of the cabin and looked at the silver-haired, golden-eyed girl who was looking around his small camp. He said calmly, you sleep in the room tonight. The bedding on the bed is something I just bought and have never used. Although it's not as silky as the ones you use, it's still clean. After thinking for a moment, he added, if you encounter any danger, call me immediately. I'll be outside. After saying that, he ignored Lorna, walked to the campfire, took out the tongs and loosened the charcoal. It was late in the evening, and the orange-yellow firelight shone on Angra's profile. He placed the fish he had just caught next to the fire and sprinkled seasoning on it skillfully. Lorna's heartbeat became faster and faster. As night fell, the handsome and somewhat weird face of the young man beside the campfire attracted her attention like a whirlpool. Why can Angel always easily break down her defenses? Yes, she admitted that Angel was really handsome and she was a face-obsessed person. But even though her liking and curiosity started with his looks, she couldn't help herself because of the qualities in him that attracted her all the time. Lorna has been accustomed to the gazes of others since she was a child, and has also taken other people's kindness and attention to her for granted. She knows that she was born very special, so she will never be proud or complacent. She strives to practice the etiquette of the nobility and live an upright life that can be admired by others, but Angel never glanced at her. This feeling of being ignored, or rather, being treated as an ordinary little girl, always made Lorna feel numb in her heart. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Why was she attracted to Angel? Even she herself didn't know. The crackling sound of firewood made the forest even quieter, but Lorna was horrified to find that her heartbeat was so loud that Angel would find out if she continued like this. Fortunately, the warm light from the bonfire covered the girl's blush. She took a deep breath, smoothed her skirt, and then sat quietly next to Angra, but she found that Angel had moved away unnoticeably. He just stared at the campfire and never looked at her. Lorna pursed her lips, as if a bucket of cold water was dropped on her head, and she calmed down immediately. How could she forget? Angra had changed a long time ago. He was no longer the disgusting scoundrel he used to be. Yes, no matter what, she was the main reason why Angel finally left the Elvis family and lived such a dangerous and difficult life. A huge feeling of loss enveloped this young girl who was just beginning to fall in love but had already suffered a broken heart. But just when tears were about to spill out of her eyes, a scent suddenly wafted over. "This one is already grilled, do you want to eat it?" Angel still didn't look at her, but calmly handed her the first roasted green scale. With his other hand, he poked the campfire with the tongs, the firelight hitting his face, and his voice was flat. Lawerna took Ching Lin blankly. She felt that she was probably stupid. Lawerna never thought that one day she would become worried and anxious because of a man. After a moment of silence, she lifted her hair and took a light bite. The loss in her heart just now disappeared inexplicably. Now even she herself couldn't understand herself. After calming down, she nodded and said seriously, "Tasty." "Yeah." "Angel, do you always eat these?" "Yeah, if you don't eat, you can't survive." "Angel, where are you going to sleep tonight?" "Don't worry about me, the shack is quite comfortable there and not far from you. Just call me if you're in danger. Good." Angel? Sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Hey, Angel, are we friends now?" The girl curled up her knees and rubbed her cheek against them gently. She tilted her head to look at the boy who always had a calm and composed expression. The firelight shone on them, and the night grew darker. Angel thought about it and finally looked back at her. He seemed to smile. Angel reached out and rubbed Lawerna's head, messing up the girl's carefully prepared hairstyle. The crackling sound of burning firewood echoed with the sounds of unknown nightbirds in the forest. The camp became quieter and quieter. The small lake not far away reflected the bright stars in the sky like a mirror. "I'm going to keep watch. You should go to bed early." As he spoke, he stood up and took a torch from the campfire. "Good night, Lawerna." Lawerna just sat by the campfire, staring blankly at Angel's departing back, but her heart was filled with a huge sense of satisfaction and something else. The gentle touch on her head still struck her heart. Curled up in her knees, she hugged herself tightly and wanted to scream, but was afraid of disturbing the silence. In the end, she could only pinch the white stockings on her legs hard. Due to the etiquette of a lady, Lawerna couldn't even roll on the ground. Although nothing unfortunate has happened today, Lawerna feels that not being able to vent the throbbing hidden deep in her heart is the most torturous and happiest misfortune. The moonlight is like water. The silver-haired ice moon girl, this 18-year-old girl who was praised by the world for her indifference and arrogance, finally realized today that she was trapped in a huge net. She has nowhere to escape. UNSCORE. Unlocking conditions have been met, and the remaining unlocking conditions will be opened. On the other side, a small window suddenly popped up in front of Angel, who was checking traps and fences. Angra? Chapter 28. Confidence. Putting down the hammer in his hand, Angel tilted his head in confusion. Even though he knew that the panel had no dialogue function, he still couldn't help but ask. He looked back at the camp, where the bonfire was still burning quietly. Although Lawerna was blocked by the trees, the warm orange-red flames were still steady. The camp was still safe at the moment. He thought about it, walked to the lake, and after setting the last trap, he rolled up his trouser legs, sat by the lake to soak his feet, and opened the panel by the way to UNSCORE. Unlocking conditions have been met. Unknown. Visualizing the remaining unlocking conditions. Condition 1, own any SSSS level accessory X1, already satisfied. Condition 2, among the 5 attributes of magic, force, skill, agility, and luck, any attribute must be 40 or above. Note, this attribute will be used as a sub-attribute for UNS in addition to charm to participate in skill creation. Not met. Condition 3, clear the first chapter of the main storyline and possess 1 fire jade of destruction. Not met. Condition 4, obtain the title Public Enemy of the Opposite Sex. Not met. Condition 5, obtain the title Friend of the Opposite Sex. Not met. You only need to meet 3 of the above conditions to unlock the character's sole exclusive skills. The number of conditions met is not related to the skill strength, but is related to the skill effect. Please plan your growth path reasonably. Another note, once UNS is unlocked, it cannot be changed again. Angel, after putting away the panel, he stared at the moon hanging high in the sky for a long time. Although he still doesn't know what his unique skill is, he is sure that it will not be very weak, because someone in his previous life analyzed that the unlocking conditions of unique skills are actually highly related to the strength of the skill. For all powerful unique skills, the number of unlocking conditions must be no less than 2, and the related props will not be lower than S level. In fact, the higher the level of the related props and the more unlocking conditions there are, the more powerful the unique skills that will be unlocked in the future will be. And right now, he has in his hand an extremely rare and useless super rare item, the SSS level number 403 Dungeon Heart. 5 conditions, and they even involve SSS level items. Ha ha. Since coming to this world, Angel's eyes have never been as bright as tonight. Although he is very tired, it seems as if everything has been rewarded. His calves are not in the lake, he falls backwards, and the stars in the sky are reflected in his emerald green eyes. Angel smiled gently, but he quickly calmed down and thought about the conditions for unlocking unique skills. First of all, he excluded conditions 4 and 5 of the title category. The reason was simple: he was well aware of the unlocking conditions for public enemy of the opposite sex and friend of the opposite sex, both of which required having relationships with multiple and large numbers of the opposite sex, regardless of species. The only difference in the prerequisites for obtaining the 2 titles is the women's mood die, in other words, whether it is forced. Angel doesn't have the energy to think about love now, and he doesn't want his unique skill to become an evil and useless skill in the end. What's more, the most important point is, Angel doesn't want to become a person who will do anything to become stronger. At least now he still has a choice. In this case, Angel's inner pride does not allow him to become that kind of man. If possible, let's use more down-to-earth methods to become stronger. The first condition, the item's quality, determines the strength of the unique skill. Fortunately, an SSS level Dungeon Heart is more than enough to support this skill, potentially even making it unprecedentedly powerful. If you choose the Fire Jade of Destruction, which is condition 3, as one of the conditions for unlocking the skill, then this unique skill might have some means of damaging. That would be perfect. As for condition 2, Angra was lost in thought, his arms resting behind his head. The lake rippled gently, and the cool water made his mind clear. Suddenly, some bold ideas came to Angra's mind. It only says that if any attribute reaches 40 or above, condition 2 will be unlocked, and this attribute will be strongly correlated with the skill effect. So if I let all attributes reach 40? Angel closed his eyes and thought quietly until the cry of a nightingale woke him up. Angel took a deep breath, dried his feet with wind magic, and stood up. The reason why the brave Yahung's heavenly saint armament is so powerful is because of its omnipotence. Angel muttered something casually and shook his head. On the way back to the camp, his steps seemed much lighter, but what Angel was thinking about on the way was actually something else. By the way, what is this core condition that was inexplicably unlocked? Angel frowned and took another look at the panel. UNS core unlocking conditions have been met, unknown, visualizing the remaining unlocking conditions. Still unknown. Even though Angel was very familiar with the skill modules of this game in his previous life, he had never seen such a text description before. It was so mysterious, but as smart as he was, Angel quickly discovered his blind spot. Lawerna, yes, Lawerna was the first person to enter his camp, the first person to sit with him by the campfire, and even the first person to stay in his room. Considering Lawerna's blushing and strange behavior these days, Angel chuckled, I see. He shook his head, his expression showing some helplessness towards his own slowness. So, making friends is the key condition for unlocking this unique skill. Ha ha. Luckily, Lawerna just asked me. Angra's face was full of confidence and composure. This is the correct answer. The night is like water and the bonfire is warm. It seems that Miss Lawerna has a long way to go on the road of love. After returning to the camp, Angel found Lawerna huddled in a ball, sitting in front of the campfire in a daze. After thinking for a while, he walked over to Lawerna and sat down. The distance between them was a little closer than at the beginning. Lawerna didn't seem to notice that he had returned. She just stared at the campfire in a daze with her eyes hazy. Her originally beautiful silver hair was dyed blonde, and her pretty little face became a little naive. It was the first time that Angel saw Lawerna in this state. He was a little curious, so he stood aside without disturbing her. After watching her quietly for a while, Angel coughed lightly. Ouch! Lawerna let out a cute little exclamation in panic. She looked to the side and found that Angel had sat down next to her at some point. Thanks to the bonfire, even though her little face was as rosy as a cute apple, there was still nothing unusual. Angra took out the tongs and sorted the firewood in the campfire, his expression calm. Lawerna, thank you. She took a deep breath, forced herself to sort out her thoughts and feelings, and replied calmly while stroking her hair, thank you for what? Angel shook his head and just smiled quietly, thank you for being my friend. Luna. The tone that she forced to be calm finally showed a slight fluctuation. She lowered her head, placed her hand on her heart, and tried to take a deep breath. Angel just looked at her with some concern but didn't ask any more questions, for which Lawerna was grateful. After a long time, she finally calmed down the mood that only she knew. With a light cough, the coldness and indifference finally returned to the face of the daughter of Ice Moon. She said lightly, asleep. The Ice Moon girl fled in panic. Chapter 29. Picking up money. The next day, while running to the library with Angel, Lorna encountered an extremely agile and powerful ancient lion-tiger beast. The beast's movements left after images and were so fast that Lorna couldn't even hit it with magic. According to common sense, Lorna would hardly encounter such a life and death crisis. After all, she still had the holy magic circle engraved by her family in her body. However, because this kind of magic circle involves the fields of time and space, it is extremely powerful and has many restrictions. It can usually only be used once a month. Sadly, she had already used it once this month for Angel. However, it seemed that the extra luck that Angel brought her worked. This time she was not alone facing this extremely incompatible opponent, and the situation did not reach the most dangerous point. After Lorna encountered a crisis, Angel disregarded his own safety and endured the violent killing intent and attack of the lion-tiger. At the cost of acceptable injuries, he lured the lion-tiger into the trap he usually used for hunting. Without any communication, Lorna understood what Angel meant. She used the intermediate magic Ice Moon Seal and the intermediate ice magic Ice Soul Shatter to barely kill it. Afterwards, Lorna, who was slightly injured, picked up a gold coin on the road. Seeing this, Angel finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had overcome the difficulties. After all, only those who were awarded the title of the uncrowned lucky child could pick up money for no reason. Next, she just had to see if she could pick up money tomorrow. After receiving Lorna's gift, Angel covered the liger's body with grass and planned to deal with it after returning to the camp tonight. For Angra, who was trying hard to survive in the wild, these were very precious foods and materials. It's probably worth about 1 gold coin. Lorna thought about it seriously and said that she was planning to give the gold coin she picked up today to Angel. Angra didn't accept it. It is worth mentioning that what Angra picked up today was still an ordinary copper coin. This must be the difference in luck between the two, Angel thought to himself and sighed. He was once again forced to accept the reality that he was just a small F or Y.I. in front of the library. Lorna, who had been running with Angel, was panting and covered in sweat. She smelled her own scent, glanced at the dim light, and whispered, "Angel, thank you for what I just did." Angel didn't look at her, but just shook his head and wiped the blood oozing from his arm. "It's okay." "Angel, do you have to run so long to go to school every day?" Angel nodded, wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked into the library, and hummed. The pink-haired girl was already fast asleep on the familiar table over there. It was unknown when she had arrived at the library. Angel did not disturb Celine. He gently opened the textbook. Lorna was looking at them from behind. Angel and Celine were sitting together in harmony. Lorna suddenly felt that there seemed to be some fundamental difference between herself and them. This made her purse her lips, and her mood suddenly became a little worse. "By the way, Lorna, the curse on you has probably ended. From now on, you don't have to come to the library to see me every day." Angel said this casually while reading, as if it were a trivial matter. Lorna was silent for a long time. She looked at Celine, who was sleeping beside Angel, and said nothing more. She just looked at Angel calmly. "Angel, I will come every day." Angel raised his eyes and glanced at Lorna. He thought for a moment and closed the book, but seemed to feel that what he was about to say was not appropriate. After considering it for a while, he just nodded and said, "Really? It's a library after all. Come if you want." Lorna looked at him for a long time. The faint morning light shone through the window onto the girl's fair cheeks and was also reflected in the boy's emerald green eyes that were as bright as a lake of stars. She twisted her hands together and turned around hurriedly, her words seeming a little hurried. "Angel, I smell of sweat. I'm going to go back and take a shower." Angel frowned. "But you smell good, no weird smell." Lorna pursed her lips and lowered her head. "Don't smell it." Angel was speechless. I'm sorry." On the other side, Celine smacked her lips occasionally, closed her eyes and slept soundly. As if she smelled the scent of grass on someone, she hummed twice, unconsciously moved closer to Angel, and whispered in her sleep, "Hee, Angel, In a private workshop in the academy, several people in black robes and white robes sat around a round table, discussing something. As if some agreement had been reached, a person in a white robe with obvious female features took out a scarlet round jade bead that exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. She placed the fire jade on the table and pushed it towards another person in a black robe. "This is a deal. Remember what you promised us." The black-robed man did not take the fire jade, but laughed in a mocking voice. "So these are the disciples of the great sage Arturo? They're actually collaborating with your former enemies over something as trivial as excluding the so-called common people from the academy?" However, the white-robed person was not annoyed at all. She just said to the black-robed people in a gentle voice, magic is divided into high and low, noble and lowly. Bloodline is the essential difference between humans and livestock. In my eyes, you are just pigs of some value. Correct your attitude and status. I can tolerate your offense once, but remember, there will be no next time. In the workshop, colorless magic began to burn fiercely, and the terrifying five-colored elemental magic rotated behind the white-robed man, proving that what he said was true. It seemed that as long as the black-robed man spoke rudely again, she would suppress him with thunder, but the black-robed man continued to laugh, his laughter becoming even more unbridled. All right. Are you anxious? Then I won't say any more. I hope that when we meet again next time, you will have transformed this Arturo College into a higher academy where only the so-called noble blood remains. After saying this, the people in black robes sneered, picked up the fire jade on the table, and calmly left the underground workshop. The white-robed people watched them leave quietly. After a long while, the leader sneered. She unconsciously pinched her index finger, her eyes full of paranoia and ferocity. Bring forward the time of the riot in the Yellow Forest. This time, I want no one in the academy to dare to speak up for those lowly civilians. Behind him, a female figure in a white robe excitedly said, yes. Everything for the great sage Arturo. Chapter 30 Conversation during lunch break. Jan rubbed his brows. Although he thought he was not too stupid, the educational level and intensity of Arturo College was still a bit too high for him. While sorting the books, he put away the notes he had taken for uni, intending to take them to the sanatorium next weekend to give a lecture to his childhood sweetheart. There was a sound of footsteps in front of him. Yang looked up and found that the most noble Princess Anya in the kingdom had sat down in front of him with a smile on her face. She supported her chin with both hands and looked at him with interest. Yang smiled at the princess, his clear blue eyes like a cloudless sky. Princess Inyana. The blonde princess ignored him and pointed at the two notebooks in Yahan's hand. Yang, why do you need to keep two notebooks? Aren't you tired? Yang shook his head and said seriously, the other one was written for my friend. She is sick. Inya snorted meaningfully, then tilted her head. Come to think of it, my father mentioned you in the letter he sent me a few days ago. He seems to care about our little hero very much. Yang still smiled politely, neither servile nor overbearing. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm doing well in the academy. I've learned a lot of knowledge that I've never been exposed to before. The teachers and classmates are also very friendly. As he spoke, he looked around. The noble young masters and young ladies in Class A all smiled kindly at him. Yang smiled and nodded to them. Ania pinched her index finger unconsciously. She smiled gently, that's good, but the academy is not without its problems. I heard someone wants to frame you. Do you know about this? Yang thought about it, then shook his head. Princess, I don't care about these things. As he spoke, Yang looked out the window, his soft golden hair fluttering in the breeze. For me, constantly accepting the scrutiny of others, whether well-intentioned or malicious, means bearing it all. This is a reserve etched in my blood, and it's something I must get used to. Ania raised an eyebrow, then chuckled softly. She pinched her index finger lightly and said, bloodline. You used a very good word. By the way, the joint competition is about to begin, right? Is there any opponent you want to face? Yang shook his head and touched the wooden sword Uni gave him at his waist. To me, every classmate I can fight with is a mentor and friend. There's no such thing as whether I like it or not. Anya narrowed her eyes, and Yang looked at her. He couldn't tell the emotion in the princess's eyes, just as he never cared about the opinions of outsiders. The blonde princess suddenly said to Yang with great interest, you are not suitable to be a commoner, Yang. Why don't you be my personal guard from today? I will ask my father for a title for you. Yang was silent. He thought for a moment and then shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Your status doesn't matter to me. I will protect you to the best of my ability, but I don't want to be a personal guard or have a title. Ania tilted her head, her expression flat. You rejected me again, Yang. An invisible pressure enveloped him. Yang calmly accepted Ania's gaze, his clear blue eyes looking directly at her. I'm sorry, princess. However, in the end, the third princess of the kingdom, the most noble and honorable being in the world, Princess Anya just smiled faintly. You are really a strong man. Ania left in boredom. Angel woke up from his sleep and, as usual, checked the traps, repaired the fences, slaughtered the prey and cooked before dawn. He took a shower before going to school, then got dressed and started running towards school. Today is a special day, the joint confrontation competition, and it is also the proof that the first chapter has officially entered the middle and late stages. So far, nothing has gone wrong. Well, probably Angel was thinking about the subsequent plot while running. About a month after the joint confrontation competition, the first monster riot will occur in the Yara forest, and then Arturo College will organize students to participate in suppressing the monster riot and find the cause of the riot. This monster riot will continue until Lawerna and Yang form a team, explore together and find the destruction fire jade deep in the forest. When Yang brings the destruction fire jade back to the academy, the curse within Salian will be triggered. But speaking of this, Angel actually has a small doubt. Generally speaking, the seance ceremony can only be completed when the body comes into contact with the summoning medium. How did Celine, a small student in Class C, come into contact with this fire jade that should have been sealed by the academy? There's no perspective from Celine's perspective in the plot, so maybe there's some other hidden story behind this. Just as Angel frowned and thought, he had already arrived at the library and walked to his old seat. Lawerna was teaching Celine about magic calmly, like an older sister, but Celine seemed to not understand very well. She hummed and moaned with a sad look on her face. The sunlight shone on their pretty faces, making them look very harmonious. After that bullying incident, the relationship between Lawerna and Celine became significantly better. The two would often go shopping together as a pair. Thanks to this, Celine didn't seem to encounter that kind of thing in the class again. Only, when I think of the final CG of the first chapter, it is a scene of a pink-haired girl with empty eyes being pierced through the body by Yahang's heavenly saint weapon and Lawerna's extremely cold ice spikes. Angel was silent for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and gave a simple greeting to the two women. The competition was in the afternoon. Although he was a little curious about how Lawerna, who came to the library every day these days, completed her homework, he thought that with her ability, there was no need for her to attend such a second-grade course. Thinking of this, Angel suddenly wanted to know where the plot was going. After all, even if he didn't intend to get involved in most of the main plot, understanding the situation was a must. With a light cough, the two women sitting on the other side seemed unaware that Angel, who had always studied seriously, wanted to slack off now. They were still immersed in the teaching, being taught, learning. Helpless, Angel could only whisper, "Learna." Celine continued to study seriously, humming and groaning, occasionally looking up at Angra, then smiling foolishly, and continuing to study with her head buried and a bitter face. Ugh! However, the other girl let out a cute little exclamation. The silver-haired, cold and arrogant Duke's daughter looked up at Angel and said in panic, How did it happen?" She bit her tongue. Miss Ice Moon seems to be crying in pain. Angel was silent. He would occasionally wonder why the Lawerna in front of him was completely different from the cold, arrogant, and reliable Lawerna he knew in the main story. He sighed and finally decided not to think too much about it. Shaking his head, he looked at the cute girl over there, whose face was blushing and eyes were filled with tears because she bit her tongue, and asked seriously, "Lerna, do you know a new student named Jan?" Hearing Angel's question, Lawerna subconsciously frowned, even forgetting her previous embarrassment, and asked cautiously, "Woman?" After gritting her teeth and asking these two words, the aura around her was so strong that Angel Dua thought he was facing Lawerna in the form of the ice witch in the final chapter. But in just a moment, Angel caught the inconsistency in her words. Lawerna didn't know Yahang's gender. Wait, doesn't she know who Yang is? A chill ran down his spine, and he suppressed the panic in his heart. No. It shouldn't be like this. Yang and she should have had many opportunities to meet before the joint competition. Wait a minute, it seems like Lawerna has been hanging out in the library with him and Celine these days and hasn't gone out at all. Angra looked out the window. Today was a sunny day with no clouds in the sky. No way. Angel covered his face in pain and let out a very heavy sigh. Chapter 31 Drama. Angra forgot who said this. The more you don't want to face it, the more likely it will appear in your life. He now began to re-examine the impact of his appearance on the world. Angel once thought that he was a third-rate villain who could be almost ignored, but facts prove that in the ocean of fate, even a tiny stone could be enough to set off a huge tsunami. At this moment, he was standing alone in the corner of the joint confrontation exercise venue. The place was already crowded with students, and no one cared about him, a poor student in Class D. Lawerna and Celine were both sitting in their class seats. This amphitheater had an arena and audience seats like those in ancient Rome. In the center of the arena, a senior female host was giving a passionate speech. The surrounding noisy voices came one after another, and the ubiquitous youthful enthusiasm almost drowned Angel. Apparently, this year's joint confrontation is just that worth watching. The kind Princess Annie in the first grade, the new brave warrior Yaung, the white wolf of the North White, Tracy, the son of the leader of the Royal Knights, and the mysterious witch Alolo, Lawerna, the silver-haired Ice Moon girl in the second grade. Well, the sophomore roster does look a little thin, but even. So, being able to see the future stars of these kingdoms gathered together here is a scene that ordinary students may never forget in their lifetime. While they were talking, on the arena, the Northern Wolf White, a young man with a wolf-tail hairstyle, had already ended the battle with a mid-level thunder magic. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." He said it lightly, ignoring the wailing of his opponent and the passionate cheers of the host and the first-year students, and left the venue in one step. On the other side, Tracy, the son of the captain, a tall boy with a resolute face wearing heavy armor, held a huge sword and stopped it 1 centimeter in front of his opponent. Obviously, this was another defeat for the second grade. Reaching out his hand, Tracy pulled up the trembling opponent. He scratched his head and said in an embarrassed voice, "Sorry, senior sister, it's the rules, please don't be offended." The second grade girl shook her head tremblingly. The giant sword that seemed to cut through everything was still in her mind. Tracy's murderous aura easily crushed her fighting spirit. Angel, a student in Class D, had no seat. He squatted in the corner, watching with great interest this super exciting CG performance that he could only watch on the computer in the past, but the cheers around him suddenly became inexplicably quiet. He turned his head to look and found that a silver-haired girl was walking straight towards him, parting the crowd like a sharp blade. After thinking for a while, Angel stood up. Lawerna walked up to him and stared calmly into his emerald green eyes. "Angel, why didn't you tell me?" The question was a bit abrupt, but Angel knew what she was asking. "Yes, the match list has been announced." He raised his eyes to look at the huge magic light curtain hanging high above his head. "Next match, Angel Alvis vs Anya Ifafnia Luna Abel vs Yahan Sass. Is this your way of venting your anger on Seelan's behalf, Angel? You wish to challenge Princess Anya?" Lawerna's voice remained calm, but Angel could see that her golden eyes suppressed something that he could not quite understand. Of course, Lawerna knew that Angel would go to the teacher to adjust the battle list for Celine, but she thought Angel would only go to the person involved, so Lawerna did not say anything to stop him. But why was that name appearing on the screen? Ania Afnia, the third princess of the kingdom, is a noble princess who is famous for her kindness among her 3 sisters and is loved by the people of the empire. However, Angel also knew that Anya was also the ultimate mastermind behind the second chapter of the main storyline, the final boss of the third chapter, unveiling the false facade of benevolence, the real and mad cruel witch inside is Ania Ifafnia, who intends to overthrow the kingdom, kill her father and become emperor. In fact, Angra has been thinking about what exactly caused Celine to end up with such a tragic ending. In addition to her own unfortunate family background, is there an invisible hand in the academy pushing her step by step towards the abyss? What finally confirmed Angel's guess was that the fact that Celine was bullied appeared before Angel's eyes. In the past, he only had Yahung's perspective and naturally didn't know that Celine was not born evil. But now that Celine was flesh and blood, Angel understood. How could this dull and clumsy little girl voluntarily become a living altar for the evil god to come to the world? At that moment, all of Angel's thoughts became clear. The reason why this fire jade of destruction could inexplicably come into contact with Celine and trigger the curse in her body could only be that there was a powerful person in the academy who was fanning the flames. Thinking of this, Angra suddenly remembered the main plot of the second chapter, which had no causal connection with the main plot of the first chapter, the play on stage. In the second chapter, Anya has almost no role. She is not even a supporting role, because this is a story about a conflict between the common people led by Yang and the aristocracy led by Tracy, the son of the leader of the Knights. In this chapter, Lawerna, a high-ranking noble, finally chose to stand on the side of the common people, which also led to a student class revolution in Arturo College. Lawerna's choice as one of the highest nobles made many originally neutral noble students completely choose to stand on the side of the common people. For these ordinary students, they were just classmates, so why make things so tense? So the student group headed by Lawerna launched a massive petition to the college. As expected, their request was approved, and for the first time, a student union organization with equal numbers of civilians and nobles was established. As the president of the student union, her relationship with Yang naturally took a step further. The main storyline seems simple, but now when he comes to his senses and thinks about it, Angel smells something unusual. He had never thought about these things in the past, and thought that this class dispute was just a simple plot by the game production company to warm up the relationship between Yang and Lawerna. Because the cause of this class war was too hasty, a civilian student accidentally bumped into Princess Anya, causing dissatisfaction among a noble student around the princess. The noble students asked the common students to kneel down and apologize. This scene happened to be seen by Yang, so he quarreled with the noble students. The student union cadres who came over sided with the nobles, which caused dissatisfaction among the students. The two classes sent representatives to debate, and the matter escalated and eventually got out of control. But looking at it now, the weirdness contained in this plot almost made his spine tingle. At first he thought the name of this chapter's main plot was a bit hasty, but now after thinking everything through, isn't this plot just a stage play? A huge sense of disharmony enveloped Angel's heart. You know, Anya was obviously a princess who was loved by the common people because of her kindness. Why did she remain silent when her subordinates made such a big deal out of an accident? She is even smiling faintly in the picture, as if it's like watching a stage play. In the first chapter, Celine, a commoner, became the altar of the evil god, making the already serious relationship between aristocratic students and commoner students even worse. Both sides no longer trusted each other, and this contradiction broke out in this form in this second chapter. Thinking about it this way, she must have been behind this class conflict. In addition, as someone who is familiar with the main plot, Angel knows very well how dark and terrifying the heart of this seemingly kind princess is. This is a woman who takes pleasure in chaos and is by no means a good person. Of course, Angel would not make rash judgments, and it was not his job to judge this unfortunate princess. All of this was Yahong's job. Angel would not find things to do for himself. His goal had not changed from the beginning to the end, to graduate and then live a good life, but even so, he needed a definite answer, not because of what Angel wanted to do to Princess Anya, but it is because the world is no longer a stage play for him. Angra, he is already a character in the play. Chapter 32 Confrontation. Angel stared at Lawerna's golden eyes for a long time without saying a word. The cheers around him were still thunderous. The atmosphere of the entire arena had already reached its peak when he saw those names, but Angel's ears were still silent. As he had been doing since he came into this world, Angel was just thinking quietly, because in the official history, the person who first discovered Princess Anya's evil ambition was Lerna Abel in front of us, but even so, Angel still didn't know when Lawerna started to suspect Anya, or for the same reason. In the past, he only had Yahong's perspective, and he only knew the main world from the perspective of that brave man. If I tell her everything now, will it lead to even more chaotic deviations? Angra didn't know, so he wouldn't bet. After a long silence, Angel looked at her calmly and said, "I don't understand what you were talking about." Lawerna opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she just lowered her eyes. Her golden eyes contained a hint of loneliness that Angel could not understand. She forced a smile, then told him to be careful in the battle, and then walked onto the fighting stage amid the cheers of the crowd. Angel looked at her slender back, and a strange emotion arose in his heart. He frowned and pressed his hand to his heart, but he quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Angel followed Lawerna and walked onto the stage. The battle was fought between two people. The cheers behind Princess Anya on the other side were like a tsunami. At the same time, whispers about Angel were heard from the audience. For example, the princess's opponent turned out to be that filthy man. I can't believe he hasn't even dropped out of school yet. Look at the tattered clothes he's wearing. Wasn't he very arrogant and domineering in the past? Ha ha ha. Who? By the way, that senior is so handsome. Look at his emerald green eyes. Are you crazy? That's Angel Alvis, the loser who was expelled from the Alvis family. Ah, well, so what? Handsome is handsome. That's true, Senior Angel is indeed very handsome. For example, hey, isn't that Angel? Ha, he actually still has the nerve to stay in the academy. By the way, brother, why aren't you smiling? Wait, why do you look so bad? Brother, have you heard the rumors these days? Rumors? What rumors? Miss Abel seems to be with that bastard Angel. Are you crazy? You said Miss Abel would be with someone like Angel? Don't forget, it was because Angel harassed Miss Abel that. Wait, are you kidding me? It's hard to believe, isn't it? But I saw it with my own eyes. I saw Miss Abel and that scumbag Angel in the library with my own fucking eyes, in the library. Fuck. What the hell happened to them in the library? Just finish your sentence, idiot. In the library, studying together. Oh, then it's quite serious. But the way Miss Abel looks at Angel is definitely the look of a girl deeply in love. My older sister looked at my brother-in-law the same way before she got married. No. Well, there are many conversations like this. Unlike the rapidly improving evaluation among the female group, Angel's evaluation seems to have become worse in another sense among the male group. Fortunately, the contestants on the stage could not hear the noise from the audience, so Lawerna was still able to maintain her stern and arrogant demeanor after she stepped onto the stage. Her flowing silver hair sparkled with extremely cold ice, and her bright golden eyes brewed terrifying magic. Opposite Lawerna, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes stepped onto the stage with a resolute step. Those azure eyes looked at Lawerna. Yang bowed slightly, exuding the aura of a friendly and upright young man. "I've long heard of you, Senior Abel. I'm first year Yang Sass. I'd appreciate your guidance in this competition." Unfortunately, Lawerna's voice was as cold and indifferent as the snow in February. "Are you Yang?" The dazzling golden eyes shone brighter and brighter, and the magic power in his body began to boil. Feeling Lawerna's undisguised hostility, Yang was stunned for a moment, and quickly got into combat posture. A very beautiful-looking broadsword appeared out of thin air in his palm. At the same time, he wondered, "Senior Abel seems to know me?" Seeing that both sides had taken up their fighting stances, the referee waved his hand to signal the start of the fight. In an instant, the arena of nearly 10,000 square meters was shrouded in an extreme chill, and a bright icy moon slowly rose from the arena in the center of the arena. Lawerna recalled Angel's inexplicable question this morning. "Lawerna, do you know a freshman named Yang?" Thinking back to how Angel ignored her, and then looking at the handsome blonde boy opposite, a horrible thought emerged in Lawerna's clever little head. "Angel, he doesn't like men, right? Love rival." In the end, only these two words remained in Lawerna's mind, turning into a raging flame that burned her young girl's love. Coupled with Angel's distrust of her and his unwillingness to open his heart to her, Lawerna's grievances in her heart completely erupted. Advanced ice magic. A blush appeared on her aggrieved and sad face. Lawerna's eyes were slightly red. For her love that was trampled upon by Angel, the girl roared loudly, the chill of the Taichu sky bow. Then, above the huge crescent moon above her head, a giant bow about 10 meters long slammed towards Yang. It was completely beyond the scope of magic that ordinary students could use. It was better to say that when all the instructors in the field saw the sky bow, they began to sweat profusely and took action to protect the students in their area. Even the principal on the highest stand was stunned for a moment, and then began to quickly construct a powerful defensive magic to protect the venue. The reason is simple. If this damn missile-like arrow really landed in the arena, let alone Yang, it's hard to say how many students in the entire arena would be alive. Facing this murderous intent, Yang was forced to retreat several steps by the absolute and pure powerful magic pressure. He looked up blankly at the terrifying ice arrow that was more than 10 meters long, calculated silently, and then he found that even if he sacrificed 5 years of his life to fully summon the heavenly saint armor, he would not be able to defeat this super powerful magic. That he was definitely defeated. But the only thing that Yang couldn't understand was how he had offended this duke's daughter who was famous for her kindness and calmness. He has never seen her at all. As for the other side, Angel looked at the very familiar magic in the sky with a confused look on his face, the secret technique that Lawerna would use during the final battle in the Demon King's castle. No. Didn't we agree to feed him some skills first and let him grow? What on earth? What went wrong again? Feeling that fate was playing tricks on him, Angel just wanted to cry at this moment. "I really want to cry." Chapter 33. Fighting helplessly. In the third second after the referee called out the start of the match, Yang raised his hands above his head, closed his eyes and quickly shouted, "I give up." The moment he finished speaking, a giant ice arrow turned into snowflakes 3 centimeters away from Yahang's forehead and dissipated in the arena. The cold sweat on Yahang's forehead slowly condensed into ice. The huge drop in temperature caused a white blizzard to fall in the arena. On the arena, Lawerna didn't even look at Yang a second time. Facing the person who should have been married in the official history, the Ice Moon Girl looked as if she had seen a mortal enemy. With a very cold expression, she looked at Yang with disdain until all the second-grade students in the audience began to cheer like a tsunami. As expected of Miss Abel. You're only in your second year and can already use advanced magic. You're truly worthy of being a descendant of the Abel family. Even though she lost, I don't think it's Yahang's fault. Who can beat her with her high-level magic that can be activated in seconds? After all, this was the second-year students' first crushing victory over the first-year students. For them as seniors, this victory was extremely precious. Lawerna ignored Yang and walked off the stage. She didn't even bother to say a word to a potential love rival. Perhaps it was her extraordinary willpower that made her resist the urge to kill Yang that deserved praise. What's more, even for Lawerna, the use of high-level magic once was enough to drain all her magic reserves in the past few days. Now she was too weak to say anything polite. After all, for humans, high-level magic is a field that only a very small number of geniuses can dabble in. Perhaps in this world, there are no humans who can cast high-level magic continuously, but after stepping down from the stage, Lawerna hugged her chest and straightened her body into a charming curve. Even though she was weak at the moment, she still held on, staring gloomily at another game that was supposed to start at the same time but had to be delayed for a moment because of the abnormal performance on her side. Looking at Angel's back, Lawerna muttered something quickly in a low voice, which made Angel feel uneasy. Still standing on the arena, Jan gazed at the silver-haired girl from afar, clenching his fists. He shook his head dejectedly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his clear blue eyes. I'm still too weak. I can't even withstand a single move from my senior sister. I guess I need to work harder. Jan immediately left the stage. Although he didn't know how he had offended Senior Abel, this simple and kind-hearted boy still planned to find an opportunity to apologize to her later. Although he really didn't know how he had offended Lawerna, Yang actually felt a little aggrieved. The commotion subsided, and only Angel and Princess Anya were left on the arena. The blonde princess had a kind and gentle face. She smiled at Angel, pinched her index finger, and her tone was full of love. The other side is over. You are really worthy of being Sister Lawerna. You are Angel Alvis, right? I heard that you made some mistakes recently and were expelled from the family by the Duke of Alvis. Life is very difficult now, right? However, Angel's eyes were calm. He was silent, just looking at her indifferently without saying anything, but Ania, who was ignored by him, raised her head and narrowed her eyes slightly. The hypocritical kindness in her eyes faded away, and a hint of scrutiny flashed in her majestic lavender eyes. You seem to be somewhat hostile towards me? Why? Angel still looked straight at her, opened his fists, and slowly assumed a fighting stance. His meaning was self-evident. There is nothing much to say to you. Although ignoring the royal family is a crime of some magnitude, everyone in Arturo College is essentially still a student, and Anya cannot convict him for these trivial matters. But this did not prevent Anya from feeling worse. She was born a princess. Before, the commoner Yaing rejected her again and again, and now the impoverished nobleman Angel dared to ignore her. Perhaps my title of Princess of Compassion is too resounding, causing you to forget that I am a member of the royal family. She smirked and took a deep breath. As if he saw the suppressed anger in Ania's eyes, Angel finally frowned and spoke. Your Highness Anya, please respect the competition and stop gossiping. Anya, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, but she didn't seem to react. After a long silence, she tilted her head, as if asking, Mr. Alvis, were you lecturing me just now? Her extremely calm tone meant that she was on the verge of rage, but Angel once again ignored her words and looked at the referee who was trembling beside him. Aren't you going to start yet? The referee, who had just woken up from a dream, came to his senses. He first looked at the furious princess in fear, then quickly stepped off the stage and shouted, the game begins. The next moment, as if wanting to emulate the battle in which Lawerna crushed Yalan, Ania, who could no longer suppress her anger, raised her finger to the sky and shouted, high-level water demon F. However, before she could finish her words, a big hand appeared in front of Anya. Angel actually covered Ania's mouth to stop her from singing. This presumptuous act stunned countless students and teachers present. How dare he touch the noble princess? This is a fucking capital crime. However, before everyone could exclaim in surprise, Anya subconsciously waved her little pink fist in shame and anger, trying to push Angel away. However, as she focused on studying magic, her physical fitness was not much better than that of an ordinary girl. Angel, who had anticipated this, took Anya's small fist with his chest. Without hesitation, the violent wind pressure generated by the low-level wind blade wrapped around his fist and fell directly on the head of Anya, who was already stunned. In this battle, he knew very well that if it ended up being a magic competition, even 10,000 current angels would not be enough to defeat Princess Anya. But does a powerful princess like Princess Anya also have weaknesses? The answer is yes, and it is deadly. She is a flower in a greenhouse, and all she has learned is elegant combat methods. If fair fighting cannot defeat the opponent, then all you need to do is drag the opponent into the quagmire and use the fighting style that Angel is familiar with to gamble his life. Coincidentally, Angel was very familiar with this style of fighting on the battlefield in his previous life, and he had never lost a bet, so he always manages to survive, stepping over countless corpses, and Angel always survives to the end. Anya looked at the handsome, almost devilish man standing right in front of her, and the ferocious, murderous expression on his face, as if it were a demon. The green wind blade was about to pierce through her head from top to bottom. Only at this moment did she truly realize that the other party had no intention of stopping. Angel Alvis wants to kill Anya Ilfafnia. He is a lunatic. Chapter 34. Fear my lovely little Anya. You must remember that the dignity and majesty of the royal family must never be trampled upon, no matter when or where. I understand, Grandpa. Can you get up and play with me? Ha ha ha, cough cough. Anya, come forward, let Grandpa take a good look at you. Grandfather, Enya, you're too kind, but this kindness will eventually harm you. Because you're a royal, one day you'll have to face, the deep darkness you don't want to see. I'm not afraid. Grandpa, I want to protect you, Mom, Dad, and my brothers and sisters. Ha ha ha, good kid. But no matter what, little Anya, you must remember what Grandpa said, be one with the light and dust. There is only this one sentence, you must remember. Like a revolving lantern, memories long forgotten by Anya flashed through her mind, and following these old memories, it's feared it was the first fear Anya had felt since she was born. It was the fear of mountains roaring, seas collapsing, the earth collapsing, and the sun and moon turning upside down. The fear of death made her scream uncontrollably. Anya no longer cared about royal etiquette and retreated frantically in panic. Anya just wanted to get farther and farther away from him. She had clearly realized that the impoverished nobleman in front of her, whom she despised, was actually trying to kill her in this competition. Her brain had been crushed into a paste by fear. Anya instinctively raised her hand to try to block Angel's punch. The palm of her hand condensed the basic magic that she had never used since she learned intermediate magic at the age of 7. Bubble. The reason is simple, only elementary magic does not require chanting. The water barrier created by the huge amount of magic power finally stopped Angel's killing intent, but this man who was extremely talented in fighting quickly reacted. He turned around and used the LV.4 boxing skills brought from another world to hit the huge water bubble that had magic power but no killing power and sent it flying into the sky. So it rained again in the arena after the snow. Anya retreated in panic, but fell to the ground because of the water stains on the ground. Seeing Angel following her again like a murderous ghost, her eyes turned red and she actually cried. However, Angel did not stop his attack. With the help of the little magic power left in his body, the wind magic helped him to turn around quickly and accelerate. He punched straight at Anya's heart. Feeling the threat of death, Anya finally made the only correct choice, resist the magic. Yes, the reason why Angel could threaten her life with such weak magic and attacks was because he got close to her after gaining the initiative. In this case, just push him away. As long as there is distance, then it will be her home turf as a magician. Unfortunately, Angel had already read her thoughts. Before the powerful repulsive force in front of him could touch him, Angel had already taken a deep step forward and whispered as if he had predicted the future, resist the aura. He had anticipated Anya's move, and the attributeless magic he had learned before came in handy again. A repulsive force appeared behind him, pushing him forward. The two repulsive forces cancelled each other out. Although his heart and lungs were injured by the two huge pressures, Angel spit out blood, but he still did not stop. His steps were still slow, even as slow as the staggering steps of an old man, but Angel was actually and slowly thrusting his punch towards Anya's heart. The entire place was completely silent, no one dared to breathe, and everyone was waiting for the final outcome of this punch that seemed even a little ridiculous. Before the game, everyone was fantasizing about Princess Anya's dignity and elegant magic, but the reality was as messy as two children fighting in a mud puddle. Even the principal on the highest stand was hesitating whether to stop the game. Facing Angel's murderous intent that was piercing her soul, Anya was completely terrified. From birth to now, she had never experienced a real battle just for the sake of fighting. At this moment, she just kept investing magic power in panic, increasing the strength to resist the halo. Originally, she only needed to multitask and use other magic at the same time to defeat Angel, who was advancing slowly and with difficulty. But now she seemed to be arm wrestling with Angel, falling into a fixed mindset, push him away and I can survive, moving forward step by step. Contrary to his murderous appearance, Angel was not actually thinking about anything nutritious. He was just feeling the magic power in his body being squeezed to the limit, and enduring the pain brought by the crushing of the two forces resisting magic. He gritted his teeth and relied on his willpower to move forward under this terrifying pressure. Yes, Angel did have something he wanted to say to Princess Anya, but he didn't want to say it to the arrogant, conceited, hypocritical, and cruel Anya before the game. Angel needed a chance for an equal dialogue, and this opportunity could only be obtained by himself. He needed to make Anya look at him straight in the eye. This was the most basic requirement for a conversation. I apologize. Angel, I was a little condescending just now. I apologize. Anya cried and used her hands and feet to rub backwards. Her originally white and elegant dress was stained, but she was completely unaware of it. She just cried in panic and fear like a bullied little girl, but anger said nothing and just kept punching. His steps were slow, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth due to the tremendous pressure. The magic power in his body was depleted, and the pressure had already damaged his heart and lungs, but Angel still walked slowly to Anya, because she had already retreated to the edge of the arena. If Anya took another step back, she would be out. Angel stood in front of Anya, against the light, and his shadow covered her petite body. Anya could not see the expression of this dandy and useless man who was very famous in the aristocratic circle. She was trembling all over and was so scared that she closed her eyes. Anya was frightened to death. At this moment, she was no longer a princess or a magic genius. She was just a little girl whose mind was controlled by the fear of death and who no longer dared to resist. So she had no idea how exhausted the man in front of her was. Now even a gust of wind could easily blow Angel down. That simple punch did not have any magical blessing. The magic power in Angel's body had been squeezed to the limit by the pull of resisting magic. It was a miracle that he had not fainted yet. What kind of strong willpower is supporting him? On the other hand, there was still a huge amount of magical power surging in Princess Anya's body. As long as she reacted and regained her composure, she could end this farce at will. Chapter 35 Protection. Regardless, this is the gap in talent, a mountain that humans absolutely cannot overcome with willpower alone. Perhaps no one present could see it, but in the highest seat, the old principal, Obla, looked at Angel, a hint of admiration flashing in his wise eyes. Beside him, an elderly woman nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps the outside world's evaluation of this eldest son of Alvis is a bit biased. But soon, the admiration in their eyes turned into horror. The reason was simple. Angel, whose magic power was extremely depleted, finally lost consciousness completely. However, even so, he still relied on his amazing willpower to throw his last punch at Anya's heart. This was the punch he earned for all his hard work these days. It was a soft, powerless punch. Angel's fist hit Princess Anya's heart with a thud. As a result, his hand finally landed on Anya's chest and even sank into it. Then, there was a magic vacuum, and he staggered exhausted and fell into a coma. Angel fell straight onto Anya's soft body and knocked her to the ground, and she fell asleep and never woke up. Anya, however, what reacted faster than Anya was the ice moon skybow that reappeared in the audience, but it was soon wiped out by a certain existence in the highest stand, and then heavy snow fell in the arena again, but the students didn't care about that. A huge uproar instantly ignited in their hearts. Princess Anya's noble body was, unexpectedly. But no matter how much they thought about it, no one dared to speak out loud. Talking about the royal family would be against the law. Think about it this way: a third-rate villain who scared the princess to tears and then used her as a pillow is really, here. Anya's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and she finally came to her senses. She understood the situation and pushed Angel, who was lying on her hard, but when she raised her eyes, she found that the handsome face close to her was wearing a childlike innocent sleeping face. The murderous intent directed at her just now seemed like a dream. The contrast was so great that even the angry and embarrassed Anya was stunned for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and used magic to throw him off the stage. Anya stood up hastily, her clothes disheveled and her face red as she yelled at the referee, "Don't announce the verdict yet." The referee, waking up from a dream, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted in a trembling voice, "Angel Alvis is out, Her Highness Anya wins." The field was completely silent, and everyone was speechless because of the shocking act of blasphemy. Embarrassment and shame spread from the soles of her feet to her brain. The little princess with golden hair and purple eyes glared viciously at Angel, who was lying on the stage. She whispered angrily, "I will remember you, Angel Alvis. This matter is not over." Afterwards, the kingdom's kind princess quickly left the arena in disgrace, but before everyone could exclaim in surprise, the second bomb exploded again. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lawerna Abel, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Abel, hurried forward and picked up Angel, who was unconscious due to lack of magic power, and took him to the infirmary. Students, if you hadn't waited a moment, there would have been no time to feel sad for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Who just took that impoverished noble away? Miss Abel is so affectionate to a member of the opposite sex. The concern on her face is about to melt into water. Wait, are the rumors true? At this moment, all the male students' anger and jealousy towards Angel reached its peak. Isn't he just a little handsome? Why? Yang stared blankly at the direction where Angel left, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself, "So, there is such a way of fighting. Is he called Senior Angel? He is really strong." In the audience, Celine didn't understand what all the twists and turns were. She just thought that Sister Lawerna was very powerful, that big ice arrow was very powerful, and it started snowing in the venue, which was very powerful. Angel is also very good. Although he didn't win the game in the end, Celine still thinks Angel is very good. Clap your hands. However, while she was happily clapping her hands, the noble classmates beside her were watching her honest and straightforward actions coldly, with no concealment of malice and mockery in their eyes. Unfortunately, Celine was a dull little girl. She didn't care about or realize the gazes around her. In her eyes, Sister Lawerna and Angel, who were shining on the stage, were the only ones in the world. However, behind Celine, a girl wearing gorgeous accessories, the noble student who had bullied her several times, suddenly sneered and greeted the boy next to her. The man understood and walked towards Celine with ill intentions, but soon he stopped with a pale face. He fell to the ground trembling, for no other reason than that an ice spike emitting an extremely cold aura was directly hitting his forehead and the forehead of everyone in Class C of Grade 1 except Celine, as if it would take their lives. In the next moment, looking again, it turned out that a girl with silver hair and golden eyes had already taken the lead in protecting Celine. Her tall and pretty body blocked all the malicious gazes for the dull little girl. Lawerna returned from the infirmary and stood in front of the stands of Class C, Grade 1. She gently touched Celine's little head with one hand, then raised her eyes, and looked indifferently with her cold golden eyes at the group behind Celine that was brewing malicious intent. Just one glance made these small groups of nobles tense up all over, as if they were being stared at by some evil beast. The ice spikes on their foreheads quickly dissipated like a dream, but the chill still remained in their hearts. I have been watching you. If you attempt to become my enemy, you may continue to trample upon your noble dignity, which is so despicable to the core. This is just a warning. Next time, this icy arrow will surely wipe away the stain on your soul. Lawerna spoke coldly to everyone in Class C of the first grade, then she turned around, gently took Celine's hand, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Celine. I'm here." Celine looked at Lawerna, who looked like a hero, blankly. She choked, then shook her head, hugged Lawerna tightly, hummed softly, and said nothing. The two left and went to the infirmary to visit Angel. Looking at the Duke's daughter and the commoner bloodline they regarded as the lowest of the low, the vicious girl who led the group was drenched in cold sweat. She stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Her tone was filled with resentment and sharpness. How dare she? We are the nobles. In the luxuriously decorated royal lounge, Anya sat quietly in front of the mirror without saying a word, combing her messy hair with an indifferent expression. The maid behind her trembled, trying her best to reduce her presence, fearing that she would become a scapegoat for the princess's anger. Anya sighed and rubbed her brow. She had just made a fool of herself in the competition, but it didn't matter. After all, she was just a student in the academy, so the outside world's evaluation of her would not be lowered because of this. But the words that Angel whispered in her ear before he fell made Anya think about its deeper meaning. I can help you. Chapter 36 Awakening. The competition continued. On the highest stand, a group of college leaders sat behind Ogra, occasionally commenting on the battle in the arena. Principal Obla stroked his beard, looked at the young people in the audience, and turned to the Dean of Studies, Leggett, and whispered softly, I heard that there's been a bit of chaos in the academy lately? There was no ripple in his old but clear eyes, as if he had already seen through everything. Leggett thought for a moment, then shook her head. Although time had left many marks on this great elemental magic scholar, like Ogra, her aura was calm and steady, and her tone was also calm. The evil god cult has been reaching out to the academy recently, but I think this might be an opportunity for the students to grow. You saw the duel between the abandoned son of the Alvis family and Her Highness the Princess. Their combat experience was completely unequal. After a moment's silence, Obla raised his eyebrows, then smiled and stroked his long white beard. These students are all important people, so be careful. Leggett nodded calmly and said nothing more. On the arena, after a period of commotion, the competition continued, and two pairs of names appeared on the screen again. Ololo St. Yerenia versus Tugangufusks versus XX. Off the court, the audience began to whisper again, and many female students' eyes were full of love. In the second year Class A, groups of 3 or 4 gathered together to predict the outcome of the competition. It's Tugan, the second son of the Marquis of Gafers. I heard he's mastered intermediate magic these days. It looks like the second grade will finally win again. Ha! You're right. As seniors, we've lost more than we've won since the start of the competition. If it weren't for Miss Abel's big win, we really wouldn't have had any skin in the game. But our opponent is a Lolo, right? I hope Tugan can win. What do you mean? Is the opponent strong? Ololo St. Yerenia. I haven't heard of it. I heard that she's never taken action, but the first-year students call her a mysterious witch. It's said that she came out of a deep mountain. Deep mountains? Ah, come on, brother. You don't mean to say that she is the same as the legendary great sage Arturo, do you? Ha ha ha, brother, why aren't you talking? The big wizard hat covered her petite and delicate face like a cat, her long pigtails hung down to her waist, and her deer-like light gray eyes were as silent as a pool of stagnant water. Alolo walked slowly onto the arena with a lazy expression, like a cat that had not yet woken up. Across from him, a young man with the look of an aristocrat also stood on the arena. He frowned and muttered, "Damn Elvis. How dare he do that to Princess Sabina? Damn it!" Seeing that both players were ready, the referee waved his hand to start the game. Alualuo raised his eyes to look at him, only to see Tugong's ferocious expression, and a mid-level magic circle slowly condensing in his palm, chanting, "Gathering demons," chanting again, "Gathering demons again." There are many steps, and Alaro just looked at him lazily, without any intention of interrupting Tugong's tedious ritual preparations. To be honest, this kind of intermediate magic with a long preparation time would be meaningless in actual combat even if it was used. However, Alaro did not make a move and even yawned, which made Tugon furious. After a long preparation time, Tugon was sweating profusely. He raised his hand towards Alolo, who had been motionless since the start of the game, and roared, "Even though I don't know who you are, I will make you pay for your arrogance." Intermediate magic, spark. Then, a raging column of fire gushed out from the magic circle in his palm. The brilliant flames were reflected in Alualua's gray pupils, and finally the flames engulfed her petite body. There was a cry of surprise in the stadium, and the huge column of fire instantly raised the temperature in the stadium. On the stands, Obla squinted his eyes and looked at the flames. Without saying a word for a long time, the flames slowly faded away, and the exhausted Tugon excitedly waved his arms and was about to celebrate, but he saw Alolo continued to stand there lazily, motionless, a faint white halo surrounding her. She yawned and glanced at Tugon lazily. "Is it over?" Without waiting for him to speak, Alolo adjusted the huge and worn wizard hat on his head, turned around and walked out of the arena in boredom. Alolo, out. The whole audience fell silent again. Angel slowly woke up. Before he even opened his eyes, he heard Celine's groaning voice beside him, "Sister Lawerna, Angel won't die, right?" Running out of mana is dangerous, but it won't kill you. That being said, Angel will probably be in pain for a while." "Oh, then why isn't he awake yet?" Have you ever heard of such a fairy tale?" "What fairy tale?" "The Frog Prince and Snow White." Eh? Is that the name of that story?" I can't quite remember, Anyway, if you kiss Angel, maybe he'll wake up." Wait, let me kiss him, huh? Then if we kiss together, Angel will definitely wake up faster. Isn't Celine very smart? Do you want to kiss together, or I'll do it alone?" Hearing this, Angel quickly opened his eyes. Beside his bed, on his left was Celine, and on his right was Lawerna. The two girls leaned over and saw Angel wake up. Celine exclaimed in surprise, then hugged his neck and rubbed his ear affectionately with her little face. "Angel, wake up." On the other side, a blush appeared on Lawerna's flawless face. She coughed lightly, then straightened up, hugged her chest and asked seriously, "Angel, how are you feeling?" He felt his body for a moment, and apart from a huge, even painful, feeling of weakness, he actually didn't seem to be injured anywhere. Angel shook his head weakly and pushed Celine's little head away. "I'm fine." Lawerna frowned. Just as she was about to ask more questions, she heard a commotion at the door. "Your Highness Annie, why are you here?" The door of the infirmary was pushed open, and a girl with blonde hair and purple eyes walked in with a gentle and kind smile and an elegant posture. She first glanced at Angel, then at Lawerna and Celine beside his bed, especially Celine. Her gaze lingered on this dull little girl for a long time before she spoke softly. "Lawerna, you seem to have a good relationship with Angel?" Chapter 37. Game. Lawerna frowned. She did not answer Sabina's question, but asked, "Your Highness, Anya, where are your guards? I should have warned you many times that it is too dangerous for you to act alone." After being scolded by Lawerna, Anya coughed lightly, and then her eyes wandered. I sneaked out. Besides, you're here." As a princess, Anya seems unexpectedly not good at dealing with Lawerna. Perhaps this has something to do with the fact that the two grew up together since childhood. They are more like sisters than king and subject. Hearing this, Lawerna looked at her helplessly, then sighed and shook her head. She said to Anya softly and seriously, "You should always be mindful of your noble status, Your Highness Anya," even if, before he could finish his words, he saw the blonde girl covering her ears. All right, Lawerna, stop scolding me. I'm not here to look for you this time." Listening to the conversation over there, Angel forced himself to sit up despite his weakness. From Lawerna's gentle attitude towards the princess, it can be seen that she doesn't seem to know the other side of Anya hidden behind her. It is also true that Aenea's plan to kill her father, become emperor, and massacre the royal bloodline of her compatriots will not officially begin to unfold until she enters the 3rd grade. Before this, Anya had always been loved as a kind princess among the people of the kingdom and the noble circles. In this case, Angel would not make things more complicated. This was a matter that Yang should resolve, and it had nothing to do with him. Just pretend you don't know. During the conversation between the two girls at the top of the nobility, Celine hid beside Angra tremblingly, like a little pink lamb. Lawerna seemed to notice her nervousness, and Angel's attitude towards Her Royal Highness the Princess today also made her confused. This was what Lawerna had originally wanted to find out when she came to the infirmary. Why did Angel choose Princess Anya as his opponent, and even the fighting momentum was as cruel as that of a soldier who would fight to the death. If he just wanted to help Celine vent her anger, then he could just choose the students from Class C of the 1st grade as his opponents. Could it be that Angel thought that Princess Anya was the mastermind behind this incident? But how is this possible? Lawerna had a lot of thoughts on her mind, but with Celine and Anya present, she found it difficult to speak. As the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Lawerna finally decided to give the space for conversation to Angel and Anya. After all, the princess couldn't have come here for no reason. There must be some secret that no one else could hear. As a subject, and as Anya's sister and friend, she would naturally respect her ideas first. Moreover, Angel now would not say fancy and frivolous words to others for no reason, which also made Lawerna not worry too much that Angel would violate taboos again due to etiquette issues. If it were the previous Angel, he might have flirted with Princess Anya because of her extremely beautiful appearance, but the current Angel would definitely not be such a frivolous man. It shouldn't be. Probably not. Yes, his playboy appearance in the past must have been just a disguise. The real Angra was a very honest and simple man. After all, I am pretty, and he didn't make any moves on me, so it's impossible that he is not interested in me. Haha, well, that must be the case. Lawerna persuaded herself with all her strength, then walked to Celine and gently took her hand. Celine, since Angel is fine, shall we go first? Behind her, Princess Anya looked at the timid and cowardly Celine with great interest. She did not stop her, but smiled politely. Goodbye, Lawerna, and this classmate too. Hee, see you next time. Celine looked back at Angel for the last time, then hummed and said softly, Your Highness, goodbye. After he finished speaking, he left the infirmary under the guidance of Lawerna like a little follower, with no outsiders around. The faint smile on Aenea's face slowly faded away. She sat down in the chair beside Angel's bed and stared at him expressionlessly, as if waiting for him to speak first. For example, explain why you were so murderous on the field just now. For example, explain why he dared to touch her precious and noble body. Anyway, Anya is very angry now, but Angel was not overwhelmed by the opponent's momentum. He just took out a piece of dried meat he had pickled himself, put it in his mouth, and stared out the window in a daze. After a long silence, Anya finally sighed. She found that she could not see what the man in front of her was thinking. Angel, I asked you this before the battle, but you didn't answer me, so I'll ask you again. As she spoke, Anya frowned. You seem to have great hostility towards me. Why? In the afternoon, the sunlight outside the window shone into Angel's eyes, his light brown hair shone slightly, and the thunderous cheers from the arena could be heard even here. Looking back, he glanced at Anya, then shook his head and said seriously, I don't. Anya crossed her arms and snorted coldly, You have it. Angel thought for a moment and continued to shake his head, Really not. Anya stood up and said angrily, You have it. Angra sighed helplessly, As you wish. Anya seemed to realize that her behavior had been childish. She coughed lightly, sat down again, crossed her legs, and regained her elegance as a princess. So, what did you mean by that sentence when the game just ended? After Angel was silent for a moment, he did not hesitate for too long and stared quietly into Anya's eyes. Demon. The moment these two words fell, a magical blade of light was already against Angel's neck. Anya looked coldly at Angel, who was lying on the bed without any resistance, and said in a cold tone, You said demon? What do you mean? I am the 3rd princess of the kingdom of Elfafnia. Angel, how dare you say these 2 words to my face? But even with the sharp blade against his neck, Angel laughed softly. The reason is very simple. Angra made the right bet. Anya's violent reaction just proved that his interpretation of the main plot of the 1st chapter of the official history was correct. As the main boss of the 3rd act, Anya is indeed the mastermind behind the main storyline of the 1st chapter. She is the so-called big shot who was behind the destruction of the Fire Jade and the erosion of Saren. Calm down, Angel said to himself in his heart. Every step that comes next requires extreme caution. He stared straight at Anya, his emerald green eyes full of indifference and calmness, as if he didn't care about his own life or death at all. Just like in the competition just now, Anya could not read any useful information in them. Your Highness, Anya, I know your intentions, and I can see from your imperfect plan that you need help. I should have shown you my determination during the competition just now. As he spoke, cold white sunlight shone into the infirmary, and an unpleasant smell of disinfectant filled the air between the two of them. Your Highness Anya, please let me help you, or rather, you need me to help you. Angel said calmly. Chapter 38 Misunderstanding. It seems unreasonable to form an alliance with her, and even this kind of frank behavior makes people feel a little stupid, but think about it carefully. If fate is a slender line that will directly reverse the direction of the future because of any wind and grass movement, then Angel is unwilling to continue to be the audience who is only watching from the sidelines. Before the slender thread of destiny broke for inexplicable reasons that he didn't know, Angel might as well choose to forcibly bond this filament with his own hands and pull it to let it lead to the future that Angel knew. As long as he can become an actor on stage at the nearest distance, then Angel is qualified to complete the end of Fate with a slight adjustment to the plot. Now, all the prerequisites have been completed, and the current attack on the Queen of Anya is the last step in Angel's plan. He will not let Anya become the dirty behind the scenes, looking at the little king girl with an uncertain complexion. Angel just calmly held Anya's right hand gently with her two big hands. Anya, who was still thinking, was taken aback for a moment, and then looked at the man in front of her in shock. She was even so shocked that she forgot to be shy, the third time. This is the third time this man has made physical contact with her. If Anya wants to pursue it, Angel can even be killed 3 times, but obviously, Angel didn't care about these things. He was not afraid of death at all. Or rather, Angel actually didn't know that touching the royal family it would be sentenced to death, but perhaps it was this straightforward heart and that blazing gaze that burned Anya, who had never touched a man. For some unknown reason, Anya blushed subconsciously, and she began to escape Angel's sight. Angel's cocoon-covered hand wrapped the little delicate palm, and he looked directly into Anya's purple eyes with a sincere expression and sincere tone. Please, Her Royal Highness Anya, please. Don't stain your hands for this kind of thing. Don't you have more important things to do? Give me the position of the mastermind, so that it is convenient for me to control the situation. No matter what plans or ideas you have, this should not be a reason for you to have contact with those dirty existences. I know what you think, but contact with Cthulhu is too dangerous. If you can't grasp it, you can be responsible for destroying your own house with peace of mind, and leave the rest to me. If you have to do it, then let me do it. I want to watch you from the nearest place to you. I have to monitor you to prevent you from hurting Celine. But after speaking, Angel frowned, because Anya seemed to be in a bad state. Her body temperature rose, and her face flushed. Is it because the match just stimulated her too much, and now she has an acute fever? Your Highness, there was a lot of offense in the game just now. Are you not injured? Angel held her little hand and cared softly. Anya shuddered, and then seemed to have finally calmed down. She looked back and glanced at Angel quietly, but was forced back by his handsome and somewhat monster face and his straightforward and hot gaze, and couldn't help but look away. Look away. After swallowing her mouth, she trembled softly and said, Angel, do you know what I'm going to do? Angel nodded calmly, holding her little hand harder, which made Anya unconsciously feel at ease in her heart. Change places another day. He whispered. For a moment, Anya was dumbfounded, and after a long time, she said with difficulty, How did you know? With her left hand behind her, although she looked like a shy girl on the surface, the left hand behind her slowly opened a fire magic array that condensed terrifying magic power. This person is too dangerous. This is Anya's intuition. This matter is too involved. At this moment, only she should know. Although she doesn't understand how Angel saw through her plan that is still in the initial stage, but an Angel just glanced at her hand behind her without a trace, and then held Anya's right hand tightly, her tone still sincere. Because I have been looking at you. Well, Angel has indeed been watching her all the time. After all, when he was the boss of Anya in his previous life, he swiped the strategy all night. In this way, he fought for more than a month before he was immortal in the protagonist group, and the kingdom of Aphafnia was not destroyed. Next, the plot of this brutal king girl is perfectly clear. He knew best how bad the plot would become if Anya's malice was fully exposed and she really became the one behind it. Before that, Angel must intervene, otherwise Celine will undoubtedly die. And now it is obvious that there is no obvious bond between the protagonist group. The relationship between Yang and Lolna is cold. Yahang's childhood sweetheart, the future great sage Yuni, has not been able to enter the plot until now. The wolf white in the north seems to have never known Yang, but if this continues, then what is waiting for Angel? No, or more seriously, What awaits this world is the only way to go is to destroy the ending. Thinking of this, the magic element in Engel's body also began to boil. He knew very well that if the princess started to hurt people violently now, then all he could do was not to fight her, but how to escape. But the magic element in his body was almost exhausted in the confrontation, and now he can only use the lowest level, resist the aura, but this is enough. He has been looking out the window just now, not pretending to be deep, but looking for an escape route. Resisting the aura is enough to pop him out of the window. All that remains is to find Lulna. You can survive before you make plans, but this is the worst case scenario after all. If possible, Angel still intends to directly gain Aenea's trust in a wave, and if it is not economical, let her give herself a chance to intervene. In order to distort Celine's mortal fate, Angel decided to end in person and slightly change the script. However, out on the other side, unlike the nervous Angel, Anya was obviously taken aback. She was brainstorming because of Angel's words. Because I have been looking at you. He said he has been looking at me. What does this stand for? Wait, I heard that Angel was expelled from the Elvis family for various reasons a few days ago. Is it possible that he is for me? In order to help complete my plan that I thought was crazy, I deliberately behaved as a dude. Thinking of this, Anya's eyes looking at Angel completely changed their taste, and the rattling atmosphere dissipated, and the atmosphere in the field inexplicably added a layer of pink filters. Wait, where did this rose petal come from? Angel. Chapter 39 Destiny. I see, so this is the real reason why Lawerna originally hated Angel so much, but now she has become friends with Angel, who has achieved her goal, being deliberately expelled from the Elvis family. Even Lawerna, who was always rude to the opposite sex, personally sent Angel to the infirmary, because Lawerna obviously also discovered the good qualities that Angel possessed as a man. Yes, Angel is a man that even Lawerna can recognize. How could he be the playboy that people say he is? Wait, I get it. Angra must be a boy who is honest, tough, sincere, and kind like a knight, and who has always had a crush on me, and it was precisely because he had been watching me and caring about me that he could deduce what I was going to do from all the clues. Look. Look at the way he looks at me. So genuine and passionate, and he's so handsome. Oh my god, how can he be so stupid, this idiot? How could he pay such a huge price for me and never even tell me? If he inherits the Elvis family, wouldn't he be able to provide me with greater assistance? No. That's not right, so that's how it is. Yes, it is difficult for Angel to reconcile his loyalty to his family and his love for me. After all, if he chooses to do everything for me, he must be prepared to be discovered and sentenced to death. That's why he took the initiative to leave the family to avoid the Elvis family being implicated because of him, and the way he acted during the competition just now was definitely just a pretense to the outside world, to put him and me on opposite sides in the eyes of everyone, so that if the truth came to light, Angel could sacrifice himself to save me. Angel, how much have you done for me? Cry, but Angel is right. I can't pull off this plan by myself. I really need a loyal and reliable helper like him. Changing the world. Angre used a very good word. Hee. Angel looked at the silly grin on the little princess's face, and his mind flashed back to the cold-blooded, cruel, and merciless dark princess in the 3rd chapter who tried to overthrow the entire kingdom. Angel fell silent and slowly let go of Anya's hand. He suddenly wanted to sigh for some reason. Angel always had a bad feeling that things were slowly getting out of control. Lawerna held Celine's hand as they walked towards the library. Although they could continue to watch the competition, after all, there would be a competition for senior grades after the competition between the 1st and 2nd grades, which would be more exciting than the competition between the 1st and 2nd grades, but it was obvious that Celine didn't want to stay in a class group that would only hurt her, and Lawerna was too lazy to watch games that she had no interest in this academy, even including the professors. There are few who can rival her. Lawerna's talent and attainments in elemental magic cannot be described simply by the word genius. Passing through a garden, the two girls walked along a long corridor. Celine would occasionally happily tell Lawerna about Angel. Their relationship was plain and warm, and Lawerna liked this feeling very much. It seems that to the little girl Celine, Lawerna is not the eldest daughter of the noble Duke of Evil, but just a kind and gentle older sister. This may be one of the reasons why Lawerna likes this dull little girl so much. Maybe this is what it feels like to have a younger sister. Celine is so adorable, unable to hold back. Lawerna hugged the still jumping little Salian. A faint smile hung on her beautiful face, as beautiful as the ancient moon in the blue sky. Lawerna rubbed Salian's little head with a doting look on her face. Does Celine like me? Celine was stunned by this sudden intimate gesture, but soon she pressed herself against Lawerna even harder, babbling happily. Celine loves sister Lawerna the most. She loves you as much as she loves Angel. Lawerna was stunned. What does it mean to like Angra? But before they could continue chatting, they saw a gray-haired girl wearing a huge wizard hat slowly walking towards the corridor. She was petite, only about 1.5 meters tall. The school uniform didn't fit her well and was a little baggy, but even so, her delicate, doll-like face wasn't affected at all. However, the girl's lazy expression and sleepy eyes detracted a lot from her temperament. It was like an exquisite dress-up doll with the soul of an uncle stuffed in it, giving people a strong sense of discomfort. Ololo St. Yerenia, the mysterious witch. Rololo just glanced at Lawerna and Celine lightly, then quickly withdrew his gaze, yawned, and walked past the two of them. Lawerna's attention was drawn to her for some reason. After thinking for a moment, she frowned and looked back, wanting to ask her name, but, behind him, there was no one. The breeze blew a few leaves, and the sunlight sprinkled on the stone bricks of the pavilion. Lawerna frowned slightly and quickly looked away. "What's the matter, Sister Luna?" Celine tilted her head. Lawerna thought about it, feeling confused, but she didn't say anything. She just took Celine's hand and shook her head. "Let's go, Sister will take you to eat some delicious snacks." "Great, no need to go hungry anymore." "Thank you, Luna's sister." Yes, Luna's sister, What's wrong, Celine?" Can I leave some snacks for Angel?" "Angel just fainted, I'm afraid he's hungry too, Siren, What's up, Sister Luna?" I'll buy it for Angel myself. I've saved up some copper coins recently. Celine is so cute, let me pat her head." Oh, then you can touch it, be gentle," Tilt said obediently. "Well, as a reward for letting me pat your head, I'll treat you today." He casually used the holy magic space to jump 4 or 5 times. Logically speaking, a court magician would need to use all his strength to use this level of holy magic once, but Ololo just yawned lightly and touched the brim of his hat. Ololo didn't want to get involved with Lawerna and Celine because she thought it would be troublesome. There was something special about her gray eyes. Since birth, Alor had been able to see the thread of destiny that belonged to everyone. Some people will be entangled in rotten ties and eventually be dragged into the sea of suffering by everything around them, such as Celine. Some people, like Enya, will have their souls ignited by the spark of power until they are burned out. Some people are born to be heroes and will definitely bring hope to the world, such as Yang and Lawerna. For Ololo, everyone is moving towards a predetermined destiny, and no one can change their own ending. Ololo used to be a girl who didn't believe in fate, until she traveled across the continent as a young child in order to change the fate of her relatives, but ended up with nothing and returned to the mountains in despair. Even with her unparalleled attainments in holy magic and her reserves of magic power as unfathomable as a black hole, she was unable to prevent her only grandfather from dying from the pain in this continent. Healing magic has its limits. As the only descendant of the great sage Arturo, Ololo does not have the same great character as her ancestor. She is too lazy to care about trivial matters in the world. Even if the world were to be destroyed, Olaro would only clap his hands and cheer, then find a place to hide and take a comfortable nap. By now, Olaro had already learned to observe everything in the world with a cold eye. All the developments and changes were just a result for Olaro, but now, something unusual has happened. How could such a fate happen? "Did I see it wrong?" she murmured softly, and a dull look of incomprehension of the current situation flashed across her beautiful big, sleepy eyes. Chapter 40. The moment Ololo entered the school, he used his terrifying magic power, which was enough to crush the principal of Arturo College, to instantly observe the fate of all students. This is also one of her bad habits. Among them, there are many ordinary people, but there are also some interesting souls that caught her attention. This one is about a hypocritical princess. It's about a brave and upright new hero. It's about a girl of ice and moon who was favored by fate. There is also one about a poor sacrifice. Oloro knows the ending of everything, but Oloro is just a spectator. She will never take the initiative to interfere with anyone's fate, because Oloro already knows that the end of fate is irreversible. Just like Celine and Lawerna, Oloro already knew that the two of them were destined to kill each other, and that many threads of fate were tied to their bodies, so there was absolutely no possibility of them coexisting peacefully. That's how it should be. But those two now, no matter how you look at them, they look like a harmonious picture of a domineering older sister and a silly younger sister. That would be fine. After all, since her grandfather died, Ololo left the sacred mountain. She has encountered this kind of situation before while traveling around the continent. And her understanding, perhaps the singularity of the fate of the two has not yet arrived. When the time comes, they will eventually draw their swords against each other for various unavoidable reasons, but everything can be explained. Only that man was different, the man who punched Princess Anya during the match. Angel Alvis. Blank. Why is there only blank space on him? Blank, as the name suggests, there is no thread of fate on Angra at all. Ololo has lived for 18 years, but has never seen a person's face so clearly. For her, the way to distinguish all people is to remember the thread of fate wrapped around them. How many ties will a person have in his life? In Ololo's eyes, everyone is just a bunch of little people with lines up, but Angel, he was too clean, every inch of his body was blank, as if Angel himself was the embodiment of fate. This was the first time Ololo had met such a person. His emerald green eyes were so clear and calm that Ololo didn't even yawn while watching his game. He stared at his face intently for a long time. There are not many opportunities to see a human face. Apart from looking in the mirror, Angel's face is the second human face she has seen. After thinking a lot and basking in the sun, Ololo couldn't help yawning. Although she had been using the space refraction of holy magic to travel, for her who had to sleep 20 hours a day, now should be the time to sleep in the sun on a rooftop. After her match, Oloro ignored her opponent and left the arena. The complicated etiquette in this academy was meaningless to Oloro. If she wanted, she could even become the principal directly by challenging the upper class, but despite this, Ololo is not a girl who likes to trample on the rules. For her, it is more comfortable to follow the rules because then no one will cause trouble when she is sleeping. But this time the situation was special. For the first time, Ololo became curious about a specific person. This was the first time in his life that Ololo wanted to take the initiative to find someone to chat with. In other words, Ololo wanted to find a possibility from Angel, the possibility that fate could be changed. After another spatial refraction, Ololo arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building where she often took naps. Basking in the sun, she squinted her eyes slightly and stretched like a cat. Ololo's big wizard hat and tattered witch robe enveloped her in a comfortable shadow. Let's sleep for a while before going. Unfortunately, Oloro still couldn't help it to, Angel, what do you think? Anya sat gently beside Angel's bed, her delicate little hand tightly holding his little finger. The pale pink sunlight outside the window shone on her perfect face, as white as jade, and Angel's calm face was reflected in her lavender eyes. After listening to the princess's plan, Angel closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Simple and crude, this is Angra's intuitive feeling. But considering the national conditions of the kingdom of Aethnia, Princess Anya's plan is definitely effective. She could even use Arturo College to directly change the political landscape of the entire kingdom and overthrow all the hostile royalists after her rebellion in one fell swoop. Anya's control over the situation made Angel even feel that she knew the future. Yes, Anya wants to use the internal contradictions of the student class to directly trigger the class antagonism and conflict in the kingdom of Aethnia. She then promoted herself as a righteous person by standing on the side of the common people and massacred all the royal family and nobles, including her father, who stood against the people. But the kingdom of Aethnia clearly doesn't have such serious class antagonism right now. But it's also very simple. Anya smiled faintly at Angel. That smile was cruel and calm. If there's no conflict, then just create one. It'll just kill some people. Thus, with just a few words, the main plot of the first chapter, Celine's inevitable death, appeared. P.S. Let me tell you about the rules for adding chapters. For every 300 donations, one chapter will be added. For every 30 yuan gift, one chapter will be added. Although it seems like a lot to generate electricity for love, there are actually some people who read this book. If everyone spends 15 seconds to support Bang Bang, Bang Bang can eat fresh instant noodles. Plus, we guarantee 3 chapters every day, so you don't have to keep the book up. If you like this book, help Bang Bang cultivate it and recommend it on Shu Wang. Love you guys. Chapter 41. True or false? Ani cooperates with the evil god cult and helps them obtain the fire jade, which is the key step in pushing the evil god's advent from behind. Afterwards, they used various means to intensify public opinion. Only ignorant and lowly civilians would believe in evil gods. It doesn't matter who Celine is. She is just an unlucky and pitiful abandoned child chosen by the evil cult. Anya has 10,000 ways to make this unfounded public opinion stir up a storm in the academy, and in this situation, the nobles' contempt and anger towards the common people will naturally be aroused. As a minority in Arturo, the civilian students would undoubtedly be oppressed and bullied by the arrogant and angry nobles. Once the bullying on campus began to cross the line of petty quarrels, the situation would escalate out of control. It can be foreseen that with the instigation of a third party, the contradictions between the two sides of different classes will only become more and more serious, and will naturally lead to bloody struggles in the end. Having said that, Anya looked out the window and smiled gently and calmly, as if she didn't care at all about the people who were hurt by her plan. After all, this was her purpose. This smile sent a chill down Angel's spine. She stood up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling arena over there, and said softly, if I'm not mistaken, after a serious conflict, some self-proclaimed noble will stand up to protect the civilian students. They might even challenge the authority of the academy, form a student union, and promote institutional reform. Haha, who else could that person be besides Lawerna? Anya's calculations and scheming made Angel silent for a long time. She had accurately predicted everything that would happen in the second chapter of the main storyline just by deduction, and she was even mentally prepared for Lawerna's response. It's a pity that Lawerna always fights for the weak, yet she doesn't understand why the weak will always be weak. She will eventually lose to those aristocratic students who stick together. After all, their pedantic and foul-smelling arrogance and conceit will never allow them to stand on equal footing with commoners. Enya shook her head, looking sarcastic. Lawerna will eventually be bitten back. The idealism ingrained in the Abel family will be the final straw that breaks her back. By that time, the pressure accumulating within Arturo College will only grow. Simply relying on my status as the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ebel's family will undoubtedly make it impossible for me to continue to bear the combined wrath of so many aristocratic students. Then, she will need a noble who possesses both fame and power, a noble who is more popular and more dignified than she is, to help her stabilize the situation. As she spoke, Anya turned around and moved a little closer. She narrowed her eyes and stared into Angel's eyes. The kind princess smiled gently and peacefully. Enya whispered, "Angel, tell me, by that time, who in this enclosed Arturo Academy in the Yala Forest can still meet both of these conditions?" No one other than the royal family before them, Enya Fafnia, the pinnacle of all nobles, could quell this turmoil. Ironically, however, Anya was the mastermind behind this turmoil. Angra was silent for a long time, then sighed. "Your Highness, do you intend to directly seize Lawerna's achievements and replace her at that time? As the leader of the common people, instead of resolving the problem, you will use this opportunity to escalate the conflict, using Arturo College as a springboard to completely ignite the class conflict within the kingdom?" Enya tilted her head and smiled. "As expected of my knight, you're so clever." Angel didn't say much. He just closed his eyes and thought about the plot of his previous life. Because, now Anya made a fatal mistake. She underestimated Lawerna and Jan. Just as the princess said, the blood flowing in Lawerna's body is indeed the purest blood of the Ebel family, but it is also because of this that the purest idealism has moved countless nobles to voluntarily lay down their weapons and take the initiative to negotiate with the civilian students. At the end of chapter 2, it was Lawerna's extreme idealism that convinced countless aristocratic students, and finally the civil strife in the academy was able to be safely resolved in a stable manner. This is also the beginning of the main storyline of the third chapter. The real reason why Princess Anya emerged from behind the scenes was that her plan failed. When Anya's idea of fishing in troubled waters fails, people will naturally realize that the water has been deliberately muddied. The moment Anya's hypocritical mask is revealed, she will turn into the most evil princess in the history of the kingdom and begin her rebellious plan to subvert the kingdom. But this is good. Angel won't point out Anya's mistakes. It was as if he didn't actually care whether Anya's plan would succeed. In fact, if he really changed Celine's fate as Anya's sacrifice to the evil god, then everything in the future would begin to develop towards chaos that he did not know. By that time, it is hard to say whether Anya's evil transformation and her plan to overthrow the kingdom will continue. After all, if Celine hadn't died, or if Angel had limited the scale of the evil god's advent plan, which would have caused heavy casualties, to a very small range, then the main premise of Anya's plan would have completely disappeared. The nobles and commoners would have no reason to oppose each other. Just like Anya's method, she planned to create conflicts and use everyone, treating the entire Arturo Academy as a drama on stage, just to achieve her plan. Then the way Angel chooses to fight against it is to eliminate the contradictory premise created by Anya. He will not let Celine die, nor will he let the evil god harm even an innocent passerby. Angel even wants to let fate come to an end. If the prerequisite for entering the main line of the second chapter is to let the evil god come to the world, then Angel will give it a chance to take a look at the human world the evil god must come to. The world, but the method is crucial. "Your Highness, I have a question for you." After sorting out all his thoughts in his mind, Angel finally stood up despite his weakness. He looked at Princess Anya, the girl who was called the Princess of Kindness by the people of the kingdom. "Why do you harbor such deep hatred for your blood relatives, to the point of wanting them dead? If you were to ascend the throne, you would have many options. With your strategic cunning, no matter what difficulties you face, they shouldn't pose a threat to you." With a calm tone, Angel stared into her purple eyes that seemed to have long lost all human emotions. For some reason, Angel always felt that the girl in front of him seemed to be crying all the time. Her purple eyes, which were always slightly curved like crescent moons, seemed to always be stained with an abyss made of sadness and despair. However, Anya's acting skills were so good that Angel did not dare to trust her easily, nor did he intend to do so. Maybe she acted everything out on purpose for Angel to see, or maybe Anya really let down her guard towards Angel. However, precisely because Angel knew very well how eccentric, cruel, and evil Anya was in the official history, and how she would do anything to achieve her goals, he was even more confused at this moment. Anya is clearly a kind princess loved by everyone in the kingdom, so why does she hide such a terrifying side? Which one is the real Anya, kindness or madness? What was the reason that made this princess finally choose to embark on an evil path that would definitely lead to darkness? What was the reason that made Anya so crazy that she vowed to slaughter all her blood relatives, all the royal family members of the kingdom of Athnia? Through Selene, Angel understands that every villain has his own story, and they may not be as pure and evil as Angel sees in the story. When thinking of this, Angra suddenly grasped a ray of inspiration as someone who knows the stories of all the protagonists. What is the meaning of his coming to this world? But this proposition was too grand, and Angra no longer pondered it right now. He just wanted to get an answer from Princess Anya. Chapter 42, Reality and Illusion. It was because he didn't know that Angel chose to ask. Angel was unwilling to speculate about others. To him, everyone was a different island, even if that person was Princess Anya, who was about to become the most evil sinner in the history of the kingdom, but he also didn't want to be mute. If he could solve the problem through communication, Angra would be happy. Upon hearing this question, all emotion and brilliance instantly vanished from Princess Anya's bright eyes. Her expression was calm and indifferent, as if she were saying something as simple as eating and drinking water. She whispered, "If you want to treat a disease, some lesions must be removed, otherwise the patient will just slowly die." After she finished speaking, Anya laughed at herself and soon returned to her usual kind and peaceful self. She looked at him with interest. "Tell me about you, Angel. After hearing my plan, do you still want to continue working for me?" After a moment's silence, Angel knew what she meant. Selene also came here just now. It was obvious that she had a good relationship with Angel, and Anya had already told Angel that the other party would definitely become a sacrifice. So the meaning of this sentence is very simple. "Angel, will you choose me or that little girl?" Angel didn't think for too long, his expression serious. "She and I just met for the first time." "Your Highness, there is no need to test me. You are no match for her." "Well, there is indeed no comparison." Angra was not lying. Anya smiled and nodded. "If you had rejected me just now, you would be dead now." As she spoke, Anya brought the high-level magic hidden behind her back to Angel and personally dispelled the terrifying magic power that was compressed to the extreme. Obviously, this action meant that the princess finally began to believe Angra, but soon, the princess raised her head and said arrogantly, "But Angel, you are too weak. Apart from your combat skills, you seem to be no match for even an ordinary student. How can you work for me?" The little princess looked proud, and seemed to have forgotten who had scared her to tears during the previous game. Angel did not refute. After all, what Anya said was true, although her words were a bit sharp. Angel just sighed, his tone slightly apologetic. "I'm sorry, princess. I'll try my best." Seeing that Angel seemed a little lost, actually he wasn't, Anya was a little panicked. She coughed lightly, took out a small bag of gold coins and handed it to Angel. "Ahem, working for me will naturally give you benefits. I heard you've been having a hard time lately. Take this money and use it to stay in a hotel or buy food. It's up to you." A bag of gold coins, at least 50. This is half a year's tuition, 3 years worth of food, building materials, daily necessities, food, which Angra probably couldn't earn even if he worked his ass off. Anya was right. As long as he had this money, Angel would no longer have to live such a miserable life like a savage. But he only glanced at the bag of gold coins, and then quickly withdrew his gaze, as if returning a bag of garbage. He pushed the bag to Anya and said calmly, "I'm sorry, princess, I can't accept it." Anya frowned, holding the purse in her hand, looking a little embarrassed. "Are you angry? But what I just said was not disrespectful to you. Didn't I praise your fighting skills? As a man, you should be more generous." Angel shook his head. "No, you are telling the truth. I don't take your money simply because I can't do it." Anya was still angry with Angel, so she took out another bag of gold coins and handed it over. "Don't be angry, Angel. I apologize to you. Do you think it's too little? Then I'll give you this bag as well." Staring at the purse pushed by the princess, Angra remained silent for a long time. As a simple princess who should be in the palace, Anya seems to be very clear about the most essential weaknesses of human nature. Although she does have a certain degree of trust in Angel at this moment, Anya cannot truly believe him unless she crushes the self-esteem of this man named Angel into the dust with her own hands. The more impoverished and homeless a person is, the more likely he is to abandon his self-esteem for these material things. Anya had witnessed countless times the obsession and desire for money of those nobles who originally lived in wealthy families after falling into poverty. Sell your dignity for a copper coin, sell your family for a copper coin, sell yourself for a copper coin. What ultimately destroys those in trouble is often not a huge amount of wealth, but just a copper coin that can buy a loaf of bread. The amount of money is not important, because those who are in desperate situations and have lost their financial resources will always pay more in exchange for external things that are not worth the cost. The reason is simple. They have no choice. So what really matters is the first Time of the first time, I thought, just this once, I will not sell out anything that is important to me, but after taking the money, it was the unfortunate beginning of falling into the bottomless abyss. In Anya's eyes, Angel is this kind of person, or rather, Anya wants to turn Angel into this kind of person. However, unfortunately, Angel is not the superficial person she thinks he is. Angel raised his emerald green eyes and glanced indifferently at Anya, who was still hugging her chest and looking at him as if giving alms. The arrogance made him uncomfortable that he was silent for a long time, and then spoke in a calm tone, "Your Highness, you seem to enjoy insulting me." Just one sentence instantly made the atmosphere in the entire infirmary drop to freezing point, and a huge pressure weighed on Anya's heart. Anya pursed her lips and looked at Angel with an expressionless face, and finally realized that he seemed to be the one who was really angry now. The misjudgment of the situation led to the other party's anger. Anya, who was locked in a huge pressure, was so nervous that she was at a loss. Angel seemed to always have a magical power that could make her forget her noble status. Just like at this moment, she twisted her hands together, and the originally arrogant and domineering aura disappeared unconsciously. Anya looked down at the 2 bags of gold coins she had placed in front of Angel's bed, stumbling like a child who had made a mistake. "Angel, I don't mean to insult you with money, no. I just think your situation is difficult." Looking at the innocent Anya, who seemed a little embarrassed in front of him, and recalling the evil Anya who was strategizing just now, Angel rubbed his face. "I say, is it possible that Her Royal Highness the Princess has a split personality?" Such absurd thoughts flashed through his mind as sighing, Angel said helplessly, "Your Highness, do you have no friends?" An eternal silence descended upon this infirmary. At some point, the sunlight cast their shadows on the wall. The 2 shadows chatted for a long time, but the masters did not move until Anya raised her blushing face. Her gentle and beautiful peach blossom eyes stared at Angel, as if she had never expected that such a pretty mouth could say such unpleasant words. Anya, whose heart was hurt, stammered angrily, I am a princess. I don't need friends." "Angel, you idiot. How dare you talk to me like that? I will ask my father to remove you from the Duke of Albus's mansion." Before he finished speaking, he realized that Angel seemed to be in an unselectable state, but this made Anya even more angry. Her mouth opened and closed, and her cheeks bulged with anger like a little fish blowing bubbles. On this side, Angel couldn't help but laugh. He was clearly going to exterminate his entire family, but when faced with something that made him angry, he would subconsciously bring up his father. The story behind Princess Anya made Angel even more curious. What kind of growing environment could make a young girl grow up to be so twisted? Just now she answered that in order to cure a disease, the lesion must be removed. In other words, in Anya's understanding, killing all royal family members and nobles who extremely discriminate against the common people is also for the purpose of curing the kingdom. While he was still thinking, Anya grabbed the 2 bags of gold coins on the bed and ran out of the infirmary angrily. "Angel, stay out of the fire jade business. Also, I hate you." In the corridor, you can still hear the little girl shouting, "Angel, I hate you." Chapter 43. Witch Angel was walking on the way back to the camp. The setting sun ignited the entire Yala forest like fire. He encountered several attacks from magical beasts on the way. The fatigue caused by the lack of magic in his body still existed. Angel barely killed a few of them with his physical skills, and then stopped fighting with them. The conversation with Anya just now was still ringing in his mind. Angel sighed and shook his head. After returning home with the prey, Angel was planning to prepare the monster's corpse for dinner, but he suddenly stopped in front of the grass nest where he used to live. Angra fell into deep thought. He remembered that there seemed to be no decorations like wizard hats in his camp before, but the hat in the grass nest was really conspicuous and so big that even Angel couldn't ignore it. And that hat made Angra feel inexplicably familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. After hanging the monster's corpse on a tree branch, Angel washed his hands and walked towards the grass nest. When he lifted up the worn wizard's hat, he saw a girl curled up in a haystack. The girl was petite and had a delicate face, just like a doll. She was sleeping soundly at the moment. The setting sun shone on her fair face. Her cat-like sleeping posture made Angra stunned for a moment. Looking at the girl, only 4 words remained in Angel's mind. Uninvited guest. Why is Alolo here? Alolo, this super-standard magic ceiling in the story, possesses terrifying combat power that surpasses the Demon King at the end of the story. In contrast, her carefree and free-spirited attitude towards life like a wild cat made Angel not want to have anything to do with her. If every game has a character that can never be defeated, then it is obvious that in Final Fantasy, Alolo is such a character. She is aloof from the world and never participates in any struggle or main plot, but with her extremely strong presence, she has more terrifying fans than the protagonists. Angel remembers that Ololo only took action once in Final Fantasy, that was the main storyline of Chapter 4 God's Disaster, after the protagonists including Yang and Lawerna overcame the test of Chapter 3, defeated Princess Anya, and protected the kingdom of Alpha Ethnia. At the end of Chapter 3, Princess Anya realized that her situation was hopeless, so she initiated the summoning ceremony of the evil god's altar, trying to drag the entire kingdom down with her, but Uni used her vast knowledge to figure out that this sacrificial ritual had a fatal weakness, which was that the power of faith of the kingdom's holy church could be used to destroy the evil god's altar. After paying a heavy price and overcoming numerous obstacles, the wounded Yang finally brought the Saint Lilith to the altar. But the evil god was well prepared. It turned out that the book Uni read was the notes left by Arturo when he defeated the gods 1,000 years ago. Today, 1,000 years later, the 72 evil gods have become much stronger. Although the power of Saint Lilith alone can weaken the evil god ball, it is impossible to completely destroy the altar. At this desperate moment, a little girl wearing a wizard's hat staggered in front of the evil god Ololo Urania. As the direct descendant of the great sage Arturo, who once killed so many evil gods that they dared not descend to the world, Ololo simply yawned and then glanced at the rampant and bloodthirsty evil god on the altar. In an instant, the space and time of the entire world froze at the same time, because she casually swung out the god-killing magic compressed from 3,600 highest-level holy magics. With just one strike, Arolo completely wiped out the evil god ball. Unlike Arturo's way of repelling the evil god, Arolo directly shattered Baal's soul from above, completely pulling Baal down from the throne of God, and wiping out the immortal god with his mortal body. This is something that even the great sage Arturo cannot do. But, at the end of the 4th chapter, Ololo just stared blankly at the divine psychic particles that filled the sky. The setting sun shone on her pretty face, and a crystal teardrop slid down from her right eye. She looked like a completely homeless kitten, with a calm and lonely expression. Then, Ololo lowered her head and ignored the shouts of Yang and others. She held the big wizard hat and wore an ill-fitting wizard robe, and disappeared dejectedly on the horizon. Since then, Ololo has never appeared in the subsequent plot of Final Fantasy, as if he had disappeared. In fact, Ololo never had any intersection with the protagonists from beginning to end. Her ability value, which was so extreme that it could almost create the world, seemed to be designed by the official specifically to prevent her from being defeated. Yang also made efforts to make friends with her, but Ololo had no interest in him. "You're also a very boring person." This was the first and only sentence Ololo said to Yang. Angel once said that in Final Fantasy almost no one can break the upper limit of 100 ability points. After all, after 90, it is already the realm of demigod. However, the reason why it is said to be almost is because the existence of Ololo breaks this absolute definition. A big unpacker once released all the ability values set by the official for Ololo. Magic, 999 plus force, 19 agility, 19 tips, 999 plus luck, 999 plus. Her only weakness seemed to be her frail body. After the 4th chapter ended, the official Final Fantasy community exploded with discussion, sparking a flurry of discussion. For example, why did Oloro help Yaon? Where did Oloro end up? What's her relationship with Yaon? What's her backstory? But the official has never directly answered any questions about this girl, and everything about her is hidden in the mist, which makes Ololo's fans even more obsessed with this lazy cat-like but extremely domineering girl. In fact, Angel also liked the character of Ololo back then, so Angel naturally carried Ololo on his shoulders and threw her out of the camp like a sack. Well, her sleep quality was very good and she didn't wake up at all ever since he first crossed over to this world. Angel had set up a list of characters that he absolutely must not touch. Unfortunately, Ololo was at the top of the list, and he was leading by a huge margin. By the way, tied for second place are Lawerna and Inia. Angel decided not to pursue, did not dare to pursue, the fault of Ololo for trespassing into his camp. Angel felt that he was very generous. Turning around, his expression froze. The girl he had just thrown away appeared in the grass nest again, smacking her lips and sleeping soundly. The highest level of holy magic, Space Jump. This is a legendary magic that can only be cast by high-ranking clergy magicians. No. I know you have a lot of magic power, but can you please not use such high-level holy magic to play tricks on me? Is it fun? Angra looked up at the sky. The setting sun was as blazing as fire. He sighed deeply. Since he couldn't drive her away, Angel wouldn't continue to waste time on her. After all, Ololo was a little girl who liked to sleep, and this was one of the few clear information given by the official, and Angel knew that Ololo was not interested in anyone. Maybe she'll leave when she wakes up, maybe she just happened to find Angel's camp in the forest while strolling around, just like discovering a secret base. Don't humans always feel an inexplicable sense of excitement when they see such a place? Not to mention Ololo's cat-like habits, Angel chose to generously share his camp with her. It seems magnanimous, but in fact there is no other way. Chapter 44 guests. It was early autumn now, the sky was getting darker, and the dew in the forest was heavy. Angel thought for a moment, took off his clothes and covered Aloluo with them, then ignored her and turned around to start dealing with the monster's corpse. The number of monsters has obviously increased in recent days, and the number of night attacks on his camp has also increased significantly. It seems that what Anya said is true. The fire jade of destruction has appeared in the forest. While Angel was marinating the dried meat, he continued to train the magic energy in his body. He watched a lot of normal students' fights in this competition. To be honest, under Angel's high-intensity training day and night, his physical fitness has gradually caught up with the level of ordinary students, and he can even rank in the upper middle among ordinary students. Moreover, his rich combat experience will provide him with a control over the situation far beyond his normal combat power, but this is far from enough for Angel. First, UNS must be unlocked. After completing the first chapter, Angel will be able to obtain the Fire Jade of Destruction. Once his physical fitness indicators exceed 40, Angel's unique skills will be unlocked, which will be a significant increase in his combat power. After drying the meat on the stone slab, Angel took off his clothes and walked towards the small lake. He was wearing only his underwear and continued to think about his future plans while washing his clothes. Angel has no intention of interfering in the affairs of Lawerna and Yang. As I said before, Angel has full confidence in Yang, although he may have been misunderstood by Lawerna due to certain factors, resulting in the two of them not having a deep bond yet. Once Lawerna understands Yang's upright and perfect personality, she will definitely be attracted to him unconsciously. However, when thinking about that future, while Angel was sincerely happy for the two of them, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart after staring at the clothes in his hands for a while. Angra didn't think about it anymore. After wringing out the clothes, Angel walked back to the camp, put the school uniform by the campfire to dry, and then returned to the lake. He looked at his body in the water. The training these days has made him obviously stronger, but not to the point of being a muscle maniac. He probably has the amount of muscle that a normal man would have. Finally, it's not a bamboo pole anymore. Angel patted his left arm, then casually washed his body with soap and caught 2 fish. He put on his underwear and walked to the campfire, roasting the fish. With one hand wrapped around the wind blade to train the magic element, and with the other hand carefully output the magic element to control the temperature. A small white hand reached out to him, and Angra handed the grilled fish over. Looking up, he saw that Alolo had sat next to him wearing Angel's school uniform. Seeing her eating the fish with relish, Angel was silent for a long time. Alolo seemed to notice Angel's gaze, and she glanced at him with sleepy eyes. After thinking for a moment, Alolo handed the school uniform he was wearing to Angel, who was only wearing a pair of underwear. Give. Angra. He took the school uniform in silence and sighed. Alolo took a bite of the fish and pointed at the campfire. It's going to burn. Angra hummed and poked the charcoal with tongs. It tastes better when it's burnt. Aluoluo tore off a piece of fish and handed it to him, garrulous. Angel was silent, then took the fish and put it into his mouth. Thanks. Although I don't know why I should say thank you. After all, he grilled the fish himself. Aluoluo stared at his face for a moment, then smiled softly with her lips pursed. How strange, it's obviously your fish. Angel was silent again. Yeah, I know it's weird, so could you please not point it out? When she put the second grilled fish in her mouth, a bright moon was already hanging on the branch. Alolo's little face was illuminated by the bonfire. Her face was covered with grease, but she looked inexplicably cute. Angel frowned, then took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Wipe your mouth. Alolo looked at the handkerchief, then looked at Angra, then moved his little face closer, blinked his big eyes a few times, and didn't say anything, just looked at Angra and Angel. He sighed and moved closer. He held Aluoluo's left face with one hand and carefully wiped her pink lips and soft cheeks with the other hand. Against the backdrop of the bonfire, Aluoluo could see himself in his clear eyes. Angel's originally emerald green eyes were also dyed deep purple by the firelight, just like the night sky. For some reason, Alolo looked away slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. After taking back the handkerchief, Angel returned to his seat. Seeing that she was still not satisfied with her meal, he took out some dried meat that he had prepared earlier and gave it to her. Want to eat? Alolo tilted his head, looked at the pitch-black thing, and poked it with his little finger. What? Angel smiled and pointed at the fresh meat drying on the stone slab. Jerky. Aloro adjusted the huge wizard hat on his head, then took the jerky and took a bite. After chewing it laboriously for a long time, Aloro rubbed his cheeks. It's not tasty. Angel hummed, thinking that all the delicious jerky chicken was eaten by Celine. Really? There's nothing else to eat here. On the other side, Alolo ignored him and focused on chewing the dried meat in his mouth, like a cat trying hard to eat fish. Her large, lazy eyes scanned the surrounding campsites, finally landing on the cabin. You live here? Angel nodded and took a bite of the jerky. Aluoluo uttered an O and adjusted his hat. That little nest is quite comfortable. Angel nodded, yeah. Alolo said seriously, it ranks among the top 3 sleeping places in the academy. Angra, top 3? That's a pretty high ranking. Not knowing what to say, he took another bite of the jerky. Although she said it wasn't tasty, Alolo had already finished the dried meat in her hand before she knew it. She stretched out her hand towards Angel. More. Angel took out the last share of the day, broke it in half and handed it to her. The last one. Alolo opened his mouth, his little fangs were cute and sharp, and his little pink tongue was glistening with saliva. Angel was silent for a moment, then fed half of the dried meat into her mouth. Alolo gave him a thumbs up with a dull expression, but Angel could feel that she was very happy. If laziness is a cancer, then Alolo would probably have become deformed. Standing up, Alolo adjusted her wizard hat, then patted the dirt off her butt. She looked at Angel with sleepy eyes and a calm expression. I want to go back to sleep. Angel poked the bonfire with the tongs and said calmly, whatever you want. Alolo smiled, then snapped her fingers. Her petite figure instantly disappeared into the night, leaving only her last words echoing in the small camp. This jerky is actually quite delicious, thank you. Chapter 45. Pleading. The longer you play Final Fantasy, the more you'll appreciate its charm. Just like a glass of fine wine that becomes more mellow the more you savor it, those seemingly insignificant side quests and game elements often hide unexpected deep meanings, and some hidden plots will make you marvel. It turns out that this is the kind of story hidden behind these characters. Even the NPCs will allow you to discover many details that you have never noticed. In this vast world composed of many students, faculty members, and other external forces, there are countless immersive story plots. Then, before you know it, the main story ends, and the feeling of loss and regret left behind makes you want to start the next round. Although Angel now has to become an insignificant gangster in this vast world who was defeated in the prologue of the plot, this feeling of grievance makes Angel difficult to express, but this is not the point he wants to say. Obviously, the sheer number of characters means that not everyone in Final Fantasy has the same amount of screen time. Some people are extremely important, and their every move can change the fate of the world, while some people can only become supporting roles and quietly retreat behind the stage. But in fact, in Final Fantasy, whether it is the protagonist or the villain boss, they all have their own persistence and goals. Every villain who chooses to stand in front of Yang and block his path has his own motivations and reasons, background, and story behind it. Their values are different and the powers they wield vary greatly, but in the end, the audience will always nod in admiration at the unique aesthetics of the villain boss. However, even so, there was one time during his past play that Angra truly felt a sense of disharmony. Alolo, she seems to be different from other characters. She is a character without any core at all. She is like a puppet with great power. She has no motivation to support her or any goal to stick to. Her help in Chapter 4 had no reason or foreshadowing, as if she was just a tool to save everyone when the story reached a deadlock. Although Angel really liked this character, on the other hand, he was also equally curious about her. At the end of the 4th chapter, that tear of hers, for whom was it shed? Angel muttered to himself while looking at the campfire and shook his head. He stopped thinking about it, took a torch, stood up and walked into the depths of the forest to patrol around his camp. In any case, in his previous life, he did not get any answers about Alolo. It was like a mysterious character deliberately used by the production team to whet people's appetite. Angel knew nothing about her. He sighed. The quiet and deep dark forest around was different from the past. It was full of murderous intent, and there were restless monsters visible to the naked eye everywhere. The traps and protective measures that Angel had prepared day and night for more than a month also worked, protecting his camp well. It's clear without even looking that the fire jade has begun to take effect, and it's only a matter of time before the monsters in the forest start to riot. Everything at the moment is the main content that Angel is familiar with, and everything seems to be going smoothly. It seems that there is no need to worry about the development of the plot. Moreover, Angel has no time to worry about other people's affairs. What Angel should focus on now is to seize the time to improve his own abilities, live his own life well, and if conditions permit, slightly change the future of a little girl. If worrying about Yang ends up delaying your own plans, that would be putting the cart before the horse. We need to speed up, there are still many things to be done. There's still quite a while until the end of Chapter 1, and although the tuition fee issue is still a long way off, to be honest, Angel felt a little regretful for not accepting the bag of gold coins that Princess Anya had handed him. Acting on impulse never leads to good results. He sighed deeply, but there was good news these days. For example, his grades and knowledge of magic were improving rapidly, and he should be able to get good results by the end of the semester. Angel has been training his basic magic these days. Although his magic level has not been raised due to the limitation of his total magic power, and he has not been able to learn about intermediate magic, but in terms of the proficiency and precision of the basic wind blade and fireball magic, there are probably few second-year students who can be better than him. This visible growth made Angel more interested in magic, a concept that only existed in fantasy in his previous life, and he naturally became very motivated to learn. Working hard day and night to survive has made Angel grow significantly in other aspects. In addition to his knowledge of magic, his physical strength has also made great progress. He used to be exhausted just by going to school, but now he can maintain plenty of energy even if he goes to bed late and gets up early, as sprinting to school became a habit for him, and now Angel can arrive at school without any change in expression. In terms of skills, since Angel built the cabin independently, his basic, carpenter, skill has been upgraded to the intermediate, architect, skill. Although he is a noble, he has an inexplicable talent in technical work. After checking and repairing the last trap, Angel returned to the camp. He lit a piece of powerful monster feces that he had bought with the money he had picked up in the past few days. The smell would scare away other weak monsters and allow Angel to sleep relatively peacefully. The moon was at its zenith again. Angra returned to the cabin, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. Back in the afternoon, when Luerna and Celine were on their way to the library, an unexpected person stopped them. It wasn't so much a stop as a very polite greeting. Yang bowed slightly to Luerna and said sincerely, "Senior Abel, you seem to have a lot of complaints about me during the competition just now. I really don't know how I offended you, but no matter what, I feel I should come and apologize to you." Luerna looked at him, recalling her ruthless fight in the arena just now. In fact, she knew that she was probably overthinking it. How could Angel like a man? So when she saw Yang coming to apologize sincerely, Luerna felt a little embarrassed. She shook her head and looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, Junior. I used too much force when I hit you just now." "You didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault." Yang then looked up and met those clear golden eyes for a moment. He seemed to be asking for something, and after a little shyness, he scratched his head and took a deep breath. As if he had prepared himself mentally, he asked Luerna, "It's rude, but Senior Abel, could you please introduce me to your boyfriend? I really want to learn combat techniques from Senior Angel." "Luna. Boyfriend? Angel is my boyfriend. When did this happen?" Chapter 46. The next day, Angel opened his eyes. His sleep quality was very poor that night, and it could even be said that he did not sleep much. Although the camp was not invaded by monsters in the middle of the night, there were always dull roars around, and various sights made Angel unable to fall into a deep sleep. "I haven't really felt it in the game, but only when I actually live in the forest can I intuitively feel the influence of the fire jade." Angra sighed, patted his face, and took a cold bath in the lake. It was dim and the sun had not yet risen, so Angra simply stopped sleeping. After checking the condition of the pickled meat, he leaned against a tree stump and opened a book on alchemy. This is also the subject that Angel plans to devote his energy to in the future. Although he can indeed feel his obvious progress these days, one must always find the direction that suits him. Obviously, Angel is more talented in handicrafts than magic and martial arts, but just as he sat down, he heard some even breathing sounds coming from the small grass nest not far from the campfire. Angra, looking up at the still dark sky, he rubbed his eyebrows in pain. "Shouldn't it be? No way, it's only been one night, although I did tell her that she could come and sleep anytime. This is a bit too much." Standing up and walking over there, what caught my eye was a huge gray wizard's hat. "Angra, do you treat my house as your own private plot?" This cat-like free habit gave Angel a headache. He sighed and did not wake up Aluolo, who had returned. Instead, he went back to the big tree and read the basics of alchemy until the sun emerged from the east. The slanting sunlight pierced through the treetops, hit the morning mist, and turned into golden beams of light. Angra closed the book and rubbed his eyes. As expected, he was more suitable for learning technical knowledge. Angel seemed to have a high talent in alchemy. Although it was only elementary content, his speed of understanding knowledge was relatively fast compared to ordinary people. The key to alchemy is the core. I can practice with it when I have the right blueprints and materials. After stretching his body, Angel put on his clothes, washed his face by the lake, and put out the campfire. He patrolled the camp and found some prey in the traps. Instead of taking it out, he put it inside. He was going to college and really didn't have time to deal with it. Several of the surrounding protective measures were damaged. Angel took note of it and planned to repair them after returning in the afternoon. When we returned to the camp, the big gray hat was still in the small grass nest. It was foreseeable that Aluolo must be curled up under the hat and sleeping soundly like a kitten. Wait, could it be that Aluolo isn't actually a kitten, but a dark, damp watermelon worm? This light-proof property, Angel looked at the big hat covering her and couldn't help laughing at his own thoughts, with the corners of his lips slightly raised however, as if sensing his rude intention, the big gray hat moved, and then a little girl with messy hair, sleepy eyes, and disheveled clothes sat up straight from the grass nest, and the hat was thrown away by the violent movement. Angel sighed, took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Recalling what happened last night, he paused, and then simply reached out his hand, held her doll-like face, and wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Then, under Alolo's confused gaze, Angel picked up the flying wizard hat and put it aside. I'm getting ready for school, Alor. Remember to tidy up your clothes and hair so you don't get late. This place is a bit far from the academy. But Angel regretted it after he finished speaking. For this girl who did not play by the rules, a dozen or so random holy magic space jumps could easily cross the entire Yala forest. For Alolo, distance was nothing to worry about. With a sigh, Angel turned around and was about to leave, but a delicate little hand grabbed the hem of his clothes. Alolo yawned, his eyes misted with sleepiness, and the duck sat in the grass nest. The buttons of her white school uniform shirt, which was too big for her, had come undone, exposing her snow-white and delicate shoulders. Her lazy and sensual expression gave her an inexplicably sexy look. Help me. Her tone was indifferent and soothing, which made people feel pity when listening to it. Angel looked at her indifferently, and they looked at each other for a moment. Seeing that she took it for granted, Angel finally looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. To be honest, he usually doesn't keep pets. Squatting down, careful not to touch any strange places, Angel straightened her shirt. After Angel squatted down, Alolo could look him straight in the eye for the first time. After looking for a while, she seemed to be sleepy. She leaned her little head forward, rested her chin on Angel's shoulder, put her cheek against his ear, and closed her eyes again. The girl was very light. Angel felt the weight of the little head on his shoulders. Angel always had an illusion that Alolo seemed lighter than a cat. This made Angel's hands move more gently subconsciously, for fear of hurting the girl in front of him who looked like a doll. Dress, skirt, wizard robes, messy gray hair with grass clippings on it. Angra held her in his arms and combed her hair, but he felt it was interesting, so he ended up braiding her hair into a waist-length pigtail and tied it with a straw rope. During this time, Alolo rested his chin on Angel's shoulder and slept soundly. This posture seemed a little ambiguous, but unfortunately, Angra did not have any romantic thoughts in his mind. He just patted the girl's back gently, as if to comfort her. Alolo, it's time to go to school. The girl opened her eyes slightly, and she seemed to understand that this posture was a little ambiguous, but unfortunately, Alolo did not have any romantic feelings in her heart. She moaned, then simply hugged Angel's neck with her little hands and wrapped her legs around Angel's waist. This posture obviously made her more comfortable. Sleepy, take me there. After a long silence, Angel looked at a passing monster in the depths of the jungle. The monster made a poo sound and walked away. Angel, sighing, he lifted up Aluolo's thigh and stood up, although he really wanted to ask, why do you have a dormitory but you still want to live with me? Why do you need me to take you back to school when you can just jump back directly? But in the end, Angel just controlled the speed to avoid letting her feel the bumps, and jogged towards the academy with Alolo like a koala mother. Just think of it as weight-bearing exercise, Angel thought expressionlessly. Maybe I should consider tearing down the grass nest. Chapter 47 Prologue. Hey, look over there, what's that doing? How dare those two behave in broad daylight? Why am I still alive? Jump, brother. Wait, isn't that Angel Alvis? The girl in his arms looks like our schoolmate. Groove Angel, why? Isn't he just a little more handsome? The buzzing discussions around him made Angel a little overwhelmed. He sighed and patted Aluolo on the back. Get up. With a whimper, Alolo opened her big, ignorant eyes, yawned, and jumped off Angel. She thought about it, then turned back and said seriously, thank you. Angel shook his head, just treat it as training, it's okay. Alolo was silent for a moment, then she stood on tiptoe and brought her little face closer. Angel took a step back calmly and looked at her with a frown. What's wrong? Alolo was stunned for a moment, then adjusted her hat and stood back up. After thinking for a moment, she said seriously, I once read in a book that to express gratitude, you should give the other person your best. Angel wondered, does this have anything to do with you putting your face close to me? Alolo thought about it again. She held up her big hat and lowered her eyes. The shadow covered her delicate face, and Angel could not see her expression. In a calm tone, she said softly, I don't have anything precious, but I'm pretty good looking, so I think you'll be happy if I kiss you. Angel was stunned for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. After hearing what Aluolo said, he inexplicably felt happy in his heart. The reason was very simple. Alolo didn't seem to be as mysterious and powerful as he thought. Without saying anything, Angel just took off her big hat. The sunlight cast a hazy halo on her beautiful gray hair. Angel put his hand on her little head and rubbed it. Alolo tilted her head and looked at him with some confusion. The touch on her head gave her a long-lost feeling in her heart. It seemed that her grandfather had touched her head like this in the past, similar, but completely different. She was silent, her expression indifferent, but her ears were quietly tinged with a blush. Alolo pursed her lips, took the big hat from Angel's hand, dodged his hand, then took a step back, put on the hat, turned her back and snapped her fingers. Space jump. The petite figure instantly disappeared from Angel's sight. After Alolo disappeared, Angel stood there for a moment. The cool air in the forest in the early morning carried the scent of dew and rotten leaves, and the chirping of a few unknown birds could be heard in the distance. Alolo's sudden appearance and departure was like a small stone thrown into a calm lake. The ripples quickly dissipated, but left behind an indescribable sense of strangeness, a lingering feeling of being briefly watched by a higher being. He shook his head to dispel the subtle feeling. As he ran with her weight, he could clearly feel the burning sensation in his lungs and the soreness in his muscles, but this was accompanied by a steadying feeling of slowly growing strength. Magical power flowed through his body with difficulty, each cycle bringing a slight improvement. When we arrived at the college, the library had just opened. Celine was already sitting in their usual seat, her small figure looking particularly thin in front of the huge window. There was a book called Introduction to Basic Elemental Magic in front of her, but her little head was nodding, obviously dozing off. The sunlight shines through the glass, dancing on the ends of her pink hair, reflecting a few strands of warm gold. Angel walked over lightly and placed a small package of jerky chicken wrapped in oil paper next to her. Celine seemed to be awakened by the slight movement. She raised her head dazedly and saw Angel. Her dull eyes lit up instantly and she showed a silly smile. Angel, come here. Her voice was soft and sweet, as if she had just woken up. It was cute and made people feel happy unconsciously. Well, good morning, Celine. Angel sat down across from her and took out his alchemy textbook. He noticed the faint dark circles under Celine's eyes and asked, "Didn't you sleep well last night?" Celine rubbed her eyes and muttered softly, "I'm a little scared. There always seem to be strange noises outside the dormitory. Some people also say that there are monsters in the forest that are about to riot." Angel was startled. Rumors had begun to spread among the students. Did this mean that Anya's people had started to act now? His expression remained expressionless as he calmly said, "The academy has a protective barrier, it's very safe. Don't worry, it's probably just rumors." "Yeah." Celine nodded vigorously, as if Angel's words were the most effective reassurance. She picked up the dried meat and ate it in small, cherishing bites. Her eyes were involuntarily drawn to Angel's focused profile. "Angel, you look really good today too." Angra was already accustomed to her straightforward praise. He just shook his head helplessly and focused his attention back on the book. He needed to master the basics of alchemy as quickly as possible, and perhaps try to make some simple potions or alchemical items to aid in combat or survival. In the classroom of Class A, Grade 2, Lorena Abel sat by the window, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the smooth cover of the magic book. Outside the window was the light and shadow of lower grade students practicing basic magic on the training ground. But her focus didn't seem to be there. That figure with brown hair and green eyes, Angel, whenever she recalled the fierceness he showed when he faced Ania in the competition, which was almost like risking his life, and the huge contrast with his usual appearance of quietly reading in the library, Lorena's heart always beat faster. Lorena admitted that when Angel swung his wind blade at her in the arena yesterday, besides worry about Anya's situation, she felt an indescribable surge of emotion. In her heart, was it shock at Angel's desperate move? Or was it doubt about his hidden strength? What made her even more upset was that Angel always seemed to be able to easily disturb her heart. Beside the campfire in the forest camp, the warmth of his palms as he ruffled his hair, Lorena abruptly retracted her gaze, forcing her attention to the magic circle before her. She couldn't let herself dwell on it any longer. How could the heir of the Abel family be so easily affected by a fallen noble? Even though he does look, Ms. Lorena, the noble girl beside him whispered, "Professor Trilla is asking you about optimizing the magic circuits for high-level ice magic." Lorena took a deep breath, instantly regaining the coolness and focus expected of a daughter of Ice Moon. She answered the questions fluently and accurately, prompting Professor Trilla to nod repeatedly. However, no one noticed that her hands, placed under the table, had clenched slightly. At the end of the class, Professor Trilla put away his lesson plan and then said seriously to the students, "The forest may be a little dangerous in the near future. Everyone should try not to leave the range of the Academy's magic circle, and definitely not enter the Yala Forest." Chapter 48 Prelude. In the royal family's lounge, Anya Ifafnia dismissed her maid. She sat before the mirror, which reflected her beautiful yet slightly tired face. His fingers gently brushed across the chest that had been touched by Angel's fist. There seemed to be a strange feeling lingering there, not pain, but a kind of throbbing that was branded by a strong sense of existence. Angel Alves. She whispered the name, with mixed emotions in her purple eyes. He saw through part of her plan to the core and even offered to share the dirtiest part. He refused her gold coins, but when she apologized in a panic, he showed a kind of helplessness that was almost tolerance. This man is full of contradictions. He is pitifully weak, yet in some ways terrifyingly strong. You're right, Angel. Ania looked at herself in the mirror, her lips curled up in a cold but true arc. I need a knife like you. Help me clear the obstacles and bear the stigma. As for the end, will this knife be sharpened even more, or break? Unlike her shyness in front of Angel, a cold, calculating look flashed in her eyes. The cultists had already placed the fire jade at its designated location, and the changes in the forest were accelerating. The show is about to begin. A few days later, the setting sun dyed the Yala forest a golden red. Angel dragged his exhausted body back to camp. After discovering the benefits of weighted running, today's weighted running and physical training had almost drained his strength. The magic value is still growing slowly, but after being honed day after day, the skills and agility seemed to have finally reached the edge of a bottleneck. He expertly built a fire and handled a small ground lizard he had just caught in his trap. The meat was rough, but it provided the necessary energy, and the crackling bonfire dispelled the coolness of the early autumn evening. As Angel grilled the meat, he gathered a faint wind blade in his palm, trying to spin and compress it to improve the precision of his control. Every subtle change in form brought a slight improvement in his skill. A wind blade proficiency +1, current wind blade LV.3, 300 out of 280. Suddenly, the wind blade in his hand trembled violently and almost collapsed. A strong sense of unease suddenly seized him, more intense and violent than ever before. The magical fluctuations surged from the depths of the forest like an invisible tide. The chirping of insects and birds around the camp suddenly fell silent, replaced by a heart-pounding, low roar that rose and fell from far and near. Coming? Angel's pupils suddenly shrank and he stood up abruptly. This isn't just a sporadic monster attack. This is the precursor to a massive monster uprising. The power of the fire jade finally completely ignited the ferocity of the monsters in the forest. But how? How did the plot start so fast? According to Angel's calculations, there is still at least a month before the Warcraft riot. He quickly glanced around the camp, tightening his grip on the crude wooden spear he had improvised as a weapon. Magical power was depleted, physical strength was mostly depleted, the camp's simple defenses, the situation was terrible. Roar. The first clear, violent roar of a beast exploded outside the camp fence. Then, a second, a third. In the darkness, several crimson lights lit up, carrying a greedy and destructive aura, locking onto Angel by the campfire in the camp behind him. Angel took a deep breath, suppressing the churning blood and muscle aches. His emerald green eyes, illuminated by the firelight, were as calm as a deep pool. He casually tossed aside the half-roasted piece of meat, gripped the wooden spear tightly with both hands, and assumed the most basic defensive stance. To survive, he whispered to himself and quickly calmed down. His eyes were as sharp as a knife as he faced the crisis approaching. In the darkness, the bonfire flickered, lengthening his figure. Cul Lannis stood at the window of the highest observation tower of Arturo College, looking solemnly into the depths of the Yala forest. A complex crystal compass in his hand was vibrating violently, and the needle was pointing madly to a certain direction in the forest, emitting an ominous dark red light. Magic essence concentration has skyrocketed. The frequency of fluctuations is a mass frenzy. Damn it, has the riot predicted by the principal come early? Professor Cull turned abruptly and shouted to the academy guards standing by behind him, "Quick! Sound the highest alert! Notify all professors and combat students in the 3rd year and above to assemble urgently. Evacuate the younger students to the underground shelter. The Yara forest, the monster riot has begun early." The shrill magical alarm instantly resounded throughout Arturo Academy. The sharp sound tore through the evening tranquility and brought unprecedented panic. Under the catalysis of the fire jade, the gears of fate began to turn at a speed far beyond anyone's expectations. Angel, who is at the center of the vortex, has just faced his first real life and death test. Chapter 49 Main Song. The light of the bonfire flickered in the sudden darkness like a candle in the wind. Outside the camp fence, scarlet animal eyes lit up densely like the lights of hell, and the aura of greed and tyranny was like a real tide, beating against Angel's tense nerves. The roar was no longer a distant background sound, but a declaration of death that was close at hand, blowing in the face with a fishy and hot air roar. The first monster that rushed into the camp looked like a scavenging hyena that had been magnified several times, but its fur was rotten, revealing dark red muscles and sharp white teeth. It suddenly smashed open the gap in the already shaky fence, its scarlet eyes were fixed on Angel, and it kicked the ground with its hind legs, rushing towards him with a gust of evil wind. Angel's pupils constricted, and his body instinctively slid sideways. The sore muscles and the weakness from the lack of magic power felt like heavy shackles, slowing his movements by half a beat. Even so, the fighting spirit honed from countless life and death experiences on the battlefield in his previous life helped Angel to hold the wooden spear tightly, and he thrust it out with a sound of breaking wind, aiming directly at the monster's throat. Puff! The spear tip pierced the flesh, but not to a fatal depth. The hyena monster roared even more violently in pain. The huge impact force was transmitted along the wooden spear, causing Angel's palm to go numb and almost drop the spear. He held the spear tightly, but his body staggered and he barely avoided the sharp claws that followed. Too weak. A cold voice boomed deep in Angel's mind. It wasn't a system prompt, but rather a self-examination etched into his bones from countless struggles on the brink of life and death in his past lives. Power. Speed. Reflexes. They're all so far behind. This body, this damned magic. Just as he was steadying his body, the second and third monsters of different shapes rushed in from the gap. A wild boar monster with bone spurs lowered its head and rushed forward, while another flying monster shaped like a vulture but with sharp claws swooped down from the sky, attacked from both sides. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Angel's heart beat wildly in his chest, and every pump of blood brought a tearing pain. Sweat instantly soaked his back, and cold fear coiled around him like a poisonous snake, trying to freeze his limbs. Is it over? For some reason, fragments of blood and fire from the last battle before his retirement in his previous life suddenly flooded into his mind. Deafening explosions, scorching airwaves, and the figures of his comrades falling in the flames, and the suffocating pain and coldness as shrapnel tore through my lungs, the despair of life slipping through my fingers. Since coming to this world, Angel has rarely recalled the past. The reason why Angel loves the game Final Fantasy so much and likes the character Yang so much is because Yang helped Angel get out of that dark memory that was almost as sharp as a knife. Yang's optimism, righteousness, kindness, and the unique charm of the girls all made Angel envious and happy. So when he came to this world, Angel was actually quite happy in his heart. He wanted to continue to witness Yang's legendary story at the closest distance. So it's only natural, Angel asked himself again quietly. Is it ending? No. A stronger, almost brutal will suddenly dispel the fear. What a joke. I finally survived until now. How can I die in a place like this? Die in the mouths of these beasts? On the battlefields of his previous life, Angel had always relied on this almost paranoid desire to survive, which erupted in despair, to crawl out of the sea of blood and corpses. And now, this instinct, imprinted deep in his soul, was ignited once again. Get out of here. Angel let out a low roar, no longer the clear roar of a teenager, but with a hoarse and bloody smell. He no longer tried to withstand the boar monster's charge head-on, but at the critical moment, he suddenly threw himself to the side. At the same time, he gathered the remaining, pitifully weak wind elemental magic in his body, and instead of attacking, he pushed it hard into the ground. Call. A weak but precisely directed air current erupted beneath him, propelling his body as he slipped dangerously close to the vicious wind created by the wild boar monster. The wild boar monster couldn't stop its momentum in time and crashed into the wall of the simple wooden house behind Angel with a loud bang, sending wood chips flying. Wind blade proficiency +1 current wind blade LV.3, 300/291. However, the crisis was not over, as the swooping vulture monster's sharp claws had already grabbed his back. Angel didn't even have time to stand up. He could only rely on the terrifying instincts forged from countless life and death battles. He twisted his body while lying on the ground and thrust the wooden spear upwards. The tip of the spear carried all his strength and will to survive. Puff. The spear tip accurately pierced the vulture monster's relatively soft abdomen. But the monster's impact was equally powerful. Angel felt a surge of force, his arm aching, and the wooden spear instantly slipped out of his hand. The vulture monster let out a shrill scream and flew away crookedly with the wooden spear stuck in its abdomen, spilling blood and internal organs. Angel took the opportunity to roll to his feet, his back burning with pain, clearly scratched by the claws. He didn't even look at the flying monster, his eyes scanning the entire scene like lightning. A hyena monster that rushed in first had recovered and pounced again. And from the gap in the fence, more monsters were pouring in. The small space of the camp was instantly filled with these monsters emitting a foul odor and murderous intent. The wooden spear remained in the vulture's body, and now he was weaponless. Angel's eyes instantly became extremely cold, and deep in his emerald green eyes, it seemed as if flames from hell were burning. He bent down suddenly and picked up a thick burning log from the campfire. The crackling flames illuminated his sweat and dust-covered face, and also reflected the desperate madness in his eyes. "Come on, beasts!" he growled, his voice hoarse but full of madness, completely different from his usual calmness. The hyena monster pounced again. Angel didn't retreat but advanced, dodging the bite sideways. At the same time, the burning firewood, with a blazing sound of wind, hit the monster's face fiercely. Ouch! The flames burned its fur and flesh, emitting a sizzling sound and a burning smell. The monster howled and retreated, but another monster that looked like a giant rat took the opportunity to rush out from the side, biting Angel's calf with its sharp fangs. Angel suddenly raised his leg and slammed his knee into the giant rat monster's head. At the same time, he seized the opportunity and, while the giant rat monster was stunned, thrust the end of the burning firewood into its wide-open mouth. Squeak! A shrill, distorted scream rang out, and flames exploded in the monster's mouth. The giant rat monster rolled wildly, igniting the dry grass beside it. The camp was instantly engulfed in a chaotic haze of flames and the roars of monsters. Angel was dancing on the edge of a knife, each dodge carrying danger, each counterattack requiring all his strength. He used burning wood to block the sharp claws, and attacked the monster's relatively vulnerable eyes and throat with his fists, knees, and even teeth. The wounds on his body continued to increase. His left arm was torn so deep that the bone was visible, and blood stained his tattered clothes. My strength was rapidly draining away, my magicka long since depleted. Every breath carried the scent of blood and a burning sensation. My vision began to blur, and my ears were filled with the roar of the monster and my own heavy, bellows-like breathing. Hold on! Hold on! Angel's consciousness began to blur under the impact of severe pain and fatigue, and only the most primitive instinct was driving his body. Can't fall. If you fall, it's really over. He seemed to be back in the battlefield, covered by artillery fire. The air was thick with smoke, and the walls were in ruins. Every step was stepped on sticky blood and broken limbs. The enemy's bullets whistled in my ears, and the shouts of my comrades gradually faded. At that time, he did the same thing, dragging his broken body and relying on the last bit of willpower to crawl across the dividing line between life and death. Live, no matter what, live. Chapter 50 Interlude. Boom! With a loud bang. At the edge of the camp, the trap that Angel had painstakingly reinforced was violently knocked down by an exceptionally large rhino monster with a rock-like shell. The arrival of this behemoth instantly brought the already precarious situation to a complete standstill. The rhino monster's scarlet eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield, and finally locked onto the bloody and staggering Angel. It let out a deafening roar, lowered its head, and aimed its horn, which was shining with cold metallic light, at Angel. It dug its four hooves into the ground and rushed forward like an out-of-control chariot. There is no way to avoid it. There is no way to stop it. The shadow of death had never loomed so vividly. Angel could even smell the dirt and blood on the horn. His body had reached its limit, and he barely had the strength to even lift his arms. The wreckage of the wooden house behind him was burning, the heat scorching him. The only direction he could retreat to was the small lake that reflected a faint, cold light in the night. Is this the end? A desperate thought flashed through his mind. At this critical moment, the title of uncrowned son of fortune in Angel's mind seemed to draw his attention. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye in front of the rhino monster's charging path. Due to the wild boar monster's collision and the subsequent fight, the root of a long wooden stake supporting the simple meat drying rack had become loose, and it was supported at an angle, and it was extremely fragile. An almost crazy idea that completely relied on instinct and luck instantly occupied his mind. There was no time to think. Angel used up his last bit of strength. Instead of retreating, he dove towards the slanted wooden stake, facing the side of the rhino monster's charge, and did a sideways roll. This action is not to avoid completely, but to hit the wooden stake. Bang! Angel's body slammed hard into the already shaky wooden stake. Severe pain radiated from the point of impact, and his ribs felt as if they were about to break. At the same time, the already fragile wooden stake, under the violent impact of Angel's body and its own tilted angle, made an unbearable crackling sound, and the root broke instantly. The broken wooden stake did not fall down, but like a huge, triggered lever, or like a slingshot that was bent and suddenly bounced up, with powerful kinetic energy, it hit the front leg joint of the rhinoceros monster that was rushing past. Crack! A clear sound of bone breaking. Ouch! The rhino monster was caught off guard, its front leg struck hard, its joints twisted, and its massive body instantly lost balance. It howled in agony, its charge forcibly twisted and interrupted. The immense inertia caused its massive body to tumble like an uncontrolled boulder, crashing to the ground with a thud. Angel, who was catapulted by the stake, was like a kite with a broken string, being thrown away by the huge reaction force. The direction was exactly that deep lake. Plop. The icy water instantly drowned Angel. The biting cold was like countless steel needles, piercing the wounds all over his body, bringing unimaginable pain. The feeling of suffocation followed, and the cold water rushed into his mouth and nose frantically. Blood quickly spread in the cold water, consciousness quickly blurred and sank amidst the cold, excruciating pain and suffocation. The wounds on his body were soaked in the cold lake water, and the pain was somewhat numbed. My body was sinking, darkness surging in from all directions, swallowing up the last of my light and consciousness. On the lake, the chaotic roars of the monsters and the crackling sounds of the burning camp became distant and unreal. It's over. A deep sense of powerlessness gripped him. In the end. I couldn't. Just before his consciousness was about to completely fall into the abyss of eternal darkness, puff, a faint, girlish laugh, seemingly filled with endless teasing and laziness, resounded without warning, clearly and distinctly, in the deepest recesses of his consciousness. This sound didn't originate from his ears, it felt more like it resonated directly within his soul. It was light and airy, yet it carried a penetrating indifference and playfulness. Angel had heard this laugh before then. A weak but irresistible buoyancy suddenly came from under him. It was as if an invisible hand gently supported him. Angel's sinking body suddenly stopped. In his blurred vision, he seemed to see a piece of black, rotten wood swollen by the lake water, right next to his unconsciously waving hand. It was the remains of a half-finished plank that had sunk to the bottom of the lake after being cut by the wind blade while he was practicing making a raft. The instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed the numbness of dying. Angel used up the last bit of his willpower, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the rotten wood tightly. Crash! His head suddenly emerged from the water. The icy cold air instantly rushed into his lungs, bringing violent coughing and heart-wrenching pain, but also brought hope of life. He lay on the cold, rotten wood, gasping for air, each breath filled with pain and the smell of blood. He struggled to look back toward the shore. The camp was ablaze, a chaotic mess. The massive rhino monster, severely injured in its front leg, struggled and roared in pain, becoming an obstacle to the other monsters' progress. Some monsters were blocked by the flames, while others, having lost their original purpose, began to tear at each other or lingered at the edge of the lake, seemingly wary of the icy water. The boar monster that had knocked down the trap seemed to be engulfed in flames and was madly charging deeper into the forest. Safe, for now, Angel lay on the cold wooden board, exhausted. Blood loss, cold, and extreme fatigue hit him like a tide, and his vision became increasingly blurred. The roar of the monsters on the lakeshore and the sounds of the burning camp gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of the cold lake water hitting the wooden boards and his own weak heartbeat. Before he completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma, Angel's blurred vision seemed to see a blurry silhouette of a girl in a tattered robe, reflected by the flames burning by the lake. She seemed to be sitting lazily on a burnt branch, swinging her legs. She seemed to be smiling, a smile that held a subtle hint of interest. The figure looked very similar to a Luolo, but Angel could inexplicably feel that the other person was definitely not a Luolo. Then, darkness completely swallowed him with the bonfire, the monster, the icy lake, the excruciating pain. All his senses left him. Only the teasing chuckle that echoed deep in his soul remained like a brand in the last bit of his perception before his consciousness sank. With the chuckle of that mysterious being, the scales of fate seemed to really tilt towards him, a tiny but crucial amount. Chapter 51. Chaos. Consciousness floats and sinks in the boundless cold and darkness. The burning pain of drowning lingered in the lungs, and the body felt as if it was being repeatedly pierced by countless cold steel needles. Every time the slightest sense returned, it brought a tearing pain. The smell of blood, the fishy smell of lake water, and the burnt smell of distant flames mixed into a breath of death. Survived? This thought flickered tenaciously in Angel's chaotic consciousness like a faint but resolute spark in the darkness. His body's instinct told him that he was still alive, albeit in a very bad state. His senses, like being soaked in sticky oil, slowly and laboriously recovered. The first thing he felt was the rough, cold, and slightly shaky touch beneath his body, the rotten wood that had saved his life. Then there was a light that penetrated the eyelids, not very strong, which seemed to be the light of early morning or evening. He tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. After several attempts, a faint light shone through. The field of vision seemed to be covered with a layer of blood, and everything was distorted and shaking. He was lying on a rotten log, floating in the center of the calmed lake. The icy water soaked his tattered clothes and numerous scars, bringing a piercing chill, but also strangely numbing some of the excruciating pain. The deep wound on his left arm, so deep that the bone was visible, turned white from the soaking, and every heartbeat was accompanied by a tearing sensation. He turned his neck with difficulty and looked towards the shore. In the direction of the camp, a mess of embers lay. Last night's campfire had long since died out, leaving only a few wisps of black smoke stubbornly rising into the gray sky. The simple cabin had been largely burned down, the charred wood emitting the last of its smoke, revealing the equally charred, withered grass inside. The fences were almost completely destroyed, the traps trampled beyond recognition, and the air was filled with a strong smell of burning blood and the unique stench of monsters. On the shore, a few corpses of monsters could be seen here and there, the vulture with a wooden spear piercing its abdomen, the hyena burned to death by the flames, and a few unlucky guys who were trampled and bitten to death by their own kind in the chaos. The rhino monster with a serious injury to its front leg had disappeared, leaving only traces of being dragged in a large area of crushed bushes. The camp was ruined, the little home he had worked so hard to build, his first foothold in this strange world, was reduced to ruins overnight, but he survived the disaster that swept the entire academy. Angel's emerald green eyes reflected the devastation, which was as calm as stagnant water. There was no sadness, no anger, only an almost nihilistic exhaustion and the coldness of surviving a disaster. He took a slow, deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, bringing on a violent cough that caused the wounds all over his body to protest. He checked his physical condition. His magic power was completely exhausted, not even a flame could be lit. Physical exhaustion, muscle soreness, and weakness all over the body. The left arm was seriously injured. The blood loss and the immersion in the cold lake water made the edges of the wound an unhealthy grayish-white color. There were many wounds on the back and legs caused by sharp claws. Although they were not fatal, they were still consuming body heat, more importantly, cold. After being soaked in the lake water in the early autumn forest for most of the night, coupled with blood loss, his body temperature dropped sharply. If this continued, hypothermia would take his life before his injuries. He had to get ashore as soon as possible, treat his wounds, make a fire to keep warm, and replenish his energy. He used his still movable right hand to paddle hard, pushing the rotten wood beneath him and moving towards the shore bit by bit. Every movement was accompanied by groaning muscles and throbbing pain in his wounds, and every stroke exhausted the little strength he had just gathered. The cold lake water was like countless needles, constantly piercing his will. Swimming proficiency +3, obtained swimming level 1, 10/3, force value +1, current force, 33 +5, E+, agility +1, current agility, 34, E+. The mere distance of a few dozen meters felt like a vast ocean. His consciousness, assaulted by the twin waves of pain and cold, became blurred once more. The scene on the shore was sometimes clear, sometimes distorted. Just as his fingertips finally touched the wet mud on the shore, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly hit him. Then, his vision went completely dark, and the last thing he was aware of was the sticky touch of cold mud on his cheek. The sharp and piercing alarm tore through the tranquility of the night and woke Lawerna Abel from her light sleep. The sound was rapid, high-pitched, and had a heart-pounding, penetrating power. Instantly plunging the entire dormitory area into a panic, Lawerna sat up abruptly, her golden pupils constricting in the darkness. Her heart began to beat uncontrollably, and a chilling unease gripped her. She practically flung herself to the window and pushed it open. Outside the window, the lights of the academy's magical lampposts were urgently cranked up to full brightness, illuminating the buildings and roads as bright as day. Students rushed out of their dormitories in panic, and under the guidance of their instructors and discipline committee members, they moved towards the sturdy shelter in the center of the academy. The air was filled with tension and fear, but Lawerna's gaze did not linger on the chaotic academy, but was fixed on the distance, the direction of the yellow forest. The deep forest was no longer as tranquil as before. Even from a great distance, one could sense the chaotic, violent surge of magical energy surging like a tidal wave. Faintly, one could still hear the creepy roars and howls mixed in the wind. That was the sound of a large number of monsters rushing out of control. Warcraft riot. Lawerna repeated in a low voice, her face turning pale instantly, because a name flashed into her mind like lightning. Angel. He lives alone in the forest. He's in the area being swept by the raging demonic tide. Fear, a bone-chilling fear, instantly overwhelmed her. Lawerna seemed to see Angel's humble hut surrounded by monsters, and saw him alone facing the surging waves of terror. No. She clenched the window frame so hard that her knuckles turned white. Her pride in her composure and self-possession nearly crumbled at that moment. She couldn't imagine Angel facing the consequences of such a disaster alone. The only way out was death. Sister Lawerna. Celine pushed the door open in panic, her pink eyes filled with tears. Outside, the forest. Angel. The usually dull girl apparently thought of the same thing. Her voice trembling, Lawerna took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the scream and panic that was about to burst out of her throat. Celine, her voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with a forced determination. Stay in the dormitory, lock the door, and wait for the academy's instructions. Don't go anywhere, okay? The academy has a barrier, so it's safe here. But Angra, I'll go find him. Lawerna spoke decisively, her golden eyes sharp as knives. She turned quickly, changing into casual clothes as quickly as possible, and sullenly pinned the school badge and the coat of arms representing the Abel family on her chest. Lawerna rushed out of the dormitory, ignoring the chaotic crowd in the corridor, and rushed straight to the college security office. It was a mess there, and the instructors were urgently deploying defense and evacuation.
Ms. Lawerna?
It's very dangerous here, please go to the shelter immediately. A mentor tried to stop her.
Get out of the way.
Lawerna's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty, and her golden eyes flashed with a cold light. I need to enter the Yellow Forest immediately.
My.
She paused, and then continued, my friend is inside. Chapter 52 Search. Just as the two sides were deadlocked, a calm and majestic female voice sounded, let her pass. Dean Legit appeared at the back of the passageway. She wore a sharp, dark mage robe, her face calm, her eyes sharp as an eagle as she scanned the chaotic scene. Her presence carried a powerful aura, calming the nervous guards slightly.
Director Legit. The two instructors saluted immediately. Director Legit's gaze fell on Lawerna.
There was no blame in her deep gray eyes, but instead a hint of scrutiny and recognition. Lawerna Abel, Director Legit's voice was clear and powerful, cutting through the cacophony of alarms.
The changes in the Yellow Forest have far exceeded expectations.
The Academy has dispatched several investigative teams composed of senior instructors and elite senior students to conduct in-depth investigations and assess the threat level. She paused, her gaze fixed on Lawerna's fiery golden eyes. Given your powerful ice magic proficiency and the Abel family's extensive experience in dealing with such large-scale disasters, the Academy has authorized you to serve as a special investigator. Director Legit stepped forward and handed Lawerna a silver badge engraved with complex magical patterns. This is a temporary pass, allowing you to briefly pass through the edge of the Academy's barrier. It also triggers an instant coordinate request for assistance. Remember, your first priority is to protect yourself, followed by assessing the source of magic fluctuations and the movements of monster clusters in the core area. As for the rest, you can judge the situation on your own. Lawerna instantly understood the deep meaning and tacit approval in Director Legit's words. She took the badge without hesitation and held it tightly in her hand. The touch of the cold metal calmed her anxious heart a little. Director Legit said no more and just winked at the guard's instructor. The two mentors immediately understood and quickly opened a brief energy gap in the protective barrier, just enough for one person to pass through. Lawerna didn't even look back. Her silver figure turned into a stream of light and rushed into the forest shrouded in the shadow of death without hesitation. At the moment before the gap in the barrier closed, the icy, biting scent of the forest, mixed with the strong smell of blood and sulfur, hit me in the face. The alarm was isolated behind me, replaced by the heart-pounding roar of monsters and the roar of energy collisions from the depths of the forest. Lawerna took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the anxiety and fear that was churning in her heart. She clenched the silver badge in her hand, suppressed the last bit of support from the Academy deep in her heart, and with an unstoppable determination, rushed towards the unknown and terrifying abyss like an arrow, deep in the Yala Forest. A tide of monsters rages through the foggy forest like a lingering plague. Lawerna Abel, the eldest daughter of the Abel family, known for her arrogance as the daughter of Ice Moon, is now trapped in this living hell. The air was no longer filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, but instead was thick with the stench of blood, sulfur, the stench of rotting viscera, and the pungent stench of demonic glandular secretions. With every step, the soles of their boots might step on a sticky pool of dark red blood, broken bones, or the cold, slippery remains of some demonic limb. Her long silver hair had long been disheveled, stained with dark red blood and gray-black mud, and a few strands of hair were stuck to her pale cheeks by sweat. The originally elegant student uniform was torn in many places, the skirt was torn into tattered strips by thorns and the claws of monsters, and the exposed arms and calves were covered with small scratches and bruises. The golden pupils were still sharp, but beneath that icy calmness was an anxiety as surging as the sea before a storm, and a fear that grew as the depths steepened and weighed heavily on the heart. This fear stemmed from the horrific scale of the riot she had witnessed. When she first broke through the sporadic monsters on the edge of the Academy, she was able to quickly eliminate them with her powerful strength and the secret treasures of the Abel family. However, as she went deeper into the heart of the forest, the number and strength of the monsters increased exponentially. Low-level poisonous tarantulas surged from beneath the rotting leaves like a tide, their venom corroding the trees with a sizzling sound. Swarms of thick-skinned stone-armored lizards swarmed, their thick shells bearing the weight of their icicles with a dull thud. In the sky, giant shadow bats with 3 pairs of compound eyes circled, emitting a disturbing ultrasonic scream. Lawerna weaved through the monster's siege like a dancer on the edge of a knife. Icy spikes rained down like a torrential rain, freezing the path, and ice walls instantly rose from the ground to block the charge. Each spell was cast with precision and efficiency, yet the monsters seemed endless. Not far away, she saw a group of academy guards attempting to reach the rescue, being torn to pieces by a pack of ferocious cleft claw bears. The screams abruptly ceased, leaving only the horrifying sound of chewing. Lawerna didn't even have time to provide assistance. She couldn't imagine how many times this had happened without her seeing it. Farther away, a lava giant lizard as big as a small fortress was moving slowly. Wherever it passed, trees burned and the ground was charred. This was no ordinary monster riot. It was an unprecedented, terrifying riot sweeping across the entire core of the Yala forest. Its scale and destructive power far exceeded any event ever recorded by the Academy. A cold voice rang out in her heart. In the center of a disaster of this magnitude, a makeshift, defenseless camp, a young man who doesn't even know intermediate level magic, what are his chances of survival? This thought was like a poisonous snake. Once it appeared, it gnawed at her sanity frantically. She forced herself not to think about it and put all her energy into the battle in front of her, venting her inner anxiety with more violent ice magic. "Get out of the way," she shouted, clasping her hands together. Countless sharp ice spikes instantly formed in the fan-shaped area ahead, pinning the three advancing poisonous wolf spiders to death in midair. Dark green blood and fragments of internal organs splattered the ground. She gasped, her golden eyes scanning the hellish scene around her. The corpses of demons piled up like a mountain, but even more demons were pouring out of the shadows. The air was filled with the smell of death, nearly suffocating her. An angel, the boy who was always calm and almost indifferent, but bursts out with amazing resilience at critical moments. Can he really survive this purgatory? Hope was like quicksand through her fingers, slipping away uncontrollably as she witnessed more and more horrific scenes. Every time she saw new traces of high-level monsters, every time she felt stronger magical fluctuations, the faint flame in her heart was extinguished. Little her movements were still swift, her ice magic was still powerful, but that initial, desperate impulse was gradually replaced by a heavy, almost numb despair. She even began to doubt whether her decision to break in by force made any sense. Maybe she was just running towards an ending that had already been predetermined, a cruel fact that she didn't want to face but might have already happened. With her keen sense of magic and the last bit of her determination, she finally broke through. The last dangerous woodland shrouded in screaming vines and poisonous fog. Suddenly, the view before my eyes opened up to the familiar clearing in the woods surrounding the small blue lake. However, when the scene of the camp was fully revealed before her eyes, Lawerna felt that the last bit of strength supporting her was instantly drained away. The camp, or rather, the remains of the camp. There is no trace of the camp here anymore, only a piece of scorched earth that has been thoroughly ravaged, burned, and trampled. Chapter 53. Love. A symbolic fence. It had already turned into twisted and broken wood chips all over the ground, like dry bones crushed by a huge force. That little wooden house, only a few charred and carbonized pillars remained, standing alone in the ruins, supporting the equally charred and mostly collapsed roof. Like a desolate tombstone, it let out its final whimper in the cold wind. The ground was covered with heart-poundingly huge hoof prints and deep claw marks, crisscrossing each other like scars on the earth, silently telling of the behemoth that had descended here last night. Dark red pools of blood that had long since solidified and turned black could be seen everywhere, staining large areas of the charred earth. They emitted a nauseatingly strong smell of rust, mixed with the burnt wood and the unique stench of monsters, forming a suffocating breath of death. The corpses of several hideous monsters, much larger than any monster seen before, were scattered on the edge of the ruins. The horrific wounds left on their bodies showed how tragic and desperate the fight had been here. Dead silence. Absolutely dead silence. Apart from the whimpering of the wind blowing through the hollows of the ruins, like the cries of dead souls, there was no sign of any life. Lawerna stood frozen in place, her golden pupils losing focus, gazing blankly at this inferno. She felt as if all the blood in her body had instantly frozen, her limbs cold and numb, even her breathing stagnated. My mind went blank, and only the huge, deafening roar echoed. He can't possibly. Angra, who always seemed a little distant, but whose fingertips were warm as he handed her the grilled fish by the campfire. The angel whose eyes erupted with a will to survive like molten lava when facing Enya's last-minute kill in the competition. Angra, who was reading quietly by the library window, his profile looking particularly focused in the sunlight, just like that, disappeared, completely crushed and devoured by this raging, all-destroying tide of demons, becoming part of this scorched earth and pool of blood? Not even a trace was left behind. Is he dead? An overwhelming despair, like a cold, sticky black tide, instantly submerged her completely. Her carefully maintained aristocratic demeanor, the calm composure she was so proud of, shattered like fragile glass in that moment. Her heart felt like it was being fiercely gripped and crushed by an invisible hand, the pain so intense that she could barely stand. Hot liquid surged uncontrollably into her eyes, blurring her vision and sliding down her stained cheeks, leaving small, dark marks on the charred earth. She didn't even have the energy to wipe it off, she just stared blankly at the ruins. Angel. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse as if sandpaper was rubbing against her, with a broken sob that was unfamiliar even to herself. The name seemed to carry a 1,000-pound weight as it was squeezed out of the throat with difficulty, but received no response, only the whimpering of the wind like a puppet that had lost its soul. She took a dazed step forward, her boots stepping on the charred charcoal, making a slight, heartbreaking sound. Her eyes swept around every corner blankly, broken. Pottery pots were scattered beside the collapsed stove, an overturned bucket rolled into a pool of blood, a few pieces of clothing stained with dark red that she vaguely remembered Angra wearing were scattered in the mud. Her gaze finally settled on a blood-stained strip of dark brown cloth half buried in the ashes, the color and texture of the coat Angel often wore. The last glimmer of hope was completely crushed by the cruel evidence before him. It's over. It's all over. He is dead. The boy who always looked at her calmly and occasionally made her heartbeat disorderly is no longer there, disappeared forever in this cursed forest. This moment, when boundless despair completely consumed her, when she almost collapsed to the ground, crushed by the weight of this sorrow and unprecedented, heart-wrenching pain, like the sharpest ice pick, pierced her heart. It is not the regret for the death of classmates, nor is it the pity for the passing of the weak. That's losing. It is the excruciating pain of losing something extremely important and irreplaceable. It was an emotion that was buried deep in her heart, which she herself had not really noticed, but erupted violently at the moment of loss. She likes Angret. It was not Miss Abel's momentary curiosity about the impoverished nobleman, nor was it a girl's superficial infatuation with a handsome face. It's Lerna who likes Angel. I like the toughness hidden beneath his calm appearance. I like his never extinguished desire to survive when facing desperate situations. She likes his clumsy but sincere protection, and she likes the clumsy tenderness he occasionally reveals that can melt her frozen world. This feeling, like a treasure washed out by the storm of despair, emerged so clearly and so strongly in her heartbreaking moment. It was so clear that it broke her heart, so strong that it almost suffocated her. Why didn't she fully understand until she lost it? Just when this overwhelming sorrow and belated awakening almost overwhelmed her, and she almost fell to her knees on the scorched earth that buried the feelings she had just confirmed, her gaze, as if drawn by an invisible thread, with an almost masochistic and desperate final confirmation, was cast towards the emerald green lake that reflected the gray sky. That touch of emerald green seemed particularly dazzling in the dead and silent ruins, like a fantasy world that did not belong here. Center of the lake, a vague, dark outline, quietly floating on the dark water. Lorna's pupils trembled suddenly. Her heart seemed to be grasped by an icy hand and suddenly stopped. What is that? Is it floating rotten wood? Is it the remains of a monster? Or, no. That shape looks like a person. This thought was like a weak but sharp electric current, instantly piercing through the thick fog of despair that enveloped her mind. An indescribable throbbing and a fear instantly seized her. She was terribly afraid that it was another cruel illusion, afraid that it was fate's final mockery of her. Lorna subconsciously held her breath, her bright golden pupils fixed on the blurry outline intently and almost greedily, trying to penetrate the reflection of the water and the barrier of distance. Please, her body leaned forward slightly, her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, causing a slight stinging, confirming to her that this was not a dream. That silhouette seems to be crouching, wet, dark brown. Was it hair plastered against pale skin? Lorna's heartbeat began to beat again in a chaotic, frantic rhythm, pounding against her ribs and bringing on waves of dizziness. The blood seemed to rush to her head instantly, then retreat coldly the next second. She felt her legs trembling slightly, and could hardly support the weight of her body. No. Impossible, she murmured unconsciously, her voice so soft as if she was afraid of disturbing something, and she was trembling uncontrollably. She was afraid that this was just an illusion caused by her excessive sadness and despair. She was afraid that if she got closer, she would see only a cold, unfamiliar corpse swollen by the lake water, but she couldn't look away. The vague outline, like the last faint flame in the wind, attracted her moth-to-flame instinct. Please, she seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, stumbling towards the lake in a daze. Each step she took was filled with charred charcoal and icy mud, yet she felt nothing beneath her feet. Her gaze seemed fixed on the shadow in the center of the lake, the world around her rapidly fading, leaving only that floating silhouette. Getting closer, please, that brown, wet hair, that familiar silhouette, please. Lorna's footsteps suddenly stopped. She seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, and stopped just a few steps away from the lake. She didn't dare to go any closer. The huge fear was like a cold tide, almost drowning her again. Please, murmuring and praying constantly, Lorna trembled as she fixed her eyes on the man. Chapter 54 Confirmation. Those tightly closed eyes, covered with long and thick eyelashes, those purple, bloodless lips, and that horrific wound all over his naked upper body. Especially the one on his left arm, the deep, water-soaked wound that was so deep that the bone was visible, bleached, and curled up. Ah! A short, choking gasp escaped Lawerna's throat. She suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth, but she couldn't stop the violent trembling of her body. Tears rolled down her face like beads that had broken off the string, mixing with the stains on her face and gathering into a stream at her delicate jawline. But, is he still alive? That extremely pale face, those purple lips, those clothes soaked in blood and lake water, and that motionless, lifeless posture, all of these pointed to a horrifying answer. Hope and despair, like two poisonous snakes, madly strangled her heart. The faint flame that had just been lit swayed wildly in the strong wind, as if it would be completely extinguished in the next second. She could no longer stand still. Her body reacted faster than her mind. Angel, the broken name, carrying endless fear and the last glimmer of hope, finally trembled and slipped out from between her fingers. She seemed to have lost all her strength and almost fell to her knees as she rushed into the icy lake. The cold water instantly soaked her boots and tattered skirt. The biting cold spread up her calves, but she was completely unaware. She stumbled to his side, her cold mud coating her knees and hands. Lawerna stretched out her violently trembling hand, and her fingertips touched his cold cheek, but she froze for a moment. She was afraid that what she would hear was a dead cold silence. Lawerna bit her lower lip hard and tasted blood. She used all her strength to control her trembling hands, stretched them out again, and with a thin layer of frost magic to isolate them from pollution, she carefully, with an almost pilgrimage-like piety and fear, gently, placed them on the side of Angel's neck. Please, please don't. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The wind stopped, the ripples on the lake were still, even the beating of the heart seemed to stop. Lawerna held her breath, her golden eyes fixed on her fingertips, as if concentrating all her senses on that one point of contact. Her entire world depended on the faint pulse beneath her fingertips. Dong, extremely faint, as faint as the last flicker of a candle in the wind. Dong, slowly, but stubbornly, again, the faint but extremely real pulsation was clearly transmitted to her fingertips through her cold skin. Lawerna took a sharp breath, as if a drowning person finally took his first breath of air. What rushed into his lungs at that moment was not air, but the ecstasy of regaining what he had lost and the huge shock of surviving the disaster. The tears that she had been holding back finally burst out at this moment. She could no longer control herself and let out a broken sob filled with endless fear and great joy. Ah, still alive, Angel, still alive. She whispered incoherently, her voice hoarse and choked, tears streaming down her face like broken strings. Trembling with the feeling of having survived a disaster, she carefully avoided the serious injury on his left arm, and used all her strength to drag his cold, heavy body out of the wet mud, holding it tightly in her arms, as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world that had been lost and found again. The faint heartbeat coming from that cold body was the most beautiful sound she could feel in the world at that moment. It was as if a huge hole was torn in the sky. The icy water flowed down violently, no longer like gentle raindrops, but violently, hitting the lake's surface, the scorched earth and Lawerna's thin back. The lake water was freezing, and mixed with the icy torrent that fell from the sky, it almost froze her completely. The water rushed down her hair, cheeks, and neck madly, blurring her vision and soaking her skirt. The chill was like a poisonous snake drilling into her bones, but it was far less heart-wrenching than the dead silence and coldness coming from the body in her arms. Angra's body was as heavy as a stone that had absorbed so much water from a cold pond. Under the impact of the icy current, it looked pale and lifeless. Each faint beat of the pulse was like the last flicker of a candle in the wind, almost imperceptible amid the dense sound of falling objects. The wound on his left arm, so deep that the bone was visible, was repeatedly washed by the cold lake water in the torrent that fell from the sky. The skin and flesh were rolled up, and the edges took on an ominous grayish-white color. Water droplets hit it, splashing a fine, light pink mist. The dense claw marks on the back and legs, under the dual erosion of blood loss, severe cold and dampness, turned into patches of blue-purple bruises, and the water flowed through, carrying away traces of blood. She couldn't imagine how he struggled out of such a hell and ended up floating in the dead lake ravaged by torrential rain that came from nowhere. The lake reflected the burning sky and the broken water curtain. The ashes of the embers mixed with the water flow, like dirty snowflakes, falling heavily, wetting her eyelashes and Angra's bloodless cheeks. Her golden eyes peered through the watery curtain, revealing the composure of the eldest daughter of the Abel family, as solid as a rock. She quickly assessed it. Angra's pulse was as weak as a thread, almost drowned out by the sound of rain. His breathing was shallow and almost inaudible. His body temperature was terribly low, and the dampness and coldness accelerated the loss of heat. There was an open fracture of the left arm with severe lacerations, resulting in heavy blood loss, and the risk of blood loss was exacerbated by water erosion. There were multiple lacerations and contusions throughout the body. The fatal threats were hypothermia and possible lung infection, and the magic power is exhausted. Almost nothing, not here. Lawerna looked around. The burning embers hissed in the damp cold, dying rapidly, sending up acrid white smoke. In this land soaked in blood, fire, and rain, every shadow hides deeper dangers. Chapter 55. She bit her lower lip, summoning the last trickle of magic power in her body, and water dripped down her chin. Warm sun, a faint platinum light lit up with difficulty in her palm, like a stingy ray of sunlight in winter, trying to penetrate the thick water curtain and touch Angel's cold chest. The faint firelight flickered in the damp cold, only dispelling a trace of surface chill. It was a drop in the bucket for the cold and hideous wounds that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Lawerna doesn't know light magic, which is the only element of magic she can't adapt to. She said this when she accompanied Angel to the number 403 dungeon. Not enough, a feeling of dizziness came over Lawerna, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, which was instantly washed away by the water. Her fingertips touched the equally cold silver badge on her chest in the cold and damp air, a gift from Director Leggett, an opportunity to send coordinates and call for help without hesitation. Lawerna made the decision. She shared the coordinates and waited for rescue from the academy. But what should Angra do? His life was almost extinguished and he could not wait any longer. The feeling of powerlessness gradually engulfed Lawerna. However, the next moment, buzz, throbbing from the depths of his soul, suddenly vibrated from Angel's body without any warning. This throbbing penetrated the deafening sound of rain. The body in Lawerna's arms shook violently. It wasn't a twitch of awakening, but a deeper, more primitive tremor, as if some dormant existence was forcibly awakened by the desperate situation of death and the violent power of heaven and earth. Then, an extremely thin, almost transparent pink-purple halo, like ripples on the water, spread out silently with Angel's heart as the center, instantly covering his entire body. The water falling from the sky hit this layer of halo, but strangely did not penetrate it. Instead, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, splashing tiny purple light spots that disappeared in an instant. The halo was so faint that it almost blended into the gray water curtain and residual firelight in the background. If Lawerna hadn't been touching his skin, it would have been almost unnoticeable. It brought no warmth, no signs of healing, but amidst the sound of rain, it emitted an indescribable, strange and disturbing wave. Lawerna Chanjin's pupils suddenly contracted. Water flowed down her eyelashes. When Angra is focused, his invisible charisma, like the rippling of a stream, subtly draws the attention of those around him. But now, this aura is active and flowing, bathed in the cold torrent, carrying a kind of, almost greedy thirst. What is it craving? What shocked her even more was that the moment this halo appeared, the dried up and cracked spring of magic power in her body actually produced a faint resonance uncontrollably. A trace of icy blue magic, like fine sand drawn by an invisible force, quietly seeped out from her fingertips and slowly flowed towards Angel's body. The water washed over her arms, but it couldn't wash away the faint traces of the magic flow. Although it was faint, it was definitely her magic being absorbed, forcefully drawn in by the pink-purple halo that flickered tenaciously in the rain. What is this? Lawerna's heart was filled with fear. Such a bizarre ability had never been recorded in the annals. It wasn't like healing, nor like defense, but more like an instinctive, predatory, survival mechanism. No one knew Angel's unique skill, UNS, the skill that met the unlocking conditions but whose function and mechanism were still unknown, was actually revealed in this way at this moment. In this devastating rainstorm, Lawerna keenly realized that Angel needed magic power and vitality at this moment. She didn't hesitate, didn't try to stop the trickle of magic power from escaping. Instead, she gritted her teeth, forcibly squeezing the nearly depleted magic pool, actively channeling more refined icy magic power, carefully and continuously injecting it into the pink-purple halo that flickered in the icy torrent. Take it, she cried out silently in her heart, her voice drowned out by the sound of the rushing water. Whatever this was, whatever it required, as long as he could survive, then take it. The pink-purple halo greedily absorbed the magical power that was actively supplied. Under the impact of the rain, the halo seemed to solidify a little, and the flow speed also increased a bit. Angel's cold body seemed to have gained strength in its pulse for a moment due to the infusion of this weak magic power. The deathly aura around his purple lips seemed to have been diluted a little by the water flow, but Lawerna's magic power was ultimately limited. The backlash from the forced extraction caused her vision to black out, and her body swayed violently in the cold lake water and rain. She had long since run out of energy and no more magic power emerged. Despair filled her heart like cold moisture. Just then, ouch, whoo! A roar filled with violence and hunger pierced through the dense water curtain and tore apart the dead silence of the lakeside air. Several pairs of eyes flashing with greedy red light lit up in the diffuse gray fog, falling embers and thick water curtain, like the lights of hell, firmly locking onto the fresh prey by the lake. Water trickled down their wet fur and dripped onto their exposed fangs. Several secondary monsters that looked like hyenas but were even more ferocious walked out from The shadows of the charred woods, stepping on the muddy scorched earth, crouching their bodies, saliva mixed with water dripping down their fangs, etching small pits in the charred earth, and the fishy smell came to one's face even through the water curtain. Lawerna's heart sank to the bottom of the icy lake. She held Angel, her strength almost exhausted even to stand. The rain and fog blurred her vision, and the muddy ground hindered her movement. How could she face these bloodthirsty beasts, who were even more ferocious in the rain? She subconsciously hugged the person in her arms tighter, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Her bright golden eyes locked onto the approaching monster through the water curtain. Deep in her eyes, the icy flame burned silently. Arturo Academy, underground shelter for underclassmen. The air was as heavy as solidified lead, a mixture of sweat, dust, damp mold, and suppressed fear. Low sobs, anxious discussions, and the instructor's forced calm and soothing voices echoed under the low dome. But they could not drown out the dull and continuous roar coming from overhead. That was the sound of heavy rain pounding the ground and buildings madly, like countless huge hammers. Hitting the earth, and also hitting everyone's heart. Celine curled up on the cold bench in the corner, her small body tightly wrapped in the rough blanket distributed by the academy, but she still felt the biting cold. Her pink hair was tangled and plastered to her sweat-soaked forehead. Her large, always naive eyes were now filled with unprecedented fear and helplessness. Her dullness faded, leaving only a bottomless panic. Every heavy roar from above her head made her small body tremble involuntarily. Forest. Warcraft. Angel. Rain. She hugged her knees, her face buried deep in her arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. The clamorous sound of the rain reminded her of the slippery leaves in the forest, the muddy roads, the icy lake. Sister Lawerna went to find Angel. The forest is so dark. There are so many scary monsters. And there is so much water. Angel is alone. Will he? The thought wrapped around her heart, tightening more and more, almost suffocating her. She remembered the flaming chicken jerky that Angel handed her, the warm touch still seeming to touch her fingertips. She remembered his calm voice saying, "Silent, don't be afraid." She remembered the quiet outline of his face in the sunlight as he bent his head to read in the library. But the sunlight was now completely swallowed up by the endless icy rain. Chapter 56 Hidden Line Woo. Suppressed sobs overflowed from the depths of her throat, and tears silently soaked the fabric of her sleeves and were absorbed by the blanket. "TSK, look at that stinky rat, he's acting pitiful again. In this awful weather, crying is really annoying." A low but malicious voice floated from not far away. It was from the noble girls who had bullied her in the past. They also seemed irritated by the damp cold and the oppression of the shelter. "Doesn't that civilian senior she's dating live near the forest? TSK, with all that water and the monsters, I'm afraid even his bones have been washed into the mud by now, right?" Another voice, full of undisguised sarcasm and gloating, was particularly harsh against the background of the heavy rain. "Serves them right. Such lowly creatures, and that discarded waste from the Duke's mansion, deserve to die. They'll save the academy from polluting it. The rain is just in time to wash away all the dirt." The vicious words were like ice-hardened needles, piercing Celine's ears. Celine suddenly raised her head, and for the first time, a strong, almost tangible anger burst out from her big gray eyes. Her little body was shaking violently with excitement. She wanted to scream, to retort, to rush over and tear apart the mouths of those who were spewing evil words, but a deeper, colder fear, coming from the depths of her soul, like a black tide, instantly drowned all her anger. It wasn't because of those vicious words, but because of the sound of the rain that was like the roar of a demon. At the moment those vicious words struck like poisonous arrows, Sylvan felt her heart suddenly constrict. It was as if something, deep within her, was completely awakened by this extreme malice. An indescribable, strange heat that was almost burning gushed out from the depths of her heart without any warning, instantly sweeping through her limbs and bones. This heat flow carried the burnt stench of sulfur, the desire for destruction, and a primal violence that wanted to burn everything in sight, including this shelter and the damned roar outside, to ashes. "Well," Celine groaned in pain, her body curled up tighter uncontrollably, almost embedding into the cold stone bench. She felt her skin burning, her blood boiling, an uncontrollable rage churning and roaring in her chest like molten lava. The roar of the torrential rain above her head sounded to her like the drumbeat of destruction, urging her to fall into the abyss, tear apart and destroy. Let those sounds turn into shrill screams. Let this annoying rain disappear completely. This sudden, strange, terrifying power and desire made her feel unprecedented fear. It was 1,000 times more terrifying than facing those bullies. It was even more terrifying than the icy torrent raging outside. because Celine instinctively realized that if she succumbed to the destructive violence in her heart, she might never see Angel again. No, don't. Celine bit her lower lip tightly, the rusty taste of blood filled her mouth, and she used all her strength to fight against the terrible burning heat and destructive desire in her body. Tears mixed with cold sweat rolled down her pale cheeks. Like a young animal bound by invisible chains and frightened by the roar, she lay in the cold corner of the shelter, enduring the triple torment of external malice, the curse within her body, and the power of heaven and earth under the extreme pain and fear of its master. The brand of the demon god Ani bared its ferocious fangs at her for the first time. Deep in her eyes, a faint, dark red flame, even unconscious to her, throbbed violently with every roaring tremor. The top floor of the astronomical observatory tower, which is exclusive to the royal family, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling crystal window, the red light of the alarm had long since gone out, replaced by an endless gray curtain of water that connected the sky and the earth. The icy water rushed frantically against the crystal windows, creating turbulent streaks that distorted the academy seen outside into a blurry, swaying gray-green. In the distance, toward the Yala forest, chaotic and violent magical ripples mingled with the might of natural thunder, roaring like an invisible beast within the curtain of water. Anya Ifafnia leaned gracefully against the window, a delicate bone china teacup between her fingers. The curling steam seemed particularly fragile in the damp, cold air. Even the gentle aroma of black tea couldn't dispel the oppressive dampness that permeated the air. Her personal maid stood beside her like a shadow, her voice steady but needed to be raised slightly to be heard over the pounding of objects falling outside the window. Your Highness, preliminary statistics indicate that the Academy's outer defensive barrier has sustained 17% damage. The cold and damp weather may delay repairs. All junior students have entered the shelter. Order has been affected by the cold and damp weather, and emotional fluctuations have intensified. The Academy has dispatched 7 high-level investigation teams deep into the forest. The chaotic magic in the core area, coupled with the cold and damp weather, has completely disrupted communications, resulting in extremely heavy losses. No trace of Angel Alvis has been found yet. There was a slight pause in the waitress's voice when she mentioned a certain name. Ania gently blew away the foam on the tea surface, and her lavender eyes looked through the blurry water window into the chaotic distance, calm and peaceful anew. She took a sip of black tea, and the warm liquid slid into her throat, bringing a brief comfort. The damp and cold, it adds a bit of artistic conception. Stay tuned. Also, make the shadows move, and flesh out the story of commoners' greed triggering an ancient seal, causing a demonic disaster with more details, focusing on their recklessness and stupidity in inclement weather, such as this damp and cold weather, and the details of the few civilian students who lucky escaped, who only cared about their own lives and did not help others in times of crisis. This water flow can just wash away some unnecessary traces, making the story more believable. Her voice was particularly clear and cold amidst the sound of water. Yes, Your Highness. The waitress bowed, and her figure silently blended into the shadows in the corner and disappeared. Enya put down her teacup and slowly walked over to the huge planetarium. The cold metal track shimmered in the dim light. The pounding rain outside the window seemed to become the background music. Her fingertips gently brushed over the cold lines that represented the trajectory of the stars, and the corners of her mouth curled up in a cold and playful arc. It will be soon. Enya, you will be able to heal the kingdom soon. Wait a little longer. All this is a necessary sacrifice. She whispered to herself, her voice almost drowned out by the sound of water, as if she was admiring a painting stained by the flow of water. The seeds of chaos have been sown, and fear and suspicion are fermenting in the damp cold. Sister Lawerna, how long can your ridiculous idealism last in this fire of opposition, soaked by the current and about to spread like wildfire? Her eyes swept across the chaotic and distorted light spots on the planetarium that represented the core area of the Yala forest. Chapter 57 Piece. As for Angra, it is indeed an interesting chess piece, a knight who takes the initiative to step into the eye of the storm. The riot in the forest has already happened. Although we don't know where he is now or what he is planning, this unknown is also what adds color to the interesting part of the play. Perhaps he had already secretly planned all the plans for himself after the riot. Oh, Ania's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of deep calculation flashed across her lavender eyes. A man who knew part of her scheme and was able to survive after being kicked out of the main house, his value may be far greater than expected, but using this knife requires more caution and is more dangerous. She picked up a black chess piece representing a pawn and gently placed it on the planetarium. The fingertips tapped lightly on the top of the chess piece, and the crisp and lonely sound strangely coincided with the lingering sound of thunder outside the window. What surprises will your loyalty bring me, my knight? Arturo College Library, the edge of the highest dome skylight. Ololo St. Yerenia huddled in the heavy shadow cast by the huge beams. The wide brim of the wizard's hat covered most of her face, revealing only her small chin and slightly pursed, bloodless thin lips. Outside the window, the cold water was hitting the library's towering stained glass dome frantically, making a dense and dull crackling sound. Like countless hailstones falling, the water meandered down the glass, cutting the gray skylight outside into distorted and swaying spots of light, which were projected onto the ancient bookshelves and floor of the library. She looked like she was in a deep sleep, breathing lightly and evenly, oblivious to the violence outside the window. But in her vision that ordinary people cannot see, the world is made up of countless threads of fate that are intertwined and entangled, some bright and some dark. Most of the threads extend towards their predetermined end, with clear trajectories and few disturbances. However, at this moment, the cold rain outside the window seemed to have invaded this field of vision. Countless cold and transparent lines composed of water flow fell from the sky, violently passing through and entangled the predetermined threads of fate, bringing chaotic disturbances to eye. In the center of her field of vision, there were two places where the light was extremely dazzling, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, which caused irregular and more violent ripples to spread out under the stirring of the water line. Point one was a cold corner of an underground shelter. A ball of silk thread, representing Siren, originally wrapped with rich gray of death and red of destruction, is now violently fluctuating and twisting. A new but extremely violent dark red flame was rising from the ashes and blood, with the malicious intention of burning everything, trying to completely devour the ball of silk thread and turn it into a final charred black. Countless cold water lines penetrated the dome of the shelter and fell on the silk thread. Instead of extinguishing the flame, it was like pouring boiling oil on it, making the dark red flame burn more violently and more unsteadily. That was an ominous sign that the curse of the demon god Ani was ignited by extreme emotions and the violent power of nature. The other is located at the edge of the Yala forest, next to a lake that is being ravaged by an icy torrent. The tough and cold azure blue thread representing Lawerna is desperately entwining and wrapping a ball of empty space. That blank space was Angel Elvis, and above that blank space, an extremely weak pink-purple light with a mysterious and charming aura was flickering with difficulty, like a candle flame swaying in the howling wind, greedily absorbing the weak but pure energy transmitted from Lawerna's azure silk thread. What made Alulo tilt her head slightly was that the pink-purple light seemed to be, unconsciously and passively responding to an extremely faint holy magic mark left in the depths of the lake. When she stayed at Angel's camp, the pink-purple light absorbed the remaining, dissipated magical energy within the mark. Countless icy water lines pierced through the pink-purple halo, causing it to ripple slightly, yet it remained unextinguished. Instead, under the current's force, it displayed a strange, tenacious resilience. Angel is seriously injured. A very light and faint whisper with a hint of indescribable interest floated out from under Alulo's wizard hat and was instantly drowned out by the sound of water outside the window. There was silence for a long time, and Alolo just stared in that direction in a daze. He will die. It seemed as if a certain established fact had finally been clarified, and a trace of panic flashed across Aluolo's eyes, which were always sleepy. She raised her hand, and the wide sleeve slid down silently, revealing a wrist that was so white that it was almost transparent. His fingertips very slowly sketched out an extremely complex and mysterious holy magic rune in the air that was invisible to the naked eye. Several water lines outside the window changed their trajectories strangely, as if pulled by an invisible force, and entwined around her fingertips. For a moment, there are no magical fluctuations, no flow of light and shadow, but in her vision, as the last stroke of the rune was completed, an extremely thin, almost transparent guiding line extended silently from her fingertips. Ignoring the distance and space, it accurately penetrated the violent water curtain and connected to the edge of the Yala forest, next to the ruins where the cold torrent was pouring, on the silver badge worn on Lawerna's chest, the badge that transmitted the coordinates. The water line hit this invisible guiding line, making a subtle ding-dong sound that only Alolo could hear. Deep in Aluolo's gray pupils, beneath the eternal laziness, a barely perceptible ripple quietly spread out. Alolo didn't know why she took action. In the end, she just stared at the man's figure through the endless rain curtain, without saying a word for a long time. The heavy rain seemed to make the weaving of fate even more unpredictable. The monster's deep roar was like a death knell, appearing even more ferocious amidst the deafening sound of the falling beast. A fishy smell mixed with the damp and cold smell of earth grew stronger as the monster approached, and the shadow of death descended behind a thick curtain of water. Lawerna held Angel in her arms, and the cold water continued to wash over them, taking away the last bit of their body temperature. Only icy determination remained in her golden eyes. She gave up on squeezing out that insignificant amount of magic power. Lawerna would not sit still and wait for death. She stood up with difficulty, carried Angel on her back, and walked slowly towards the forest on the mud, step by step. But Buzz, the silent badge suddenly lit up without any warning, and a gentle yet overwhelming force of space instantly enveloped her in the cold body in her arms. This power did not come from her, but was brought by some higher-level existence, which accurately penetrated the violent water curtain. Lawerna only felt that everything in front of her eyes was twisted and stretched in an instant, turning into a blurred and broken light and shadow. The deafening sound of falling suddenly faded away and turned into a vague buzzing sound. The feeling of weightlessness and a slight tearing sensation of space transformation came, but the expected intense pain of near-death transmission did not come. This power protected them in an extremely subtle way, as if they were being supported by an invisible and steady hand, isolating them from the rain outside. The next second, the light and shadows solidified and the sound returned. The deafening crashing sound disappeared, replaced by absolute silence and the familiar aroma of herbs lingering on the nose. Arturo Academy, the highest level medical magic care room, dry, warm and safe. Chapter 58. First battle. Outside the window, one can still see the gray sky and the endless curtain of water, but they have been isolated by thick walls and magical barriers. Who came to help? Lawerna didn't know, but Angel in her arms let out an extremely faint, sigh-like groan of pain, leaving her no time to think about these things. The pink-purple halo that flickered tenaciously in the cold torrent and absorbed her magic power suddenly dissipated as if it had completed a mission. The moment the transmission was completed, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Angel's body became cold and heavy again, and his breath of life was so weak that it seemed like it would be cut off in the next second. Water dripped from his wet clothes and hair, spreading a small dark stain on the smooth floor of the nursing room. "Professor! Is anyone there?" Lawerna's voice was so hoarse that it was almost out of tune. It carried the trembling of surviving a disaster and the deepest prayers, and it rang out clearly in the empty and quiet nursing room. She held the person in her arms tightly, as if holding a rare treasure that had been lost and recovered but was still fragile. Tears flowed silently, mixing with the remaining water and blood on her face, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto Angel's pale and cold skin, spreading a small warm and cold wet mark. The door of the medical room was suddenly pushed open, and several figures wearing high-level therapist robes hurried in with solemn expressions. When their eyes fell on Lawerna, who looked as if she had been fished out of the water and was in a miserable state, and the bloody and dying figure in her arms, their pupils shrank. Without any unnecessary questions, everyone started moving. I in the embers of fate, a faint spark was forcibly preserved. In the underground shelter of Arturo College, the cold, damp stone walls blocked out the roar of the rain, but they couldn't block out the lingering alarm and suppressed sobs that pierced their bones. The air was stagnant, a mixture of earth, fear, and a faint smell of burning sulfur. Yang Sass leaned against the cold stone wall, his blue eyes piercing through the dim magic light, as if they could see through the thick rock layers, and looked directly at the forest that was being ravaged madly. The knuckles of his clenched fists had lost color from excessive force and were trembling slightly. There was a throbbing sensation originating from deep within his blood, like an invisible thread penetrating the barriers of space, firmly pulling his perception and pointing to the darkest depths of the forest. There, a destructive, chaotic, evil source beating like a heart was madly absorbing the vitality of the forest, dragging all things into frenzy. That is the source, the core of the disaster. The brave man's blood was roaring, and the mark of the heavenly saint armor was faintly hot under his right forearm, like a branding iron, silently urging him on, just like when he faced the torture of the cultists and looked at the suffering Uni and awakened the holy armament in the hero's blood for the first time. The anger that almost ignited his heart was directed straight into the depths of the forest. "I can't hide here. There should be something I can do." The whisper rolled in his throat with unquestionable determination. As the last descendant of the Sass family, the heavy sense of responsibility and the perception and resistance to disasters etched in his bones and blood made him unable to sit still. Yang stood up suddenly, his eyes as sharp as torches, sweeping over the huddled crowd in the shelter, finally fixing on two figures in the corner. Tracy Gall, the son of the Knight Commander, was a towering figure, like a silent iron tower. He was polishing the massive tower shield in his hands, the scratches, old and new, covering the shield, like the silent anxiety burning within him. His fingertips repeatedly rubbed a tiny indentation on the shield's edge, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. As the son of a knight, the creed he guarded in his heart surged through his blood. Waiting was torture, a desecration of his knight's oath. He should be on the front line fighting alongside the seniors, building a line of defense with his shield. On the other side, the blue-haired boy, White Wolfgang, leaned against a cold stone pillar with his arms folded. Deep in his slightly narrowed wolf eyes, there was a flicker of defiance and impatience, as well as a hint of instinctive disgust towards the violent aura deep in the forest. The rhythm of raindrops hitting the ground, the wailing and frenzy coming from the depths of the forest, which are imperceptible to ordinary people, pricked his nerves through the thick stone walls, like countless fine needles piercing his skin. The feeling of being restrained made his muscles tense, and a low, bestial grunt escaped his throat. The blood of the Grey Wolf called for battle, for the destruction of those mad creatures that violated the laws of nature. Yang walked up to them and spoke in a steady voice, penetrating the oppressive atmosphere of the shelter. Tracy, White. The source of the mutation in the core of the forest must be eliminated. I can feel it calling for disaster. He paused, his right hand subconsciously pressing on his slightly burning forearm. I'm going to give it a try. Otherwise, if this continues, the monsters will eventually invade the academy. Tracy raised his head, his eyes as firm as a rock, without the slightest hesitation. He stood up, slamming his shield to the ground with a dull and resolute sound. His tall figure brought a heavy, reassuring sense of power. Without saying a word, he just nodded calmly and stood beside Yang. White snorted coldly, his lips curling up in an almost feral arc. He pushed aside the stone pillar and stood up straight. His wolf eyes beneath his blue hair were as sharp as a knife. He glanced at Yahang's hand pressing on his forearm and then glanced in the direction of the exit that blocked off the disaster scene. A few tiny blue arcs of electricity suddenly jumped between his fingers, crackling, like silent war cries in the dim light. Without any unnecessary communication, Yahang's responsibility and blood guidance, Tracy's belief in protection, White's blood and fighting instinct were instantly melted into the same piece of steel in the furnace of disaster. However, the moment Yang turned and walked towards the exit, a thought flashed through his mind uncontrollably. If Luna Senpai were here, with her strength and familiarity with the forest, perhaps, but the thought was fleeting, crushed by the imminent crisis. Now, they could only rely on themselves. The moment the side door barrier was opened, a violent rain curtain mixed with a biting chill and a strong stench of blood, sulfur, and rotten leaves swallowed the three people like a huge wave. The yellow forest has become a purgatory, with towering ancient trees leaning and breaking, the muddy ground covered with huge claw marks and charred holes, and dark red mud flowing freely under the rain. The evil pulsation in the air, which came from the blood induction, became clearer and clearer, like a maggot on the tarsal bone, guiding the direction but also bringing heavy pressure. Roar. Several poisonous wolf spiders with red eyes and fangs dripping with foul-smelling venom suddenly jumped out from behind the fallen trees. Their venom mixed with rainwater sprayed out like green arrows. A short and powerful roar burst out from Tracy's throat, and the huge tower shield slammed to the ground. Buzz, a layer of light golden halo instantly spread out, forming a solid arc-shaped protective wall, blocking the three people firmly. The venom hit the light wall, making a sizzling sound and sending up pungent white smoke. The light wall shook violently but did not break. Almost at the same time when the venom was blocked, White's figure flashed like thunder. The moment he flashed out from the side of the shield, his hands were clenched, and violent blue lightning condensed and compressed frantically in his palms. Without chanting or unnecessary movements, two lightning spears with deadly arcs of electricity took shape in an instant. Shoo! Shoo! A sharp sound of breaking through the air tore through the rain curtain, and the lightning spears accurately pierced the heads of the two wolf spiders. Lightning exploded, a burning stench filled the air, and the corpses fell down twitching. Yahang's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and the seemingly ordinary iron sword in his hand was surrounded by a faint golden glow. His steps were mysterious, leaving behind elusive afterimages in the rain. He avoided the attack of another wolf spider, and the wooden sword seemed to lightly touch the fragile joints of the wolf spider. Crack! With a teeth-grinding crisp sound, the wolf spider's limb joints were instantly shattered. It lost its balance with a scream and was kicked hard by Yahang's side kick. It hit the tree trunk and could not move. The first battle was a victory, but the coordination seemed awkward. Chapter 59, Collaboration. An uncontrolled arc of lightning from White brushed past the edge of the tower shield, leaving a charred mark. Tracy frowned slightly, adjusted the shield slightly, and the curvature of the light wall changed quietly. Yang advanced a little deeper and left the best protection range of the golden light wall. The sharp claws of a shadow bat almost brushed past his back, leaving behind a piece of torn clothes. Watch where you land, Tracy reminded in a deep voice, his voice as clear as a hammer hitting a shield amidst the rain, carrying an unquestionable command. White shook off his wet blue hair, and his wolf eyes swept across the new burn marks on Tracy's shield. His body tensed, and a trace of barely perceptible regret flashed in his eyes. He did not refute, but the next time the Thunder Spear attacked, the landing point clearly avoided the shield range, and instead accurately hit the other split claw bear that pounced from the flank towards the attack path preset by Yang. Yang wiped the cold rain from his face, his eyes focused. He stopped rushing forward, moving closely alongside Tracy's shield wall. Like a deadly stream of light, he slipped through the cracks in the golden wall, precisely finishing off monsters repelled by Tracy's shield strikes or using his agile movements to draw fire and create a safe space for White to cast his spells. Every dodge and attack seemed to confirm the fighting talent in his blood, which was growing rapidly on the brink of life and death. Tracy clenched her teeth, a vein bulging slightly on her forehead. The not-so-rich magic power in his body was stimulated too. The extreme and the golden light wall grew and shrank, trying to create a small living space for the two attackers. Raindrops slid down his resolute face, mixing with sweat and dripping onto the newly scorched edge of the shield, making a subtle sizzling sound. His breathing became heavy, but the arm holding the shield was as steady as a rock. The friction between them was forcibly accelerated on the brink of life and death. White's lightning blasted a brief gap in the rain curtain. Tracy's tower shield was an unshakable reef, and Yang was a deadly blade that pierced through it. The three of them were like a lone boat in a storm. In the increasingly turbulent tide and the obvious increase in the level of monsters, they struggled but firmly to move forward in the direction of their bloodline. Sensing the closer to the core, the hotter and thicker the air becomes, and the smell of sulfur is so strong that it is almost suffocating. It conflicts and evaporates with the cold rain, forming a misty white fog. The distorted magical fluctuations whipped his nerves like a physical whip. The evil pulsation almost turned into a heartbeat, resonating in Yahang's chest. The heavenly saint armor mark on his right arm was burning hot. "That's it." Yang pointed to the entrance of the valley, his voice slightly hoarse. The violent magic distorted the light, and a heart-pounding red light like solidified blood shone through the valley. At the mouth of the valley, monsters surged like a tide, their roars blending into a symphony of destruction. At the front, a mountain-sized lava giant lizard blocked the way, its dark red scales covering its entire body. Every heavy breath exhaled a scorching sulfurous breath. Raindrops fell on it, instantly creating a vast white mist. Its red pupils scanned the valley entrance like the gatekeeper of hell. There is no doubt that without the help of ice magic, it would be tantamount to suicide for the three of them to force their way in. White licked his lips wet by the rain, his wolf eyes fixed on the monitor lizard's scales as thick as rock, and then swept sharply across the steep, cracked rock wall above the valley. He let out a barely audible hum from his throat. Leaned forward slightly, his muscles tense like a fully drawn bowstring, lightning dancing restlessly between his fingers as he assessed the path and possibilities of the attack. Tracy looked at the hellish scene, her knuckles cracking as she gripped the shield, the color draining from the strain. He took a deep breath, and the cold rain poured into his lungs, bringing a stinging pain, but his eyes became more and more solid, as if he wanted to carve the scene before him into his bones. As someone needs to tear open the cracks, and someone needs to bear the impact. He looked at Yang, then at White, and finally his gaze fell back on his shield. Yahang's gaze swept across the hopeless lava lizard and fell on the faint red light source at the bottom of the valley, emitting destructive waves. The throbbing of blood and the burning sensation of the heavenly saint armor reached its peak at this moment. He took a deep breath, cold rain running down his cheeks. "I'll divert it and the main force. White will create chaos in a gap, and Tracy will block the pursuit." His voice was firm and without any hesitation, he took on the most stressful responsibility. White's brows were furrowed, his wolf eyes fixed on Yang, his Adam's apple rolled as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only squeeze out three short and powerful words from between his teeth: "Don't die." He patted Yahang's shoulder, and then his figure was like a cheetah ready to pounce, his eyes sharp and piercing under his blue hair. Tracy slammed his shield down, and the dull sound, like the beating of a war drum, echoed amid the rain. "Leave it to me." There was no room for hesitation. Yang growled and stopped suppressing him. The thin magic power mixed with the surging blood force rushed into the right arm frantically. Buzz, a dazzling golden light bursts out, a pair of golden armor, covering the elbows and engraved with ancient and mysterious runes, instantly appeared. Its sacred, majestic, and inviolable aura was like the blazing sun suddenly rising in the darkness, igniting the most primitive madness and desire for destruction in all the monsters at the valley entrance. This holy and arrogant aura was the most effective provocation to the monsters. In an instant, all the monsters within a radius of 1 kilometer stopped moving, whether they were walking aimlessly or fighting each other. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and then, thousands of scarlet eyes turned towards Yang at the same time. The chilling murderous intent almost made him feel like his heart was about to burst. Roar. The lava monitor's crimson pupils locked onto the dazzling golden light, and it let out a roar that shattered the rain curtain and made the earth tremble. It took earth-shaking steps, carrying a sulfurous heat wave and a destructive aura, and rushed forward. The tide of monsters behind it followed closely behind like a flood that broke through a dam. Yang turned, igniting the light of his armor to its fullest potential. Like a golden meteor darting madly through a storm, he dragged a torrent of destruction behind him as he raced away from the valley entrance. Every step he took was mired in mud and danger, drawing a force powerful enough to crush him to dust. "Walk!" White's eyes flashed with lightning. He no longer held back, his figure transforming into a streak of blue lightning that was barely discernible to the naked eye. Taking advantage of the rain and the chaos of the monsters being attracted to Yang, he swooped down from the flank at incredible speed, swooping down on the steep, cracked rock face on one side of the valley. The speed was so fast that only a faint arc afterimage was left on the spot. Tracy roared, the golden light on his tower shield burning brighter and more intense than ever before. Like a golden rock rooted in the earth, he took a step forward, firmly blocking White's path and the slower reacting monsters attempting to pursue him.
Intermediate Earth magic stands still as a mountain. P.S. Let me tell you about the rules for adding chapters. For every 300 donations, one chapter will be added. For every 30 yuan gift, one chapter will be added. Although it seems like a lot to generate electricity for love, there are actually some people who read this book. If everyone spends 15 seconds to support Bang Bang, Bang Bang can eat fresh instant noodles. In addition, 3 chapters are updated every day, so you don't need to raise the book. If you like this book, please help Bang Bang cultivate it and recommend it to Shu Wang. I love you guys so much. Chapter 60 Pause will become reality. Bang! 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 The massive claws of several crack claw bears, the charge of shadow bats, and even a scorching fireball, slammed fiercely into the thick shield. The dull thud was like a hammer hitting Tracy's feet, which sank deep into the mud up to his ankles. The huge impact made his body tremble violently, and a streak of bright red flowed from the corner of his mouth and dripped down his chin. The golden light on the shield flickered under the heavy blows of the storm, like a candle in the wind, but it burned tenaciously and never went out. His clenched teeth were even bleeding, but his eyes remained as firm as iron and he did not retreat a single step. White was already below the rock face. He looked up to the sky and let out a wolf howl that tore through the rain curtain, full of wildness and indomitable spirit. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be drawn by the whistling sound, rolling violently, and a pillar of lightning so thick that it was frightening, as if connecting heaven and earth, came crashing down. It did not attack the monster, but was forcibly seized and restrained by his raised palms. White's original youthful figure instantly grew taller, his muscles bulged, his blood vessels bulged like a dragon, and lightning flashed under his skin. Violent magic power and the thunder of heaven and earth compressed and condensed crazily in his palm. The destructive energy almost tore him apart. The bones groaned under the heavy burden, and finally, a huge thunder spear with a roaring thunder dragon wrapped around it, more than 10 meters long and emitting an aura of destruction, took shape in his hand, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at a deep crack in the rock wall. Secret technique: thunder condensation. Similar to the heavenly saint armament hidden in Yahan's blood, this is the blood power unique to the Tsunlong tribe. The muscles in his arms burst out with their last strength, and he threw the lightning spear that condensed all his energy and the power of heaven and earth towards the crack. Rumble. At the moment of impact, heaven and earth fell silent, and a flash of lightning swallowed up everything. The deafening sound of the explosion mixed with the terrifying roar of cracking rocks. The shockwave spread out in a circular shape, instantly evaporating and draining the rainwater within a radius of dozens of meters. Countless pieces of gravel fell like meteorites with blazing tail flames. The thunder instantly submerged and smashed some of the monsters at the entrance of the valley, and also tore a huge gap in the solid rock, which was emitting billowing green smoke and electric sparks. Smoke and mud rose into the sky and filled the entire valley. The air was filled with smoke, dust, and mud. White knelt on one knee exhausted, gasping for breath. Every breath was burning painful. Wisps of blue smoke were coming out of his body. His blue hair was wet and stuck to his pale cheeks. The arcs of electricity jumping between his fingers were so weak that they were almost invisible. He has always relied on physical skills and combat intuition, and rarely uses such a huge amount of innate secret technique. He has always been a loner, and the reason why he did this at this moment may be that he wanted to destroy the source of destruction as soon as possible to give the 2 men behind him a better chance of safety. The smoke and dust dissipated slightly, revealing the scene at the bottom of the valley. In the center of the valley, a fist-sized, crimson crystal stone with lava flowing inside was quietly suspended in midair, emitting a terrifying high temperature that distorted space and a soul. Shaking aura of destruction, the fire jade of destruction. Yang had been forced into a dead corner behind a fallen giant tree by the lava lizards and the remaining high-level monsters that were not affected by the falling rocks. The golden armor on his right arm was dim and about to go out, like a candle in the wind. His left arm hung limply, and a claw mark on his shoulder that was deep enough to see the bone was oozing blood. His breath was extremely weak. The lava lizard's huge mouth, burning with sulfur flames, swallowed up the breath of death. Ya hung. Tracy's eyes were bloodshot and he wanted to move, but his body was nailed to the spot by the side effects of immovable as a mountain and the huge consumption. He could only roar in despair. White struggled to stand up, but his arms were shaking and he couldn't exert any strength. He could only watch the huge mouth of destruction fall. At that critical moment, the last of the unyielding golden light burst out from Yahan's eyes, without any reservation. The dim golden light on the armor instantly surged and spread, covering the entire right arm to the shoulder. More complex, more sacred patterns emerged, like living things.
A pressure far exceeding the previous one, as if it came from ancient times, erupted. The price he paid was that his face instantly lost all color and turned ashen, as if his vitality had been drained away in an instant, and even his pupils were momentarily blurred. The right arm covered with armor suddenly changed shape, turning into a huge golden blade of light composed purely of divine energy. With the resolute will to cut off all evil and judge all sins, it slashed towards the giant mouth burning with hellfire that was swallowing it. Fully manifested, Yang murmured softly, and finally used this power for the second time. Puff, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a slight sound like tearing cloth. The golden blade of light cut through the tough head of the lava monitor lizard without any hindrance, just like cutting through rotten deadwood. The violent sulfur flames were extinguished in an instant, and the huge body stiffened for a moment, then fell to the ground with a bang, splashing mud all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, the golden blade of light spread out in all directions like a storm of broken swords, and countless monsters were strangled into pieces of flesh and blood, and a blood rain poured down from the sky. Yang seemed to have been drained of all his strength. The golden light dissipated in an instant, and the Tianqing armament disappeared. He fell backwards into the icy mud and water like a puppet with its strings cut, losing all consciousness. The next moment, Tracy was finally able to move. He dragged his almost broken body, as if filled with lead, and staggered forward, taking one deep step and one shallow step, splashing muddy water with every step. White gritted his teeth, used the wooden sword to support his body, and struggled to get up, and now he was the only one among the three who could still fight. White staggered to the side of the suspended fire jade and looked at the crimson crystal that exuded a destructive and ominous aura. A trace of fear and disgust from deep in his blood flashed in his wolf eyes. Without hesitation, he rapped his palm with the last remaining trace of lightning. Enduring the burning pain in his palm that felt like a branding iron, he grabbed the scorching hot crystal and quickly stuffed it into a specially made isolation bag. The moment the bag was tightened, the maddening aura of destruction was mostly isolated. I got it. White's voice was hoarse and weak from exhaustion. He looked at the pale and unconscious Yang on Tracy's back, and glanced at the red light coming out of the bag, which still looked eerie even after being isolated. His body tensed up again, and his eyes under his blue hair were complicated and incomprehensible. Tracy carried Yang on her back, using the most stable position possible to avoid touching his wounds. White held the fire jade bag in his hand, trying to support his exhausted body. He glanced vigilantly at the remaining monsters around him that were frightened by the shocking explosion just now, and silently stayed behind, carrying heavy spoils and covered in wounds. The three men retreated towards the shelter step by step, arduously and silently, amid the gradually subsiding roars of the monsters and the still heavy rain. Every step left behind muddy footprints mixed with blood. The violent magical fluctuations in the depths of the forest, like the beating of a heart, finally began to slowly subside and weaken as the fire jade left. This sudden disaster was eventually paused by these three scarred and almost exhausted teenagers. P.S. Today's extra income, GIFs, has reached 30, so I will add an extra chapter. Chapter 61. Wake up. The consciousness was sticky, and every struggle in the darkness was accompanied by tearing pain. Angel's eyelids were heavy, and even the slightest tremor took a huge amount of effort. The bitter smell of disinfectant mixed with herbs penetrated into my nostrils, replacing the last strong smell of blood and sulfur in my memory. Like a fuzzy, warm glow flickered at the edge of his vision. He focused with difficulty, and what he saw was the familiar wooden ceiling with traces of time. A single room in the college sanatorium. My throat is dry, and even swallowing gently brings a slight burning pain. He wanted to raise his hand, but found that his arm was too heavy to move. It was wrapped in thick bandages. The slightest movement made all the bones in his body groan as if they were falling apart. I'm alive. This realization hit my mind with absurd force. He clearly remembered that deep in the forest, facing the violent monster, his magic power was exhausted and his body was on the verge of collapse. The last thing I saw in the haze was Lawerna's resolute eyes burning with silver flames, and then there was endless darkness. Luna, why was she in the camp? Doubts were like cold vines wrapped around his heart. Although he was extremely grateful to Lawerna for saving him, equal doubts also appeared in his heart, because according to the main plot, she should have gone with Yang and the others to look for the fire jade. The door was gently pushed open, and familiar footsteps with a hint of imperceptible fatigue came in, and the person Angel was thinking of walked in. The long silver hair had lost its former cool moonlight-like luster and looked a little dull. It was casually tied behind the head, with a few strands of hair hanging beside the pale cheeks. Those golden eyes that were always as clear as the warm snow in early winter and as bright as gold were now covered with an indescribable layer of fatigue and the fragility of surviving a disaster. The color drained from her face, her lips were tightly pursed, and she seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Yet she was still holding on to something when Lawerna's gaze fell on Angel's open eyes, her whole body froze instantly, as if struck by invisible lightning. The fatigue and fragility in those golden eyes were instantly replaced by huge, unbelievable astonishment and a surging emotion that almost broke through the damned. Lawerna's pupils dilated slightly, and her breathing stopped at that moment. The fingers holding the water cup suddenly tightened, and her knuckles turned white from the force. The water in the cup swayed gently, reflecting her violently trembling fingertips. "Angel?" Her voice was very soft, with a cautious tentativeness, as if she was afraid of disturbing some fragile dream. The voice no longer had the coldness and aloofness of the past, leaving only a hoarseness that was almost choking. Angel opened his mouth, but only a hoarse sound came out. Inexplicably, Angel suddenly felt a little guilty towards her. Lawerna seemed to be awakened by the sound and walked quickly to the bed. She did not give him water immediately, but reached out her hand, and with slight trembling fingertips, she gently brushed the edge of his bandaged arm, her movements as gentle as if she was touching a rare treasure. Her eyes were fixed on his face, complex emotions surging in her golden eyes. "Angra," she repeated it again, her voice still soft, but with a heavy weight. A layer of mist instantly covered her golden phoenix eyes, but she raised her head stubbornly to prevent the mist from condensing into drops. Lawerna took a deep breath, trying to calm her almost out of control heartbeat, but the trembling in her voice betrayed her. "You almost died, Angel." This sentence is no longer a statement, but more like an echo with endless fear. Angra pulled the corner of his mouth into a silent bitter smile. Of course he knows. He looked at Lawerna's golden eyes filled with so many emotions, saw her stubbornness in holding back tears, saw her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He seemed to have never seen Lawerna like this before. Even though he knew all the main plot points of Final Fantasy, Angel had never seen the Lawerna. Before him, she had shed the proud shell of the Ice Moon girl, leaving only a girl terrified by the fear of loss. In the history he knew, Lawerna was more like a cold, arrogant, and reliable older sister in front of Yang. Lawerna seemed to realize her own gaffe and quickly lowered her head. She picked up the water cup in a disguised manner and carefully moistened his chapped lips with a wet cotton swab. The cool water soothed the burning pain in his throat and gave Angel back some strength. "Thanks." His voice was broken. Lawerna shook her head, her movements still gentle. "Don't say that." She paused, her voice lowering. "The riot in the forest has been quelled, but your little camp has also been destroyed." Angel was silent for a moment. He looked out the window. The rain had subsided a lot. Then he said softly, "But I'm still alive." As he spoke, he looked back at her, her figure reflected in his emerald green eyes. "Really, thank you for coming to save me, Lawerna." Lawerna, after looking into his eyes for just a moment, her heartbeat began to accelerate again, and her pretty face, which should have been cold, instantly turned red, looking delicate and cute. After calming down, Lawerna finally began to organize her thoughts. Then, a great tension and sweetness from the bottom of my heart surged up, and it seemed that just by looking at Angra, I would smile unconsciously. This made her realize clearly again that I seemed to really like him. So, how did I talk to Angel before? I must be a very cold and proud person, huh? Actually, not really. She hugged her chest and suppressed the smile on her lips. This made her expression look a little strange. "Angel, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to save you. It's fucked up." At this moment, Lawerna really wanted to hold her head and cry. Why did that Sundara, loser-like words that only appear in this storyline slip out of her mouth unconsciously? Angel looked at the girl in front of him who was so panicked that she was almost deformed, and fell into a long silence. Lu. "Lawerna, what happened? Is it true that her mind has not been invaded by evil spirits?" With a light cough, Angle, a man who thought he was very considerate of girls, chose to change the subject. "You just said the riot in the forest has subsided." After hearing what Angel said, Lawerna finally regained her composure. Probably, she rubbed her face and thought for a moment. After pondering for a long time, he picked out some accurate and true information and told him, "Yes, I heard that 3 first-year students secretly ran into the forest last night and found the source of the riot. It seems to be an evil artifact. They brought the evil artifact back to the academy and it is now in the custody of the school's top management. The evil artifact will probably be handed over to the royal family later." Hearing Lawerna's words, Angel's heart sank. There is no doubt that this so-called evil artifact is the fire jade of destruction that ultimately led to Celine's tragic fate. The main plot in his memory was crystal clear. In the original trajectory, Lawerna and Yang should have gone deep into the forest together, but now Lawerna had not gone deep into the forest with Yang and the other two in order to save him. Who brought it back? He asked this question almost holding his breath. Lawerna was silent for a moment, then she said, "Ahang Sass. And Tracy Gall, and White Wolfgang." After hearing the answer, Angra remained silent for a long time. "Only 3 people," muttering to himself, a sense of solemnity quietly descended upon his heart. Broken, this is the beginning of one of the B endings in the first chapter of the main storyline.
Chapter 62 Mechanism Yahang? Tracy? White Angel frowned in thought. The three of them brought back the fire jade from the core of the rioting forest without Lawerna. Obviously, Lawerna and Yang are not close enough now, so she did not join the forest expedition team, and in order to save herself, she completely avoided their route. In other words, all this was caused by Angel's deviation of the main line. At this point in time, the three young men, especially Yang, had no way to fight against the high-level monsters in the core area at a minimal cost, let alone bring back the fire jade while retaining their strength, but the current situation is that the fire jade has been brought back. This is different from the B ending of the main storyline in his memory. According to the original work, if Lawerna's favorability was not high enough and he did not join the expedition team, Yang would have his head bitten off by the last ancient fire lizard guarding the valley and would have died directly. Lawerna seemed to see the shock and disbelief in his eyes and added, "I heard they paid a heavy price." Yang is in a coma, and White and Tracy are almost exhausted. Her gaze returned to Angel again, with a hint of inquiry. "You seem very concerned about this result?" Angra's thoughts were like the surface of a lake into which a huge rock had been thrown, churning violently. Deviation, another huge deviation. Now Lawerna is not involved in the fire jade recovery, and the consequences are obvious, as the main force in the subsequent crusade against the evil god Ella, Yang, who possesses the heavenly saint armor, is now in a coma. Whether he can continue to fight is still a mystery at this moment. If the evil god Ella really came to the world now, Angel didn't dare to think any further. A chill ran up his spine to his brain. The reason is simple. Human beings' existing magic cannot cause any harm to gods. It is the difference in status. Except for a few special people, only Yahang's heavenly saint armed forces have the ability to cause harm to Ella, and now that the first domino has fallen, the chain reaction of fate has completely disrupted all of Angel's previous plans, and now he had to rethink how to avoid Celine's worst fate. "Lerna," he spoke with difficulty, his voice still hoarse, but with an unprecedented solemnity. "I can only ask you, please find out the whereabouts of the evil artifact and who is supervising it. This is very important to me and to Celine." He looked at her eagerly, worry burning in his eyes. After a moment of silence, without asking the reason, Lawerna just nodded lightly. "Okay, I'll check it out. But you have to tell me the reason afterwards, okay?" As she spoke, she stood up, her silver hair swaying slightly with the movement, and Lawerna turned and left the room, but at the door, she paused slightly, turned back and looked at Angel deeply. The look in her eyes was complicated and difficult to understand, containing too many unspoken emotions: worry, fear, and a trace of cherishment after losing and regaining something that even she herself had not fully sorted out. Then she walked away quickly. Lawerna also needs to sort out her complicated thoughts now she was facing such a weak Angel. Well, she admitted that she almost couldn't hold back just now that broken beauty. In short, the only sound in the room now was Angel's heavy breathing. He lay there like broken porcelain, his body unable to move, his thoughts raging like a storm. Deviation, silent, fire jade, and there is the black hand hiding in the dark, driving everything. Enya, the princess, accelerated her plans, and her own allegiance seemed to be put aside. Angel was in deep thought. Although his physical condition was very poor, he was still thinking about what would happen next. Since death had not taken him, he would still try his best to survive. The clues were like scattered puzzle pieces, which were examined and pieced together one by one under his calm thinking. The biggest variable is Lawerna's absence. She should have been the key link in recovering the fire jade, and her extreme cold magic was the best way to suppress the fire jade's violent energy. Without her, the price paid by Yang and the other two was far greater than expected. This means that the state of the fire jade may be more unstable than in the official history, which also means it may be easier to be exploited. And Celine, the dull pink-haired girl with the instincts of a small animal, her situation will only deteriorate sharply with the return of the fire jade. Angel's fingertips curled slightly under the thin blanket, and his fingertips brushed across the rough edge of the bandage. He couldn't show any concern at all, as any unnecessary attention might become a sharp knife that stabbed her. The only way to protect her is to become stronger, faster, and intervene more accurately. Any value exceeding 40 can become the second condition for unlocking UNS. Obviously, when obtaining UNS, the more items with values exceeding 40, the stronger the skill will be. The problem is, my current state simply cannot allow all 4 values to cross the 40 mark and achieve a perfect UNS value. Base, with a slight movement of his index finger, a simple interface unfolded before Angel's eyes. A name: Angel Alvis. Currently equipped title: Uncrowned Son of Fortune. Accessory: Dungeon Heart number 403, SSS level. Accessory: Active, opens another dimension, cannot be selected. Passive: Magic, Force, Skill +5, Race, Human Magic, 34 +5, D, Force, 35 +5, D. Condition 2 has been met. Charm, 93, S+, has met the UNS unlock prerequisites. Agility, 37, D, Skills, 34 +5, D, Luck, 1.
Magic Possession, Elementary Fire Magic LV.3, 300/279, Elementary Windblade LV.3, 300/291, Resistance Aura LV.3, 200/196, Martial Arts, Boxing LV.4, 1000/4641, Experience Overflow, Insufficient Strength, Unable to advance to LV.5. Alchemy related, none crafting skills, Fishing level 5, 100/68, Architect level 6, 200/12, Gathering level 7, 180/23, Hunting level 6, 200/19, Cooking level 7, 180/31.
Oh my god.
This escape from death has provided Angel with a lot of growth, all the values have increased by at least 4 points. Is this really not small? I almost died, but there was no qualitative breakthrough, just 3 points. Well, after looking at the pitiful numbers many times, Angel once again realized the fact that he was a waste and sighed softly. By the way, it seems that Angel has been sighing since he came to this world.
No wonder his luck is only 1 point, plus Angel doesn't like to smile.
Boys who don't like to smile have bad luck, maybe I should sigh less in the future. Angel thought silently in his heart. His eyes finally stopped at the +5 behind the 3 values, which was the additional value provided to him by the Heart of Dungeon #403. So in reality, Angel's magic and skills should be 39, and his strength is 40, barely reaching the level of a normal student. In fact, up to now, Angel has felt that his progress has become slower than before. If Angel had a certain growth potential in the past due to his low stats, now he is a snail crawling with a load. I can't see the sky when I look up, and I can't see my feet when I look down. It's very painful. Logically speaking, after clearing dungeon number 403, he should have been able to gain these numerical improvements to his abilities, but the existence of accessories made this ability become an additional, more flexible statistic. This setting seems to have no use at all, but unload the accessories. Angel tried whispering commands into the panel, no response. Unable to hold back, Angel sighed again, and another bit of happiness slipped away from his lips. Looking up at the dark clouds outside the window, Angel wiped his face. Sure enough, this panel is completely useless. It is simply a background board that can provide him with an intuitive understanding of his current abilities.
Chapter 63 Malice, today's extra update. Bang Bang loves you. I've typed 10,000 words today. Is there anyone who can encourage this lovely clam? Angel took a deep breath, causing a stinging pain in the wound. In any case, he needed to regain his mobility as soon as possible, even if it was just a small amount of training. Angel picked up a fruit that Lawerna brought and ate it, frowning and thinking deeply about UNS. The goal is clear. Before Lawerna brings back news about the fire jade, he must simultaneously raise all 4 of his stats to above 40. So how do you do this? Angel took a bite of the berry. If all 4 of his attributes exceeded 40, the second condition for unlocking UNS would be maximized. A powerful UNS might be the only foundation for Angel, who had extremely poor qualifications, to gain a foothold in this world. But then again, the force value seems to be able to trigger condition 2, which means that Angel only needs to touch the fire jade next, and he can instantly unlock his own UNS. But this is not enough. At least all 3 attributes must exceed 40, otherwise Unza's reinforcement may not be enough to make up for my superior qualifications. He whispered, enduring the severe pain and sitting up. But now, another very straightforward question was placed before him. The final crisis of the first chapter was approaching, and how could he, with his almost broken body, overcome those few ability values that seemed so close, but were actually so far away? He closed his eyes, curled his fingertips slightly under the thin blanket, and felt the continuous dull pain coming from all parts of his body. He tried to mobilize the meager magic power in his body, but all he got in response was a silent and exhausted feeling, like a dry riverbed. The other 3 values seem not far from the 40 mark, but when they are seriously injured and their magic power is exhausted, every bit of improvement becomes out of reach. Maximizing the second condition for unlocking UNS is like a tempting illusion to Angel at this moment. Should he directly use force value to awaken UNS? This thought did occur to him, but he quickly put it in the back of his mind. I can still hold on, so I'll wait a little longer, try a little harder. He gritted his teeth and tried to concentrate, not thinking about the chaotic conspiracies and the distant UNS. He turned his attention to the wasteland within his body where his magic power was depleted. He didn't forcefully gather his magic power, as that would only backfire. He recalled the description of the nature of magic in the elemental magic textbook and imagined the free, imperceptible magic light spots in the air. He tried to breathe and attract with his mind, just like absorbing a trace of moisture in the desert. For a person from another world, these concepts were too abstract, but fortunately Angra succeeded, even though the process is despairingly slow and mentally exhausting. But Angel didn't stop.
He closed his eyes, breathing steadily, as if he was just resting his mind. Only the fine beads of sweat oozing from the forehead revealed the effort underneath this seemingly calm appearance. Just as he was starting to train with his injuries, a figure suddenly appeared beside the bed. Space jump. Little Ololo stood silently in front of the window. The huge brim of the wizard's hat cast a shadow on her delicate little face, covering most of her expression, leaving only her slightly pursed, bloodless lips exposed. She jumped in like a cat, talking to herself, and the loose hem of her old robe swept across the cold ground. She didn't say anything, just stood by the bed. The light gray eyes, like dusty glass, fell quietly on Angel's arm, which was wrapped in bandages and faintly stained with blood. There was no compassion or curiosity in those eyes, only a calmness that was almost scrutinizing, as if he was observing a strange stone eroded by wind and rain. "You're in pain." After a long time, she stated, her voice flat. The sudden voice interrupted Angel. He opened his eyes and looked at her with a calm expression. For Angel, Ololo is that kind of girl, and it's not strange to see her anywhere. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, "Fine." Ololo tilted her head, as if thinking about something. She stretched out her little hand and gently placed it on Angel's bandaged arm. A faint energy with a strange warmth slowly seeped in. Although it could not heal the serious injuries, it miraculously relieved the ubiquitous pain and relaxed his tense nerves a little. "I learned some medical skills when I traveled around the continent." Aluoluo looked out the window boredly, inputting magic power while speaking calmly. "Really, thank you." Angel looked at Aluoluo's eyes that seemed to see through everything, thought for a moment, and then said softly, "You know everything about the forest?" Ololo was still looking out the window. The sky was overcast, but it wasn't raining at all. Her pretty face was reflected in the window, expressionless. "Yeah, I know." As she said this, she looked back. "I also knew you wouldn't die, so I didn't help you, but if you got hurt, will you blame me?" Hearing this, Angel looked at her, and the girl's clear, mirror-like eyes were full of indifference, but Angel could feel that when she looked at him, there was some confusion and sadness in her light gray eyes. For some reason, Angel once again recalled the tear that Ololo shed facing the sunset at the end of the 4th chapter of the main storyline. What is she thinking about? Angrid didn't know. But he knew his mood and what he should do at this time, although he doesn't like to keep pets. Surprisingly, Angel is actually a person who likes cats very much. He chuckled slightly, the movement hurting his wound. Angel frowned in pain, but still reached out his hand. He put his hand on her wizard hat and casually touched Ololo's little head through the hat. "It's soft and feels nice to touch. Thank you, Ololo," he said softly. The wizard's hat felt a bit rough, as if it was quite old. Alara was stunned for a moment, then lowered his eyes. She didn't ask Angel why he thanked her, nor did she stop Angel from stroking her a little harder. In the past, she never allowed anyone to get close to her. Even though her personality was as lazy as a cat, Ololo was not a naive girl. On the contrary, losing everything too early made this girl understand human nature during her travels, but for some reason, Ololo always hoped that Angel could touch her more and get closer to her. Why is that? When taking a nap on the rooftop, Oloro would stare at the sky and think about this matter. In the end, Oloro would always yawn and then whisper to himself, "Maybe it's the pleasant smell he is, just like cats like to smell catnip." There seems to be a smell on Angel that makes Aluolo unconsciously let down his guard, the scent of grass that he is infected with in order to survive at all costs. And now, she felt the big hand gently stroking her head through her hat. It seemed to be trembling slightly because of the pain. A warmth that she had never felt before welled up in her heart, which made her feel very comfortable. That's all. Therefore, Ololo was very glad that he chose to help Angel in the very end and teleported Lawerna and him back to the Academy's infirmary. Although she had already decided not to interfere in anything that had nothing to do with her, Ololo still felt that she would not regret this choice. "You're welcome." Finally, Olaro murmured, and outside the window, a few drops of gray rain fell on the window. All was silent. Chapter 64, Bewitching. Today I have earned 30 extra points, so I will have an extra chapter. There are still 29.8 extra points before the next chapter. The classroom of Grade 1 Class C was shrouded in a sticky and oppressive atmosphere. The sky outside the window was covered with thick clouds, revealing a gray tone, as if the whole world was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. The remaining raindrops were still hanging on the glass, flowing slowly along the surface of the glass, forming winding traces that were chilling. Professor Kenya Vansell stood behind the podium, twirling a piece of chalk between his fingertips, but his eyes were not fixed on the thick and open tomes, but were scanning the area below like a circling vulture. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a deliberately constructed, ice-pick-like penetrating force, clearly piercing every student's eardrum, or rather, a certain student's eardrum. Last night's riot in the forest was a sign that the power of the evil god was spreading across the land of Yara. As students of Arturo, the purity of our blood and soul, and the steadfastness of our faith are our cornerstones. We must always be vigilant and stay away from anyone who may be infected by filth, Her gaze, like a precise probe, finally fell on the pink-haired figure at the back of the classroom who was almost shrinking into the book. Especially those who naturally exude an unclean aura, attracting disasters like a magnet. Celine Servi felt as if countless gazes were like physical needles, densely piercing her exposed neck and arms. She lowered her head even lower, letting her light pink hair fall down, trying to cover her pale little face, but it's no use. A malicious storm has begun to brew. Celine could discern the elements in those gazes: fear like a cold mist, disgust like a rotten quagmire, and a hint of indescribable excitement with a twisted pleasure. People's malice always came to her suddenly and inexplicably. Celine could not understand why she had to endure such targeting, but she could only tremble and whimper like a little animal that was being toyed with. That's her, right? Have you heard that now everyone says that the monsters in the forest were attracted by her? I always said she had a weird smell, like bird sulfur mixed with rotting flesh. Ugh, so disgusting. That's why I told you long ago why the Academy wanted to admit these lowly commoners. Stay away from her, or you'll be cursed. The whispers were like the hissing of a poisonous snake crawling in the grass, penetrating into Celine's ears. She clenched the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turned white from the force, and her nails dug deep into her palms, causing a sharp pain. She doesn't understand. What does the riot in the forest have to do with her? She's just a little slow to react, a little slow to learn things, and as her mother said, not smart enough. Why associate those horrible monsters with her, after coming out of the shelter? Sister Lawerna never came to see her, and now Celine doesn't even know what happened to Angel. However, the college requires students to return to the classroom immediately to ensure order. As she was worried about Angel and endured the malice from the outside world, her eyes were red, but Celine didn't cry. Angel will be fine. He will definitely be fine. Sister Lawerna went to find him. They must be treating their injuries now. Biting her lower lip, Celine lowered her head and comforted herself softly. But deep down, another voice was like an irrepressible, sticky black mud, whispering in her mind, even if they are injured, there will always be a chance for them to tell you about the situation, right? That's the truth, Celine. You are not important to either of them. After all, the voice was filled with extreme sneer and sarcasm. You are just a burden. The sky was covered with dark clouds and the riot in the forest subsided, but the oppressive atmosphere seemed to become even heavier, as if another more terrifying storm was brewing. The lunch bell rang like a signal of release. Celine almost fled the classroom, wanting to go to the infirmary to see Angel. That was the only light in her dark world, the only clear thought in her clumsy mind. If Angel was injured, he must need someone to take care of him, even if he just sat quietly beside her. Celine wanted to see him, wanted to touch him, wanted Angra to tell her in that even but always warm voice, Celine, you are cute too. However, just as she reached the corner of the secluded staircase leading to the medical area, several senior girls blocked her way like ghosts. The leader was a girl with curly blonde hair, a pretty face but arrogant eyes. On her chest was a badge that symbolized her distinguished family background, which gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the dim light. Hey, pink-haired mouse. The blonde girl crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and looked as if she was examining a low-quality product. Where do you want to go? To that abandoned child of the Alvis family who was half-eaten to death by a monster? Although Celine was sad to be insulted by these people, she also realized the meaning of their words. Angel was not dead. Joy surged in her heart, and Celine shrank back, taking a half step back like a frightened rabbit. She lowered her head, twisted her hands nervously together, and whispered, I want to go see Angra. Have a look? A short-haired girl nearby scoffed, her voice sharp. Are you going with that bad luck you carry with you? Do you want to injure him more severely and send him to death sooner? Her words were like a poisoned dagger, piercing Celine's heart. No. Celine was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. She shook her head desperately, but was too clumsy to come up with any effective excuse. Look, the voice in her heart became clearer and clearer. Celine, you are a weak person. You can't do anything now. You can only passively accept rumors, slander, malice, and sarcasm, feeling resentful. But what qualifications do you have to think so? Because the root cause of all this is you. You are too weak even now. You just want to escape to Angel, begging him to protect you, begging him to shelter you. Celine, you should realize that you don't need Angra. But didn't you hear what Professor Kenya said? The blonde girl's sharp voice interrupted the voice in her head. She took a step forward, her high heels making a crisp click sound on the cold floor tiles, carrying an invisible sense of oppression. Stay away from the source of pollution. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out and pushed Celine hard. Caught off guard, Celine stumbled and slammed heavily into the cold wall behind her. She felt a dull pain in the back of her head and saw stars in front of her eyes. She groaned in pain, tears finally unable to hold back streaming down her cheeks. Outside the window, a thunderstorm was raging across the Yala Forest and Arturo College. The weather was terribly gloomy, like dusk. What should I do? What am I doing wrong? Where is Angra? Why isn't he by my side? Watching the girls walk away, Celine slid down to the ground weakly, her back against the cold wall. She covered the painful spot on the back of her head and buried her face deeply in her knees. Her suppressed sobs echoed softly in the empty stairwell. Angra. The sound of rain became more and more harsh. In her mind, the voice chuckled softly, and then gently conveyed the unfinished words to Celine's heart. But, the power to burn everything. As if it had finally torn through some kind of boundary, the mumbling crossed the fantasy into reality. Chapter 65. Visit. Deep within the academy, Anya Elfafnia's study was filled with the tranquil scent of cedarwood and parchment. Outside the window, the rain that had been covering the college had stopped, but the lead gray clouds were still hanging low, as oppressive as solidified lead. The waitress stood with her head bowed, her voice steady and clear as she reported, "Just found out. Angel Alvis is no longer in danger of death and is currently recuperating in the academy's medical room. Injury assessment: multiple fractures, internal organ concussion, severe blood loss, and magic power depletion, but his vital signs are stable." Ania's fingertips holding the quill pen paused slightly, and the tip of the pen spread a small blot of dark ink on the spread-out document. Just like the ripples spreading in her heart at this moment, she put down her pen, picked up a piece of soft velvet cloth beside her, and slowly wiped the ink stains on her fingertips with elegant and calm movements. "Are you sure he survived?" There was no emotion in her voice. Her purple eyes looked towards the gray sky outside the window. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the thick clouds and fall on the distant and dilapidated medical room. "What a tenacious vitality. He truly has." The riot in the core forest area caused heavy losses to even the academy's elite instructor team. Yet, he, a discarded child exiled by his family and with mediocre magical talent, managed to survive in such a place. But why is he in the forest? There was a hint of complex emotions in her words that she herself hadn't fully noticed, like a slight annoyance after her cold calculations were disrupted, or like an extremely faint sigh of relief that she deliberately ignored. When the plan was launched, Anya had no idea that there lived in the forest a down-and-out nobleman who had just pledged allegiance to her. It was not until the spy who was monitoring Lawerna sent a message indicating that Lawerna was abnormal that Anya realized that she might have killed the interesting knight with her own hands. The waitress kept her head down, silent as a statue. Anya stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Her delicate but slightly pale face and her bottomless violet eyes were reflected in the glass. The look in Angel's eyes when he swore allegiance appeared clearly in her mind, calm, resolute. With a kind of calmness and deliverance that came from seeing through everything. "He is the sword I have chosen. A sharp sword, enduring the pain and risk during the quenching and forging, is its natural fate." This thought was like cold steel, the cornerstone of her logical thinking. When a tool is damaged, the owner will regret its value and calculate the cost of repairing it, but he will never feel sad for the tool itself that was a meaningless weakness. Anya had already decided to abandon that weakness. Even if she becomes a villain, Anya will destroy the tragic fate of this kingdom with her own hands. However, deep in her heart, a strange ripple was spreading, stirring the cold surface of the lake. It was a certain emotion that she thought would never appear and had forgotten for a long time. She remembered the burning, almost crazy fire of survival in his eyes during the competition, thinking of the rough touch of his calloused palm when he covered her mouth. Even though it was an unforgivable transgression, "I recall the moment," he calmly said, "changed the world," and the conviction and understanding he displayed, and the immense energy hidden beneath his composure. He is more than just a knife. He was a thoughtful, dangerous, and even a weapon that made her feel an indescribable attraction. This attraction stems from the unknown and from his stubbornness in breaking her expectations time and time again. This sense of contradiction made her feel a little bit irritated. Anya hates losing control and emotional fluctuations that are beyond precise calculation. Angel's serious injury should have been a reasonable loss in the plan, a cold assessment data, but now, this data has a concrete image, pale, fragile, wrapped in bandages, lying on a cold hospital bed, on the verge of life and death. This created a subtle crack in the world she had carefully constructed, which was based on cold logic and absolute interests. "He swore an oath of loyalty to me. His life, his loyalty, shall be mine." A subtle possessiveness mixed with an indescribable sense of loss quietly grew. The blade she had carefully selected, which hadn't yet fully revealed its sharp edge, was nearly broken by her own accidental injury. This made her feel an indescribable emotion. Could it be called sadness? No, that's ridiculous. Anya closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, her eyes had regained the calmness of a deep pool, completely freezing the inappropriate weakness. "Get ready." She turned around, her voice returning to its usual coolness, like the sound of jade colliding with stone. "Go to the college medical room." A hint of surprise flashed across the waitress's eyes, and then she bowed. "Yes, Your Highness."
college medical room, Ololo seemed to be aware of the arrival of others. After checking Angel's injuries one last time, he snapped his fingers and disappeared. Soon, when Princess Anya appeared at the door, the solemn atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. She was wearing simple yet elegant casual clothes, and the hem of her dark purple skirt swayed gently with her steps. Like the flow of the night, the purple eyes swept across the room with an innate sense of scrutiny, finally landing precisely on the pale figure on the hospital bed. "Everyone, step back." She gave the order calmly, her voice not loud but filled with unquestionable majesty. The accompanying guards and the staff on duty in the medical room retreated quickly like a silent tide and gently closed the heavy oak door. Anya walked slowly to the bed and looked down at Angel. His face was pale, his lips were chapped from blood loss, and his bandaged chest rose and fell with his weak breaths. Each rise and fall seemed extremely difficult. This look was completely different from the man in her memory who had punched her fiercely in the arena, his eyes as sharp as a drawn blade. An extremely unfamiliar feeling gripped her, not pity, but a sense of an unfamiliarity with vulnerability. In the world she carefully constructed, fragility is equivalent to uselessness and is something that needs to be eliminated. Angel Alvis. Her voice echoed in the silent room, carrying the royal aloofness and a subtle inquiry. "It seems the scenery of the forest is far more sinister than you expected." Angel slowly opened his eyes, his emerald green eyes meeting her gaze. "Calm and still. The infirmary is quite busy today," he thought to himself. There was no surprise, no resentment, and no relief at surviving the disaster. There was only a silence as deep as a pool, as if they had already seen through her intentions. "Your Highness." His voice was like scraping against broken ice. "You seem to have nearly died." "No, perhaps it's more surprising that you survived." Anya stated the facts, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the delicate lace on the cuffs. The delicate touch seemed to help her regain a sense of control. "Why are you in the forest?" Enya asked softly. Angel didn't hesitate for too long. After Ololo treated his injuries, he was out of the dying state. At the moment, apart from a few fatal wounds on his body, he looks no different from a normal person. If it was just ordinary pain, Angel could bear it. He sat up and stared into the lavender eyes of the princess in front of him. Angel tried to see the deep meaning of the question from her eyes. "To survive," he said softly. "Live, live," and Anya chewed over and over again this word which was very unfamiliar to her. "Since you guessed my plan before, you should understand that I was the one who caused the riot in the forest." "Don't you hate me?" She finally asked the question that was lingering in her heart, trying to use cold logic to frame his behavior and her own unnecessary hesitation. Anya will never allow what happened to her in the past to happen again. She has had enough of the pain and consequences of betrayal. Loyalty, it's just that the price of betrayal is higher. So tell me, anger, please let me see the anger I want to see in your clear eyes. Thinking of this, the princess and Angel's emerald green eyes met for a long time. Anya, Doki Redheart Angra, it is sad that the great Princess Anya has fallen again. Chapter 66 Determination. Angel was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on a certain spot of light on the ceiling, before he slowly spoke, his voice weak but remarkably clear. "Your Highness said that the lesion needs to be removed. You seem to have your own insistence and ideas. If you knew clearly that I was in the forest and still launched this riot, then perhaps I do have reason to hate you. After all, I did almost die." But Angel shook his head. "Now that I see how worried you were about me, I feel better." Amy lowered her eyes and remained silent for a long time. "This is not right. A lot of things are wrong. The conversation was going in the wrong direction. Things are not going right." That wasn't her plan. Her heartbeat became faster and faster. Anya stared at Angel coldly, her purple eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was examining him. This is Anya's last stubbornness. She will never allow anyone to see through her thoughts, but Angel was always like this, accepting everything with an almost indifferent calmness, accepting the life and death crisis she caused, accepting the almost fatal injury, and even accepting the weakness and embarrassment at the moment. His frankness made Anya feel a little frustrated, and the strange emotions in her heart were like a stone thrown into a deep pool, and the ripples were even more difficult to calm down. Why does he not care about my identity at all? I am obviously the princess. How far will this man go to fool me? She found that she could not fully explain his behavior with cold instrumentalism. This made her feel a little out of control and irritated. The Fire Jade has been brought back to the academy. She suddenly changed the subject, her voice still calm, but her eyes were sharp, capturing any slight changes on Angel's face. Professor Kania Vansel is now responsible for the initial sealing and safekeeping of the artifact. Once the Academy has completed its research, I, as the royal family's representative, will receive the evil artifact and bring it back to the capital.
Kania recites Celine's homeroom teacher. Angra pupils shrank slightly, then he regained his composure. This name is not prominent in the official history, but Angel knew her. In the final chapter of the first act when challenging Saren, Kania was the small boss standing in the way of Jan, Luerna, and others. In order to delay the time for Ella to be born, Kania eventually died at the hands of Luerna. In Celine's tragedy, she was the one who condoned and even tolerated student bullying, and ultimately accidentally exposed the fire jade to Celine with her own hands, but now, she is the one keeping such a crucial fire jade. Is it a coincidence or intentional? This move may reveal a deeper calculation. Angra is more inclined to believe that everything is a planned conspiracy, even though his body was. Like a broken glass jar, Angel could no longer lie in bed and wait quietly. Professor Kania, Angel's voice remained calm, without any emotion. She seems to have an unusual passion and strict standards for purifying heretics and maintaining purity. A cold arc appeared on the corner of Ania's mouth. There was no smile in that arc, only pure calculation. Yes, her enthusiasm and strictness are very useful tools at certain times. Tools should be used in the right place to maximize their value, right? She did not deny Kania's position and even hinted at taking advantage of it. Ania looked at Angel with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. Angel, you seem to know her, especially well? She keenly captured the subtle directionality in Angra words. I just heard that this professor is a bit paranoid. Angra avoided the main point and turned the conversation to Kania's well-known personality traits. He would never show excessive concern for Celine to Anya, as that would be a fatal flaw. The game with the princess was more precarious than he had imagined. But fortunately he had already made a key decision in advance. Luerna. But speaking of Celine, Angel really wanted to know how the dull little girl was doing now. His injuries prevented him from leaving here. Even with Aloe treatment, Angel could hardly take a step at this stage. This little girl didn't even come to see him. Next time I'll add more salt to the jerky for her. Angel thought silently about the little pink-haired cat sticking out its tongue because of the saltiness, and couldn't help but smile softly. Looking back, he glanced at the dark sky outside the window, and Angra closed his eyes. Just bear with it a little longer. He whispered to someone in his heart and quietly clenched his fists. Soon. On this side, Anya didn't investigate further. She turned and walked to the window, with her back to Angel, looking out the window at the scene of the academy being cleaned up after the heavy rain and the monsters wreaking havoc. The busy figures of the workers looked small and fragile in the gray sky, like ants that could be crushed to death by the nobles with just one finger. Take good care of your injuries, Angel. Her voice was emotionless, but it carried an unquestionable command. My knife needs to stay sharp. Next time, don't get yourself into this state again. She paused, her voice deepening a little, carrying a strange weight. You have to remember, your life is mine now. There was a hint of paranoid possessiveness in these words. Fortunately, Angel didn't hear it. Or maybe he didn't listen at all, but was thinking about how much salt to add. After all, it would be pitiful if Celine cried because of the saltiness. On this side, after saying this, Anya didn't even look at Angel, but walked straight to the door, her purple skirt drawing a cold arc. The door closed silently behind her, isolating the two worlds inside and outside. The room fell silent again. Outside the window, raindrops were falling, and Angra closed his eyes. The fire jade is in the hands of Kania, a fanatical and dangerous custodian, and now, since Celine didn't come to him, could this prove that her situation was deteriorating rapidly, just like a lamb being pushed onto the altar? When he thought of this, a trace of barely perceptible worry flashed across Angel's eyes. He moved his uninjured right arm with difficulty, trying to contract the muscles very slightly. He couldn't stay here any longer. Time waits for no one, and Angel would not let everything slip away from his hands. With a low roar, Angel stood up with the help of the bed, gasping violently. Although every tiny movement brought tearing pain and instant cold sweat, there was only a silent and iron-like determination in his emerald green eyes. His goal has never changed from the beginning to the end: to become stronger and survive. Squeezing the dried-up magic essence, a faint green light lingered in his palm. He gritted his teeth and began the almost torturous magic practice again. Angel pushed open the door of the ward. Get to work, Angel. Muttering softly, he walked out of the safety of the infirmary and into a dark and gloomy future. You can't stop here yet. Outside the window, the dark clouds have not yet dispersed. On the terrace of the teaching building, Professor Kania Vansel was looking down coldly. Her eyes were fixed precisely on the helpless pink-haired girl in the corner, with a cold and sinister smile on her lips, as if she was admiring a nearly completed work of art called Purification. Not far behind her, in an inconspicuous corner, a package that had been treated with magic and emitted a faint smell of sulfur was lying there, quietly, waiting for an accident to happen. Amazing. Such pure evil. Chuckling intoxicatedly, Kania's voice carried a hint of evil eroded by the fire jade.
My lord. Your humble servant is here, respectfully inviting your coming into the world. Chapter 67 Strange Road, today's extra update. Is there any baby who would like to reward the clams for working so hard? Lorna Abel took a deep breath in the empty corridor. The lingering chill in the air, mixed with the damp earthy smell after the rain outside the window, penetrated into her lungs, slightly cooling her heart, which was turbulently stirred by Angel's awakening. Her fingertips seemed to still retain the rough touch of the bandage on his arm, and the calmness of his emerald eyes after surviving a disaster. She was supposed to be the daughter of the almighty Duke Abel, but now she looked like a disturbed little girl. This shouldn't be. A barely perceptible fragility flashed across her golden eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. She still had things to do. Lorna straightened her back, her long silver hair gleaming coldly in the dim light of the corridor, and the pride and sense of responsibility of the Abel family were reunited. She knew very well that Angel needed to rest and recover, and he could no longer interfere in these dangerous matters. Angel just needed to lie in bed and wait for everything to be over. Lorna took a step forward, and her high heels made a crisp and lonely echo on the smooth marble floor. She pondered for a moment, and the first person she thought of was the college's top management. A relic of the Fire Jade's caliber would be carefully guarded. Dean Legit? Or Principal Ogra. She walked towards the administration building, her steps steady but her mind racing. When Angel mentioned the Fire Jade, the indescribable solemnity in his tone was something she couldn't ignore. This thing seems to be more than just a dangerous item. It may be involved in something deeper, even, maybe related to Celine. The thought flashed through her mind, and she suppressed it immediately. Celine is just a somewhat dull schoolgirl who needs protection. She shouldn't have anything to do with this kind of thing. The most urgent task is to find the custodian of the Fire Jade and understand the relevant situation. If everything is normal, then it proves that Angel's worries are groundless. However, the road to the administrative building was not peaceful. The college had just experienced a catastrophe, and the air was filled with panic and rumors. Students gathered in groups of 3 or 4, whispering to each other, their voices filled with fear and suspicion. Have you heard? Something attracted the monsters in the forest. What else could it be? The power of the evil god. Someone must have been contaminated by something unclean. Yeah, I heard, it's the pink-haired girl. What's her name? Celine? The one from Class C, it's her. I've felt something was wrong with her for a long time. She's been mumbling all day long, and her eyes are dull. She's the one who brought this disaster. Professor Kania from our class told us to stay away from pollution sources. I told you long ago that these lowly civilians shouldn't be in Arturo Academy. Lorna's footsteps suddenly stopped, her golden pupils suddenly contracted, and an icy chill instantly spread from her body. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw several lower-grade students gathered together, with disgust and fear on their faces, talking unscrupulously about Celine and other civilian students. A surge of anger instantly surged into Lorna's heart. She recognized several of the faces among them. They were members of the small group of nobles who had bullied Celine before. How dare they spread such vicious rumors in broad daylight and put the blame for the forest riot on an innocent girl? Shut up! A voice as cold as an ice blade suddenly rang out, carrying with it unquestionable majesty and biting chill, instantly drowning out the whispers. As Lorna's magic energy overflowed uncontrollably, the icy rain from the sky instantly turned into dirty snowflakes when it fell to the ground. The students turned their heads in horror like ducks with their necks strangled. When they saw Lorna's golden eyes burning with cold flames, their faces turned pale instantly. Ms. Abel, the leading blonde girl stammered and subconsciously took a step back. Lorna approached step by step, and every step seemed to step on their hearts. Her gaze was like a knife, sweeping across everyone. The academy has been hit by a disaster, and instead of coming together to help each other, you're spreading rumors and slandering your classmates? Is this how you, as nobles, are brought up? Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the corridor, carrying a heart-pounding sense of oppression. The air around seemed to be frozen, the temperature dropped sharply, and even the breath was filled with white steam. We didn't, another girl tried to defend herself, her voice trembling. No? Lorna interrupted her, her indifferent gaze falling on their ugly faces twitching with nervousness. Malicious speculation, verbal bullying, inciting panic. You seem to have forgotten my warning to you during the competition. The cold voice was like a real ice cone, piercing deep into the bones of those girls. They were silent as a mouse, not even daring to raise their heads. They just huddled together dejectedly and hurriedly fled the corridor. Lorna looked at their hurried backs, and the anger in her heart did not subside, but instead became a little heavier. The atmosphere in the academy is wrong, very wrong. Even though there are such rumors in public opinion, why do these rumors accurately direct all the malice at one person? The reason was simple.
Lorna closed her eyes and suppressed her anger. Someone was deliberately guiding her. Angel's worries were right. He seemed to know something hidden, but for various reasons he did not tell her. Instead, he let Lorna investigate the truth herself. And Celine, the pink-haired girl who always looked at her with dull but pure eyes, what kind of malice is she enduring at this moment? Lorna clearly understood that she must find her as soon as possible and confirm her safety. This thought came to her mind more urgently than investigating the fire jade. So she immediately changed direction and walked quickly towards the classroom of Class C, Grade 1. Siren, the windows in the corridor reflected the gray sky, which was so depressing that it made people feel breathless. She hoped Celine was still in the classroom or dormitory. As long as she is found, as the eldest daughter of the Able family, she can at least give her some protection. However, when she rushed to Class C, it was empty. It was lunchtime and the students had already dispersed. Lorna's heart sank. She quickly walked towards the girls' dormitory area and knocked on Celine's door. "Celine? It's me, Lorna." She called softly. There was dead silence inside the door. Lorna frowned, and a hint of anxiety flashed in her golden eyes. She tried to sense the room, but there was no sign of life. Celine was not in the dormitory. Where will she go? Oh, the library. The place she often stayed with Angel? Or, somewhere she hid because she was afraid. For some reason, Lorna's heart tightened. She had an almost precognitive intuition. It seemed that she would never find her for some unknown reason. Lorna suddenly recalled a scene that had nothing to do with the present. It was an ordinary afternoon. Celine and Angel were sitting together. Angel was reading quietly, while Celine was eating the small strips of meat that Angel fed her, looking at Angel in a daze with a smile on her face. At that moment, for words quietly passed through Lorna's heart. Like strangers, she seemed to have some fundamental differences with those two people, as if there was a faint layer of barrier between them. Now, this feeling appeared in Lorna's heart again. She took a deep breath, cleared her mind, and began to search the academy. Chapter 68: Harmony. The library, the garden, the fountain. She even used her weak magical perception to try to capture Celine's familiar breath, but the academy was too big, and it was even more chaotic after the riot. All kinds of mixed auras interfered with her perception. Time passes by every second. The sky became increasingly gloomy, as if a heavy rain would fall again at any time. The uneasiness in Lorna's heart grew like a vine. She couldn't find Celine. The girl who always followed her like a little animal and would smile innocently because of Angel's company seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Angel said, "The fire jade is very important to Celine." An ominous thought flashed through my mind like lightning. Could it be that Celine's disappearance is related to that evil artifact? She broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. No, it's impossible. Celine is just an ordinary student. How could she come into contact with that kind of thing? But that uneasiness is like a maggot attached to the bone, and it cannot be shaken off. She forced herself to calm down. The most urgent thing was to find the custodian of the fire jade first. Perhaps she could get clues from there. Thinking of this, Lorna set her sights on the administrative building again. Just as she was about to step into the door of the administrative building, a figure hurried out and almost bumped into her. "Ms. Lorna?" The person who came in exclaimed in surprise. It was Professor Lanus. Lorna had some impression of him. He seemed to be a professor who was very friendly to Angel. At this moment, he looked a little tired, but his eyes were still sharp. "Professor Cole." Lorna nodded slightly, suppressing her anxiety. "Excuse me, do you know who is keeping the evil artifact recovered by the Academy, the fire jade of destruction? I have something important to know." Professor Cole was stunned for a moment, then frowned and lowered his voice. "Fire jade? Professor Kania is currently responsible for the initial sealing and custody of that thing. She insists that it needs to be handled by someone with a deep understanding of the purification ritual, in her private laboratory. But Miss Lorna, that thing is very dangerous. Kania Versailles. Celine's homeroom teacher." Lorna murmured softly, and a flash of lightning streaked across the dark sky. Could there be such a coincidence? Then, a sense of disharmony slowly spread from her heart. Why is there bullying in Class C of the first grade? Why was Celine treated so harshly? No. That's not right. I seem to have ignored these things from the beginning. I paid too much attention to the surface and didn't think about the root causes of these phenomena. Angel's worries, Celine's plight, the noisy rumors, and most importantly, the state of being completely unmanaged. Lorna's expression gradually froze on her face. Professor Kania, is she allowing this malicious intent to harm Celine? A cold chill instantly rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. She didn't even wait for Professor Cole to finish speaking. She just hurriedly said thank you, Professor, and turned around and ran towards the teacher's office. The sound of high heels hitting the ground echoed rapidly in the empty corridor. Just like her wildly beating heart, she ignored Professor Call's calls behind her, with only one thought in her mind: find Kania. Find the fire jade. Find Celine. She rushed to the outside of Professor Kania's laboratory almost at a sprint. The door was tightly shut, and there seemed to be no movement from inside. Without hesitation, Lawerna gathered icy magic power in her palm and slammed it down on the door lock. Bing ning! Tiny ice crystals spread instantly, and the door lock made a click sound as it could not bear the weight. The magic iron door lock instantly shattered into powder. Lawerna pushed the door open suddenly. The laboratory was empty, only an extremely faint, almost imperceptible smell of sulfur mixed with some kind of cold energy remained in the air. Also, on the table, there was a sealed box that had obviously been tampered with and was supposed to contain some dangerous items. The lid of the box was now ajar. It's empty inside. Professor Kania is not here. The fire jade is also gone. Lawerna stood frozen at the door, her golden eyes fixed on the empty box. A huge, cold panic instantly overwhelmed her like a tide. No. What she feared most seemed to be happening in the worst way: a siren. Fire jade. Kania, what exactly happened between them? Where is Celine now? She turned abruptly, rushed out of the laboratory, stood in the empty corridor, and looked around blankly. The gray sky was pressing down heavily, and the huge academy seemed to have turned into a huge maze, and she had completely lost her direction. The pink-haired girl who needed her protection was now alone, disappearing in the huge malice and unknown danger, but she, Lerna Abel, was completely powerless. Despair, like a cold vine, wrapped around her heart so clearly. For the first time, consciousness struggled to emerge from the dark abyss like a sinking ship. The first thing he felt was not vision, but a dull pain all over his body, as if he had been run over by a giant beast. Yang slowly opened his eyes, and his blurry vision gradually focused on the plain white ceiling of the academic office. He tried to move his fingers, but his body felt numb and tingling, which made him frown slightly. Fragments of memory flooded back like a tide: the violent monster in the heart of the forest, the lava lizard's maw burning with sulfur, White's thunderbolt tearing through the rock wall, Tracy's tower shield blocking the way like a mountain, and finally, when he forced the heavenly saint armor to fully manifest, he felt a sense of weakness that almost drained his life. Woke up? A frivolous but scholarly voice sounded. Professor Trilla was standing by the sofa, holding a glass of warm water. He sat by the window with his legs crossed, reading a book. How are you feeling, Yang? I heard your injuries are quite serious, especially the shock to your internal organs and the backlash from overdrawing your magic power. Yang tried hard to pull the corners of his mouth, trying to reveal a soothing smile. Teacher Trilla, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Trilla smiled, stood up and walked to Yang, handed him the cup of water, thought for a moment, and then explained the current situation. The academy has received the fire jade, and Professor Kania is responsible for its initial sealing and safekeeping. You have done a great job and bought the academy valuable time. The warm water moistened my dry throat, bringing a sense of comfort. Yang felt the situation inside his body. His magic power had recovered a lot, but the power of his blood was dormant, and every part of his body was emitting tired moans. However, his will remained clear, and that was enough. He nodded slightly. That's good. Mr. Trilla, how is the situation at the academy now? Yang was not unaware of the atmosphere. The silence in the academic office and the worry on Professor Trilla's brow suggested that the current situation was unusual. During the time he was unconscious, something bad seemed to be happening. Chapter 69. Brave Professor Trilla was silent for a moment, as if choosing his words. He put down the cup, looked around, and then lowered his voice. There's been some unpleasant discussions within the academy. There have been some vague speculations about the cause of the forest riots. They're mainly focused on the civilian student population. Yahang's azure eyes looked at the professor calmly, without surprise or anger, only a kind of almost clear understanding. He had long foreseen that when a disaster struck, differences in status would become a breeding ground for suspicion. He asked softly, what did they say? It's just some nonsense. Professor Trilla's tone was clearly negative. They say that a civilian student caused the disaster. They even mentioned individual students by name. It's absolutely ridiculous. How could ordinary students cause such a disaster? But he paused, looked at Yang, and laughed heartily. I know you and White are both from commoner backgrounds, so don't take these rumors to heart. We teachers will handle it. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Yang, teachers exist to protect you in times like this. Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head slightly, his voice still weak, but with a rock-like stability. Thank you for your concern. I understand. Words are like the wind, they blow away.
What matters is what we did, and what needs to be done next.
It's not that he doesn't care about what others say about him, but he chooses to include this scrutiny in the scope of what he must bear. He was more concerned about, is the fire jade safe now? Before I fell into a coma, I felt that it was very unstable. Professor Trilla thought seriously for a moment, then stood up and walked to the window to look at the dark clouds in the sky. Although Professor Kania and I are not from the same faction and don't know much about her, I'm told she's an expert in sealing techniques, and her laboratory is well protected. There shouldn't be any problems for now, so just focus on recovering. However, the moment Professor Trilla finished speaking, a sharp burning sensation suddenly came from the mark of the holy armor on Yahung's right forearm. This feeling did not come from injury, but from a strong rejection and warning of a certain evil aura that came from deep in his blood. It was clearer and more close than the chaotic will he felt when he touched the fire jade in the core of the forest. This warning again appeared when they were trapped in the cultist's lair, and also appeared when the fire jade caused a riot in the forest, and now, Yahung's body tensed up imperceptibly for a moment, then relaxed again, with only his brows slightly furrowed. He calmly placed his right hand over the mark, feeling the unusual throbbing. Professor Kania's laboratory, is it really foolproof? I don't know why, but a slight sense of disobedience surged into my heart along with the throbbing of my blood. This warning from my blood has never been wrong. Teacher, Yahung's voice was calm, his azure eyes clear and deep, with a hint of request. I want to go check on the fire jade.
Just to confirm its condition. I'm really worried.
He did not explain the warning in detail, but as the person who accompanied Yahung in training the Heavenly Saint Armed Forces, Professor Trilla knew best the special nature of the power hidden in Yahung's blood. He looked at Yahung's pale but resolute face and was silent for a long time. Yahung, listen to the teacher's advice.
You need to rest and recuperate from your injuries.
There's a storm brewing in the academy right now. I can't go into too much detail, but the current situation is truly strange.
The old principal hasn't returned yet. You just need to hand this matter over to someone else, teacher.
Yahung interrupted him, his tone gentle and calm. I carry the blood of Sass.
I am a brave man. Silence will float in the eyes of this young man. Yahung didn't care how badly he was injured.
If there was still a possibility that the evil spirit would become unstable, then he would not let it go. Professor Trilla was silent for a moment, then finally gave in. He shrugged, looking helpless.
Oh, all right.
I'll get you some strong painkillers and energy potions, but you can only go and see.
If there's any real danger, run.
As he said that, Trilla said cheerfully, I'm behind you. The effect of the medicine temporarily suppressed the feeling of weakness in the body, but the silence caused by excessive use of the Tianqing armament was like a heavy shackle firmly on Yahung's body. Yahung refused Professor Trilla's company and walked out of the medical area slowly and steadily, holding onto the cold and smooth stone wall. In the corridor, the oppressive atmosphere was like an invisible tide, and the lively and youthful atmosphere of the past was no longer there. The looks from the students were mixed and complex. Some were in awe of him for bringing back the fire jade, some were alienated by his civilian status, and even more so, they were undisguised suspicion and rejection after being influenced by the rumors. The whispers were like tiny icy spikes, trying to pierce the eardrums. Look, that civilian hero, I heard that the fire jade was very evil.
When they brought it back, he was so badly injured, he was really desperate. Who knows if it's backlash?
Look at that face. Yahung's steps did not slow down at all, as if those sounds were just a breeze passing over the water, unable to stir up even a ripple in his heart. He understood that people's fear came from the unknown, and that identity barriers would breed misunderstandings. He would not blame anyone, because Yahung knew that this was human nature and a necessary evil that existed in the human species. He had already decided to bear it all, whether it was the halo or the shadow. His eyes swept across the crowd calmly, without anger or excuses, only an almost divine tolerance and focus. He knew his mission, and the outside noise could not shake his inner direction. At this moment, his only goal was to ensure the safety of the fire jade. This was his explanation to the academy and to himself of his oath of protection. In addition, Yahung actually has some selfish thoughts in his heart. He hopes that his childhood sweetheart, Uni, can go to school safely when she comes to this college. Even for this, Yahung will do his best to eliminate all possible potential threats for her. The burning sensation of the mark on his right arm, like a silent compass, became clearer and stronger as he approached Professor Kania's laboratory. Even with a hint of restlessness, obviously, this is not the state the seal should be in. Things seem to be slowly going wrong.
Yahung's heart sank slightly.
Although his steps were heavy due to his injuries, he moved more firmly in the direction of his sensation. The guidance of his bloodline was like an invisible thread, passing through the maze of corridors and finally leading him to a tightly closed oak door, Professor Kania Vansel's laboratory. The name on the doorplate was clearly visible, however. Just as he was about to approach, there was a slight cracking sound from inside the door, as if the door lock was forcibly broken, followed by a suppressed, anxious cry. Yang paused slightly, his bright blue eyes suddenly sharpened. Someone broke the door lock by force. Enemy. 2 words instantly flooded into Yaheng's mind. Chapter 70. Interweaving. He suppressed his physical weakness and discomfort, quickened his pace, and almost stumbled to the door, his right hand clenched in the air so that he could summon the holy sword at any time. The door of the laboratory was ajar, and a mixture of old parchment, magic potions and, some extremely faint, yet soul-shaking smell of burnt sulfur wafted into the air. The room was dimly lit, and a familiar figure stood stiffly in the center of the room, its long silver hair casting a cold luster under the gray light filtering in through the window. Luna Abel, the senior who defeated him in one move at the competition. Why is she here? Lorna had her back to the door, her golden eyes fixed on a certain spot in the laboratory. Her body was as taut as a fully drawn bowstring, and a cold and anxious aura permeated her, which was completely different from her usual cold and reserved image. Of the residual magical fluctuations in the air showed that she had just used powerful ice magic. Lorna senpai? Yaheng's voice, a little hoarse from his injury, broke the dead silence in the room. Lorna turned around suddenly, and a hint of surprise flashed across her golden pupils when she saw who was coming. Then she suppressed the thoughts in her heart and stared at the person who came, as if she wanted to figure out why he appeared here. She obviously didn't expect to meet Yang here, especially since he was still seriously injured. Mr. Yang? Her voice carried a subtle hint of alienation and indifference. Why are you here? She quickly glanced at his pale face and his body, which was barely supported by the doorframe, and frowned. Sorry, senpai, but I want to check the status of the fire jade. Yang spoke briefly and to the point, his eyes passing over Lorna and scanning the interior of the laboratory sharply. His gaze finally fell on a metal box on the table that had obviously been tampered with and engraved with complex sealing runes. The lid of the box was ajar, and the inside was empty. The fire jade is gone? He asked in a deep voice, his heart sinking slightly at the ominous premonition, and then the magic energy in his palm gradually condensed, as if it had locked onto the girl in front of him. After watching Senior Angel's battle, Yang realized that even the so-called strength gap can be overcome by an unwavering determination to fight to the death. Although he originally wanted Lorna to introduce him, it now seems, after this matter is over, why not take the initiative to visit that handsome senior? Thinking of this, Yang took a fighting stance. The evil artifact must be sealed. Even if the person who covets it is Lorna, he will cut the holy sword into her neck. Lorna seemed to sense his hostility. Her concern for Celine and the clever timing of Yaheng's appearance also made her alarm bells ring. Is this legendary hero Yang also related to these things? If this is true, then the relationships between the various parties involved in this matter may be much more complicated than she thinks at the moment. Otherwise, how to explain his presence here and the hostility he exudes? Lorna is not Anya. Although she does not have much combat experience, it is enough. She always fights like a lion against a rabbit against any opponent of any strength. Behind her, a faint chill began to brew, and a faint shadow of an ice moon condensed behind her. Her voice grew colder, and her golden eyes carved into Yaheng's body like ice knives. I just want to ask you one thing, Mr. Yang. Are you in contact with Professor Kania? And where is Celine? As she spoke, the anxiety and anger in her eyes almost reached the point of being tangible. Lorna took up her stance, a Taichu sky bow condensing within the icy moon, but, hearing this, Yang frowned. He thought for a moment, then put away the heavenly sword. Yang stretched out his hand to interrupt Lorna's hostility. As senior, there seems to be some misunderstanding between us. I came here to investigate the whereabouts of the fire jade because of the unrest in the hero's bloodline. I don't know Professor Kania, and I'm not very familiar with classmate Celine. Then he asked, what about you, senior sister? Why did you destroy the door lock? Where did the fire jade go? Hearing this, Lorna fell silent. After pondering for a moment, she closed her eyes, and the faint icy moon behind her disappeared. She rubbed her brows, and it was obvious that her excessive worry about Celine had caused her judgment to decline. But if you think about it carefully, it was Yang and the other two who risked their lives to bring the fire jade back from the forest. After all, he was probably the person in this academy who was least likely to be involved in this conspiracy. As a descendant of the legendary brave, Yang would never join forces with evil spirits. I broke the door lock. The fire jade was gone when I came in. Celine, my schoolmate, is also missing. I suspect Professor Kania is using this evil artifact to do something. Yang didn't respond immediately. He suppressed his physical discomfort and slowly walked into the laboratory to investigate. The burning sensation of the mark on the right arm did not diminish with the disappearance of the fire jade. Instead, it became clearer when approaching a certain direction. His eyes swept across the table, bookshelf, and floor like a hawk. Finally, his sight stopped at an inconspicuous corner near the inside of the laboratory. There, on the floor scattered with several magic scrolls, lay a strand of light pink hair. The hair was very thin and soft, almost imperceptible in the dim light, but it struck Yahang's mind like a bolt of lightning. He recognized this hair color. In the academy, there were not many students with such unique pink hair. Siren, Lorna's voice sounded almost at the same time, with a suppressed heaviness and confirmation. Yang squatted down and carefully picked up the strand of hair with his uninjured left hand. It feels soft and slightly cool to the touch. He raised his head, and in the depths of his azure eyes was pure confusion and solemnity. He really didn't know Celine, and his only impression of this pink-haired classmate might be the vague figure he occasionally glimpsed in the crowd. Yang vaguely remembered that senior student Angel seemed to be with her often. At this moment, the only clues he had were this strand of hair, the evil aura lingering in the air, the disappeared fire jade, and the unconcealable deep concern on Senior Lawerna's face for a particular student. The information is like a broken chain, and the key link is why Celine appeared in Kania's laboratory, and what is her direct connection with the disappearance of Huiyu. To Yang, it is still a mystery shrouded in fog, but after picking up the strand of hair, Yahang's intuition began to frantically warn him, as if a huge crisis was approaching him. He could only rely on his brave intuition and the existing fragments to piece together the closest outline to the truth. An innocent student could very well be caught up in the great danger associated with the evil artifact. That's why Senior Lawerna was so worried. Outside the window, lead gray clouds rolled, brewing another storm. In the laboratory, the atmosphere of coldness and anxiety is intertwined. Two young people, shouldering different responsibilities and possessing different fragments of information, meet under the shadow of disaster because of a common crisis. Yang looked at the hair in his hand, then looked at Lawerna, who was frowning and worried, and said in a deep voice, "Lerna-senpai, although I don't know where Saren is, my bloodline can sense its approximate location through the aura emitted by the evil artifact. We have the same goal, so do you want to go together?" Yang said with a serious expression, his blue eyes clear and urgent. "Senior, we need cooperation." At this moment, the destiny that had long deviated from its course was miraculously reconciled. Chapter 71 rules. The path leading to the old school area was overgrown with weeds, and the gravel made a crackling sound underfoot. The blood-black moonlight was cut into broken spots by the towering ancient trees, and fell weakly on the two people who were walking forward in silence. As night fell, a hazy snow moon was half hidden in the dark clouds. The air was filled with the smell of stale earth and fallen leaves, and an indescribable, forgotten solemnity. Lawerna Abel walked steadily, her golden eyes scanning the increasingly desolate scene around her. The moonlight was cold. This is where she first met the changed angel. It should have been a place filled with sweet memories, but now it has become heavy and depressing. She held the light pink hair tightly in her hand, her fingertips were cold. Yang Sass walked silently half a step behind her, his blue eyes as calm as water, and the mark of the heavenly saint armor on his right arm emitted a continuous, low humming sound like a compass pointing into the distance. It led them to the abandoned church half covered by vines deep in the old school building. The insects chirped softly and the moonlight was white and desolate. "Yan," Lawerna's voice broke the silence. It was still cold, but a little less tense than in the laboratory. "You must have heard about the rumors targeting civilians in the academy." She didn't turn to look at him, her eyes fixed on the mottled stone wall of the church in front of her. Yahang's steps didn't stop at all, and his voice was calm. "Yes, I have heard something about it." "What do you think?" Lawerna asked. This is not a test, but more of a necessary communication of ideas based on the current situation. She needed to know what kind of determination this civilian hero who was pushed to the forefront of the storm held in the center of the storm. Yahang's eyes swept across a clump of wildflowers shivering in the cold wind by the roadside. His tone was calm and unwavering. "Senior sister, to me, rumors are like dust in the wind. No matter how noisy or quiet they cannot change the texture of the land. My identity and bloodline are established facts. No one else's words can give or take away the meaning of my existence. All I can do is bear this gaze and do my best to fulfill my duty." There was no resentment or grievance in his words, only a calmness and focus that was almost rock solid. He was born this way. This man, Yang Sass, was like this before his bloodline awakened. He always lived clearly and understandably. For this man, the world's judgment of justice could never define his choices. Lawerna was silent for a moment, the moonlight shining on the two of them, and she pursed her lips. Yahang's answer was concise and pure, eliminating all emotional impurities and ultimately leaving only the core sense of responsibility. This was completely different from the civilian students she knew, who were either angry or cowardly in the face of rumors. She suddenly remembered Angel's curiosity and affection for Yang. This seemed easy to understand.
Responsibility, Loerna whispered, ice blue magic flowing silently around her, dispelling the increasingly thick chill in the air. Sometimes, responsibility means making difficult choices, and may even violate certain superficial rules. She hinted at something, and her eyes once again turned to the tightly closed wooden door of the Holy Church, which was covered with traces of time, the resonance of the heavenly saint armor and the hair of Celine in her hand all pointed here. Yang stopped in front of the church door. He reached out and gently brushed away the dead vines wrapped around the door knocker, his fingertips touching the cold, rough wood grain. The burning sensation of the mark on the right arm suddenly intensified, and the low humming sound almost turned into actual vibration. Senior, I believe that the meaning of rules is to protect the correct order and the dignity of life. He responded calmly, his gaze piercing the wooden door, as if gazing directly into the darkness beyond. When rules themselves are used to cover up harm, or become shackles that constrain rescue, then transcending them to protect more core values is another kind of responsibility. And the meaning of my existence is to judge the rules. He was not advocating rebellion, but stating a decision based on higher principles. His beliefs are pure and firm, unshaken by identity or rumors, and only point to what he believes is right. Loerna gave him a deep look. Yahang's philosophy resonates strangely at its core with the guardian education she received as the heir of the able family, the privileges and responsibilities granted to her by her noble status, and the concerns and mission undertaken by Yang as a brave man, Fountain. Intersection when facing a common threat at this moment. Perhaps she did have some misunderstandings about this junior. If he could truly practice what he said and thought, then the title of hero would be truly well deserved. But immediately afterwards, Loerna suddenly thought, if Angel had listened to Yahang's speech in this place, would he have screamed excitedly like a girl? Loerna closed her eyes and rubbed her face. Angel wouldn't be that kind of person, huh? I see. She said no more, and the ice crystals condensed on her fingertips turned into a slender ice blade, silently cutting off the rotten mechanism inside the door lock. With a dull creak, the heavy wooden door was pushed open. A crack. A stronger smell, a mixture of dust, mildew, stale candle wax, and that heart-pounding, evil smell like sulfur mixed with rust, hit me in the face. The interior of the church is empty and dilapidated. Most of the stained glass windows were broken, leaving only twisted lead frames and scattered colored fragments. The moonlight that filtered through was dim, and the sacredness of the past had disappeared, replaced by an even more broken and strange feeling. The benches were tilted and covered with thick dust. The pulpit was half collapsed, revealing the remains of a large, damaged relief of a holy symbol on the wall behind it. The core of the evil aura came from behind the pulpit, a narrow entrance that extended downward and was deliberately concealed. At the entrance, there were traces of freshly turned soil and a few drops of dark red, sticky liquid that had not yet completely dried up. The end was just below. Yang and Loerna looked at each other. No words were needed. The tacit understanding between them as companions had already been engraved in their fate. With ice crystals lingering on her fingertips, Loerna was the first to step onto the dark stairs extending downwards. Yang followed closely behind. On his right arm, a faint golden glow flowed silently, covering his elbow. The shadow of the sacred armor emitted a soft yet firm glow in the darkness, dispelling the suffocating coldness and filth. The stairs are not long, and at the end is a small underground stone chamber. This place had obviously been renovated. There were several burning black candles emitting a sweet and fishy smell stuck on the wall. The flickering flames cast dim shadows in the room. In the center of the stone chamber, the ground was also engraved with the same huge and complex purple-black magic circle. The lines were outlined by dark and shiny metal powder, and at this moment it was emitting a faint ominous light. On the stone altar in the center of the magic circle, there was more dark red viscous liquid remaining. Next to the altar, the familiar girls' school uniform jacket was scattered, and the person they were looking for, Professor Kenya Vansell, was standing next to the altar. Chapter 72 Cooperation. She had her back to the entrance, her black professorial robes a solid shadow in the flickering candlelight. She was looking down intently at the fist-sized crimson crystal in her hand with surging lava inside, the fire jade of destruction. The fire jade was relatively quiet in her hand, only occasionally emitting a trace of dark red light, which illuminated the clear outline of her profile. Her eyes were filled with an almost fanatical, cold concentration. At her feet, Celine Servi collapsed on the ground, her eyes closed, her face transparently pale, and her long light pink hair scattered on the ground. Her breathing was weak, and a fresh, seemingly accidental bloodstain on her neck was slowly oozing blood. The blood drops happened to fall into a groove in the altar and were silently absorbed by the purple-black magic circle. Waves of destructive malice spread throughout her body, slowly blending with the aura of the fire jade. Professor Kenya. Loerna's voice was like an ice blade that split the stagnant air in the stone chamber. The cold air suddenly spread out with her as the center, and a layer of white frost instantly condensed on the ground. What did you do to Saren? Put down the fire jade immediately.
Yahang's footsteps moved silently sideways, blocking the exit of the stairs. He showed no hostility, but just stood there quietly, his blue eyes scanning Celine's condition, judging that her vital signs were weak but still present, and then his eyes locked on the fire jade in Kanya's hand and the magic circle under her feet that was obviously related to the evil ritual. The armor on his right arm gleamed with golden light, and his posture was calm, yet he looked like a bow ready to be released. Professor Kenya turned slowly. There was no panic on her face, but instead a condescending, mocking smile that was almost compassionate. Her eyes first fell on Lawerna, and she shook her head slightly, her tone full of regret. "I finally found this place? Ha ha. Miss Abel, your kindness is always misplaced." This child, she casually tapped Celine's shoulder with her toe, her gesture contemptuous. "Her blood has long been tainted by deep filth, making her an excellent vessel for attracting the power of evil gods.
Can't you see the curse boiling within her? It's a foul fire fueled by souls."
Her words were like venom, trying to water the seeds of suspicion. Lawerna's face was icy, and the ice crystals on her fingertips condensed even more. "Her bloodline, no matter how deep it is no excuse for you to perform evil rituals and harm students.
How dare a professor at Arturo College do such a treasonous thing?" "Treason?" Kenya sneered, her gaze finally turning to Yang.
Her eyes became extremely sharp and filled with malice.
"So, brave master, what about you? You and the eldest daughter of the evil family entered this forbidden area together. Are you planning to protect this source of filth that could trigger the next disaster, or have you finally seen the instability and danger hidden in the bloodlines of these civilians? It seems the rumors in the academy are not groundless." Her words were in line with the rumors spreading in the academy, trying to drive a wedge into Yahang's heart, but Yahang's expression did not change at all. "Tom, rumors were like wind blowing over rocks, leaving no trace." He glanced at the unconscious Celine on the ground. He had some impression of this girl, a girl who always stayed quietly beside Angel in the library, with dull but pure eyes. Then, he looked at Kenya, his voice as steady as before, but with a decisive clarity. "Professor Kenya, what I saw was a professor at Arturo College using students as sacrifices in an attempt to control an evil being she couldn't control. This has nothing to do with bloodline or identity, it's all about the good or evil of the act itself."
His words were devoid of any high emotion, they simply calmly stated the facts he had witnessed, yet they were more powerful than any roar. In those azure eyes, there was a faith as pure as the morning light, untainted by the slightest taint. Professor Kenya's smile froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Yahang's resolve to be so clear and resolute, and to not be provoked at all, and at this moment of stagnation, Lawerna moved. It was not to attack Kenya, but to rescue her. She never forgot her fundamental purpose. Ice crystals burst out from his fingertips, transforming into several extremely cold chains, which precisely rolled towards the unconscious Celine on the ground, trying to drag her away from the evil magic circle. Almost at the same time, Yang also moved. He took a step forward, and on his right arm, a brilliant but not dazzling golden light instantly flowed out, and the sacred armor appeared solidly. Ancient runes circulated, and an aura of sacred majesty spread violently, also not for attack, but for suppression. A soft yet vast holy light surged towards the destructive fire jade like a tide, make a feint to the east and attack in the west, and the tacit understanding will come naturally. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Professor Kenya's face finally changed drastically. She was obviously more afraid of the suppression of the fire jade by the Heavenly Saint armed forces, and subconsciously poured more magic power into the fire jade to try to counter the holy light. She was a little slow to react to the ice chain that was rolling towards Celine. "Don't even think about it," she screamed, and the red light of the fire jade in her hand became brighter. A violent, scorching wave full of destructive desire suddenly exploded, trying to shake off the holy light and tear the ice chain. Boom! Scorching heat and extreme cold, destructive and sacred power collided violently in the narrow stone chamber. Most of the black candles on the wall were instantly extinguished, and gravel fell to the ground. The entire underground space was shaking. Lawerna's ice chain melted quickly under the high temperature, but she gritted her teeth and maintained it, dragging Celine out of the range of the magic circle. However, she groaned due to the backlash of magic, and a streak of bright red flowed from the corner of her lips. Yang bore the brunt of the attack, and the violent, scorching impact slammed heavily into his holy light protective wall. His severely injured body shook violently, and his face instantly turned pale as paper, but he did not retreat a single step. The golden light on the armor became even more condensed, suppressing the fierceness of fire jade and buying Lawerna that crucial moment. You, how dare you?" Professor Kenya was shocked and furious. She found herself at a disadvantage despite their tacit cooperation. The fire jade became restless under the suppression of the holy light and began to counterattack her magic power, and at this moment, something strange happened again. Perhaps it was due to the dual stimulation of the violent energy impact and the sacred aura of the heavenly saint armor. The destructive fire jade held in Kenia's hand, the lava light running inside suddenly became violent and unstable. A tiny crack appeared silently on the surface of the crystal. Professor Kenia's pupils suddenly shrank, but then he was overwhelmed by huge enthusiasm and joy. Yahung's perception was the sharpest, and he shouted sharply, "No! It's going to get out of control! Back off!" He suddenly increased the output of holy light, trying to forcibly stabilize the fire jade, but his seriously injured body could not maintain such a strong force, and the golden light swayed. Laverna did not hesitate, and the ice chain turned instantly, quickly building a thick, multi-layered diamond-shaped ice shield in front of herself. Young and salient crack, accompanied by a crisp sound like shattering glass, the fire jade of destruction exploded. Chapter 73 Possession. It was not an earth-shattering explosion, but an extremely strange, inward collapsing energy release. Countless dark red energy streams like twisted blood vessels burst out from it, but they did not scatter. Instead, they seemed to have life, emitting a sharp hissing sound that pierced the depths of the soul. This violent force rushed madly towards the nearest living being. The first to be hit was Professor Kenia, who was holding it, and Celine Servi, who had just been dragged to Laverna's side and was unconscious. The magic circle has already connected to Celine's soul through blood. Now, nothing can stop the evil god Ella from coming to the world. The dark red light engulfed Kenia's ecstatic and distorted face, and also drowned Celine's pale little face. The stone chamber was plunged into a strange, vibrant dark red, and the aura of destruction reached its peak. Yang and Laverna were blown away by the huge energy shockwave and hit the stone wall behind them. Then, gray stilled all space. Bang, knock, knock, a huge heartbeat began to resound in this stagnant space and time. The cold touch of the stone wall came through the clothes. Yang suppressed the bloody smell rising in his throat. The golden light of the heavenly saint armor on his right arm flickered under the violent impact, like a candle in the wind. Laverna half knelt beside him, her ice shield having been shattered into pieces by the explosion. She supported herself on the ground with one hand, and tightly grasped Celine's cold wrist with the other hand, her bright golden eyes fixed on the leaping, heart-pounding dark red storm in the center of the stone chamber. That wasn't the aftermath of an explosion, but something older and more sinister, tearing open the veil of reality and forcing its way forward. The air became thick and hot, as if every inch of space had been thrown into the depths of a furnace. Every breath burned the trachea, carrying with it the strong stench of sulfur and metal rust. Almost suffocating, the moss on the stone wall instantly dried up and curled up, making a slight crackling sound, and then turned into ashes. The remaining frost on the ground had long since evaporated, and even the stone slabs themselves began to heat up and crack, emitting a dark red glow. The entire stone chamber was like a huge, heating crucible. The heat waves distorted the vision, making the dark red storm in the center look like it was separated by a layer of swaying, boiling water curtain. The dark red energy stream danced and gathered wildly like a living thing, outlining a huge and blurry shadow above the altar. It has no specific shape, only a churning outline like a mixture of lava and blood, and countless distorted faces floating and wailing in an indescribable smell, a mixture of sulfur, tar, and some kind of blasphemous sweet fragrance of decay, swept over like a tangible wave, impacting the will of Yang and Laverna. "Arturo, you can't lock us up after all." The strange whispers echoed in everyone's hearts, bringing about a terrifying shock to their minds. Professor Kenia's figure was enveloped by a dark red energy flow, and he let out a roar mixed with pain and ecstasy. Her body twitched and deformed violently under the impact of the energy, and her skin cracked, revealing the veins underneath that were wriggling like red-hot irons. Her eyes were completely filled with a crazy red light, and she uttered meaningless and blasphemous prayers. The power of the evil god is transforming her, turning her into the most loyal servant, and at the heart of the storm is Celine Servi. She felt as if she were in the core of a small sun. The air around her was buzzing due to the high temperature, and the light was severely distorted and refracted around her body, forming a dizzying halo. Her originally pale little face was now flushed red, and the fine blood vessels bulged and squirmed under the skin, appearing an ominous dark red. The long light pink hair moved without wind, and the ends began to curl and burn, emitting the smell of burnt protein. The most heart-wrenching scene happened. The largest core fragment of the shattered fire jade of destruction seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, slowly floating up with endless whispers and drifting towards Celine's forehead. The lava-like red light inside the fragments flickered wildly, emitting a destructive high temperature, and the space around it collapsed slightly due to the high heat. No, Laverna struggled to stand up, but the impact just now and the continuous high temperature had already depleted her magic power. The heatwave hit her face and almost burned her cheeks. A fierce look flashed in Yahung's eyes. Regardless of the severe pain in his body, he forced the holy light on his right arm. A beam of golden light, as condensed as a substance, was like a sword of dawn piercing the darkness. It struggled to penetrate the sticky and scorching air and pierce the fire jade fragment that was floating towards Celine's forehead.
Ants. Don't even think about interfering with the Lord God's arrival.
Kania, or rather, the monster transformed by the evil god's power, let out an inhuman roar. She suddenly raised her hand, and a dark red energy torrent that was far greater than the previous one, carrying with it the breath of sulfur and destruction, erupted like a roaring lava python. The stone slabs wherever it passed instantly melted and dented, and it slammed into Yahang's holy light. Boom, holy light and fell energy collided violently once again. The entire stone chamber shook violently, and large chunks of red-hot stone collapsed from the top. Yahangru was hit hard and his body slammed into the stone wall again. Blood spurted out of his mouth, the golden light on his right arm dimmed instantly, and the shadow of the armor almost dissipated. The injuries he suffered in the forest wore him down.
With this severely injured body, Yang was ultimately unable to resist the power enhanced by the evil god. The dormant heavenly saint armaments could not be fully liberated beyond their limits.
Yang gritted his teeth, but was already powerless. The fragment of fire jade was only blocked by the holy light for a moment, and then it floated slowly and steadily towards Celine's forehead again. The air screamed as if it was being torn apart along its path. Poor little Celine, abandoned by her family, bullied by her classmates, exploited by her teachers.
But don't be afraid.
I will naturally fulfill my promise for you. The moment the fragments touched her skin, there was a slight hissing sound, as if a branding iron was burning ice and snow. Celine's body suddenly straightened up and she let out a scream that was so shrill that it didn't sound like a human voice. The skin on her forehead carbonized and cracked instantly under the terrifying high temperature. The fragments of fire jade were like red-hot iron nails, being squeezed and stuffed into her skull inch by an invisible and cruel force. Hold on, little Celine. I will burn everything in this academy, everything that has hurt you, until the concept of life no longer exists in this world. Celine suddenly opened her eyes, a strange scarlet light bloomed in her eyes, her screams were heart-wrenching, her body was convulsing violently, and her pupils reflected the dark red lava light that was getting closer and clearer. Like the eye of hell, her soul seemed to be being burned, devoured, and assimilated by this fragment. Everything is too late. Chapter 74 Rescue. Dark red lines, centered on the fragments, spread rapidly beneath her skin like a living thing, and wherever they passed, the flesh and blood seemed to be burning. Lawerna's eyes were bloodshot, and she desperately gathered her last bit of magic power. The ice crystal in her hand turned into a sharp spear with difficulty, and stabbed at the invisible source of power that controlled the fire jade fragments. Kenya just waved his hand casually, and a dark red energy barrier easily blocked the ice spear and vaporized it instantly. Lawerna was knocked back again by the recoil force and crashed into Yang. Both of them were at the end of their strength and could only watch the desperate scene. Kenya let out a triumphant, twisted laugh, the demonic energy emanating from her body growing stronger and stronger, and the temperature in the stone chamber was so high that even breathing caused her lungs to burn. The fragments of the fire jade had already embedded themselves into most of Celine's forehead, and the dark red light almost covered her entire body. She seemed to have turned into a glass statue that was about to melt with lava flowing inside. The gigantic phantom of the evil god emitted a satisfying, deafening hum as it slowly and unstoppably descended towards Celine's body, as if it wanted to completely occupy her as the perfect vessel. Despair, like the scorching air in the stone chamber, strangled Yang and Lawerna's throats. However, at this critical moment, the twisted and boiling air curtain at the entrance of the stone chamber was suddenly torn apart by a determined and broken figure. A man somehow broke through Kenya's blockade of the outside world. His multiple wounds were still bleeding. The terrible injuries he suffered in the forest riot had not healed at all, and were even worse. Even Yang couldn't bear to look away when he saw the injuries on his body, but his emerald green eyes were like tempered iron at this moment, cold and quiet, yet burning with a determination that was almost crazy. Angra, his gaze pierced through the scorching, twisted air and locked onto the little girl beside the altar, who was being eroded and devoured by the power of the evil god. Shouting, "No!" Hesitation. Angel's figure moved, with green wind magic wrapped around his feet, making him faster than before. He was silent, and like a moth flying towards the flames, he rushed into the terrifying high-temperature area that was enough to instantly burn the flesh and blood. Body, sizzle. The soles of his boots made a burning sound as they stepped on the red-hot stone slabs, and every step he took brought up a trail of green smoke. The high temperature burned his skin and stung his eyes, but he seemed unaware. Angel's speed was extremely fast, but his movements were unusually stable and precise. He skillfully avoided the melted depressions on the ground and the occasional dark red energy streams in the air. Kenya discovered this sudden weak intruder. She let out an angry scream, and a thicker dark red energy stream, like a giant whip condensed from lava, with a destructive aura, tore through the air and lashed towards Angel. The force is so strong that it is enough to evaporate fine steel. Angel's pupils suddenly shrank, but he did not retreat. Relying on his powerful and terrifying combat instinct, he suddenly turned sideways and dived just before the energy flow reached his body. His movements were simple and efficient, and he narrowly avoided the head-on impact, but the scorching airwaves swept by the edge of the energy flow still hit his side hard. Well! Angel groaned, blood spurted out of his mouth, the clothes on his left shoulder carbonized and disappeared instantly, and his skin was charred black, but this was good. His wound, which was originally bleeding, stopped bleeding after being burned. It was painful, but bearable. Angel also took advantage of this impact force, and his body rushed forward at an even faster speed like an arrow. His eyes were focused only on Celine, and the fragment that was about to sink completely into her forehead, emitting an ominous red light, time seems to be stretched out, the flying sparks in the air, Kenya's distorted face, the astonished eyes of Yang and Lawerna, and Celine's face filled with extreme pain were all clearly reflected in his emerald pupils. With the last step, he exerted force on his feet, stomped hard on the scorching ground, and his body flew into the air, rushing towards Celine desperately. At the last moment, when the scorching light of the fire jade fragment was about to completely devour Celine's consciousness, outside, the midnight bell rings, symbolizing the end of a day. Today, the total magic power has been cultivated 2,641 times, magic power +1, and the current magic power value is 35 + 5, UNS condition 2 has been met. Today's cumulative martial arts training lasted 1 hour, martial arts +0, current martial arts value is 35 + 5, UNS condition 2 has been met, completed alchemy for the first time today, skill +1, current skill value 35 + 5, UNS condition 2 has been met, enchanting, craft has been opened, current enchantment level is 1/150th, equipped crafted items, wind-wrapped boots, agility bonus coefficient +4, current agility value 41, UNS condition 2 has been met. The next moment, Angel's hand precisely and firmly grasped the scorching hot fire jade fragment that was almost completely embedded in Celine's forehead. Laugh. Green smoke rose, and the pungent smell of burning flesh spread instantly the moment Angel's palm touched the fragments. It was burned by the terrible high temperature, and the pain was piercing. But he gritted his teeth, and his knuckles made a sound of being unable to bear the weight due to the extreme force. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, and he forcibly stopped the fragments from sinking. Congratulations, you have accessed the destruction fire jade and met all the necessary conditions to unlock UNS. I will refer to all entries and generate UNS for you. I hope you can feel the beauty of this world, Angel Alvis. There was no time to read these lengthy entries. At this moment, Angel had only one thought in his mind: to protect Celine. That he used his body to stand between Celine and the descending shadow of the evil god. The high temperature burned his palms and the erosion of evil energy stung his nerves, but his emerald green eyes were still as calm as a deep pool, reflecting the painful and distorted face of Sirendai and the terrifying heat that almost burned everything. Angel simply stretched out his other hand and held up Celine's little face, soft and sticky, just like her personality. His deep, hoarse voice pierced through the humming of the evil god and the roar of energy, clearly reaching the ears of the little girl on the verge of collapse. Celine, look at me. Because she heard that person's voice, Celine opened her tearful eyes. Of course she had to open her eyes, because Angel was here. Then, she felt a gentle and familiar touch on her face, and those handsome, almost bewitching emerald green eyes were staring straight at her. In an instant, nothing hurt for her, because Angra is here. He came to protect me. In the end, this was the only thought that remained in her mind. With tears in her eyes, Celine looked straight at Angel with her dull and pure, beautiful almond-shaped eyes. It seemed that she had never seen Angel at such a close distance before. She felt wronged, sad, painful, and the cruelty that only belonged to a demon. Ella had begun to affect her mind, but looking at Angel, the words that she had always said unconsciously in the past once again flowed out of her mouth. She endured the pain and smiled softly. Angel, you look great today too. Angel was stunned for a moment. He looked at Celine, and even the almost resolute courage in his emerald green eyes froze for a moment. Then, he sighed, as if he was thinking of a distant afternoon when a cute little girl who looked silly and dull secretly sat next to him, stared at him carefully for a long time, and in the end, just smiled foolishly. Angel pursed his lips, the corners of his lips slightly raised. He looked at Celine's eyes that flashed with a strange scarlet, but still pure, and said softly, really? You look cute today too, Celine. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed, and Celine and the fire jade instantly disappeared from this world. Chapter 75 Sacrifice, more chapters. You bad herons T80, thank you Black Blood Heron Baby and all the good book friends for the gifts to the clams and for generating electricity for love. I have to work overtime again today TAT. I still owe you 2 chapters. There is still an extra 29.1 before the next extra chapter. The heart of dungeon number 403 hanging around Angel's neck glowed slightly. At the same time, the huge phantom of the evil god that enveloped the entire sky above the academy let out an angry and unwilling Rory Angra put the last piece of the puzzle into fate. Hashtag 403 Dungeon Heart. SSS level accessories use 1. Synthetic material. One of the conditions for unlocking the UNS skill. Purpose 2. Equipment effects are as follows. Active skill. Instantly and unconditionally consumes all the user's magic power, creating the alien space number 403. All units in the alien space cannot be selected by any existence in the main world having lost contact with the core fighter Jade fragment containing her status. Ella's descent process was forcibly interrupted. Her huge body began to become unstable, twisting and shaking violently, as if it would dissipate at any time. Silent. The evil god's main consciousness, which was halfway through its descent, was forcibly torn apart by the alien space created by the heart of dungeon number 403. His remaining instincts were roaring and furiously searching for his favorite sacrifice, but without a support, his power could not affect the world. Angra body shook and his face turned pale as paper. Forcibly activating the power of dungeon heart number 403 completely drained his already limited physical strength and magic power. 1 minute. This was the limit of what Angel could do. He raised his head, and his emerald green eyes swept coldly over the frightened and angry Kanya, and the gradually collapsing shadow of the evil god. He didn't speak. The colorless barrier around him still emitted a steady glow, resisting the terrifying high temperature of the lingering embers. Yang and Lawerna struggled to stand up, gathered around Angel, and looked ahead vigilantly. The desperate situation seemed to have a glimmer of hope because of Angel's desperate intrusion and the power of the mysterious gem. However, an even crazier red light burst out from Kanya's eyes. "You guys ruined everything." Angel's arrival and all the changes happened in just a matter of seconds. What's more, in the outside world, there seemed to be an extremely powerful force holding her tightly, making it impossible for Kanya to move at all, let alone kill. Angel roaring, the evil energy in her body began to burn and explode recklessly. "But my lord will surely come." Even more violent dark red energy gushed out from her body. She was actually going to use herself as a sacrifice to forcibly stabilize and complete the interrupted advent ceremony. In the stone chamber, Professor Kenya's body was like burning firewood. An evil dark red energy gushed out crazily from her cracked skin, making her look like a demon crawling out of hell. Her flesh and blood melted and vaporized in the rush of energy, emitting a sickening burnt stench. Only her crimson eyes, filled with madness and despair, were fixed on the gradually collapsing shadow of the evil god. "Sacrifice my soul. Welcome, my lord." She let out a final, shrill, inhuman roar, and her entire body completely transformed into a dark red pillar of fire that shot up into the sky, crashing into the twisted and unstable shadow of the evil god. Intense pain burned from her soul, and she finally embraced hell. Boom. Unimaginable terrifying energy erupted, and the entire underground stone chamber shook violently and collapsed like a cardboard box thrown into the core of a storm. Huge rocks fell from the top with the heat of lava, and the ground cracked into bottomless charred cracks, and a hot airflow with the smell of sulfur gushed out. Under this desperate sacrifice of its origin, the shadow of the evil god actually stabilized temporarily, even becoming more solid and terrifying. But it seemed to lack a bit of agility. It's like a painting that exists in the real world, but even so, within the roiling lava and bloody outlines, countless twisted faces screamed in sync, and the destructive pressure came crushing down like a tsunami. "Walk!" Angel roared hoarsely, enduring the dizziness brought on by the complete exhaustion of his magic power and the severe pain of burning all over his body. He pushed Yang and Lawerna, who were slightly delayed due to shock, one in each hand, towards the only upward staircase entrance that was about to be completely buried by falling rocks. He himself staggered back due to the reaction force and was nearly swallowed by a stream of dark red energy that swept past. "Angel!" Lawerna exclaimed, fear instantly welling up in her golden eyes, and she subconsciously wanted to reach out and pull him. "Leave me alone. Take Yang away." Angel pushed her hand away violently, his voice torn by exhaustion and burning pain, but his eyes were so calm that even Lawerna was a little scared. "The higher-ups need you to find a way to stop it from spreading." He used up the last of his strength to draw out and condense the strange power that had just emerged from his body due to the unlocking of UNS, which was still unfamiliar and difficult to control. It was not magic, but more like a pure sense of existence. That he forced the energy into his legs and kicked the ground hard. Bang, the ground cracked, and he used the force to retreat quickly, narrowly avoiding a huge charred stone that fell on his head, but he was also completely away from the entrance of the stairs. Almost at the same time, Yang suppressed the surging blood and energy, and the remaining golden light of the heavenly saint armor lit up again. Although dim, it firmly formed a barrier to protect him and Lawerna's heads, and forcibly knocked away the falling rubble and rushed into the staircase. Looking back, Yang looked at Angel's almost broken body with red eyes, and growled with gritted teeth, "Angel! Lorna's cries were drowned out by the loud bang of the stone chamber collapsing behind her and the deafening roar of the evil god. Ground level, abandoned church. Yang and Lorna rushed out of the nearly half-collapsed staircase entrance in a rather embarrassed manner, their bodies covered with dust and burning ashes behind him. The ground was still shaking slightly, and a low, terrifying humming sound and the smell of sulfur kept coming from deep underground, which was heart-wrenching. Overhead, a huge scarlet thundercloud gathered, and the shadow of the evil god Ella was almost staring, and terrifying high temperature spread in the air. It was obvious that with Kania's sacrifice, he had gained a trace of ability to interfere with the real world. For the gods, just this little bit of power is enough to subvert Arturo Academy in the absence of Principal Ogra. Lorna's face was pale. She looked back at the entrance blocked by rocks, her fingertips cold. Yahung's blue eyes were as calm as a deep pool. He quickly glanced around, and the Heavenly Saint armor mark on his right arm still sent a clear and burning warning. The power of the evil god is seeping upwards. We must immediately seal off this area and evacuate all nearby personnel. Yahung's voice was calm and quick, with unquestionable determination. Senior Lorna, please contact the academy guards and senior instructors immediately. I'll set up a preliminary barrier to slow its spread. As if it was fate's blessing, Yang once helped Professor Trilla repair the giant, super high-level, semi-permanent magic circle hidden underground that covered the entire academy, the absolute sanctuary. He understood how to trigger the formation to protect the academy. Chapter 76. Space. Lorna suddenly came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and forced herself to suppress her worry and fear about Angel's whereabouts. The last scene before escaping was frozen on Angra eyes that were always filled with the desire to survive. He would definitely not die. Lorna believed this, and her golden eyes once again gathered the calmness and majesty of the daughter of Ice Moon. She knew that Yang was right. Now that the evil god's aura had erupted, even if the other teachers were busy dealing with the monster riots in the Yala forest, they would definitely not ignore the unusual situation here. In fact, Lorna could already sense that the teachers who were patrolling not far away were leading the senior students to support them. Every second is crucial now. Even for Angel, she has run out of energy and must remain calm and seek help from others. Good. She nodded without hesitation, ice crystals flashing on her fingertips, and an emergency communication badge of the evil family was instantly activated, and streams of information disappeared into the void like streams of light. At the same time, Yang had already knelt on one knee, with his right hand pressed on the charred and hot ground. The remaining divine power was like a trickle of water, pouring into the earth with difficulty but determination, outlining a simple but effective holy light rune, temporarily blocking the erosion speed of the filthy power underground. The earth trembled, and the absolute Holy Land formation was activated spontaneously by the aura of his brave bloodline, instantly blocking the solidification of the phantom again. After doing all this, fine beads of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured and exhausted. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, a tacit understanding was reached. They must hold this place, for the academy, and for the figure who might still be trapped down there, in the alien space number 403. The light is a constant, soft milky white, with no source, yet it fills the entire space. Underfoot is an endless plain as warm and smooth as jade, extending to the end of the field of vision. There was no smell in the air, the temperature was just right, and it was so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat and the sound of my blood flowing. Lying on the cold ground, Celine slowly opened her eyes. The severe pain in his forehead had disappeared, replaced by a strange feeling of fullness, as if he was connected to some huge existence, but with a hint of cold alienation. She subconsciously touched her forehead, which was smooth and flat, without any wounds. There was only a faint warmth coming from under the skin, as if a piece of warm jade was embedded in the bones. Where is this place? She mumbled to herself, struggling to sit up. Her long pink hair hung down as she looked around. The surroundings were empty, quiet, and strange, and an indescribable feeling of loneliness instantly gripped her. Memories flooded into her mind like fragments: Professor Kania's cold gaze, the altar, the burning pain, Angel rushing into the sea of fire, the warmth of his palm holding her cheek, and that sentence, "Celine, you look lovely today too." Tears welled up without warning and slid down her pale cheeks. Angel, whoa, she choked, hugged her knees and curled herself into a ball. How is he? He finally pushed her to a safe place, but he himself, the huge fear and dread that followed overwhelmed her like a cold tide. At this moment, she felt the slightly warm jade on her forehead vibrate slightly. A faint but clear thought, lazily and playfully, seemed to echo directly from the depths of her mind. Hey, wake up little Celine. Celia was startled and looked up suddenly. Who is talking? Stop looking, look down at yourself. There was a hint of playfulness in that thought, or rather, look at that beautiful little rock in your head. Siren was stunned and subconsciously looked inward, although she didn't know how to look inward. The feeling was extremely clear in the field of vision of her consciousness. A crimson crystal that had shrunk countless times and seemed to have lava slowly flowing inside was quietly floating in the center of her sea of consciousness, emitting faint warmth and an ominous red light. Is at that fire jade core. To be precise, it was me, the great Ella, who was unfortunately tricked by that
bastard hero and that reckless minion. Damn it! There are actually these weird, law-based props in the human world.
The thought snorted, with obvious displeasure and condescension.
Well, for now, I'm your, tenant? I remember humans saying that. Ella? He is in me?
Sai Lian's face turned pale with fear, and her body began to tremble violently. Go voot go voot go.
Get out. Get out. Get out now. Well, it's a very simple way to drive people away. Tisk, what are you arguing about?
Ella's thoughts revealed impatience.
Do you think I want to stay in this shabby place?
Your body is so thin and pitiful, and your soul is so dull and lifeless. If it weren't for that damned alien space outside that completely isolates me from the laws of this world, I would have already. He paused, as if he had sensed Celine's extreme fear.
His thoughts softened slightly, even with a strange comfort. All right, stop crying. Thanks to this strange item, you're safe for now.
This part of my consciousness has merged with your soul.
Now we're on the same page, understand?
Celine shook her head blankly, tears falling even harder.
Wow. I don't understand. Angel, you mean that good-looking little minion?
Ella's mind paused, as if she was trying to sense the outside world, but she quickly gave up. Maybe he's dead, maybe not. But he was able to send you in, but he didn't come in himself.
It seems he's determined to be a hero.
Humans are such a foolish species. Of course, I feel like he's dead, Although the tone was harsh, Celine inexplicably sensed a hint of an extremely faint emotion similar to recognition from this thought, but soon, Sylvanus began to hate him again because frowny-face, as long as you get out of this narrow space, I will be able to communicate with my identity again.
In the end, you and him will still be eaten by me,
She wiped away her tears vigorously, shaking her head stubbornly but stiffly. Angel won't die.
He promised to bring me some dried meat. Ella's mind was silent for a moment, then scoffed. Jerky? Ha ha. Humans really are, ahem, little Celine, I can actually roast it and give it to you. What do you say? Celine.
With tears in her eyes, she slapped her forehead hard, as if this could punish Ella in her mind.
Don't talk nonsense. Well.
He didn't say anything else, but the thought no longer seemed as malicious and sarcastic as it was at the beginning. Absolute silence fell again. Celine hugged herself tightly, feeling the faint but real warmth from the fragment on her forehead, and the irritable and awkward tenant in her mind. The fear was still there, and the loneliness enveloped her like a cold mist, but for some reason, when she thought of the last look Angel gave her and the words he said, the deepest chill in her heart seemed to be dispelled a little. That it's going to be okay, because he's Angra. As he was thinking this, the alien space suddenly shattered, and without any warning, Celine appeared in the library, the seat by the window where they always Saturday. But strangely, the fragment of Ella in Celine's body did not react, and the atmosphere in the library was strangely quiet. As if sensing something, Celine looked back tremblingly. An old man with a white beard was sitting in the librarian's seat, quietly turning the pages of a book. The old man stroked his beard and closed the book. The Biography of Arturo. Chapter 77, Obliteration. Underground, deep in the ruins of a collapsed stone chamber, the darkness was like sticky ink, swallowing up almost all light. Only the remnants of the evil god's energy that had not completely dissipated from above, seeping through the cracks in the huge stone slabs, cast a few flickering, sickly dark red lights like the slowly pulsating blood vessels of a dying beast. It feebly reflected the still unsettled ash and sulfur-scorched dust that filled the air. Angra was stuck in a narrow triangular space formed by a huge stone slab. He was in great pain all over and could hardly move. His consciousness floated between the cold darkness and the burning pain, as if he would be completely swallowed up by the dead ruins in the next second. The burn on his left shoulder, the old injury, and the backlash from forcibly activating Dungeon Heart number 403 in the new power almost pushed him to the brink of collapse. Rather, he might really be dying this time. Having said that, Angel always felt that he was jumping back and forth on the edge of death recently. His breathing was weak, and every breath was filled with the smell of dust and blood. His lungs felt as if they had been burned by flames and then torn apart by a steel fork. The echoes of the evil god Ella's final roar still seemed to be buzzing among the rubble, but the earth-shattering pressure had mysteriously disappeared. as if the source had been instantly extinguished by an invisible giant hand, leaving only this broken silence that had been forcibly paused. The dark red energy was like the gasp of a dying beast, hot and foul, having lost his consciousness and only having instinct left. He furiously accumulated strength, determined to completely burn into ashes the tiny human who dared to repeatedly hinder him and even seal part of his origin. But just as the destructive energy was about to touch the unconscious angel, space solidified.no, it didn't seem to be completely solidified, but was forcibly combed by some higher-level existence. All the violent energy flows, whether it was the dark red evil energy, falling debris, or even the diffuse dust, became docile. In an instant, as if gently smoothed by an invisible hand, frozen in midair, losing all kinetic energy and malice. A petite figure appeared silently in the center of this absolute quiet area, Ololo Asierania. The huge brim of her wizard hat cast a shadow, covering most of her face, revealing only her pale lips and delicate chin. Ololo looked tired, as if he had just been reluctantly awakened from a long nap. He even yawned lazily and very slightly, facing the horrific remains and ruins of the evil god before her, which were enough to shatter the heart and liver of any living being. Not even a ripple appeared in her gray eyes. She did not look at Angel first, but walked slowly to his front as if taking a stroll, and used her seemingly thin figure to completely block the remaining dark red energy streams that exuded an ominous aura, even though they had been completely solidified at this moment. "Oh, it's the evil god," she spoke softly, and from under the huge brim of her hat, Alualua glanced at the giant dark red shadow in the sky. "Didn't she teach you 300 years ago?" She mumbled softly, her voice not loud, but like a stone thrown into an absolutely silent lake. It clearly penetrated the stagnant air, even with a bit of childish complaints, but it strangely echoed in this dead space, and every word carried 1,000-pound weight, smashing coldly into the void. It was as if he was just evaluating an insignificant old item. "The gods shouldn't interfere in our affairs." But the shadow of the evil god. Ella twisted and trembled violently. It wasn't out of anger, but out of a deep, instinctive fear. The moment Ololo appeared, Ella caught a breath, and her perception composed of pure negative energy and ancient resentment. A kind of breath he thought it had been completely obliterated by time and existed only in the most ancient and terrifying memories, pure, supreme, with an absolutely oppressive holiness, and the smell of cold and ruthless ashes left after slaughtering gods and demons. That was Archuro's scent, although it is extremely thin, almost like an illusion. The absolute suppression of status cannot be false. This breath lingered around this seemingly harmless girl, as natural as breathing. "And he looks like he's in pain. You shouldn't hit him again." Ella's unconscious roar turned into a terrified scream, and the huge shadow instinctively shrank back, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Alualo ignored his fear. She simply raised her eyelids slightly, her gray eyes lazily scanning Ella's distorted form as if she were looking at a noisy insect. "If she can't teach you, then this time, I'll be the one to teach you." As he spoke, Aloro stretched out his slender index finger and casually snapped his fingers at Ella's shadow. Pop. The sound is very soft, but with just this slight snap of the fingers, Ella's huge shadow, which was barely stabilized by Kania's sacrifice of herself, collapsed, shattered, and dissipated in an instant like a bubble that was punctured. Without even a struggle, it collapsed. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no energy collision, just like the chalk drawing on the blackboard was wiped away cleanly and neatly, as if it had never existed. The pervasive stench of sulfur and the terrifying pressure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the original earthy smell and coldness of the underground ruins. The frozen gravel and dust began to fall, but they cleverly avoided Angel and Ololo below. Everything fell silent, but in the outside world, Yang and Lawerna stared blankly at the countless golden magic circles that suddenly appeared in the sky, in layers and of varying sizes, stretching from the distant horizon all the way to the sky above the abandoned church. The magic energy that was so dense that it almost suffocated them all condensed into a beam of light about 5 centimeters long, which went straight through the stone chamber where Ella was just now. "Yang and Lawerna? The 3 holy gods have arrived?" Yang whispered uncertainly and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. She looked at Angel, who was covered in wounds and dying, with blood soaking through his tattered clothes and his face as pale as paper. She tilted her head, and a few strands of gray hair slipped out from under the brim of her hat and brushed against her expressionless cheek. "It hurts?" There was no concern in her voice, more like a pure, observation-based confirmation. Angel's eyelashes trembled a few times, and he opened his eyes with difficulty. His emerald green eyes lost their usual calm luster in the darkness and seemed a little distracted. He had to focus hard to see the person in front of him clearly. He pulled at his cracked and bleeding lips, wanting to say something, but first he coughed up a mouthful of blood foam with a taste of rust, his voice so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. "It does hurt." Ololo watched him cough up blood in silence, then stretched out her slender and almost fragile fingers. Without any effort, the heavy stone slab pressing on Angel was moved away as lightly as a feather, revealing the bloody wound underneath. The smell of blood in the air seemed to be stronger.
Chapter 78, The Dark Place. Thanks for the friendly appearance in your story in the great healthcare.
I will add more chapters soon. T80. After thinking about it, her expression was dull, but with a subtle sense of shirking responsibility, looking very childish. You just asked me to give you the fire protection, so don't blame me. Angra, hearing this, Angel closed his eyes almost powerlessly, and then burst into violent coughing. His body spasmed slightly due to the pain, and every breath was like pulling on a broken bellows. He moved with difficulty, trying to sit up by leaning against the cold gravel behind him, but it was in vain. In the end, he could only sink powerlessly into the spot. Angel felt a little tired, mainly mentally. It was already this late, and he was still talking about this. He shook his head.
Ahem, it's okay. A little pain is what keeps me awake.
But you clearly said you wouldn't attack me.
Why?
Why are you here again now? Ololo blinked, seemed to think about this question seriously, and then said seriously, well, because when you asked me just now, I had no reason to take action. She stared at the broken ceiling in a daze. The answer was full of uncertainty, as if she didn't quite understand her current mood. The smell of gun smoke and blood lingered, and the cold gravel hurt his back. Angra closed his eyes, his long eyelashes casting a fragile shadow on his pale, almost transparent cheeks. The chill of excessive blood loss and the burning pain of the wound intertwined.
So, now you have it?
Angel asked weakly, as if trying to maintain his sanity. Ololo didn't answer immediately. She just sat quietly in the shadow of the ruins beside Angel, and her huge wizard hat made her look like a small gray mushroom growing quietly in the ruined land. She raised her head slightly, as if looking through the cracks in the collapsed dome, at the sky outside that was still shrouded in an ominous dark red and without any stars, her eyes unfocused. After a long while, she lowered her head and her eyes fell on Angra's hand, which was covered with burns and blood and hung limply. She stretched out her slender white fingers, which looked out of place in the surroundings, and very lightly, as if touching something fragile, placed her fingertips on the back of his cold hand. A huge yet extremely gentle holy light power with an indescribable breath of pure life, like the melting snow in early spring, silently flowed into Angel's almost exhausted and broken body. This power is so vast, yet it is controlled so exquisitely that it only slowly repairs the most fatal damage and alleviates the most intense pain without causing any uncomfortable impact.
Yes.
She finally responded, her voice as light as a sigh, dissipating in the solidified air. Looking at Angel's almost broken body, Alaro pursed her lips. Just now, she witnessed with her own eyes that Angra completely denied the truth she had believed in the past, that fate cannot be changed. He dyed Celine's dark and scarlet fade into a lovely and gentle pink. As a price, Angra's originally almost transparent blankness had a hint of light, dusk-like red. This is why Ololo finally came here. No, maybe. She looked at Angel's weak appearance covered in blood, and an emotion that came from nowhere slowly invaded Ololo's heart. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, but it was not bad. A huge feeling of fatigue came like a black tide, sweeping over him along with this soothing energy. Angel could not resist his heavy eyelids, and his consciousness began to sink rapidly into the warm darkness. The last thing he saw was the corners of Ololo's lips that seemed to be slightly pursed under the brim of her hat, and her other slender finger unconsciously grabbing the cuff of her old wizard robe. Ololo, I need to sleep for a while, please go find Celine, things are not over yet, he muttered softly, his voice so weak that it was almost inaudible. Ololo turned his head slightly and looked at his pale face, which had completely lost consciousness and fallen into a deep coma. She adjusted her posture silently, and then with a slightly clumsy but extremely careful movement, she gently lifted Angel's limp head, allowing him to lean as steadily as possible on her seemingly thin but inexplicably reassuring little shoulders. A huge sense of satisfaction came over me. Outside the ruins, the ringing of the academy's alarm bells and the clamor of people running around could be faintly heard, but they were all isolated in this corner of the ruins, shrouded in absolute silence and enveloped by an invisible force. She pulled the wide brim of her hat, casting both her and Angel's faces into deeper shadows, as if this would isolate them from the troubles and dangers of the whole world. Well, thank you for your hard work. She responded very softly, her voice as low as the brush of a feather, as if she wasn't speaking to anyone. Good night. Time goes back slightly when Yahung's holy light and Lawerda's icy aura collided with the descending evil god's creation in the basement of the abandoned church. The explosion shook the ancient masonry. No one knew that in another corner of the academy, a figure was dragging his body on the verge of breaking, engaging in another even more brutal fight in silence. The rain tirelessly beat against the stained glass windows of Professor Cole's office, making a dull and continuous crackling sound, as if it was going to drown the entire world in an endless curtain of gray water. The sky outside the window was a depressing leaden gray, as if soaked in sewage. The continuous rain clouds hung low, almost crushing the towering spires of the college. Occasionally, lightning would tear through the clouds, illuminating the room with a brief, pale light, only to be swallowed up by a deeper darkness, leaving only the rumbling sound of thunder that sounded like the groaning of the earth. The office was filled with the stench of old parchment, dried herbs, and a dull smell, akin to anxiety condensed into substance.
Professor Colanus was buried deep in a pile of documents and ancient books that almost buried him.
His messy brown hair became even more tangled because he scratched it impatiently, and a few strands of hair stuck up unruly.
There was a deep dark blue under his eyes. The rustling sound of the quill tip scratching across the paper, mixed with the sound of the endless rain outside the window, formed an unsettling background noise. A cup of cold black tea sat on the corner of the table, emitting a bitter aftertaste. Just then, the heavy oak door of the office was gently pushed open with a tired creak. The cold, damp air carrying the fishy smell of rain rushed in instantly, blowing the documents on the corner of the table. Professor Cole didn't even look up. His voice was hoarse and obviously tired, with even a hint of barely perceptible anger. If it's a report on the damage caused by the monster riot or the progress of the barrier repair, put it on the left. If it's a request for additional mana supply or a complaint about the dormitory leak, put it on the right. If it's neither, his words stopped abruptly because a strong and unignorable smell of blood and herbal ointment, accompanied by the visitor's weak and difficult breathing, forcefully invaded his perception field. Professor Cool's head shot up against the dim light of the corridor outside the door. A figure leaned against the doorframe, almost unable to stand. Angel Alvis. He was soaked, his dark brown hair stuck to his pale, almost transparent forehead and cheeks. Raindrops kept dripping along his jawline, gathering into a small puddle of dark water on the floor. The college uniform that had been neat and tidy before was now tattered and torn in many places. Through the cracks, one could see the layers of bandages underneath, which had been soaked with blood and rain, leaving large patches of dark red and dirty yellow marks. The most shocking thing was his left arm, which was fixed with a simple splint and hung in front of his chest. The bandage was wrapped heavily, but the fresh red color could still be seen faintly. Every breath he took seemed extremely heavy and difficult, as if his lungs were being pressed by an invisible boulder. His emerald green eyes seemed a little unfocused in the dim light, but they were still stubbornly focused on Professor Cole's face. There is an almost burning, heart-pounding stubbornness in it. P.S. This book is on the list. Although it's only ranked over 400, I'd like to thank all the readers for their gifts. If you like this book, please give it a 5-star rating to encourage me. Love you guys. Chapter 79 Desperate, today's extra update. There are still 26.3 extra benefits left before the next extra update. The original main content of the first chapter is about to end. Fate seems to have shifted, but it seems not to have shifted. In short, Angel will continue to work hard to survive in this world. Angel? Professor Cole was so shocked that he almost knocked over the ink bottle on the table. He stood up suddenly and walked around the desk. How did you get into this state? What happened? His voice was filled with incredible shock and a hint of suppressed panic, but more than that, it was the instinctive concern and anxiety he felt when he saw the students in such a miserable state. He stepped forward quickly, trying to support Angra's staggering body, but was at a loss as to what to do because he was afraid of touching his wound. Angel shook his head slightly, and this slight movement seemed to affect the wound, causing him to frown almost imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his almost numb calmness. The rain slid down his eyelashes and dripped into his eyes. He just blinked, his eyes still fixed on Cole. Professor Cole. His voice was hoarse, like an old bellows, and every word was filled with blood and unstable breathing. I'm sorry to bother you. I need your help. Professor Cole looked at him, who looked like he was about to fall apart at any second. He was anxious and angry, and his voice couldn't help but rise a little. Help? The help you need most right now is to go back to the medical room immediately and lie back on that damn bed. Do you even know how badly you're injured? Please teach me alchemy. Angel interrupted him, his voice still hoarse, but with an unquestionable and decisive determination. It was as if these words were the only core that he squeezed out from his broken body with all his strength. The thunder outside the window roared at the right moment, drowning out Professor Cole's momentary astonishment and the deeper confusion that followed. Alchemy? Professor Cole seemed not to hear clearly, and seemed unable to understand how these 3 words could come out of the mouth of such a dying person. Angel, listen to me, why don't you take a look at your own condition first? You're having trouble even standing. Alchemy requires a high degree of mental concentration and stable magic control. You're learning this now? His eyes swept over Angel's right hand, which was trembling slightly and hanging at his side.
The fingertips were still shaking uncontrollably, and it was obvious that he could not even maintain the most basic stability. Angel remained silent, neither refuting nor looking away. He just looked at Professor Cole like that, with no wavering or pleading in his emerald eyes, only a bottomless, silent stubbornness. Deep within that stubbornness, there seemed to be a huge anxiety and sense of urgency hidden that Professor Cole could not fully understand. It was as if an invisible stopwatch was counting down frantically in his heart, ticking, urging him to crawl forward even if he had to. The rain slid down his cheeks, flowed over his taut jawline, and finally dripped.
I'm counting on you, teacher.
The office fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of rain and thunder outside the window, and Angel's heavy and suppressed breathing. Teacher, those two simple words touched Cole's heart. He scratched his already messy hair in annoyance and sighed long and deeply. The sigh was full of helplessness, worry, and a feeling of being touched by the unreasonable persistence of the young man in front of him. He slowed his tone and tried to persuade her one last time. Angel, listen, I know you want to become stronger, and the atmosphere in the academy has been strange lately.
But everything takes time and needs to be done step by step. Obviously, even I can see that your body has reached its limit now.
If you force yourself to learn alchemy, the consequences will be disastrous if your magic backfires or you make a mistake.
You should go back and recuperate first. When you feel better, I will personally teach you, okay?
But Angel shook his head slowly, very slowly. This action seemed to have exhausted his last bit of strength. His body swayed, and he had to stretch out his relatively intact right hand and barely hold onto the cold doorframe to support himself. His fingertips scraped across the rough wood, leaving a faint trace of water. He raised his head, his rain-soaked hair stuck to his forehead, his face was frighteningly pale, but his eyes were still astonishingly bright.
Professor Cole, time may not be enough.
His voice became even lower, almost a breath, but it was like an icy awl, piercing Professor Cole's eardrum.
The fluctuations of the evil artifact, the changes in the forest, and the rumors in the academy. I can't wait any longer.
He paused and swallowed hard, his Adam's apple rolling, as if he was swallowing rust and burnt iron, and even a hint of cowardice of possibly losing something. So, for the first time, Angra discovered that he seemed to be afraid of something happening.
I need strength.
I need to understand the nature of magic more quickly.
I need a way to protect something. Alchemy is the only possible path I can think of right now.
His words were intermittent but extremely clear, and every word hit Professor Cole's heart. Professor Cole fell silent. He stared at Angel, observing the boy's almost paranoid desire to survive and sense of urgency that was completely inconsistent with his seriously injured and near-death state. He suddenly realized that what Angel wanted might not be as simple as becoming stronger. Behind this, there seemed to be something deeper and more complicated involved, something that he might not fully understand, but he could vaguely sense the undercurrent surging in the shadows of the academy, outside the window. Another flash of lightning flashed, instantly illuminating Angel's bloodless face and the emerald green eyes burning with dark flames. Professor Cole took another deep breath, and the stale air in the office mixed with the damp and cold rain rushed into his lungs. He finally compromised, with a heavy heart and a hint of uneasiness.
Okay, Angel, okay.
He turned around and rummaged through the cluttered desk, papers rustling. Finally, he pulled out a slightly worn piece of notepaper, picked up the quill, and quickly wrote a few lines. The ink was a little sloppy because of his hurried movements. Take this. He handed the note to Angel with a serious expression.
Go find Professor Trilla. He's the Academy's true authority on soul refinement and magical tool construction. And he has medical skills. At least he can prevent you from dying while studying.
He paused, then emphasized his tone, almost as a warning. But remember, Angel.
This is just a recommendation.
Before your body recovers enough to withstand the backlash of alchemical experiments, you are absolutely not allowed to attempt any dangerous operations without authorization. Otherwise, let alone becoming stronger, you won't even be able to see the sun tomorrow.
Do you understand?
Angra stretched out his slightly trembling right hand and took the thin piece of paper which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. The cool touch from his fingertips cleared his chaotic consciousness for a moment. He clutched the note tightly, as if clutching some faint but real hope. Regarding additional chapters, I will always look at the income and slowly add more chapters for everyone. After all, we guarantee 3 chapters a day, so the additional chapters will be 1 chapter a day. If there are more, I really can't write it, and it will affect the quality. I will make up for the additional chapters. 1 everyone. I love you. Chapter 80 Bribery. He nodded very slowly but solemnly to Professor Cole.
Thank you, Professor Cole.
The voice was still hoarse, but it had an indescribable heaviness to it. Really, thank you. After saying this, he did not stop, but held onto the doorframe, turned around with difficulty, and dragged his heavy body, which seemed like it would fall apart at any time, step by step, into the deeper shadows of the corridor outside the door and the sound of continuous rain. Professor Cole stood there, looking in the direction where he disappeared, his brows furrowed, and did not move for a long time. Only the endless rain outside the window was still hitting the glass. The sound was dull and depressing, as if foreshadowing the coming of more unknown storms. The cold air was like an invisible blade, cutting Angel's exposed skin, and every breath brought a stinging pain deep in his lungs. He stood at the base of the bell tower, gazing up at the spire almost hidden in the leaden rain clouds. The wind howled from above, carrying with it a damp chill and an indescribable sense of being peeped from a higher dimension. It made his tattered robes rustle and caused his body, already cold from blood loss, to tremble slightly. He lowered his head and looked at his feet. The pair of wind-wrapped boots forged by him personally were emitting faint, unstable magical fluctuations. The dark leather was engraved with intricate alchemical runes, and at this moment, it was emitting a faint blue light, flickering like breathing. Professor Trilla's evaluation: he has decent talent, but his foundation is unstable and forcing. It may backfire is still fresh in my mind. This evaluation is not false. Angra himself knows that this short period of quick alchemy is nothing but the result of squeezing out potential and overdrawing spirit. The magic circuits within the boots were rough and restless. Every time magic was injected, it felt like countless tiny ice needles pricking his ankles, bringing bursts of sharp numbness. However, these boots were an indispensable part of his plan, the key prop on his way to the battlefield of despair. He needed speed, the mobility to reach the core before the evil god's flames surrounded him, and the extra agility it provided to help him reach the unlocking conditions of UNS. But speed alone is not enough. He also needed a barrier that could temporarily block the evil god's flames that were powerful enough to burn souls and distort reality. A shield that would allow him to penetrate the destructive energy storm and reach the core where Celine lay, and he knew that the key to this shield was right there high up. The girl who always curled up in the shadow of the dome of the highest bell tower in the academy, wrapped in a wizard hat so huge that it almost hid her entire body, sleeping as if isolated from the world. Alolo. Finding her is the most uncertain, yet crucial part of the plan. Her movements are elusive, and her temperament is unpredictable, just like a real cat. Angel took a deep breath, and the cold air filled his chest, causing him to cough violently, and a familiar fishy and sweet taste surged in his throat. He forced himself down, summoning the power of his wind-wrapped boots. A faint blue light suddenly shone, and a fierce push rose from the soles of his feet, carrying him up the rusty, brittle vertical iron ladder that seemed poised to break at any moment. It's more like struggling to float upward in the wind than climbing. The power of the boots was extremely unstable, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Every fluctuation of power made his severely injured body feel like it was being torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The wound under the bandage that had not yet healed burst again, and the warm liquid penetrated the fabric, bringing a burning pain. He clenched his teeth, and fine beads of cold sweat oozed from his forehead, mixing with the cold rain and sliding down his pale cheeks. Finally, Angra reached the narrow dome platform at the top of the bell tower. The wind here was even stronger, whistling through the cracks in the ancient stone carvings, making a whimpering sound. The leaden sky hung low, thick. Rain clouds seemed palpable, and icy raindrops slanted down on my face. Deep in the shadow of the dome, a small figure huddled, almost blending into the shadows. A large, frayed wizard's hat covered most of her face, revealing only her small chin and a few scattered strands of silver-gray hair that seemed to gleam with stardust. She was sleeping soundly, her breathing even and weak, as if the strong wind and damp cold at high altitude had nothing to do with her, and she was in her own quiet little world. Angel didn't interrupt immediately. He leaned against the cold stone wall, gasping for breath. Every breath he took pulled at the wounds on his chest and abdomen, bringing him excruciating pain. He sat down slowly, his movements stiff and difficult, trying not to make any noise. The cold rain dripped down his hair, forming a small puddle on the ground. He carefully took out an oil paper bag that was slightly warmed by his body temperature from his arms. The edge of the paper bag was stained with a little dark, dried blood that was barely noticeable. He opened the layers one by one, revealing the only 3 remaining pieces of jerky inside. The jerky was a perfect caramel color, its surface gleaming with faint, spark-like magical light. He had meticulously roasted the fiery chicken jerky from scraps of alchemy combined with the essence of the firebird. Originally, this was a little comfort he intended to bring to Celine after everything was over, a little insignificant warmth that came with his heart. At this moment, the unique aroma of the dried meat, a mixture of burnt aroma, meaty aroma, and a hint of strange magical fluctuations, drifted very faintly in the cold and humid air. Time passes slowly amid the whistling wind and dripping rain. Angra sat quietly, like a stone sculpture, his body only occasionally trembling slightly from pain, revealing his tenacity. He waited patiently, his eyes fixed on the sleeping figure in the shadows for a long, long time. From under the brim of the hat came a very soft humming sound, like a kitten's dream. Oluwalua's small nose twitched slightly in his sleep, as if the faint fragrance had aroused his instinct. She did not open her eyes, but unconsciously and dazedly moved towards the source of the fragrance. Like a lazy cat, she gently moved her body and buried her face deeper into the soft folds of the hat, but that subtle movement had already exposed her awakened senses. Angel's eyes flickered slightly. He stretched out his trembling hands and very carefully placed a piece of dried meat on the cold and dusty stone slab beside her curled-up body. Almost at the same time, a small hand, so white that it was almost transparent, with slender fingers, stretched out from under the shadow of the wide cuffs and the brim of the hat as swiftly and silently as a hunting cat's claw, accurately grabbed the piece of dried meat, and retracted it in an instant, leaving only an afterimage from under the brim of the hat came the subtle and satisfying chewing sounds, as if a small animal was enjoying a delicacy. No words, only the sound of the wind. Chapter 81. Behind the scenes, Angra was silent and put down another one. The same process happened again. The little hand appeared and disappeared like lightning, and the dried meat was captured accurately. The subtle chewing sound was almost inaudible in the wind until the last piece of jerky was placed in the same position by Angel. This time, the little hand still grabbed the dried meat quickly, but after a moment, under the brim of the hat, those unique gray eyes, as if covered with winter mist, finally slowly opened a slit. There was a strong sense of sleepiness in his eyes that had not yet completely faded away, like a cat that was forcibly awakened from a sweet dream, with a hint of confusion and dissatisfaction at being disturbed, and he lazily focused on Angra pale, rain-stained, and tired face. She chewed the last bite of dried meat slowly, her small Adam's apple rolled, and then she commented in a nasal, unclear tone, "It tastes terrible." The tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard, as if he was just stating an insignificant fact. Angel nodded, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper was rubbing against him, and every syllable was filled with blood. "Do me a favor, don't want." Alolo's answer was crisp and clear, her gray eyes half closed, as if ready to fall back into sleep at any moment, and the brim of her hat was pulled down as she retracted her neck. "Another meal." Angel's voice was still hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable promise: all you can eat. "Chicken jerky, or anything else you want." The gray eyes beneath the brim of the hat blinked, and the long, silver eyelashes like butterfly wings fluttered. The sleepiness in the eyes faded slightly, as if weighing the value of this transaction. "Anything else I want?" she asked in a soft whisper. "Anything?" Angel nodded. "As long as I have it, I will give it to you." Her eyes inadvertently swept across Angel's paper-white cheek and fell on his bandage, which was soaked by rain and blood and faintly showed a fresh red color, and lingered for a moment. There was no sympathy in his eyes, only an almost cold observation, as if he was evaluating a tool that was about to be scrapped. "You're going to die," she stated, her voice still lazily from just waking up, but clearly penetrating the sound of the wind. She seemed to already know what Angel was going to do. "Maybe," Angel admitted frankly, his face showing no fear, only quiet determination. "But that's my business." "No." Oloroa muttered, his voice as soft as ice and snow about to melt. She seemed to be really planning to fall asleep again. She pushed the brim of her hat down again and curled up even tighter, as if to completely isolate herself from this uninvited guest who brought the smell of blood and trouble. However, perhaps it was the aroma of the dried meat lingering between her lips and teeth that worked, or perhaps it was the young man in front of her, whose breath was as faint as a candle in the wind but whose eyes were as stubborn as a piece of tempered cold iron, who made her feel a trace of a throbbing in her heart that she had never felt before. After a long time, she very slowly and with obvious reluctance stretched out a finger from her wide sleeves. The fingers were slender and white, but there was an imperceptible layer of transparent ripples lingering on the fingertips, as if space itself was slightly distorted. She pointed at Angel's chest from a distance. There was no spell, no flash of light. Only a single, dazzlingly complex, yet faint, illusion-like, transparent rune that flashed across her fingertips, almost too fast to be captured. The rune seemed to be woven from the purest ice crystals and the toughest spatial threads. It carried a chill that isolated and froze everything, and silently sank into Angel's chest. An indescribable chill instantly spread, not a bone-chilling cold, but rather a sense of absolute isolation, a barrier that temporarily separated him from the blazing flames outside. It was faint, yet incredibly pure. "All right." Ololo quickly retracted his hand, lowered the brim of his hat again, and completely hid himself in the shadow and warmth. His voice gradually became lower, like a dream talk, but seemed a little worried. "Don't die." Angel was silent. He couldn't promise this to the girl, so he just nodded. I glanced at the distant horizon and saw the scarlet rain clouds that were beginning to appear. "I'll try my best to survive."
The rain fell between the two of them.
Ololo pursed his lips, said nothing, and just hummed. Angel thought about it, and suddenly the memory of the only time Ololo took the initiative in Chapter 4 emerged in his mind. After a moment's silence, he asked, "Defeat that one should be easy for you, right?" Ololo nodded, her huge wizard hat blocking the rain outside. She just stared at the sky in a daze.
"Yes, but I have no reason to do anything." Her whisper was quickly drowned by the sound of rain like a sigh. Angra was silent for a long time, and then he stopped. "Really?" he whispered, his voice still hoarse, but with a hint of relief. He carefully felt the weak but vital protective power in his chest, as if holding a fragile ice crystal and holding it deep within his body. Angel held onto the cold and rough stone wall and used all his strength to stand up shakily and with difficulty. Every time the bones and muscles were pulled, there was a tearing pain. He took one last look at the figure in the shadows who had fallen asleep again, as if nothing had ever happened. Then turned around and walked down the same way he had come, step by step, dragging the heavy, scarred body that seemed to be about to fall apart in the next second. The light of the wind-wrapped boots flickered beneath his feet, just like the flickering flame of his life. Outside the clock tower, the blazing flames of the evil god that foreshadowed the final showdown seemed to be already faintly burning in the distant sky. These are some unimportant stories that belong exclusively to the minions hidden behind the glamorous protagonists. 13th day after the disaster, Laurna Abel stood at the edge of the rebuilt central square, her golden eyes scanning the busy scene. She was wearing a well-tailored Abel family casual dress, her silver hair was neatly tied back, and she exuded an icy aura that kept strangers away, even more so than before. Only those who are familiar with her can notice that beneath the ice, there is a subtle trace of fatigue and a deeper alienation. That disaster had changed her a lot. She had witnessed Angel's near-life-threatening charge, felt the despair of losing Celine, and realized her insignificance in the face of absolute power. She participated in the subsequent crisis management, assisted Principal Ogre in stabilizing the situation, and used iron-fisted methods to suppress the undercurrent within the academy that attempted to take advantage of the opportunity to stir up class confrontation. At the same time, she had a secret conversation with Princess Anya. During the days when Angel was seriously injured and in a coma, she became more silent and sharper. "Lerna-senpai." A steady voice came. Yan walked to her side. "Tomatoes abused me thousands of times, but I still treat them like my first love. It's time for the clam's talent show, a dance for everyone." Opening and closing the shell, slapping the clam meat, and moving gracefully. Chapter 82 Reconstruction. He was wearing a plain student uniform, but the bandage wrapped around his right arm and the determination between his brows that exceeded his age made him stand out. His injuries recovered faster than Angel's. The Heavenly Saint Armor's recovery ability was amazing. He was no longer the somewhat immature heir of the brave bloodline who had just entered the academy, but a warrior who had truly begun to bear the name of Brave. "Student Yang." Laurna nodded slightly, her eyes fixed on his arm. "How's your recovery going?" "It's okay now." Yang moved his arms, his blue eyes clear and firm. "Really?" Laurna looked towards the distant forest, where Angel's camp was located. "Is he okay?" Yang followed her gaze and was silent for a moment. "Senior Angel, he is recovering quickly, but there is no sign of waking up yet." Yang added, "I heard that Salian is also adapting well to the principal's teaching." When Celine was mentioned, Laurna's eyes softened for a moment, then returned to their coldness. After the disaster, Celine received a month of special training under the personal supervision of Principal Ogla, and initially mastered the method of suppressing the warm current in her body. She is now allowed limited movement within the college in the company of specific personnel. Laurna would occasionally visit her and bring her some desserts. Celine is still a little dull now, but her eyes are less timid than before and more calm, as if she had survived a disaster. Whenever they meet, the little girl always asks about Angra. Laurna repeated in a low voice, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the ice crystal pattern on her cuffs. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked at Yang. "Regarding the research materials left by Professor Kania, has the academy made any progress?" Yang shook his head, his expression solemn. "Professor Trilla told me that her research involves many forbidden ancient evil rituals and soul grafting techniques. And we suspect she's not working alone." He lowered his voice. "Some clues point to outside the academy, and even the royal capital." Laurna's pupils shrank slightly, and a cold light flashed in her golden eyes. For some reason, the seemingly kind and gentle face of Princess Anya flashed through her mind. At that time, Angel's challenge to her in the competition, was it a hint? She took a deep breath, the cold air piercing her lungs. "Keep investigating. Don't miss any clues." In a quiet room deep within the academy, enveloped by multiple purification arrays, Celine was sitting quietly by the window. She was wearing a brand new college uniform,
with her long light pink hair draped softly over her shoulders. The sunlight shone on her through the special filter glass, making her feel warm. She spread out her palm, and above it, a small cluster of warm golden flames appeared out of thin air, jumping and emitting pure light and heat, without a trace of sulfur or destruction. This is what Principal Obla taught her, how to transform the warm current in her body into a positive fire of life. Humph, just a trivial trick. A lazy and somewhat disdainful thought sounded deep in her mind. Celine was not as panicked as she was at first. She just pouted slightly and responded in her heart, Ella, Principal Grandpa said that practicing like this is good for me.
What do those little minions know? Ella's thoughts were filled with a hint of offended anger. Frowny face, how can my power be used to light a candle?
But, Celine looked at the warm flame in her palm, her eyes softening, this is warm and beautiful.
Angel will like it.
Ella frowny face, the mind sank into silence, with a feeling of depression that a rotten tree cannot be carved. But Celine could feel that the warm jade on her forehead seemed to emit a gentler heat depending on her mood, although the fragment of Ella that is now merged with her soul is harsh in words, since being sealed in her body, especially after witnessing the terrifying power of Alolo, it seems to have recognized the reality and become much more obedient. He sleeps most of the time, and when he wakes up occasionally, he usually mocks Celine's clumsiness or complains about the poor living environment. Celine has become accustomed to the presence of this tenant and even feels less lonely. After all, Ella was the only one who could hear what she was thinking directly, and most of his malice was not directed at her, but rather, was he standing up for what had happened to her? Of course, Celine would not forgive him, nor would she trust him. She looked out the window, her gaze seeming to penetrate the buildings and forests and fall on the familiar lakeside. Angel, get better soon. She held up her little face, and the corners of her mouth curved into a shallow, pure arc. A month later, deep in the peaceful and tranquil Yala forest, beside a familiar lake, Angel wiped the sweat from his forehead, chopped down the last log, stretched his shoulders, looked at the well-proportioned cabin in front of him, and wiped his nose with a sense of accomplishment.
That's about it. I'm hungry.
A flat voice came from the side. Angel turned around and saw a gray-haired girl sitting in a grass nest holding a wizard hat, staring at him in a daze. Bored, Angel hummed without saying anything else. He walked to the warehouse that had just been made yesterday and took out some dried meat. He sat next to Alolo, handed one to her, and then ate one himself. The ruins of the camp still existed. Angel simply gathered up some usable items and then opened up a new foundation nearby, intending to rebuild. The two of them chewed on the jerky while looking up at the clear and sunny sky in a daze. The breeze gently caressed the lakeside, and the girl's unique and elegant body fragrance occasionally wafted in the air. Angel glanced at her, then naturally reached out to wipe the meat scraps from the corner of her mouth. Alolo pursed her lips and stared at the cloud in the sky for a while, then she tilted her head. Has it been built? Angel nodded, lying in the grass nest and closing his eyes. Almost done, just need to go buy some more things at the end. The fresh sunlight accompanied by the unique wood fragrance of the forest sprinkled on the two of them. Angra put his hands behind his head and enjoyed this moment of peace. Today is Saturday, and he plans to take a long-awaited day off.
I'm going to see Celine later. Lorna said she can move freely today. Angel said casually. The gray-haired girl looked back at Angel, then fell silent.
She nodded. Angel bit into a piece of meat and closed his eyes to rest.
Is there anything you want to eat?
The academy gave me some money, and I plan to expand the camp and buy some seeds. Alolo shook his head and lay down beside Angel, his little head resting on his shoulder like a lazy cat. Putting her calves on Angel's stomach, she rubbed it comfortably and said indifferently, no.
Yeah.
There was another silence. A canine monster that appeared from nowhere. It stopped outside the camp and looked at the two of them, then tooted and ran away barking.
Angel.
Alolo said softly.
Angel responded. Don't come back too late, I'll be hungry.
Alolo said in a flat voice.
If you're hungry, go to the warehouse and get something to eat. Angel refused.
I'll only eat what you bring.
Alolo refused. Angel compromised.
The corners of Alualua's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 83. Skills. In the afternoon, Angel left the camp, his pace much slower than usual. With a sense of emptiness after recovering from a serious injury, he walked slowly towards the academy. There is no need to rush. At least today, Angel plans to take a good vacation deep in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the newly lush branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows on the moist soil. The scars left by the all-encompassing monster riot a month ago seem to have been quietly healed by the continuous rain and the new greenery, leaving only a kind of tranquility after surviving the disaster.
Angel actually knew very little about the aftermath of the Devil's Advent incident. He was seriously injured and
Had been in a coma for a whole month, and only woke up a few days ago in the medical room with the smell of cold medicine. Lorna told him that it was Principal Ogra who rushed back from the royal capital in time and, against all odds, saved Celine from the hands of some radical professors. Although her soul has been intertwined with Ella's echoes, it shows no obvious signs of erosion or distortion. She can be observed and guided. I understand your concerns, but ultimately, this is our dereliction of duty as educators. These were the exact words of Principal Obla at the emergency meeting. It is said that he also dealt with several professors involved in the incident. Lawerna also said that after that meeting, Celine followed Principal Ogre for a month of special training on magic control, with significant results. At least now, she wouldn't unconsciously set fire to the books or curtains around her because of her emotional excitement. A ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and hit Angra's slightly pale face. He stopped and drew a triangle in the air with his index finger, and now that the worst outcome had been avoided, these unresolved questions could be put aside for now. For him, the more important thing was, UNS, his unique skill is finally unlocked. The following is a clip of Angel excitedly checking UNS after he woke up in the ward. Skill name, contract, LV0, excited Angel. Oh. What a simple name. Let me see the skill effect, passive, Angel. There's also a passive effect, Angel, trying hard not to cry, continued reading with excitement. You will automatically form a contract with a main character with whom you have a deep bond. Angra. After a long silence, he looked at the entry again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he muttered in his heart, automatic contract. What does it mean? Wait, why do I feel like this skill is a trap? And, a deep bond, the concept of what constitutes a deep bond is a bit too vague. He continued reading with a bad feeling. The entry will be refreshed once every morning. This entry will randomly select one person from all existing contractors, and weaken any random attribute of their magic, force, agility, and skills to 10% before providing it to you, rounded up. This attribute can be converted into your additional attribute coefficient on the same day to provide you with a passive bonus. When you extract the entry attribute the next day, the entry attribute of the day will be reset to 0 in Note 1. The skill effect does not affect the contractor and will not notify the contractor. All information is only known to the skill owner, too. To protect privacy, all contractors will remain anonymous. Angel. There was another long silence. It sounded complicated, but it was actually very simple. The main characters with whom he had a deep bond would provide him with random additional attribute values every day. Resisting the urge to complain, Angel continued reading. After all, this is just the passive skill, and the active skills haven't been seen yet. I will definitely not let his efforts these days go to waste. With hope in his heart, Angel wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, prayed to Celine in his heart, and moved his eyes downwards. Active. After you select the daily entry attribute for passive bonus, a random skill will be extracted from the contractor to which the entry belongs. After the extraction is completed, you can use the skill once on the same day without consumption, and a judgment will be made when using it. If the skill is magical, the effect is highly correlated to your magic attribute. If the skill is a martial arts skill, the effectiveness is strongly related to your martial arts attribute, and so on. Angra. At that time, the curtains in the ward were very white and very cold, just like his heart. Just think about it. How can he, as a small follower, build a deep bond with those mainline characters? Is it just based on looks? The day, Angel rubbed his eyebrows, but soon he found that his skills were already activated. Angel wasn't very surprised. After all, Celine and Lawerna were also main characters. Moreover, Lawerna was the one who helped him unlock the key conditions of UNS. They had been friends for a long time and should be able to meet the prerequisites for this so-called deep bond. So, patiently, Angel continued to look down at the attribute bonus and extraction skills. Today's attribute entry, force value +7. Well, it's okay. After all, only SSS level accessories can provide him with a total ability value of 15 points. If we only consider the skill bonus, this is already very high. Moreover, this skill provides an additional coefficient bonus. In the worldview of Final Fantasy, where it becomes increasingly difficult to improve as time goes on, the additional coefficient is a very valuable attribute bonus. But, is Luna's strength really that high? If 10% is +7, does that mean she has a strength of over 70 now? But, as his gaze continued to scan downwards, Angel froze in place. Contractor skill, Heavenly Saint Armament, weak inversion, Angra. The ward was very quiet. A few grains of dust fell on Angel's hair, making a deafening sound, and then they were picked up by the light outside the window and disappeared. Angra looked at the 4 words for a long time without saying anything. Just a joke. This skill will protect the privacy of the contractor. Here's another joke. The stinky minion Angel and the holy warrior Yang have built a deep bond. At that moment, Angra finally smiled with relief. Damn fate, the memories end, the breeze blows, and the leaves
Follow, however, now that he had reacted, Angel couldn't help but hum hee. Yang is one of my contractors, he and I have a deep bond, he. These past 2 days, whenever Angra thought about this, he couldn't sleep because of his happiness. Hey. Far away from the hustle and bustle of Arturo and the dust of reconstruction, in the deepest part of the royal dormitory. A carefully tended rose garden bathed in the lazy afternoon sunshine. The air was filled with a rich and sweet floral scent, almost covering up the elegant aroma of the cup of black tea on the small table next to it. Princess Anya was reclining on a white wicker lounge chair, her simple moon-white dress making her skin look whiter than snow. Her long golden hair was loosely tied up, with a few strands of hair hanging down on her cheeks, adding a touch of softness. Angel's skills have foreshadowing, that's all I'll say. The powerful hero Alola will soon be weakened, and Final Fantasy will undergo a balanced version update. Please pay attention to the update. Chapter 84 Betrayal. Her slender fingers gently grasped a parchment copy of the final investigation report on the Arturo incident, which had been transmitted via encrypted magic. Anya's eyes seemed to casually sweep across the report, with a gentle and appropriate smile on the corner of her lips, as if she was reading an insignificant piece of court anecdote. The report described in detail the official version of the incident. The ancient seal was accidentally leaked, Professor Kania died. Heroically, Principal Ogre turned the tide, and the able family and the brave Yang made great contributions. Regarding Celine Serva's abnormality, the report simply mentioned that she was slightly affected by ancient energy and is under the special supervision of Principal Ogre. Angel Alvis's name, like a pebble thrown into a lake, was only mentioned once in the list of the students who assisted in stabilizing the scene. Anya's gaze lingered for a moment on the inconspicuous name Angel Alvis, and her fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of the report, making an almost inaudible clicking sound. Her eyes were deep, like the undercurrent surging beneath the calm surface of a lake, but beneath that calmness, there was now a hint of imperceptible, cold sharpness. Kania, she murmured softly, her voice as gentle as a sigh, with just the right amount of regret. Your enthusiasm is a little too hasty after all. She put down the report, picked up the bone china teacup, and took a sip elegantly with a calm expression. The warmth of the black tea flowed down her throat, but it failed to dispel the subtle discomfort in her heart, as if she had been pricked by a fine needle. The source of this discomfort is precisely that name. The scene after the match clearly emerged in her eyes. The young man lying on the hospital bed struggled to lower his head to her, the kingdom's third princess, Anya Nefafnia, which he would rather break than bend on the field. Those emerald green eyes, once burning with the cold determination to drag her into hell, were replaced at that moment by a weariness bordering on despair and a kind of silence that she interpreted as surrender. I can help you. His voice was hoarse, but clear. In her view, that oath was the inevitable result of the loser's recognition of reality. It was the final destination arranged for this unexpectedly tenacious pebble in her carefully designed script to become a controllable and perhaps somewhat interesting chess piece in her grand chess game. The Forest Riot was a script she had carefully planned. Although some mistakes occurred, which eventually led to her almost breaking the sword that she was very interested in with her own hands, Angel finally survived with his indomitable vitality. She even went to visit him in person, so in Anya's understanding, Angel should have been a submissive pawn in this storm, a pawn who had sworn allegiance to her. She even expected that in the chaos, this chess piece would play some unexpected role and bring her some unexpected surprises, but he didn't, or rather, he didn't become a pawn at all. And not only did Angel survive, but she also deviated from her preset track again and again like a puppet that had broken free from its strings. He guessed her plan, and even at the last moment, in a way that she still couldn't fully understand, he snatched away the vessel she had chosen from the altar where the evil god descended. This is no longer a simple deviation from the plan. This is betrayal, the humiliation of being toyed with by an ant, like cold venom. Quietly seeped into Anya's bones beneath her elegant appearance. Her slender fingers tightened slightly, but were instantly smoothed out by her strong self-control. Angel Alvis, she chewed the name silently, and seemed to taste a hint of bitterness with a taste of rust on the tip of her tongue. That oath, that submission that she once took for granted, now seemed like a clumsy mockery directed at her. Why does he keep fooling me? How could a down-and-out nobleman who had bowed his head to her and sworn allegiance dare to run rampant on her chessboard? How dare he take away her chosen vessel? Has he forgotten who he is? To whom he once pledged his allegiance. However, just as the flames of doubt were about to spread, another more complex and twisted emotion entwined itself like a vine. The betrayal itself, the courage to pretend submission in front of her and to break the oath behind her back, or should I say, arrogance. This reminded her of that look during the competition, that pure, desperate killing intent. Anya took a sip of black tea and remained silent for a long time. She was in deep thought, and a flash of enlightenment came to her mind. So that's how it is. It turns out that the light in his eyes has never really gone out. It's just hidden, like a dormant poisonous snake,
biting her hard when she lets her guard down in frustration. "No, that's too shallow." A cold, playful arc slowly curved up the corners of Ania's lips. It was the excitement of discovering that the prey was far more cunning and dangerous than imagined. When a chess player faces an opponent who does not play by the rules and even dares to overturn the chessboard, he feels an aroused, almost pathological desire to conquer.
This is what makes it fun,
she whispered, her voice as light as a feather brushing past, yet with a hint of a chilling chill. "It's really getting more and more interesting." A middle-aged man with a stern face and dressed in the attire of a palace steward appeared silently in the shadow of the flower stand and bowed. "Your Highness, the target you asked us to focus on, Angel Alvis, has awakened and is recovering well. He is currently mainly active in the forest camp near the academy, rebuilding the camp and learning basic alchemy. The target, Celine Servi, is under close supervision by Ogra and is emotionally stable, showing initial signs of controlling her abnormal energy. Furthermore, Alves appears to be in frequent contact with a gray-haired freshman who resides at his camp." "Alchemy?" Ania's eyebrows raised slightly, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She imagined the young man who had once sworn allegiance to her, now sweating profusely in the forest, trying to equip himself with alchemy. The smile on her lips deepened a little, carrying a hint of cold scrutiny and indescribable expectation. Principal Ogra's guardianship of Celine is to be expected. Ania gently put down the teacup, and her fingertips slowly drew circles on the smooth rim of the cup, as if tracing the outline of someone. "As for that gray-haired girl,
Alolo Saint Yarania," she pondered the name, feeling a faint, indescribable sense of familiarity.
Chapter 85 Reunion. She seemed to have glimpsed similar syllables in dusty books, but could not grasp them clearly, which made her even more wary of Angra's small circle. Anya's gaze turned to a black rose in full bloom in the courtyard, named Whisper of the Abyss, with a strange dark red luster on the edges of its petals. She swirled the warm black tea in the cup, her voice returning to its usual gentleness, yet carrying an undeniable penetrating force. "Continue to observe.
I need a more detailed report."
Also, Anya's gaze returned to the report, her fingertips gently tapping the name Angel Alvis, her eyes becoming deep and cold. "Give my regards to our loyal sworn brother." Her voice was still sweet, but like an ice blade coated in honey. "Tell him that the wind in the forest is very cold, and rebuilding the camp is very hard. I hope he takes care of himself. After all," she paused slightly, and the smile on her lips was tinged with a hint of cruelty. "A chess piece that has betrayed its oath must prove itself worthy of being kept if it wishes to remain on the chessboard.
Otherwise, being swept out is its only fate." At this point, she didn't want to kill Angel directly.
Anya smiled lightly at "If I could see that man, who is always as tough as iron, surrender to her from the bottom of his heart." Ania's cheeks flushed slightly, and she unconsciously took a sip of red tea. "Really good." Arriving at the commercial street of Arturo College, after the riot subsided, the college quickly regained its youthful atmosphere. Angel walked on the street looking for the dessert shop that Laverna told him about, and all the students passing by looked at him with
attention. "Look, that's Senior, oh my god. That's Senior Alvis.
I heard he helped quell the evil god riot a few days ago.
So handsome. I think he's almost as handsome as the reader creatures and legends."
"Who says it isn't? It's really pleasing to the eyes." Arturo College Commercial Street, honeycomb dessert shop of the afternoon sun, like molten gold, poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm, almost lazy glow on the store. The air is filled with an almost tangible sweetness. The freshly baked muffins exude a rich aroma of caramel and butter, the whipped cream has a light sweet cloud-like flavor, and the mellow aroma of perfectly brewed coffee beans. These sweet smells, mixed with the students' cheerful laughter and the crisp sound of cups and plates clinking, form a precious picture of peace after surviving a disaster. Outside the window, people were coming and going, the sunlight danced on the clean streets, and everything seemed full of vitality, as if the horrific riot that swept the forest a month ago was just a distant nightmare. Laverna Abel sat upright on the velvet chair by the window, her long silver hair flowing in the sunlight with a cool luster like moonlight. In front of her was a glass of almost untouched iced lemonade. Fine water droplets condensed on the clear glass, reflecting tiny spots of light. She gently stroked the cold and moist wall of the cup, tilted her head slightly. Her bright golden eyes seemed to be focused on looking at the busy street outside the window, but her fingertips unconsciously tapped the cold glass wall, making a slight tap sound, but only she herself knew that her focus was actually a little unfocused. Her mind had already drifted to the lakeside camp surrounded by forest. Celine wore a brand new light blue dress today with a fluffy hem, which made her short pink hair look particularly soft and cute. She was eating the strawberry cream tart that Laverna ordered for her in small bites. The pink cream was stained at the corners of her mouth. Her big eyes were bright and full of pure anticipation. Every time the store bell rang, she would immediately look up. Like a puppy, Lorna retracted her distant gaze, picked up a white napkin, and gracefully and naturally wiped the cream from the corner of Celine's mouth. Her fingertips carried a subtle coolness that belonged to an ice magician. "Don't worry, he's in good health, so he might walk slower." Her voice was as clear and cool as a stream in early winter, but only she could feel the expectation in her heart that was exactly the same as Celine's, but she had to suppress it. The copper bell on the shop door made a crisp ding-dong sound. A figure wearing an old-school uniform that was washed out and had frayed edges pushed the door open. The sunlight outlined his slightly thin figure, and his steps were slow and cautious, as if he had just recovered from a serious injury, but he was still steady. Angel Alvis. His face was still pale from excessive blood loss, but his emerald green eyes had regained their former calmness and depth, like a forest lake returning to tranquility after a storm. His eyes swept across the store, landing precisely and without hesitation on the corner by the window. "Angel!" Celine jumped up almost instantly, a brilliant smile spreading across her face. Her voice was so clear and loud that it attracted the attention of students at the nearby tables. She subconsciously wanted to rush over. Lorna quickly grabbed her wrist and said, "Be careful, don't run." Although she said this, her eyes unconsciously fell on Angel, who was approaching. "Lorna." Angel nodded slightly to Lorna, then pulled out a chair and sat down next to Celine. "Yeah." Lorna responded softly, her golden eyes examining him carefully. "Is your injury feeling better? It seems you're still having some trouble moving." "Much better," Angel replied briefly. "Angel, look. This is the strawberry tart that Lorna bought for me." Celine pushed the half-eaten dessert over like she was offering a treasure. This was a delicacy she had never enjoyed before, and now she wanted to share this beauty with Angel. Angel looked at the delicate but somewhat messy dessert, then looked at the bright smile on Celine's little face. He thought for a moment, then picked up the spoon beside him, took a bite, and wiped his mouth. "It tasted too sweet for him, but it's delicious, thank you, Celine," Angel said, touching her head. Celine was visibly happy. Angel, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you. The principal gave me some pocket money." As she was happy, she was about to rummage through her small coin purse embroidered with daisies. "No, the academy gave me some bonus." Angel stopped her and turned to the waiter who was coming over and said, "A cup of hot milk, well, and a pancake." Then he turned around and looked at Lorna. "I have to go buy some things later, so I may not be able to sit here for too long." Lorna looked at Angel's calm profile, and the subtle sour feeling in her heart emerged again. She cleared her throat and decided to get to the point. "Who is that little girl who always appears in Angel's camp recently? P.S. There was a problem with the chapter that was just posted on schedule. I revised it and added 2 chapters today to express my apology. You can reread it from chapter 80. The order should be correct this time. There is still 9.3 extra income left before the next update. Everyone, please give me some 5-star praise and raise the rating of the book. 6.5 is really too low, sad. I updated 14,000 words today. Give me some gifts to encourage me and make me work harder. Reach out." Chapter 86 Exploration. Speaking of which, Lorna's voice was just right, as if she was just saying it casually. "How's the rebuilding of your camp going?" "The last riot, it was badly damaged, right?" Angel took the hot milk the waiter had just brought and took a sip. I'm building a new cabin, a little bigger than the previous one. I plan to grow some food and buy a workbench to process alchemical artifacts." "Really, you're just rebuilding it by yourself?" Lorna's fingertips gently traced circles on the cup's wall, and her golden eyes glanced at him seemingly casually. "It's a lot of work, right? You just recovered. Did you encounter any trouble in the forest?" She deliberately slowed down her speech on the word trouble, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Angel didn't seem to notice the deeper meaning behind her words, and simply replied calmly, "It's okay. The traps and fences have been reinforced. After the riot subsided, the monsters also need to rest. And Alolo comes occasionally." Alolo. Finally hearing the name she wanted to hear, Lorna raised her eyebrows slightly, her voice remaining steady. "That, the gray-haired freshman who always wears a big hat? She actually likes visiting your place." She paused, picked up her napkin and wiped the corner of her mouth elegantly, as if she were just chatting. "Come to think of it, she seems to always appear near you. The library, the forest. I've even seen her a few times outside the infirmary. Are you familiar with each other?" The skill that Lawerna chose to use is probe. Angel paused as he cut the muffin nut. He seemed to think about the definition of very familiar for a moment, then shook his head. Not really. She just likes to sleep in the grass nest in my camp. Ololo's personality is like this. She seems to be born not to care about interpersonal relationships. Angel has never felt any friendly atmosphere from her like that between Celine or Lawerna. The conversations between the two of them are always concise and clear, and go straight to the point, although Angel didn't dislike the feeling of having a pet, but, well, he wasn't very familiar with it. Sleep? However, upon hearing these words, Lawerna's voice rose slightly, but soon, after seeing Angel's puzzled look, she immediately regained her composure and coughed lightly. However, a sharp light flashed in Chan's golden eyes, and Lawerna asked, "She is sleeping in your camp?" She picked up the lemonade and took another sip, trying to suppress the anger and a hint of stronger sourness that was surging in her heart. Lawerna felt that this sourness was brought by the lemonade. Angel nodded calmly and pushed the cut muffins in front of Celine. Celine's big eyes were full of joy. She hadn't even finished her strawberry tart yet, and she already had muffins to eat. Angel was so nice. Oluolo, she seems to feel very comfortable there. After picking up the cup and drinking some hot milk, Angra looked at the golden sunlight by the window. I had no reason to chase her away, so I just let her go. After all, she really didn't have the power to drive them away. Angel felt very bitter in her heart, and this was also one of the prices Angel paid for asking her to help in that disaster. Lawerna felt the glass in her hand suddenly sink, and several fine ice cracks instantly spread across the wall of the glass. Let her go? What are you talking about? She took a deep breath and forced herself to keep her facial expression calm. Ice crystals flashed across her fingertips, instantly repairing the cracks on the cup wall. She felt her cheeks getting a little hot. It must be because the sun was too strong. It would be better not to sit by the window next time. She didn't care about Angel's interpersonal relationships. Yeah, Lawerna's voice seemed to come from the depths of the Arctic glaciers, with a chill so deep that it almost condensed into ice. It seems that Angel is very caring. Even the uninvited guests are taken care of so attentively. She deliberately emphasized the words uninvited, and her eyes shot towards Angel like ice cones, with a hint of grievance that she herself was not even aware of. Angel didn't seem to notice the sting in her words. He just said calmly and continued to drink his milk. Well enough. As he spoke casually, he was thinking about the seeds he was going to buy. Angel was looking forward to the days of self-sufficiency in farming. After waking up, Angel discussed alchemy with Professor Trilla again. He planned to forge a weapon for himself. He has already mastered the basic knowledge of enchantment, and it is time to do some alchemical creations. Seriously, Lawerna felt like she had punched cotton. Her chest felt stuffy and she angrily drank a big gulp of lemonade, which made her groan because of the sour taste. Celine looked at Lawerna with a serious face, and then at Angel, who was eating a pancake calmly. Her little head was a little confused. She carefully picked up a piece of pancake with a fork, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage to pass it to Angel's mouth. Angel, this is for you. Lawerna's gaze instantly shot over like an icicle. Celine, ugh. Angel looked at the muffin that was handed to his mouth, then looked at Celine's sparkling eyes and was silent for a moment. Then he lowered his head slightly, took a small bite of the muffin from Celine's hand. The movements are very natural and calm. Crack. The glass in Lawerna's hand made another extremely slight crisp sound, and a few more ice cracks appeared on the wall of the glass. She suddenly came back to her senses, and the ice crystals on her fingertips flashed and then repaired themselves in an instant. Lawerna Abel, the legitimate daughter of Duke Abel, who was known for her frosty temperament, felt the bone china teacup under her fingertips was a little hot. Her golden eyes seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread. Angel Alvis was observing Celine as she ate the last piece of maple syrup pancake in small bites with great care, almost with the concentration of studying a specimen. That he spent more time watching little Celine eat than he did watching me combined. This thought was like an annoying little bug, buzzing around in Lawerna's mind. She forced herself to look away, gazing out the window at the sky dyed orange-pink by the setting sun, and tried to use the affairs of the academy to cool down the inexplicable irritation that was rising up. However, in fact, Angel was just thinking about what impact the fire jade would leave on Celine. You know, he has now actually changed the predetermined fate, which is undoubtedly a complete adjustment of fate. Will the plot change next? Angel wasn't sure what would happen next because of Celine's existence. It's just a matter of time. Of course, Celine looked like a little hamster when she ate, which was quite cute, so he couldn't help but look at her for a while longer, which was also one of the reasons. Lawerna took a deep breath and felt that today's lemonade was so sour that even the sunlight outside the window became a little dazzling. She felt like crying. Angel was just a red egg. Chapter 87 Notice But, when the warm sunlight shone on the three of them, Lawerna looked at Angel's calm profile, and then looked at Celine's aggrieved yet slightly satisfied look. The jealousy, worry and frustration in her heart finally turned into a silent sigh. Forget it, why bother with this piece of wood? Lawerna fully realized that her real opponent was not the women approaching him, but his stupid and slow-witted nature. Lawerna chose to fight again next time. This was not a desperate escape, but a strategic retreat based on tactics. Ahem, she cleared her throat, trying to keep her voice as cool and steady as usual. I have to go back. Her fingertips unconsciously drew circles on the smooth wall of the cup. Principal Obra has a report on the recent fluctuations in magic tonight. I can't be late. Lawerna seemed to imply that this departure was not what she wanted and she longed for the care of a man. Angel finally turned his gaze away from Celine and looked at Lawerna. Her eyes were calm and peaceful, like a lake in late autumn, clearly reflecting her slightly furrowed brows and tightly pursed lips, but unable to stir up even a ripple. He responded, as concisely as if he was confirming the weather conditions, and then his eyes naturally turned to Celine. Be careful on the road. Originally, he wanted to invite Lawerna to go shopping together, but since she had something else to do later, Angel would not force her to stay. She was not only his friend but also his savior. At this point, Lawerna was no longer just a simple classmate to Angel. Because of this, Angel would not put extra pressure on her because of his own affairs. He has always been a considerate man, he thinks so. However, Luna, there was no sign of trying to keep her, no expression of concern for her safety returning to school alone, and he was even so stingy as to say goodbye as if it were alms. Who does he think I am worried about? The noble girl stood up suddenly, and her long silver hair drew a slightly rapid arc because of her quick movement, almost knocking over the teacup at hand. Celine, she tried her best to sound normal and not look at the wooden guy. Will you come back to the academy with me? Principal Obra might need to check on your special training progress. Lawerna brought up the principal in an attempt to increase her leverage. Celine raised her pink head, a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth which was stained with a little cream. She looked at Lawerna, then at Angel, her eyes filled with dependence and expectation. Her voice was weak but unusually clear. I want to go with Angel. She pointed to the shopping list Angel had made in his hand. He said, he wants to go shopping. Lawerna felt a sense of sadness as if she had been backstabbed. I want to cry. Those beautiful golden eyes stared at Angel uncontrollably, filled with grievance, dissatisfaction, and a hint of bitterness of being ignored that she herself did not even notice. Angel met her gaze, his expression remaining unchanged, as if he had not received the complex signals in her eyes at all. That he even nodded, approving of Celine's choice. Well, she's with me. Lawerna felt like there was a breath stuck in her throat. Unable to go up or down, she looked at Angel's calm face, then at Celine looking at him with full trust, and suddenly felt that this warm dessert shop became extremely stuffy. Of course, Angel didn't think so much. He just planned to talk to Celine about the fire jade, such as the sequelae. He had just woken up and there were too many things he hadn't figured out yet. Thinking of this, he drank a sip of hot milk with a calm expression. Whatever. Lawerna almost gritted her teeth and spat out these two words, but even Angel, after seeing her reaction, was very keenly aware that there was something wrong with Lawerna's expression. I see. He thought for a moment, then looked at her and asked tentatively, Lawerna, are you still not full? Lawerna's expression froze on her face, and her eyes slowly turned red. As the legitimate daughter of the Duke's mansion, she had never been humiliated like this. She's already eaten half a pancake and is already full. Do you think everyone is Celine? He stood up suddenly, his movements so fast that they created a breeze. The wind chimes at the door of the dessert shop rang rapidly when she pushed the door open, and the tinkling sound seemed to be accompanying the fleeing Duchess. Angel. I hate you. Angel watched the silver light disappear into the noisy street outside the door until the sound of wind chimes subsided. A familiar scene. It seemed that a certain princess had said exactly the same thing to him in the past. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Celine, who was holding a bag of desserts with an innocent look on her face. Celine blinked her big eyes and said nothing. She was so cute. Angel looked again at the direction where Lawerna left. She said she hated me. Let's go. He picked up the list and go shopping. I don't know why Luna is angry, but I should apologize to her later, Angel thought to himself, and walked out of the dessert shop with Celine. Student Angel was a little sad. The afternoon sun was warm, but it couldn't dispel the slight confusion that remained in Angel's heart due to Lawerna's departure. He clenched the parchment list, softened by sweat, in his hand, his fingertips feeling the rough texture of the fibers. Every item on the list concerned the reconstruction of his lakeside camp and whether he could truly gain a foothold in this forest. Part of this confidence comes from his almost self-abuse self-discipline training, and the other part comes from the special contribution allowance issued by the college. Shortly after waking up in the medical room, the head teacher, Ms. Legit, came to visit in person. She brought with her a heavy purse bearing the emblem of the Academy of Arturo. Student Alvis, Ms. Legit said, her voice as serious as ever, but with a subtle glint of approval in her eyes. In light of your potential contribution to protecting Academy property and stabilizing the situation during the forest riots, the Academy's leadership has decided to grant you a special allowance.
The amount isn't large, but we hope it will be helpful for your recovery and continued studies.
Angra took the purse at that time, and the weight of it made him feel a little moved. He opened it and took a look, and inside were 10 shiny gold coins. This amount of money is a huge sum for him, but he immediately understood that this so-called allowance was not so much a reward for his merits as it was a way for the college's top management to appease and compensate him as an unstable factor. It was also meant to silence him. After all, he was involved in too many sensitive incidents. Angra did not refuse and accepted it calmly. This money will allow him to rebuild the camp faster, purchase necessary supplies and alchemical materials, and improve his strength. Every gold coin carries his hope of survival. Moreover, Angel also felt that this was the reward he deserved, but, in fact, Angel would rather the college let him live in a dormitory. However, the other party didn't seem to have that intention at all, so Angel didn't say anything more. Living in the forest is pretty good. At this moment, he was carrying this startup capital and walking among the people in the college's commercial street with Celine, who followed him closely. P.S. Yesterday's burst of updates made me very weak, so today I will only write 3 chapters. I am a bit exhausted, sad. Chapter 88. Shut up, Angel. Celine's voice was filled with a hint of cautious joy. Should we go buy seeds first? Angel responded, his eyes sweeping across the shop signs on the street, accurately locking onto the green herbal medicine shop. He needed mint and hemostatic grass seeds. The former could repel insects and freshen the air, while the latter was the basic material for making primary hemostatic ointment. More importantly, the cool scent of mint might have a slight soothing effect on the restless anger in Celine's body. This was his speculation after consulting the information. Walking into the herbal medicine shop, the scent of mixed soil and herbs lifted his spirits. The gentle smile of the old lady who owns the shop and the mugwort powder she gave us were a pleasant surprise. This thing is very effective against mosquitoes at night. Angra paid with silver coins. He calculated carefully, saving the gold coins to buy more important magic core fragments. In the financial system of the Kingdom of Elfafnia, even after conversion, the purchasing power of gold coins was always greater than that of silver coins of the same value.
Angel, you are so amazing, you know everything.
Celine's soft praise sounded in her ears. Angra was picking up a piece of gray-white fine sandstone whetstone, and when he heard this, his movements paused imperceptibly. He didn't know everything, but through countless struggles for survival, he was forced to learn to distinguish which tools were the most practical and which materials had the best cost-effectiveness. If possible, Angra also wanted to live a life of shopping and spending. He checked the grain size of the whetstone and felt the roughness of his fingertips, but what he thought in his heart was, this whetstone can make his dagger sharper. In the forest, a sharp weapon means a higher chance of survival. As for Celine's praise, his ears felt a little hot, and he just hummed a low hum and continued to focus on the work in his hands. When leaving the grocery store and walking towards the mithril furnace, Angel's nerves were slightly tense, as a tough battle was coming. The magic core fragments are the key. He needs a stable, gentle energy source to drive the workbench to conduct alchemical experiments and try to make some basic potions and enchanted items. In the mithril furnace, he carefully selected 2 pieces of wind breathbird magic core fragments. Their energy pulsations were steady and continuous, like the breeze in the forest. Although the output was not high, it was gentle and controllable, making it most suitable for beginners like him. Moreover, Angel's affinity for wind magic was the highest among all elements. When paying, he counted out a few gold coins, applying a little pressure with his fingertips. Every gold coin he spent made his heart tighten, but it was a necessary investment, and Angel's heart was bleeding. Finally, the boss snatched the money from his hand. Once you learn alchemy, you can make money. Angel, come on, don't lose face. Angra whispered painfully to himself that he had not dropped the little pearl. After leaving the mithril furnace, Angel weighed the remaining gold and silver coins in his purse. Magic core fragments were the biggest expense, but rebuilding his lakeside camp, especially to support his long-term livelihood, required more than just hunting and gathering. A stable source of food was the cornerstone of survival. His eyes scanned the list and landed on the last item to be added, grain crop seeds. Silent, he turned his head to look at the pink-haired girl holding a bag of grass seeds beside him. Let's go to the harvest barn. Harvest barn? Celine blinked her eyes, curious about the name. Does it sell food? Seeds, Angel explained. With seeds, you can grow anything you want to eat. He took Celine into a slightly secluded alley with more down-to-earth shops on both sides. The air was filled with a mixture of smells of grain, hay, and earth. The shopkeeper at the harvest barn is a small one, with a dark-skinned, old farmer-like figure and a simple smile.
Boss, do you have sweet potato vines and potato seeds? It would be better if you could also get some other vegetable seeds. Angel went straight to the point. Yes, 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 the boss greeted enthusiastically. The sweet potato vines have red cores and are sweet. The potatoes have yellow skins and are soft and sticky. They're all good varieties. Angel carefully checked the buds of the sweet potato vines and the quality of the potato seed pieces. After confirming that they were all correct, he said, I need 2 bundles of sweet potato vines and a small bag of potato seeds, about 5 pounds. Okay, the boss packed the bags quickly. A bundle of sweet potato vines is 2 copper coins, 2 bundles are 4. A pound of potato seeds is 10 copper coins, 5 pounds is 50 copper coins. That's 54 copper coins in total. I'll give you 50 copper coins. Angel counted out 50 copper coins. This was within his budget. To ensure his camp's food self-sufficiency, the boss also gave Angra several bags of cabbage and radish seeds. Seelan looked at the vines and lumps of earth curiously. Angel, can these really grow anything delicious? Hey, little Salian, what's so delicious about this crap? When I regain my strength, I'll take you to eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Ella's lazy and disdainful thoughts echoed in Celine's mind. Celine subconsciously shrank her neck and ignored Ella. Angel carefully placed the seeds into his backpack. He didn't notice Celine's shrinking neck and wandering eyes, but just continued to walk around the seed warehouse, intending to buy some more things that Alualo might like to plant back home. Angel looked back at Celine and thought for a moment, the forest soil should be able to grow them. Sweet potatoes are very sweet when roasted, and potatoes can be cooked into soup or roasted. He paused and added naturally, after growing it, you and Lawerna can taste it. When Celine heard about food, her beautiful eyes suddenly became dull. Then can I help you plant it? Just this afternoon? She asked cautiously, with a hint of anticipation. It seemed that Celine was eager to help. Angel looked at her innocent eyes and thought to himself, the seeds must be planted this afternoon, otherwise the vines will wilt and affect the survival rate. Of course, it would be faster with help, and Celine's help was indeed a timely rain for him. He pondered for a moment and nodded, well, okay. But it will be dark soon after we finish planting, so I'll take you back to the academy. Yeah. Celine nodded vigorously. As long as she could help Angel, she would be very happy, and Angel is going to send her back to the academy. It makes her even happier. Angra paid the money and carried the much heavier backpack. He called to Celine, let's go back. As the sun sets, the light on the forest path gradually dims. Angel walks steadily, protecting Celine to the side away from the street. The little girl followed him with a bag of grass seeds. She glanced at Angel's quiet profile from time to time, with anticipation on her little face. Although there was an annoying voice in her head, she felt happy to be able to help Angel farm. Who are you saying is annoying? Shut up, Stinky Yella. Chapter 89 Farming. Thanks to the baby Shinyu who loves Huazhou beef brisket noodles for sending the great health TAT. I was so touched when I woke up this morning. I love you. I also love each of you good babies who sent us to generate power for love TAT. Angel felt the weight on his shoulders and listened to the girl humming softly beside him. He silently calculated in his heart, in the days since he woke up, a piece of land has been reclaimed in the camp. Today he will plant sweet potato vines and potatoes. He remembered that there were some alchemy tools in Final Fantasy that could produce crops. You can ask Professor Trilla later. Angra planned the location of the plots, the depth of the trenches, the spacing of the planting blocks. These specific tasks that needed to be executed immediately occupied most of his thoughts. As for Celine's strange behavior just now, he glanced at the girl beside him. A trace of worry flashed in his emerald eyes, but he was quickly brought back to reality by the planting plan. In fact, after waking up, Angel also discussed the matter of Celine with Alualo. When he learned that the fragments of the fire jade still remained in Celine's body, Angel was worried, but Alualo said it's okay. He doesn't dare to come out. At that time, she said this in a tone that Angel could not understand. Her expression was calm, but with a hint of sadness. But since he had received the girl's assurance, Angel decided to put the matter aside for the time being and continue to improve himself in order to face the subsequent main crisis. But, thinking of Alolo, Angel always felt that she had become more lazy in the days after she defeated Ella's phantom. Except for the rare time she was awake during the day for eating, she would always curl up in a grass nest in the camp to sleep, and she basically no longer used those exaggerated high-level holy magics for trivial matters in life. After a moment's silence, a gentle breeze brought Angel back his scattered thoughts. He needed to plant these seeds as soon as possible. This was the first step towards the camp's self-sufficiency.
He could only remain vigilant to the hidden dangers within Celine's body, but for now, farming was his top priority. Come on, this is farming, how could Angra not take it seriously? Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two figures blended into the shadows of the forest and walked towards the campsite by the lake. When we arrived at the camp, the cat-like girl seemed to have gone to sleep somewhere and was not in the camp. Angra did not delay and immediately began to process the purchased items. He first carefully inserted the magic core fragment into the groove of the workbench, feeling the faint hum coming from the base. Magic core fragments are made through a very sophisticated alchemical technique. After sorting out the core of the warcraft containing violent power, the core fragments containing pure magic are taken out. It is a very common external power supply crystal for alchemical artifacts. Angel planned to learn how to make magic core fragments himself in the future, so that he could save money and sell them. After the forest riot, the academy gave him a lot of monster crystal cores. While thinking, he picked up the hoe and the bag of potato seeds and walked towards a pre-selected, sunny, gently sloping piece of land by the lake. Celine, he handed her a small shovel. Dig a hole, deeper. He measured the depth with his fingers on the soft ground. The spacing is this big. He measured the distance with his palm. Yeah. Celine nodded vigorously, took the small shovel, and started digging the hole like him. She was very serious, her little face flushed slightly from the effort, and a few strands of her short pink hair fell down, covered in mud. Angra was responsible for using a hoe to break up and level the large clods of earth to ensure that the soil was soft. He moved quickly and decisively, his eyes fixed on the ground beneath his feet. As he raised and lowered the hoe, the soil flew. They toiled in silence for a while, the setting sun casting a soft light upon them, the only sounds being the hoe breaking the earth and the shovel digging. Angel's eyes occasionally passed over Celine. He saw that Celine once again lowered her head to dig a hole, and her pink hair on her forehead slipped down, almost covering her eyes. He put down the hoe, walked over to her, and without saying a word, stretched out his hand to help her tuck the troublesome hair behind her ear. Just when his fingertips were about to touch Celine's forehead, Celine suddenly shrank back. The movement was subtle but sudden, like she had another eye in her forehead. The small shovel in her hand fell to the edge of the freshly dug pit with a click. She froze in place, with her head down, not looking at Angra. Angel paused mid-motion, his emerald eyes fixed on Celine's lowered head and the falling strand of pink hair. The air remained silent for a few seconds. He didn't ask anything, but just bent down silently, picked up a flexible grass stem next to him, and handed it to Celine. Hair. His voice was calm, and you couldn't tell what he was thinking. Celine froze for a moment, then took the grass stem and clumsily tried to gather her scattered pink hair into a crooked bun. She still lowered her head, her face pale, and her fingers trembling slightly. Angel watched her tie her hair awkwardly, his eyes lingering on her smooth forehead for a moment. There seemed to be nothing there, and it also seemed as if a very faint red mark had just flashed by, so fast that it seemed like an illusion. He retracted his gaze, squatted down, picked up a potato seed, with the bud facing up, and gently placed it into the hole that Celine had dug. His movements were very steady. Celine seemed to want to explain her unusual resistance just now. It was impossible for her to have any resistance to Angel Ben. It was Ella's problem, not hers, but Angra spoke first. Is it still hot? He asked in a low voice, as if speaking casually, his eyes still fixed on the potato seeds in the pit. Celine paused in tying her hair. It turns out that Angel knew, he knew everything, Celine thought to herself, and the worry that had just risen in her heart disappeared into nowhere. Angra is so nice. She was silent for a long time before she said in an almost inaudible voice, well, sometimes. She buried her head, her fingers unconsciously picking at the grass stems, like a small stove. Hot, snort. Ella's discontented thoughts echoed in Celine's mind, with a hint of annoyance at being spied on. Celine ignored him and even wanted to scold him for interrupting her and Angel when they were talking, but it seemed that Ella had also caught this thought, and he was so angry that he sighed repeatedly. Angra didn't ask any more questions. He picked up another potato seed, put it in the next hole, and covered it lightly with soil. The method that Principal Obla taught you, he said calmly as he cultivated the soil, is what works. Celine watched Angra's steady movements, and the calm atmosphere seemed to soothe her inner panic. She murmured squatted down, and imitated Angra, picking up a potato seed and carefully placing it in the hole, then clumsily filling it with soil with a small shovel. Angel watched her filling the soil. It was a little childish and not very efficient, but she was very serious, like a little animal. Cute. Chapter 90. There is salvation. After he woke up, Lawerna came to tell him about Celine. The magic element in her body was very stable. It was steadily increasing, which was reflected in her magical talent and physical fitness. It's like adding an expanded purification tank. Celine's affinity for fire magic now even far exceeds Lawerna's. It can be predicted that she will soon be able to learn high-level fire magic that is as powerful as Lawerna's ice magic. All of this was due to the fire jade that was entangled with her soul. In fact, Principal Ogre was also amazed at her situation. You know, the souls of humans and gods are inherently different, and yet Sylvania was able to maintain her dominant position in this conflict. Even her personality wasn't affected. This can only mean that Celine herself seems to have some undiscovered peculiarities, which may be the reason why Ogre finally chose to go against the majority opinion. Angel picked up the hoe and continued to level the land beside him. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the two working men very long, and the sound of the hoe and shovel hitting the soil was particularly clear in the quiet lakeside. He did not mention the fire jade again, but Celine's violent retreat just now, her slightly trembling fingers at this moment, and the flash of red lines on her forehead were like silent alarm bells ringing in his heart. He needs to master alchemy faster and become stronger faster. What he sacrificed was not only food, but also his determination to protect this hard-earned peace. Angra could only work harder to cultivate this land and use the simplest way to accumulate strength for the future. As for why we should accumulate strength in a simple way, don't ask. Speaking of simple power, Angel couldn't help but look at his UNS again, and a wave of pain surged in his heart again. Wait a minute. On the panel, a very tiny special detail that he had previously overlooked was suddenly noticed by Angel, and then, an emotion beyond shock deeply swept through his heart. Angel first carefully read the introduction of the simple skill, then he looked up at the sky and remained silent for a long time. Anger suddenly felt that he might still be saved. Skill name, contract, LV0. The key point is not the skill name, but the thing in brackets that he had previously ignored. LV0. There are skill levels. This means that his UNS is a growth-type skill. Growth? Angel silently recited a few words in his heart, but even greater doubts emerged, because this shouldn't be the case. Again, in Final Fantasy, the reason why UNS is so powerful and has such strong mechanisms is that it relies on demigod-level numerical values as the basis of its skills, so it basically does not have very weak skills. What's more, as far as Angel knows, all players around the world, no matter what numerical value they unlock their UNS based on, their UNS themselves are complete and have no room for growth at all. This means that the value of this powerful skill is completely fixed after it is generated. As for Angel's skills, to put it nicely, they have a weird mechanism, and he may indeed be able to perform some operations to reverse the situation in desperate situations, but in terms of the values provided by his passive skill, they are really too weak. Moreover, the active skills of the drawn character are also related to his own strengths and weaknesses. He is a small fry, so even if he draws Yahung's Heavenly Saint armor, he will probably be a slightly tougher minnow after using it, right? But what if this is a skill that can be developed? To be honest, this skill is actually not weak, and it can even be ranked quite high among the UNS that Angel knows. Because it places a restriction on the objects from which skills are extracted. The main character. In Ultimate Fantasy, all the characters who can participate in the main storyline, regardless of whether they are good or evil, are basically related to being powerful, not to mention the existence of supermodels like Alolo. If Angel really drew any one of Alolo's three attributes, magic, skill, and luck, it would mean that he could become an angel who doesn't eat beef that day and push through all the main lines. But the reason why Angel doesn't like this skill is because it is too random. You must know that the four attributes that Angel uses as the basis of the skill do not include luck. In fact, he only has 1 point of luck, which is a special bad luck that it is not surprising to encounter meteorites falling anywhere. As for the word extraction, it was hard for Angel not to think that this skill would be linked to his luck. Thinking of this, Angel sighed softly. Perhaps some people think that it is very lucky to be able to draw Yahung's Tianqing armament today, but this skill will extract 5 years of his life. Moreover, Angel's fighting power is very weak, so even if Angel uses the Heavenly Saint armament, it will only be a roadside weapon. What luck, and from another point of view, if it weren't for the title, the uncrowned son of fortune still exerting his power, Angel would have died in the monster riot in the forest long ago. He no longer dared to predict the time of occurrence of the main events. You know, the early warning of the forest riot almost cost him his life. The price Angel paid for his arrogance has turned into scars, deeply imprinted on his body. Unbeknownst to Angel, the fate of this world has begun to deviate from the path he originally knew. At this point, Angel will not continue to try to follow the main line, although he roughly understands what will happen next, but that was not the main stage where he was going to fight. After waking up, he had already set the tone for his future survival, combining everything he knew and trying to stay away from the disasters in the main storyline. Celine has been rescued, and there is no reason for Angel to continue to interfere in the main storyline. Yang seems to have become friends with Lawerna after the incident with the evil god Ella, and they have established a bond of comrades. The rest of the matter can be left to the protagonists. Angel plans to be a mysterious forest camper. Unless the main line comes to him, Angel will never touch it. Even so, Unza's affairs were related to his own strength. In any case, Angel was unwilling to entrust his future to illusory luck. If possible, he would rather be a man who could take the initiative to control his own destiny, and this skill with growth potential may be able to provide him with combat power beyond the limitations of the main storyline in the future. What, Angra was in a beautiful fantasy? Is this the special feature of UNS, which is unlocked by the charm stat? Growth. What a beautiful word. Angra gripped the hoe tightly in his hand, his eyes slightly red. Children, I am saved. For some reason, Angra suddenly wanted to dance while crying. This was the ups and downs of life, although it is still unclear where this growth value will be reflected, and the conditions for skill upgrades are still unclear, but being able to upgrade is a good thing. After looking at little Celine, who was looking at him with some confusion, Angel put down the hoe and bowed deeply 3 times to the little Celine who possessed divine power. Celine panicked visibly. Huh? It's quite cute. Chapter 91. Gift. The potato seeds and sweet potato vines were finally buried in the soft soil in the afterglow of the setting sun. There were still some other vegetable seeds left. Angra looked at the sky and planned to plant more tomorrow. That he carefully marked each ridge of land. There were spots of mud on Celine's little face and on the tip of her nose. She was so cute. Angel put down his hoe, walked to the bucket, scooped up a bucket of water, and said, "Wash your hands." Celine walked over obediently, stretched out her little hands covered in mud, and rubbed them carefully in the clean water. The cool water washed away the dirt and fatigue on his hands, but it seemed that the black mud stuck between Celine's fingers had not been washed clean. Angel pulled her little hand over and carefully helped her clean it in the water. Their fingertips were intertwined. Celine's face was flushed, and she closed her eyes and hummed like a little animal. After washing his hands, Angel walked to his backpack and took out a small cloth bag containing a shell hairpin. This was a gift he bought for her while shopping. How should I put it? Originally, this was an expense that should not have been spent, because Angel was indeed short of money, but he felt that it was very suitable for Celine at first sight, and after he woke up, he did not celebrate Celine's new life thinking it would be a good gift. Angra bought it. Here, he handed the bag to Celine, is for you. To be honest, Angel was actually a little nervous. After all, this was his first time buying a gift for a girl, and he didn't know whether Celine would like his taste. If Celine refused on the spot, Angor was sure he would be sad for about 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes. Angel felt that he was a man with the ability to withstand pressure. Celine was stunned for a moment, then took the bag and opened it in confusion. When she saw the small white shell hairpin dotted with pink pearls, her eyes widened instantly. She carefully touched the smooth surface of the shell with her fingers and looked at Angra's calm face. Humph, cheap little thing. Ella's disdainful thought rang out, but Celine ignored Ella completely. She raised her head, her pink hair fluttering gently in the evening breeze, and a pure and bright smile bloomed on her little face. She was not happy because of how beautiful the hairpin itself was, but because it was a gift from Angel. He bought it specially for her. This thought made her feel warm inside, as if she was wrapped in warm spring water. Thank you, Angel. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. She carefully took the hairpin out of the cloth bag and clumsily tried to pin it on her hair, but because her hair was tied crookedly, the hairpin couldn't hold it firmly in place. Angel looked at her clumsy and happy appearance, and a barely perceptible softness flashed in his emerald eyes. It's cute no matter how you look at it. Looking at Celine, Angel felt the same sense of tranquility as when he used to watch kitten videos, and the corners of his lips would always rise unconsciously. He took a step forward and held out his hand. Give it to me. Celine's cheeks turned red because of her clumsiness. She lowered her head and handed him the hairpin obediently. Angel gently removed the twisted grass stem from her head, used his fingers to smooth out her scattered pink hair, and then carefully pinned the hairpin to the side of her ear. His movements were not particularly gentle, but they were very careful. Celine stood motionless, feeling the occasional brush of Angel's cool fingertips against her earlobe. Her heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and her cheeks grew hot. She secretly raised her eyes, looking at Angel's focused profile, which was so close to her. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a hint of warm gold in his emerald green eyes, which was very beautiful. A strange, warm feeling quietly spread in her heart, making her a little overwhelmed, but also very happy. Okay. Angel took a step back and looked at the pinned hairpin. Very cute. Celine raised her hand and gently touched the hairpin. The smile on her face became even sweeter. Yeah. Angel's eyes swept across the last ray of red in the sky. It's getting dark, you should go back to the academy. The smile on Celine's face dimmed a little. She looked at the newly reclaimed land with some reluctance, then looked at Angel's quiet profile, and whispered. Can I stay a little longer? Just a little while. Angel shook his head, his tone unquestionable. No, the forest is not safe after dark. He picked up an iron sword leaning against the wall of the cabin and said, let's go. As dusk fell, the light on the forest path was dyed a hazy blue-gray. The last ray of afterglow of the setting sun struggled to pass through the gaps in the treetops, casting tiny, jumping spots of light on the ground covered with fallen leaves. Like scattered gold, the air is slightly cool, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees and the moist feel of earth. The chirping of birds returning to their nests can be heard in the distance, while the gentle hum of insects nearby interweaves into a tranquil background. Angra walked in front at a slow pace, occasionally pushing aside hanging vines or protruding tree roots with the iron sword in his hand. Celine followed closely behind him, her pink hair like a soft, glowing cloud in the dim light. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously stroking the cool shell hairpin beside her ear. Every touch reminded her of the cool touch of Angra's fingertips, and her heart beat faster. She secretly raised her eyes and watched Angra, tall but slightly thin back, walking in the twilight. An unprecedented warm feeling, a little sour and sweet, quietly wrapped around her heart like a vine. She didn't quite understand what this was, but she just felt that following Angel along the quiet path felt good. A few late returning fireflies flew in from nowhere, flickering a faint and soft light, dancing lightly around the two of them like floating sparks. A firefly landed on Angra's shoulder, stayed for a moment, and then flew away again. Celine looked at the faint light, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. She suddenly felt that Angel's back was more beautiful than any other scenery in the forest. The thought made her cheeks slightly hot. She quickly lowered her head and stared at the tip of her shoes covered in mud, but her heart beat faster. Angel didn't seem to notice the subtle change in the girl's mood. He calmly scanned the road ahead, alert for any possible danger. Angel stopped when he reached a place where he could clearly see the lights of the academy wall. "That's it." He turned and looked at Celine. "Go in by yourself and be careful." "Yeah." Celine nodded vigorously, looking at Angel's quiet face in the twilight, and whispered, "Angel, see you tomorrow." There was a hint of imperceptible attachment in her voice, and her fingers unconsciously touched the hairpin again. "Well, see you tomorrow." Angel nodded. Angel stood there until he was sure that Celine had safely entered the sight of the patrolling guards near the academy gate. Then he turned around and stepped back into the shadow of the forest, heading towards the lakeside camp. Celine's has been given away. Lawerna's bracelet, Angel muttered to himself. In fact, he bought a dark blue fluorite bracelet while shopping. This was the gift he intended to give to Lawerna. After all, she had really helped him a lot, but when Angel thought about giving Lawerna a gift, he always felt an inexplicable resistance. No, that might not be the right way to put it. It seems to be based on some positive emotion, tension. Angra couldn't describe that emotion accurately. It was a completely different feeling from the one he gave to Celine. Although it was faint, there were indeed some clear differences. Maybe it's an illusion, Angel thought to himself as he turned and walked towards the forest. Chapter 92 Mushrooms. When he returned to the camp, it was already dark. The lake was as dark as ink, reflecting the stars like broken diamonds, and the camp was immersed in a deep silence. Only a flickering, dim light shone through the window lattice of the cabin. It was his small oil lamp, which had been lit at some point. Angel gently pushed the door open. The halo of the oil lamp stained the hut with a warm orange hue. Alolo curled up in a corner of the bed, her enormous wizard hat almost completely covering her, revealing only a small section of gray hair and her arms hugging her knees. She seemed to be sleeping soundly, and the flame of the oil lamp danced gently in the shadow cast by the brim of her hat. Angel glanced around the room. Everything seemed normal. He walked into the cabin and placed his iron sword gently against the door. Walking to the bucket, Angra scooped up a ladle of water. The sound of water falling into the wooden basin echoed in the quiet hut. The small gray shadow in the corner of the bed moved. The wizard's hat was slightly raised, revealing a pair of gray eyes from under the brim. They looked exceptionally clear in the dim light, and they looked at him lazily, a little hazily, as if they had just been awakened. "Noisy." Alolo's voice was hoarse and soft, filled with sleepiness. "Feel sorry." He simply responded, and the cool water rushed through his fingers, bringing a sense of freshness. These days, Alor stayed in his camp as a matter of course. This was the promise Angel had made to get her to help him. He could give Alor anything as long as he had it. After Angel woke up, Alolo came to him and asked him to fulfill his promise. At that time, she was so small that she stood by the window, staring at the sky in a daze. "I want you to take care of me." Although it sounds a bit vague, Angel did try hard to do this. Not to mention 3 meals a day, Alolo has been sleeping with him in his camp these days. When the wooden house was not built yet, the two of them would huddle in a grass nest to keep each other warm. However, Angel also asked Alolo why she didn't go back to the dormitory to sleep, and her answer was that she couldn't sleep. "Since I can't sleep, there's nothing I can do." Thinking of this, Angel finally allowed the little girl to come and go freely in his camp. Actually, he had no other choice. After drying his hands, he walked to the stove and squatted down. Sparks flew from his fingertips, quickly igniting the small piece of firewood. There was a crackling sound, and the orange-red flames jumped up. The warmth and light dispelled the darkness in the corner and illuminated Angra's quiet profile. Alolo seemed drawn to the flames, slowly adjusting her posture. The enormous wizard's hat still covered her face, but her body stretched out a little. Her gray eyes, shadowed by the brim of her hat, stared at the dancing flames, a somewhat vacant look in their eyes.
Want some water?
Angel watched as wisps of white steam began to emerge from the kettle. Alolo responded vaguely. Angra stood up and took out 2 rough wooden cups. He picked up the kettle and poured boiling water into the cups. The rising hot steam spread in the dim light that he placed one of the cups on a wooden block near Alolo's bed. Yours. Alolo's gray eyes glanced at the steaming cup of water. After a few seconds, she slowly reached out her hand. The sleeves of her white wizard robes fell, revealing a slender white hand. Her fingers reached out, carefully avoiding the scorching heat of the cup, gripping the rim with only her fingertips, her movements as cautious and lazy as a feline. She lifted the cup to the brim of her hat and sipped the hot water, letting out a small, contented sigh. Angel also picked up his cup, blew on the hot water, and took a sip. The hot water slid down his throat, dispelling the night's slight chill and bringing a warm feeling from the inside out. Neither of them spoke, only the crackling of the burning wood and the sound of drinking water. A strange, tranquil, tacit understanding flowed in the silence.
The firelight cast a faint golden edge on Alolo's long gray hair.
Angra's eyes inadvertently passed by, and he felt that the outline of light and shadow, against the backdrop of the dancing flames, had an indescribable softness. Thinking about it this way, Alolo was really a very beautiful girl, so beautiful that she seems a little unreal. He quickly looked away, concentrating on the water in his glass. Where did you go today? Angel put down the half-empty cup and asked casually. Alolo paused for a moment, and the rim of the cup stopped at his lips.
In the forest.
Her voice remained flat.
Going to bask in the sun.
Angel, well, it's in line with Cat's habits. He picked up the last piece of dried meat and broke it apart with force. He handed the slightly larger half to Alolo. Alolo looked at the piece of dried meat, her gray eyes blinking beneath the brim of her hat. Finally, she slowly reached out her hand. Her movements seemed a beat slower than usual. She pulled the dried meat back under the brim of her hat and nibbled on it in small bites, her movements slow and meticulous. The firelight danced in Angel's emerald green eyes, reflecting his quiet thoughts. He remembered that he had to go to the library to return books tomorrow, find a few books on basic pharmacy and plant properties, and continue to study alchemy with Professor Trilla.
Oh, by the way, it seems like we'll be reassigning classes tomorrow based on our performance in the competition.
He gnawed the last of the dried meat and drank the warm water in the cup. The flames in the stove gradually dwindled to only the dark red charcoal.
Angel.
Alolo's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of imperceptible fatigue. Her voice was still muffled under the brim of her hat. Carry me down.
Angel was stunned for a moment.
He frowned and turned around to look at the huge gray shadow at the corner of the bed.
What?
There was silence under the brim of the hat for a few seconds, and then he repeated slowly, with a matter-of-fact tone, carry me down. She seemed to adjust her posture. My legs are numb, I don't want to move.
Angel, this is also part of taking care of us.
Don't think it's troublesome, Angel. He comforted himself, sighed, and walked to the bed. The light from the oil lamp was dim, and he could smell the cool scent of Alolo, which was tinged with a hint of grass and ash. Without hesitation, Angel bent down, stretched out his arms, and gently put one hand around her belly while the other hand supported her buttocks, his movements neat and steady. Angel carried Alolo on his shoulders like he was carrying a sack. Alolo, although the posture was
different from what he had imagined, Alolo did not resist.
Instead, he moaned comfortably. A bunch of honest little watermelon worms. The girl's body was very light, much lighter than he had imagined. Through the bulky wizard robes, he could feel the outline of her body, slender and soft. Angel didn't have any special thoughts about this. He just thought that Alolo should eat more and gain more weight, otherwise it would be unhealthy. Holding her like a small gray mushroom that needed to be moved, he focused on making sure the movements were smooth. However, the moment Alolo's body fell completely into his arms, an extremely subtle, unfamiliar feeling passed through his heart. It was a touch different from that of carrying wood or prey, softer, more, warmer. But this feeling was fleeting, so fast that he couldn't catch it, and it was replaced by the thought of carrying the sack. It's a very handy sack. He swiftly carried her off the bed, walked to the wooden block that served as a stool beside the stove, and put Alolo down steadily. The girl sat obediently on the wooden block. Angel took the huge wizard hat for her and put it on her little head.
Alolo lowered her eyes.
Angel, is this how you always hold girls? Alolo rarely said a few more words at Angra. After thinking for a while, he did not answer this slightly sharp question. P.S. Today's extra chapter has been delivered, and there is still 21.3 extra income before the next extra chapter. Good night, slowly closing the clamshell. Chapter 93 Companionship, thanks to 005 for the great healthcare. This book has entered the top 10 of the new book list, all thanks to all the book lovers. Love you all. However, Alolo seemed very satisfied with this position. She was closer to the warm charcoal fire and slowly swung her white legs in the air. Jerky. Her voice sounded again, still calm and with a sense of matter-of-factness. She held out her small hand, palm up, and opened it before him. Angel stirred the charcoal fire and was silent for a while, so he didn't like to keep pets. He stood up and took a piece to feed her, and put one in his mouth as well. Alolo took the dried meat and continued to nibble on it. She seemed to feel a little tired of sitting and eating, so she leaned back slightly and leaned on Angel's arm, which he had not yet retracted. Angel glanced down. Alolo was leaning on his arm, nibbling the meat in his mouth intently, his gray eyes gazing at the dancing charcoal fire from the shadow of his hat brim, as if he was leaning against a pillar or a tree. Angel didn't have any thoughts about this. He just felt that with her leaning on him like this, he couldn't pull his hand back to do anything else for the time being. He stood there calmly, letting her lean on him, his eyes fixed on the dark red charcoal fire in the stove, thinking about the specific titles of the books he would borrow from the library tomorrow. However, in the corner of his senses, some subtle changes quietly occurred. He could clearly feel the outline of her back, the warmth of her body transmitted through the fabric of her clothes. That temperature was more vivid than the embers on the stove. The cool breath of her body, mixed with the warmth of the charcoal fire, lingered at the tip of his nose, forming a unique breath mark. Her breathing was light, but every subtle rise and fall was transmitted through the arm he leaned on. These feelings are not deliberately paid attention to, but they exist as clearly as background music, making this corner illuminated by the embers of the charcoal fire seem to be more warm and more concrete than other places in the cabin. Angel's mind was still on tomorrow's plans, but his body unconsciously recorded these details: the constant pressure and warmth on her arms, the unique scent lingering on her nose, and the flickering light and shadow of the charcoal fire dancing on the brim of her hat and the edges of her hair. These feelings intertwined to form an indescribable, vague sense of existence. Alolo is a girl, not a cat, nor a watermelon worm. Angel suddenly fell silent after realizing this. Recalling Lawerna's angry departure today, he sighed softly after realizing it belatedly. And next time I have to explain everything to Lawerna and apologize. However, she was that Alualuo after all, so Angel quickly cleared out the romantic thoughts in his heart and packed them up and threw them away, until Alolo finally finished eating the last bit of dried meat. He let out a sigh of satisfaction and leaned back a little more relaxedly. He calmly withdrew his arm without any hesitation. The moment his arm left her back, the warm touch and lingering breath disappeared, leaving only a little cool air and an imperceptible feeling of emptiness. He subconsciously moved his numb joints, attributing this subtle feeling to poor blood circulation caused by maintaining the same posture for a long time. I slept. Alolo didn't seem to care about these things. Her voice was a little sleepy after eating. She slid down the wooden block slowly, and her movements were still a little lazy and slow. He staggered back to the corner of the bed, wrapped himself in the huge wizard's hat again, curled up, and soon became motionless. Angra blew out the light, and the cabin instantly fell into deeper darkness. He lay back on his hay bunk and closed his eyes. Fatigue washed over him like a tide. He clearly planned tomorrow's itinerary in his mind: go to the library to return the book first, then borrow Identification of Basic Pharmaceutical Materials, Illustrated Guide to Common Plants in Yala Forest, and Principles of Stability of Low-Order Energy Circuits, Alchemy, Yang, Inia, Lerna. These specific problems that needed to be solved occupied all his thoughts. However, at the edge of chaos before consciousness sank into darkness, some vague fragments of sensation quietly emerged, the faint warmth lingering on his arm, the cool scent of ashes and charcoal lingering on his nose, and the subtle and even breathing sounds coming from the other side of the bed in the darkness. These fragments intertwined together to form a vague warmth, making this simple camp seem less empty and cold in the silent night. This is the sense of security called companionship. However, Angra did not delve into the source of this warmth. He just fell into a deeper sleep in this vague warmth. Good night. The afternoon sun filtered through the tall stained glass windows of the sanatorium, casting warm and mottled light and shadows, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of herbs and the sweet scent of flowers. This sanatorium in the Dukedom of Abel has a quiet environment, and Uni Harper has been recuperating here for several months. Yang Sass gently pushed open a wooden door carved with vine patterns. Inside the door, the light was soft. Sitting on the soft chair by the window, Uni turned around when she heard the voice. Her long golden hair was like flowing sunshine, and a bright smile bloomed on her face. Yang! The figure immediately turned around with a bright smile on his face. Uni Harper has similar blonde hair to Yang, but the color is lighter, like pure wheat waves. Her blue eyes are clear and bright, and at this moment they are filled with pure joy. She put down the book in her hand, fluttered over like a light butterfly, took his arm very naturally, and pulled him to sit on another soft chair by the window. Her movements were intimate and familiar, with the close distance unique to childhood sweethearts. "You're finally here." Uni pouted slightly, her tone filled with spoiled complaints, but the smile in her eyes could not be hidden. "If you don't come, the roses outside the window will wither for me." Yang looked at Uni's rosy complexion and bright eyes, and his blue eyes were full of relief. It can be seen that Uni has been much better these days, and she can probably go to school with him. Yang let her hold his arm, a shy smile on his lips. "How could I forget? It's just that there are a lot of things going on in the academy recently." He looked around the room and noticed a very faint but unusually pure and gentle energy lingering in the air. It was different from the scent of ordinary herbs or flowers and had a soothing power. Yang frowned slightly. This aura was very special, but he didn't delve into it. "The environment here is nice. You look much better." Uni's eyes brightened, and she smiled and said, "Yes. Thanks to Lady Lilith's care." She took Yahang's hand and asked excitedly, "Tell me quickly, how's things going at the academy lately? Was the joint competition fun? I heard something big happened in the Yala forest." Her tone was relaxed, but her blue eyes carefully examined Yahang's face, arms, and body inch by inch, as if to confirm whether he was intact. Yang began to recount his experience, trying to downplay it. When talking about encountering a wave of monsters deep in the forest, the smile on Uni's face finally disappeared. Her fingers tightened unconsciously, clutching Yahang's sleeves. Her fingertips were cold, and her face gradually lost its rosy color and turned pale. Fear and heartache spread silently in those blue eyes, and his lips were pursed into a thin line, trembling slightly when Yang mentioned protecting White and Tracy. Uni's body finally trembled almost imperceptibly. She raised her head suddenly, and her voice trembled with a suppressed tremor. "Yang, did you use that again? That, the Heavenly Saint Armed Forces?" Chapter 94. Saint Yang was silent for a moment. He held her cold fingers tightly with his backhand and said in a low and firm voice, "Don't worry, Uni, I'm fine." Uni looked at him and didn't ask any further questions. She understood everything. She was the person who knew Yang best. In such a critical moment, when only he could save others, how could Yang not use it? But Uni did not expose it, but just held his hand back even harder. Her fingertips were cold, but the strength carried a silent promise. "I will always be by your side." Silence fell out. A heavy, warm current of heartache and understanding flowed silently between the two of them. Uni lowered her head, resting her forehead lightly on Yahang's shoulder, her golden hair rubbing against the side of his neck. She didn't cry or speak, but just leaned against him quietly, feeling his reassuring body temperature. "If no one cares about his contribution, then let me do it. Uni Harper will dedicate everything to this brave man." Yahang's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. He raised his hand and clumsily and gently stroked her golden hair. Uni leaned her body a little firmer. For these two people, at this moment, all the worries, fears, self-blames, as well as deep love and support, were blended in the silent reliance and clumsy caresses. Yang suddenly felt that all his efforts and sacrifices were worth it because of the heavy support on his shoulders. As long as Uni was still there, Yang could continue to work hard as a brave man. Uni raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and tried to raise a fragile smile. She took a deep breath and said in a deliberately relaxed voice, "So, have you met anyone, in particular, that you care about recently in the academy?" With tentativeness and shyness, and also to divert the heavy burden, Uni brought up the next topic. Yang answered frankly, "Well, there is indeed someone who I care about very much." "Uni, ah?" The girl's smile froze, her eyes became tense and alert, her hands tightened unconsciously, and a dangerous light flashed across her eyes. Obviously, she intended to go back on the oath she had just made in her heart and kill the unfaithful man in front of her. Seeing this, Yang immediately raised his hands in surrender. He explained in a panic, "It's a senior, Angel Alvis, don't get me wrong." "Male? Senior?" Uni relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief, curiosity replacing the disappointment. "What did he do to make you care so much?" Memories flashed across Yahang's emerald blue eyes, and he said solemnly, "Well, he saved me." The stone chamber engulfed in flames appeared before his eyes, and Yang didn't want to say anything more. He was used to giving for others. Apart from Uni, Angel was the first outsider who risked his own safety to protect him. As a brave man, Yang was protected by someone weaker than him. How could he not be moved and shocked? Uni listened quietly, catching the confusion and almost reverence in his tone. "Sounds like he's a very remarkable person." The girl's voice was unconsciously filled with respect. Yang nodded vigorously, remembering Angel's fighting style in the competition. He said with emotion, "Senior Angel is very strong. It's not about strength, but the courage and will that burst out in desperate situations." Those emerald green eyes that burned like flames were still etched in his mind. I want to understand him and learn from him. Yang rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly, his tone full of admiration of a junior. Uni understood and a sly smile appeared on her face. "Yang, you care about him so much, don't tell me." She leaned closer and said playfully, "Do you have any special feelings for him? For example, do you think he's handsome?" After saying this, Uni giggled, obviously teasing her sweetheart. "Uni." Yahang's cheeks flushed red, and he glared at her helplessly. "No, I just admire that senior very much, and I also want to be like him, someone who stands up at the critical moment." His tone was serious and firm, then he added quietly, "But Senior Angel is indeed very handsome." Uni, not, you kid, she coughed lightly, but Uni understood Yahang's personality and didn't think too much about it. Instead, she encouraged him seriously, "Since you admire him and think he has a secret, why not find out?" She spoke with the cunningness of a little devil, "And, after hearing what you said, I'm curious too. Someone who can make my Yang admire him so much must be extraordinary, right?" Maybe. Uni paused deliberately, leaned close to Yahang's ear, lowered her voice, and murmured, "I will like him too, okay?" Upon hearing this, Yahang's brows furrowed slightly, his fingertips turning white. He looked away at the roses outside the window, his voice low and muffled, "Oh, whatever you say." Uni keenly caught the tiny change in Yang at that moment. Her eyes lit up instantly, as if she saw some interesting prey. The smile on her lips deepened. With a little pride, the girl suddenly stretched out her arms, gently but firmly wrapping them around Yahang's waist. Her cheek rested on his chest, and her voice was muffled by her clothes, shy but clear. "Yang, I just said that I might like someone else, I was just teasing you." She paused, gathering her courage, and said, "Silly boy, you know that the only person Uni truly loves, from childhood to adulthood, is you." After she finished speaking, she rubbed her cheek against his chest, her arms tightening around him, and a warmth rushed from the soles of her feet to her brain. After being separated for many days, Yumi's longing and love for Yang finally burst out. After this treatment, she can accompany Yang to school and continue to participate in Yahang's life. This knowledge makes Uni very happy. Yahang's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. A surge of burning heat flowed from his heart to his limbs. He smiled softly and, awkwardly and tentatively, placed his hand over her arm, which was wrapped around his waist and back. This gesture, clumsy and silent, spoke volumes. Just then, 3 soft and rhythmic knocks on the door were heard. "Come in." Uni responded. She gently loosened her arms, sat up straight, and put a gentle and decent smile on her face again, as if the hug and confession just now had never happened, but her cheeks and ears were stained with an unconcealable blush. The door was pushed open, and a black-haired girl wearing a pure white holy robe with gold edges walked in. She had long black hair as deep as the night, flowing softly. Her face was exquisite beyond mortal standards, her skin was white and almost transparent. And her pair of scarlet eyes were like pure rubies, deep and tranquil. There was an invisible holy light surrounding her body. If Angel were here, he would definitely recognize that this was Lilith Clare, the savior of the 4th chapter of the main storyline and the core character of the 5th chapter. Lilith, the saint of the Tianqing sect and the guide of the demons who betrayed their faith. Chapter 95. Hee Uni. Lilith's voice was ethereal and pleasant. "It's time for afternoon healing." Her gaze fell on Uni, and she asked with gentle concern, "How are you feeling? Did you have a peaceful dream yesterday?" "Lady Lilith." Uni immediately stood up and saluted. "I feel very good. Thank you for your care these past few days. I'm really feeling much better." Lilith nodded slightly, revealing a holy and perfect smile. "That's good." She turned her gaze to Yang, her crimson eyes filled with just the right amount of curiosity. "Who is this?" Uni's cheeks flushed slightly. "Lady Lilith, this is Yang Sass, my childhood sweetheart." Yang stood up and straightened his back. Besides being shocked, he felt very nervous. Even a country boy like him knew the person in front of him, Lilith, the saint of the celestial saint religion. She was the only human in the world who could come into contact with the 3 great saints. It was said that countless pilgrims had embarked on a pilgrimage to the Holy Emperor capital just to meet her, but why is she not in the Holy Emperor capital, but now in the Tianqing sect branch in Ebel County? Regardless, Yang bowed his head with respect and piety, knelt on one knee, and performed the knight's salute to the saint. "Yang Sass, I greet Lady Lilith." Lilith's crimson eyes lingered on Yang for a moment, examining and probing him. She nodded slightly, her voice clear and ethereal. Your bloodline is very special. It carries the aura of light, yet also contains ancient power. As she spoke, she looked at Uni and smiled softly, her expression understanding. So you are the little hero Uni always talks about, her favorite. Yang was silent, his ears slightly red. He wondered how Uni could tell such a thing to the great saint lady. He nodded with difficulty, then said embarrassedly, "It's me." Lilith's eyes flashed with understanding and deeper interest. No wonder the holy light resonated with you. She maintained perfect demeanor and smiled at Yang. "Nice to meet you, Yang." She nodded slightly in greeting. Lilith bent down and lightly supported Yang's shoulders. "Please stand up. You and I are of the same age. Besides, heroes and saints have the same status in the heavenly saint doctrine. Please don't be so respectful to me. If possible, I still hope that you can treat me as a friend like Uni did a friend." Yang stood up and looked at Uni, who was sweating profusely, in shock. He gave her a look. "How dare you?" Uni also glared at him. "The saint lady insists on doing this, what can I do?" The two little ones exchanged glances with each other, and Lilith couldn't help but smile softly. Yang closed his eyes, wiped his face, and sighed. "My pleasure, Lilith, Lilith." Yang resisted the urge to kneel down on one knee to express his gratitude and responded, "For someone with faith like Yang, the princess and the saint are completely incomparable." Lilith just smiled gently, nodded with satisfaction, and glanced at the two of them again, this time with a hint of formality. "Just now, outside the door, I heard you guys talking about interesting things in the academy. I think you mentioned Lawerna Abel?" Yang answered cautiously, "Yes, the strength and responsibility that Senior Lawerna displayed during the forest riot are admirable." A glimmer flickered in the depths of Lilith's crimson eyes. "Lawerna Abel. That distinguished person is truly remarkable. I once spoke with her briefly when I was young, and I was deeply moved by her near-perfect idealism." She paused. "The Holy Imperial City is quite concerned about the recent energy fluctuations at Arturo Academy, especially Her Royal Highness Princess Anya's activities at the Academy." Yang thought about it. He and Ania had no communication. The only few times they communicated were when he rejected Ania. So he just shook his head and said what he knew. "Your Highness. She is indeed quite influential within the Academy, but I don't know much about her other affairs." "My apologies, Saint." Lilith nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said softly and elegantly, "Recently, rumors have spread within the Academy that an evil spirit has possessed a student. Since this involves the gods, we must not be careless. Therefore, the Holy See and the College of Cardinals have decided to send me to Arturo College as an exchange student to observe and learn for a period of time. On the one hand, I want to understand the situation of the Academy. On the other hand," she looked at Yang, her crimson eyes full of meaning, "the power of holy light may be able to bring some balance to the Academy when necessary. Both royal power and divine authority must operate within the framework of order." Yang and Uni were both stunned. What's the meaning? They didn't understand the subsequent weighing of pros and cons, but as for the result, Yang understood it. "Such a noble and honorable being like you wants to come to school." Lilith continued to push the topic forward, saying cheerfully, "I'm looking forward to my life at Arturo College. I'll be happy to hear your guidance, Yang and Uni." Her eyes swept over the two of them again, lingering on Yang for a moment in particular. Lilith's crimson eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep across the subtle atmosphere between Yang and Uni, and she remembered the words "care" and "senior" that she had vaguely heard outside the door just now. As a saint, she is accustomed to sensing the connection between people. She clearly felt a strong emotional fluctuation in Yang's tone. It was not simple gratitude or admiration, but a deeper feeling, with shock, confusion, and even some kind of indescribable attraction and yearning. This complex emotional connection seems to have occurred between these two young men, involving elements of self-sacrifice to save each other and blood connection that are full of a sense of fate, etc. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning, subconsciously filled with various holy books, epic poems, and, well, some special reading materials with quaint packaging that had accidentally sneaked into the holy book library. Or this intense and complex bond, transcending identity and class, this ultimate question of why risked your life to save me? Why is this plot motivate? Wait. Wrong. Lilith's holy face froze for a moment, and a rare flash of panic and self-admonition flashed in her crimson eyes. "Lilith Clare. What are you thinking? You are a saint." She immediately recited a holy light prayer in her heart, forcibly suppressing those unholy associations. Her crimson eyes instantly regained their depth and calmness. As if the momentary distraction had never happened, she coughed lightly, and her holy radiance seemed to intensify. She forced the conversation back on track and spoke in a tone befitting a saint, as if exploring a mystery. I just heard from classmate Jan that there seems to be some kind of special connection between you and that senior angel. Hey, Lilith carefully chose the neutral yet sacred word, connection. The holy light can sometimes sense the extraordinary bonds between people. His sacrifice to save you, and the unusual sensitivity of your bloodline, may foreshadow a certain fate that requires attention. She tried to make her voice sound ethereal and objective, as if she was merely stating a sacred possibility, but she couldn't help but feel a faint, almost invisible blush on her ears. Jan was stunned by Lilith's sudden shift to such a deep and sacred discussion, and a hint of confusion flashed in his blue eyes. This saint lady's focus seems to be particularly detailed and in-depth. But classmate Yang didn't think much about it and just regarded it as the duty of the saint. But for some reason, Yang could always hear some obscene sounds. Chapter 96 Alchemy. He coughed lightly, then replied respectfully, Senior Angel's actions are indeed admirable, and there are indeed many mysteries surrounding him. As for the connection, I can't be sure, but that feeling is definitely there. Uni keenly caught Lilith's momentary stiffness and the slight redness of her ears. A mischievous smile flashed in her blue eyes, but she quickly concealed it. It seems to be quite interesting indeed. Let's just watch the show first. That's what the slightly sinister Uni thought. Lilith's scarlet eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a new world. An irrepressible excitement and desire to explore almost broke through her perfect expression control. She blurted out subconsciously, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible jolt of joy, Is that so? The bond between you and Mr. Angel sounds quite curious? Her tone was sticky, and the noble and elegant atmosphere just now was slowly corroded by something black. Her breathing began to become heavy, with a unique scent that she herself was not aware of, which came from some special reading materials. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Lilith realized that she had lost her composure. Booho! Her perfect expression froze for a moment, and a hint of panic flashed in her red eyes. She immediately coughed lightly, and the holy light in her eyes seemed to grow even brighter. She forced the topic back on track, and her voice returned to its ethereal and steady state. His deeds of sacrificing himself to save others and entering the chrysanthemum world are indeed worth further understanding. Perhaps he has qualities worthy of the attention of the holy light. Lilith tried hard to maintain the dignity of a saint, but a very faint, almost invisible blush quietly appeared on her ears. Yang was stunned for a moment, as if the foolish look that flashed across Lilith just now was just an illusion. However, the saint lady was curious about Senior Angel, and he was happy to share the senior's strengths with this lady. Perhaps she could help Senior Angel later. During the time when Angel was in a coma, Yang learned a lot about him from Lawerna. Yang also knew that the senior had been surviving in the wilderness of the forest because he could not live in the dormitory. After thinking for a moment, Yang nodded and said solemnly, Although it may be just me who feels that Senior and I have a bond behind us, no matter what, to me, Senior is truly a man worthy of entrusting my body and soul to. Lilith uttered a sound, her pretty face slightly red as she blushed in shock. Worth entrusting my body and soul to? Wow, Yang frowned. Although he was puzzled by the saint lady's fuss, he nodded. Well, if it's Senior Angel, I can rest assured even if I trust him with my back. Lilith covered her face with her hands and cried out in surprise. Her face was covered with a girlish pink. She trembled shyly and repeated, I trust him with my back. Oh my god, too indecent. Yang, why does something feel wrong? Yang felt his but was cold. Lilith blushed, steam coming out of her head. She wiped her saliva and said to Yang seriously, I support you. Yang. Lilith said nothing more, but nodded slowly and firmly at Yang, a gesture that officially certified her as a saint. Then, as if the in-depth discussion just now was just a routine matter, Lilith coughed lightly, said no more, turned and walked towards the prepared healing circle, her holy robe fluttering as she tried hard to maintain a perfect back. Ms. Uni, let's start the final treatment. The great Saint Lilith's pace seemed to be a little faster than usual, as if she wanted to leave the center of the topic that almost made her lose her composure as soon as possible. Uni almost burst out laughing. In the corner of the alchemy laboratory, the early winter sunlight shines through the high windows onto the pages of old books, and dust dances slowly in the beam of light. Angra's fingertips brushed across the rough paper of basic alchemy principles with a frown on his face. The air was filled with the faint bitter smell of old paper, ink, and the distant herbal cabinet, mixing into a focused silence. Magic guidance is key, but my magic output is too unstable and inefficient. Angel muttered to himself, his emerald eyes staring at the complex rune diagrams in the book. His magic power is only 35 plus 5, D, which is a drop in the bucket for alchemy that requires delicate manipulation. Every attempt to inject a meager amount of magic power into the alchemy array was like carving with a rusty chisel. Either the force was insufficient to activate the runes, or the slightest overload would cause the magic power to dissipate, and all previous efforts would be wasted. Failure does not bring about a loss of magic power, but rather great mental exhaustion and frustration. Scattered on the workbench in front of him were a few low-quality magic core fragments, a small bag of stardust sand, and a few dried silverleaf grasses. These were the cheapest materials he had bought from the mithril furnace with his remaining gold coins today, and they constituted the majority of his entire fortune. Every failure means a delay in camp construction. Angel took a deep breath and prepared himself. He subconsciously glanced at the panel floating silently in the corner of his sight. The status of Contract LV.0 remained the same. Today's random attribute is Magic plus 7. The uncrowned son of fortune is still exerting his strength, which is another useful attribute. A cool and pure sense of magic existed steadily in his body, as if he had an additional source of magic. This was not something he actively called upon, but rather a passive blessing bestowed by Chi every day. Current effective magic power 35 plus 12. C. With this blessing, perhaps I can support a complete refining process. Angel reached out towards the material. The magic power flowing from his fingertips was no longer a trickle, but a deep blue energy that mixed his own meager magic power with that foreign, icy aura. The person I randomly picked today is Lerna. Realizing that he had indeed received Lawerna's approval, Angel smiled softly and unconsciously, and the ice blue magic power belonging to Lawerna Abel passively merged into his own magic flow. A faint stream of magical energy gathered at his fingertips, and he carefully pointed it at the simple condensation rune array carved on the table. The moment the magic power touched the edge of the rune, the stardust sand at the center of the array suddenly lit up, then vibrated violently with a sharp sizzling sound. Alchemy proficiency plus 1, current alchemy level 0, 9 out of 10. The backlash of magic power brought a tingling sensation to his nerves. Angel groaned and shook his numb fingers. Fail, another portion of stardust sand turned into charred waste, and sweat oozed from his forehead. It was not due to the loss of magic power, but from the exhaustion and deep sense of powerlessness after the high concentration of mind. The barrier of talent was so hard that it seemed difficult to break through it with willpower alone, but Angel did not give up. He pondered over all the details of the magic energy transmission just now, carefully analyzed the reasons for his failure, and stared at the scrap in his hand in a daze for a long time. It was not until the midday sun in early winter shone through the window onto the laboratory table that Angra breathed a sigh of relief. Found it. Chapter 97. Early winter. This time, Angel's fingertips hovered steadily above the rune array. He mobilized the magic power flowing in his body and accurately injected it into the core rune. The array pattern glowed with a steady, dim light. Catalyzed by the energy, the stardust sand began to melt evenly, forming fine silver bubbles on its surface before transforming into a pool of flowing liquid metal. Angel's mind moved slightly, controlling the silver liquid to form a regular vortex, and at the same time, the silverleaf grass powder was drawn into it at a uniform speed. The moment the powder comes into contact with the silver liquid, a very subtle sizzling sound is emitted. Angra pupils shrank slightly. This was a manifestation of the conflict of material properties. He had failed twice in this area. Angel immediately adjusted the frequency of magic output. According to the description in the book and the experience gained from his own experiments, he vibrated the energy flow at a specific rhythm, causing the two materials to begin to blend. Immediately afterwards, a milky white halo gradually emerged from the center of the formation and slowly rotated. Angra was concentrating, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. The real difficulty now becomes apparent. It is necessary to maintain a precise energy oscillation frequency. Too fast will cause the active ingredients of the silverleaf grass to evaporate, and too slow will fail to resolve the material rejection. His perception was heightened to the extreme, and the magic power at his fingertips made subtle adjustments accordingly. 1 point more would be too much, 1 point less would be fatal. The rotation of the milky halo began to accelerate, a sign that the structure was becoming stable. Success was imminent, but Angel didn't dare relax. He noticed a slight fluctuation at the edge of the halo and immediately directed the flow of magic power to strengthen the outer constraints of the vortex, while slightly reducing the energy intensity at the center. The fluctuation quickly subsided. The entire process requires simultaneous monitoring of 3 variables: material fusion degree, energy flow stability, and crystal formation rate. Angel's spirit is like a taut bowstring. Every adjustment is based on an instantaneous judgment of energy feedback. If there is a slight misjudgment, the material may be scrapped at best, and at worst, energy backlash may occur, causing harm to himself. When the milky white halo finally stabilized into a light ball the size of an egg and a uniform crystalline texture appeared on the surface, Angra slowly exhaled. The most difficult step was finally over. Soon, the light faded, and an irregular but smooth white crystal emitting faint energy fluctuations lay quietly in the center of the formation. A primary wind attribute alchemist's crystal alchemy proficiency +5, successfully crafted, primary crystal, poor quality, alchemy increased to LV.2, for 20ths, deed skill experience +1, current LV.0, 1/100, done. A strong sense of accomplishment that almost overwhelmed my fatigue surged into my heart, even though it was only the lowest quality manufactured crystal. The magic element transmission efficiency of the communication magic tool was still far greater than that of the magic core fragments. Moreover, this was the first alchemical creation that Angel created from scratch without any assistance or help from outsiders. Moreover, Angel proved that even though he had low talent, with the extra possibilities granted by the contract and his own persistence, the path of alchemy was not a dead end for him. He could make money through alchemy. In fact, this inferior primary crystal can be sold for 5 gold coins, which far exceeds the cost and can be said to be a small profit. Finally, Angel seemed to see a future where he could afford tuition. Carefully putting the crystal into his pocket, Angel rubbed his swollen temples and began to clean up the messy workbench. The sun is setting outside the window, and it's time to go to the class division meeting. Although she had no interest in redividing the classes, Lorna had specifically mentioned that Principal Ogra might be present, and perhaps he would be able to hear news about Celine's subsequent arrangements. As I walked out of the side door of the alchemy laboratory, the cool breeze of the early winter afternoon blew on my face, carrying with it the faint fragrance of the academy garden. Angra looked up at the sky. It was gray, as if a heavy snow was about to fall. However, the air was cold and clear, with the unique woody fragrance of the forest. Angra exhaled lightly. This was the 3rd month since he came into this world. A lot of things happened during these days, but no matter what difficulties he encountered, Angra always overcame them step by step. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. It wasn't dissatisfaction, but Angel finally felt that he had taken root in this world. Stepping on the ground of Arturo College, Angel rubbed his fingers that were slightly red due to the cold. He was just lowering his head to think about the next step of his alchemy plan when a cold voice called him. Angel. He looked up and saw Lorna Abel standing next to a blooming winter rose. The white sun in the afternoon sky cast a bright hue on her long silver hair, but her golden eyes were filled with some complicated emotions. There seemed to be some hesitation, and some subtle concern. She was wearing the college's dark brown formal dress today. It was elegantly cut and made her figure look even more upright. She had a white cashmere scarf around her neck and beautiful black stockings on her legs. It was obvious that she was also going to attend the class division meeting. Looking at her from afar, Angel confirmed one thing again: Lorna was very beautiful. Maybe at this moment, she is the most beautiful female character in Ultimate Fantasy. Lorna. Angel stopped and met her gaze calmly. He could feel that the magic within him that belonged to her had not yet completely dissipated, and a strange sense of connection arose spontaneously. Perhaps, this is she. Does Lorna also have this special feeling in her heart? Angra didn't know and didn't ask, just as the sun in early winter didn't care whether berries would grow in the forest. Angra just stared into her eyes. You went to the lab? Lorna took a few steps closer and glanced at the little bit of stardust powder on his shoulder. Practicing alchemy? Her tone sounded a little softer than usual, as if she was trying to break the awkwardness left by the previous dessert shop incident. Angel nodded. I just tried to make a primary magic crystal. He paused and added, I failed several times, but finally managed to succeed with a low-quality product. A hint of surprise flashed in Lorna's eyes. You have already started to dabble in physical transformation, and even succeeded? I thought you were still studying the theoretical basis. She knew very well how difficult it was to get started with alchemy, especially for those who were poor in magic power. Angel's progress far exceeded her expectations. The materials are limited, so I can only learn and try as I go. Angra tone remained calm, but when he mentioned success, the corners of his mouth rose slightly for a moment. Almost imperceptibly, Lorna caught that subtle arc, and she didn't even realize that her eyes softened a little. If you need any help, please let me know. There are some ancient alchemical manuscripts in the Abel family's library that may be useful to you. Yes, thank you. Angel looked at her, remembering how she had left angrily before, and decided to be more direct. Lorna, I'm sorry about what happened at the dessert shop. I didn't ignore you, I was just thinking about the planting plan and budget at the time. Angel was not very good at explaining, but he felt that he should say it. He didn't want Lawerna to hold a grudge against him because of this matter. Lawerna was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect him to apologize suddenly, and the girl's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly due to the cold weather. She turned her head away and said indifferently, "I don't care about such trivial matters.
The class meeting is about to begin. Do you want to come with us?"
Her fingers unconsciously curled a strand of silver hair, which gently wrapped around her heart. Strands of hair. Angel lowered his eyes, and it suddenly occurred to him that today's sunshine was cool and very comfortable. Good. The two walked side by side up the tree-lined avenue leading to the auditorium. The early winter wind was chilly and blew up a few dead leaves. The misty white mist rises from the mouth to the sky and turns into a faint cloud. The picture is very beautiful. Chapter 98. Gift-giving. Angel walked in silence, and Lawerna also remained quiet, with only the slight sound of her boots stepping on the cobblestone road. However, Angra's heart was not as calm as it seemed. He remembered the small thing in his pocket, which he had bought with the remaining money at the grocery store next to the mithril forged, a simple silver bracelet without any magical properties, dotted with a few small, roughly cut star-shaped stones. He had originally intended to give this to Lawerna at the right time, as a token of appreciation for her previous help, or perhaps, as a little compensation for the unpleasant experience at the dessert shop. Now, Lawerna didn't seem to care anymore. According to Angra's usual rational judgment, perhaps there is no need to do this any further, but at this moment, looking at the slightly red nose of the girl beside him in the cold wind, and the arc of her silver hair blown by the wind, there was a clear voice in Angel's heart. He wanted to send it away. Even though this cheap bracelet cost only 1 silver coin, it was nothing special to Lawerna, who was used to seeing jewelry. However, none of this mattered. Angel just wanted the silver-haired girl in front of him, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside and always taking care of him, to smile more often, perhaps without even noticing it herself. And naturally, Angel stopped. Lawerna also stopped and turned to look at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" He didn't answer immediately. Angel reached into the pocket of his college uniform jacket, which had been washed to a pale color, and his fingertips touched the slightly cool metal. From the past to the present, Angra has never been a person who was good at expressing emotions, and he is not used to doing such redundant things, but at this moment, he still follows his inner thoughts. "Just to express my gratitude," he thought, and slowly took out the small velvet bag. There was no fancy packaging, just the most ordinary dark blue velvet. Angel handed the bag to Lawerna with no expression on his face, as calm as if he was handing out a piece of dried meat. "This." Angel's voice sounded the same as usual, but Lawerna could feel that his speech speed was a little slower than usual. "Please accept it." The girl was stunned. She first stared at the small velvet bag in Angel's hand for a long time, until a gust of cold wind blew into her collar along the scarf. Lawerna shivered and took the velvet bag with trembling fingertips. She untied the thin rope, and a simple silver chain slipped into her palm, with a few rough little stars dotted on it, shining with a simple light. "I saw it at the market yesterday and bought it because I thought it suited you." Angel lowered his eyes and took a step back. For some reason, he always felt that the weight of this gift was different from the one he gave to Celine yesterday, although to him, the intentions of both gifts were sincere. Lawerna stared down at the chain, her silver hair falling to cover the side of her face. Her fingertips stroked the edges of the stars, and the tips of her ears turned slightly red. The white mist that was unconsciously exhaled from the mouth slowly rose until it diffused in the air. Seeing that she was silent for a long time, Angel looked at the distant sky. Even in early winter, Arturo College was always filled with a youthful and cheerful atmosphere. It was quiet, but not silent. This was a difference in mood. Angel liked this feeling at school very much. Students came and went around them until the two of them were drowned in the crowd. Angel pursed his lips lightly. "If you don't like it, then I like it." Lawerna shook her head, interrupting what he was about to say, and quickly put the bracelet on her wrist. The silver chain felt cool against her skin. She looked up at him, her golden eyes shimmering with a light more gentle than spring. Spring seemed to have arrived early in her eyes. "Thanks." She looked into Angel's emerald eyes, blushed again, and repeated it softly. "I like it." The wind blew through the dead branches, and the silver star on her wrist made a slight sound. Lawerna suddenly walked forward with her hands behind her back, but her pace slowed down unconsciously. She walked side by side with Angel, with a smile on her face. In the chill of early winter, the silver light feels slightly warm on the wrist. The two walked side by side on the tree-lined avenue leading to the auditorium. Their shadows stretched out long in the setting sun. There was no more conversation along the way, but the atmosphere was relaxed and peaceful. They walked among the surging crowd, in the dim sunlight, and in the intertwined destinies. Lawerna would occasionally glance at Angel's quiet profile, wanting to say something but stopping herself, Her pretty face slightly red. Angel was not to be outdone, and he focused on feeling the cold magic in his body, thinking about the growth possibilities of his contract skill.
Well, classmate Angel still thinks that business is more important. The auditorium was already filled with noise. The students gathered according to their grades, waiting for the announcement of the new class list. It was said that the performance in the competition would be an important reference this time. The arrival of Angel and Lawerna caused a slight commotion and countless prying eyes. The daughter of the evil family walking side by side with the down-and-out nobleman with a complicated reputation always arouses people's imagination. Moreover, in recent days, Angra's reputation and public opinion have gradually improved. After all, people are always more tolerant of people with outstanding looks. They found a slightly secluded corner and sat side by side. Angel glanced at the crowd and soon saw Celine in the corner. She was nervously tugging at the hem of her skirt. Her pink hair was very conspicuous under the light, and the cute shell hair accessory that Angel had given her was also worn on her head. And those students who bullied her, for some reason, when their eyes occasionally drifted to Celine, those people were filled with fear and awe. The girl also saw Angel, her big, deer-like eyes sparkling, and she waved slightly, a reassuring smile on her face. Angel nodded slightly to her. On the other side, Yang, Tracy and White were sitting together, seemingly discussing something. When Yang saw Angel, his blue eyes lit up. Yang nodded to Angel with obvious respect. Angel suppressed the urge to scream excitedly and nodded to him calmly in return. Lawerna was beside Angel. She whispered, "I heard that the class division this time will take into account both the performance in the competition and the assessment of your potential. Angel, you probably won't be staying in Class D." There was a subtle hint of anticipation in her voice. "It doesn't matter." Angel shook his head. "It's the same in every class." His goals were never limited to the grades the academy had assigned to its students. After all, many students at Arturo Academy had already surpassed the school's ratings and achieved strength that even the court magicians could not match, and now, even if he was assigned to another class, Angel would not continue to go to class. To be honest, he was used to the pace of working hard on his own, and he could no longer adapt to the school curriculum. So, libraries are really good things. Chapter 99 Class C. When the Dean of Academic Affairs read out Angel Alvis Class C clearly and forcefully, the eyes focused on him instantly became complicated. Surprise, confusion, and even a hint of imperceptible contempt came like invisible threads entwined around him. Angel himself was unmoved, his emerald green eyes staring calmly at the void ahead, as if the name had nothing to do with him. Entering Class C was actually something that Angel expected, because just a few days before the class division meeting, he was invited by the school to a quiet office in the college administration building. Of Professor Morris, who was in charge of student affairs, an old man with gray hair and sharp eyes, sits behind a large oak table. "Student Alvis," Professor Morris said in a steady voice, "your performance in the competition, especially your tactical decisions in the final stage, was very impressive." Angra stood in silence. "Also, during the incident involving the evil god's arrival, you also put in considerable effort and achieved astonishing results." As he spoke, Morris lowered his eyes and sorted out the documents on the desk. "However," the professor changed the subject, speaking more slowly, "a comprehensive evaluation shows that your past performance in basic subjects and your magical adaptability test results are far from ideal. The Academy's class placement must take into account a student's all-round development potential and stability. Rashly placing you in Class B, or even Class A, might not be a good thing for you. People are easily jealous, and the Academy doesn't want to disrupt your studies and hard work because of these trivial matters." He looked straight at Angel and shook his head regretfully. "The teaching pace and resource allocation of Class C may be more suitable for your current needs of consolidating your basics. And I heard that you have been studying on your own in the library. Don't worry, you will be allocated all the resources you need. The principal said that you can proceed at your own pace." The office was very quiet. Angel understood the subtext. The Academy believed that his outburst could not be replicated, and that Angel's previous foundation was too poor and needed observation. At the same time, in order to protect him from external interference, it was a safe choice to place him in Class C for the time being. The college's choice was reasonable. If Angra were to do it himself, he would not have made a better decision. "I see." So, in the end, Angra just replied calmly. At this moment, Angel understood that the Academy's considerations were reasonable based on the information they could observe. What's more, Angel never pinned his own value on class labels. Whether it was Class C or Class A, he had to walk his own path. Lawerna stood beside him, glanced at him with her bright golden eyes, moved her lips slightly, but in the end said nothing. She just gently placed her hand on the back of Angel's hand,
which was cold. In the evening, the noisy voices in the auditorium gradually dissipated like the tide, leaving only sporadic conversations and the crisp echo of high heels stepping on the smooth marble. The chill of the early winter evening seeped in through the tall arches, intertwining with the warm air that had not yet dissipated in the room. Bringing a hint of coolness, Angel folded the note with Class C in half, then in half again, feeling the rough edges with his fingertips, and then silently stuffed it into the inside pocket of his jacket. His movements were smooth, without a trace of hesitation, as if it were just an insignificant note. He turned his head, his gaze naturally falling on Lawerna beside him. She was looking down slightly, her fingertips unconsciously brushing the newly added silver chain on her wrist. The cool touch of the metal seemed to make her a little dazed. The bright golden eyes, illuminated by the gradually lit magic lamps in the auditorium, shone with a softer luster than usual, and the long and thick eyelashes cast a light shadow on the lower eyelid. "Lawerna." He spoke. His voice was his usual steady, low voice, but it reached her ears clearly. Lawerna raised her eyes when she heard the voice, and her clear golden eyes instantly focused on his face, as if she was gently awakened from some thoughts. She responded, with a very subtle softness in her voice that she herself didn't even notice. Angel's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, noticing that the tip of her nose was slightly reddened by the chill of the approaching night. After, he had just said 2 words when he paused slightly. A priestess dressed in a white robe trimmed with gold, with a calm and elegant temperament, silently passed through the sparse crowd. She came in front of them and bowed slightly to Lawerna. Her posture was respectful, but it carried an aura that could not be interrupted. "Miss Lawerna," the lady-in-waiting's voice was gentle as water, yet it carried a clear direction. "A certain lord wishes to speak with you alone. He is waiting for you in the side hall." This sudden and unfamiliar invitation caused a hint of surprise to flash across Lawernikin's golden eyes, but she could see that the other party's attire proved her identity, a distinguished high-ranking priestess. But because of this, the invitation at this moment seemed a bit abrupt. Why would someone from the Holy Church invite her to talk? Lawerna looked at Angel almost subconsciously, and her always cold eyes revealed a hint of inquiry and a very faint, barely perceptible apology. The other party's purpose is still unknown. If necessary, Lawerna still hopes to meet the so-called adult mentioned by this high-level priest. Angel, her voice was a little softer than usual, as if she was worried that this sudden arrangement would disrupt his plans. "Go ahead." Angel nodded before she finished speaking, his expression as calm as if this was just the most ordinary change in schedule. His eyes slid across her face, casually glancing at the tip of her slightly red nose, and added, "I'll go to the library to study for a while. Celine might be there too. It's cold, so remember not to stay too long." Without showing any curiosity about who was looking for her, nor any displeasure at being disturbed, Angel simply told her where he was going calmly, and added the simplest concern: "If things are over, you can come to find me." And Celine. A wisp of snowflakes fell from the sky, and then, as if the new silver chain on her wrist transmitted a faint, reassuring warmth, Lawerna lowered her eyes, and the evening sunset fell into her eyes, blooming a very light pink glow. He is always like this, with clear boundaries, but also a clumsy consideration in the details. She responded softly, suppressed the inexplicable movement in her heart, and resumed the demeanor of the eldest daughter of the evil family. Then, Lawerna turned around and nodded slightly to the female official, her expression indifferent. "Please lead the way." She turned around, her long silver hair drawing an elegant and cool arc as she moved, and she followed the female official away with steady steps. After taking a few steps, she slowed down almost imperceptibly and turned her head to look back. Angra was still standing there, the dim light casting a mixture of light and dark shadows on his well-defined profile. His emerald green eyes looked in the direction she left, as quiet as a watchful sculpture. Seeing her turn around, Angra did not express anything extra, but just nodded very slightly. Lawerna quickly turned her head, her ears felt slightly hot, she quickened her pace, but her heart felt inexplicably at peace. Angel didn't look away until the silver figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor. He raised his hand and gently pressed the newly made, low-quality alchemical crystal in his coat's inner pocket, which still had a faint magical fluctuation, feeling the unstable but real energy in it. "It's time to find the public blueprints and start the actual alchemy." He took a step forward, blending into the sparse crowd as he walked towards the library, calmly leaving the hustle and bustle of the auditorium and the brief episode just now behind him. Without Professor Trilla's help this time. I hope I don't fail too many times. The slightly chilly evening breeze blew across the porch pillars, bringing with it the frost of the distant pine forest. The sky is as black as ink. P.S. There may be another update tonight, let's see if I can write it. I'm a bit stuck because I have to start a new main storyline. I plan to enter the second chapter of the main storyline, stage drama, at the 100th chapter. Chapter 100. Opening the door of the side hall was silently pushed open by the female official, and warm air mixed with the faint fragrance of herbal tea and old books blew in, forming a sharp contrast with the coldness of the outer corridor. The only noticeable sound in the room was the soft, steady crackle of a pine log burning in the fireplace. Lorna walked into the hall, her golden eyes habitually scanning the surroundings quickly. The furnishings were elegant and quiet, the dusk was deep. Outside the window, her gaze then fell on the figure by the fireplace, with his back to her, staring at the flames. The man was wearing a plain white robe with intricate gold-edged patterns. The material and workmanship of the robe far exceeded those of ordinary clergymen. His long black hair flowed down and shone like satin in the reflection of the fire. Just his still back revealed an indescribable aura of tranquility that was imbued with time and majesty, a temperament completely different from that of anyone Lorna had ever met. Perhaps only Princess Anya can match this person's temperament. The lady-in-waiting bowed slightly beside Lorna and announced softly, "Sir, Miss Lorna Abel has arrived." The figure slowly turned around after hearing the sound. The light from the fire outlined the outline of her flawless profile and then illuminated her face. Her skin was white and almost transparent, and her red eyes were like the purest rubies, deep and peaceful. It seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Her eyes fell on Lorna with a gentle scrutiny, and a very faint, compassionate, and holy smile on her lips. Lorna's breathing paused almost imperceptibly for a moment. She recognized this face, or rather, this face had long surpassed the scope of recognition. It was the face printed on the title page of the Holy Book, hung under the dome of each major cathedral, and admired by countless believers day and night. The Holy Maiden of the Celestial Saint Church, Lilith Clare. That person, who should have been permanently stationed at the Cardinal Council of the Holy Imperial City, held a transcendent position, rarely appearing publicly in the secular world, and was a symbol of the highest faith. Even the noble Abel family could only allow Lorna to meet this person when she was first baptized at the age of 6. Although Saint Lilith was only 6 years old at that time, shock ran through Lorna's spine like a tiny electric current. Her golden pupils narrowed slightly, and all her thoughts froze for a moment. The saint? Lady Lilith? Why was she here? At Arturo Academy? And summoned me so suddenly. Countless questions flooded into her mind like a tide, but her upbringing as the eldest daughter of the Abel family and the etiquette ingrained in her bones allowed her to quickly suppress all the outward emotions. Her surprise only existed as a ripple in the deepest part of her eyes, so fast that it was almost impossible to capture. Lorna instinctively and with impeccable aristocratic curtsy, lowered her eyes slightly, and maintained her usual cool voice, but with a touch more appropriately respectful than usual. Lorna Abel, I meet Her Majesty the Saint. I didn't know you summoned me, but I'm truly honored. Her wording was perfect, her posture impeccable, but the slightly quickening heartbeat and the questions racing through her mind were known only to her. This was extremely unusual. The saint's visit to the academy was definitely not just an ordinary visit or exchange. Even more unusual was why the saint, whose visit should have been announced to the world, had come to Arturo Academy in secret. Evil God, this is the only possibility. The other party may have come for Celine. The moment this realization came to her, Lorna pursed her lips slightly with a hint of bitterness. She simply couldn't imagine how to stop this living saint. Seeing this, a faint, understanding glimmer flashed in Lilith's crimson eyes, as if she was very aware of Lorna's momentary shock and her quick recovery. She did not act superior, but instead took a step forward and raised her hand slightly to signal. Please stand up, Miss Lorna. Her voice was ethereal and pleasant, carrying a strange soothing power. There's no need to be so polite here. Please take a seat. She took the lead and sat down on the soft chair by the fire, with an elegant and natural posture, and motioned Lorna to sit on the other side. Lorna sat down as she was told, her back still straight, her hands folded on her knees, her eyes fixed on the saint with caution and restraint. The doubts in my heart not only did not dissipate, but became even stronger. The saint's attitude was very peaceful, and there was also a sense of proactive approachability. Although this was indeed consistent with the rumors about the saint in her memory, when she became an eyewitness, the tension of being treated so kindly by a being of higher status than herself was indeed not to be underestimated. The female official quietly served 2 cups of warm herbal tea, then bowed and left, closing the door of the side hall, leaving the space completely to the two of them. The fire crackled and the aroma of tea wafted in the air. Lilith picked up the teacup but did not drink it immediately. She looked at Lorna with her red eyes, and that look seemed to be able to penetrate all appearances. I'm sure you're quite surprised to be asked to come here so suddenly. She spoke softly, directly clearing up Lorna's confusion. Maybe even a little uneasy? Lorna met her gaze and didn't deny it, choosing instead to be honest and proper. I truly didn't expect to be here before the saint. Your arrival is a great honor for Arturo. But I wonder why you summoned me. Lilith smiled slightly. That smile was still holy, but it seemed to have a touch of human warmth. My coming here is not for an ordinary visit or sermon. She paused, a solemn look flashing in her crimson eyes. The holy light has guided me here because Arturo College, and indeed the entire kingdom of Elfafnia, is being shrouded in an increasingly dark shadow. Her words were gentle, yet carried undeniable weight, instantly shifting the conversation from a casual greeting to a heavy and realistic one. Lawerna's heart sank slightly. The same came in person, and it turned out to be about the evil god. The doubt in Lawernican's golden eyes faded slightly, replaced by cold concentration. She pretended to be puzzled and continued to ask, "Shadow? Saint, what do you mean?" Lilith didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "Ms. Lawerna, have you been paying attention to the developments in the kingdom lately? Especially, between the noble territories and the civilian areas?" Lawerna frowned slightly. The Able family's intelligence network has indeed indicated that the situation is unstable and friction has increased compared to previous years, she answered cautiously, not revealing everything she knew, as these were all extremely confidential documents for the territory. No. It wasn't just a simple friction. Lilith shook her head slightly, her voice deepening. It's a confrontation that's nearly out of control. Several large-scale clashes have broken out in the Lorraine Valley, Greystone City, within the past month. Bloodshed has been rampant, and the local guards have been stretched thin. This is no ordinary outpouring of public grievances, its organization and targeting are alarming. Her crimson eyes stared at Lawerna, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. This reminds me of that unclear incident from 10 years ago. As she spoke, she sighed and said no more, but softly, the Holy See and the College of Cardinals are deeply concerned about this, and therefore have sent me here to observe more closely, understand, and, if necessary, direct the forces of light to calm the unrest. The saint finally explained why she appeared here. P.S. Today is the 4th update. The clam is really working hard. Does anyone want to give the clam an electric shock? Flirting, opening and closing the clam shell, twisting obscenely. If you like this book, please help to recommend it. The better the book's performance, the harder it will work. Love you, Meng. Chapter 101. Utopia. Lawerna listened quietly, her shock gradually replaced by a heavy sense of reality. The turmoil the saint spoke of was far more profound than she had previously understood. And the shadow of events 10 years ago, Lawerna also had an impression. She still remembered the incident that almost overturned the entire kingdom. The cause of the incident was none other than the kind-hearted Princess Unia, who is now beloved by all the citizens. Lawerna withdrew her thoughts. The sense of distance and doubt she had originally felt due to her identity as a saint were now overwhelmed by a deep concern for the situation. Her golden eyes grew sharper, and Lawerna frowned as she asked, "So, you came to me because you think the Able family, or I, personally, can be of help with this matter?" Lilith nodded, with admiration in her eyes. The Able family has guarded the Central Plains for generations, enjoying immense respect and influence on the kingdom's stability. I've also heard of your efforts to bridge the divide within the academy. I'd like to hear your perspective on the current situation and how you propose to address this unfolding shadow. At this point, the conversation finally and naturally slid into the core track. Lilith's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating heavy ripples in the warm air of the side hall. The fire still crackled, the faint fragrance of pine wood and the slightly bitter aroma of herbal tea intertwined, but seemed to be stained with a solemn tone. Lawerna did not answer immediately. She lowered her eyes slightly, and stared at the gradually thinning steam rising from the cup with her bright golden eyes, as if the water vapor could reflect all the scenes she knew. Her fingertips unconsciously and lightly stroked the warm edge of the white porcelain cup. This was a little unconscious movement that Lawerna made when she was lost in thought for a moment. The only sounds in the side hall were the continuous burning of the fire and the faint sound of the college clock tower outside the window, which sounded like a clock. The twilight shone through the stained glass windows, casting patches of dim light on the carpet, which moved slowly, like the silent passage of time. Lilith did not urge, but just waited quietly. Her crimson eyes gazed calmly at Lawerna, observing every subtle change in her facial expression. Her gaze was scrutinizing, yet also filled with patient tolerance. After a long pause, Lawerna slowly raised her eyes. The light from the fire danced in her clear golden pupils, but it failed to dispel the solemnity that settled within them. Confrontation and loss of control. She repeated the two words softly, her voice lower than usual, carrying a weight of deliberation. The Able family's intelligence did mention an escalation of the conflict, but out of control. If you hadn't said it yourself, I might have thought it was an exaggeration. She frankly said that this was a judgment based on facts, not questioning. Lawerna's gaze once again turned to the steadily burning flame in the fireplace, but the dancing light seemed unable to warm her mood at the moment. If, as you say, there's an organization behind this, and it's connected to the incident 10 years ago, then this isn't just a simple social conflict, but a quietly spreading low-intensity war designed to tear apart the very foundations of the kingdom.
As for me, I'm probably more worried about Princess Anya's safety. After all, she was the only victim of that incident. As a subject and also as her sister, I can't let her smile fade again. She paused, retracted her fingertips, and gently folded them on her knees. This was a gesture of collecting her mind and preparing to make a solemn statement.
As for how to view and respond, Lawerna's voice became clearer, a growing determination evident within her coldness. My opinion may not align with grand strategies or profound doctrines. It stems from the specific scenes I witnessed. She tilted her head slightly, as if recalling, I once accompanied my father on a winter inspection tour of his fiefdom. After a snowstorm, in a border village, our carriage got stuck in the mud. I saw a child, about 5 or 6 years old, standing barefoot in the icy mud, holding his nearly frozen sister in his arms, trying to warm her with his frail body temperature. His eyes were bright. There was no pleading or even fear in them. Instead, there was a kind of near-numbing blankness, honed by suffering. And not far away, she continued, with a faint but clearly discernible hint of coldness in her tone, a young baron, seeking shelter from the wind, was wiping the mud from his hound's paws and complaining that the weather had delayed his journey. The gemstones inlaid on the hound's collar were worth enough to keep the village safe through the entire winter. The fire crackled, sending out a spark that briefly illuminated her tightly pursed lips. This absurd, yet true, picture is my complete understanding of the current situation faced by nobles and commoners. Lawerna said calmly. Lady Saint, she turned her gaze back to Lilith, you asked me about the root. The class rift isn't an abstract concept. It exists between the hound's collar and the child's frozen toes, between the leisurely complaints about the journey and the numb struggle for survival. In the face of this situation, all silence is complicity. The forces inciting confrontation behind the scenes are taking advantage of this injustice, which has long been taken for granted, and igniting it into the flames of hatred. She took a deep breath and continued, her tone becoming more pragmatic. As for the response, I don't know how to put out the flames of the entire kingdom immediately. That may be a grand issue that the Holy See and His Majesty need to consider. But what the able family can do is to ensure the stability of the Central Plains and do their best to maintain justice within the territory and alleviate the suffering of the people. Do it little by little, and change as much as you can. This is not a battle to be won or lost immediately, but a cultivation that requires persistent patience and clear understanding. Perhaps I won't see the day when the gap is completely bridged, but if my presence can make it even a fraction smaller, if I can convince one more person that fairness and kindness are not unattainable luxuries, then all the effort will be worth it. Although it's superficial, this is how I understand the response. There are no grand words, only calm decisions based on cold observation of reality and the determination to take action. Lawerna's idealism has long lost its romantic color and is soaked in the heaviness of reality, but it has also become more concrete, tough, and unshakable. Looking at the flames burning in the fireplace, Lawerna sighed softly. There were too many things she couldn't change. The more power she held, the more powerless she felt. Because everything she had was given within this pedantic framework, she certainly has the courage to give up everything to seek change. But what then? Who should lead the charge? How should change be achieved? And how should things develop in the future? Lawerna knew that her current experience was too little, and everything she had was just a beautiful fantasy and a dream, but even so, Lawerna still wants to keep this unrealistic dream, the dream that everyone is equal, everyone works together to run the kingdom of Elfafnia. Perhaps classes still exist, and perhaps verbal conflicts occasionally break out, but commoners and nobles can still sit together at the round table and express their opinions from their own perspectives. This is necessary dialogue and communication for a better tomorrow for the kingdom. The current kingdom of Aethnia is too dictatorial. The light from the fire danced on her silver hair and resolute profile, as if casting a warm halo over her. The dusk outside the window deepened, but the side hall seemed especially bright and warm because of her words. Lilith stared at her quietly, a complex light flickering in her crimson eyes, which contained admiration, touch, and perhaps a subtle comfort. She seemed to see a light that was different from the teachings of the church, but equally powerful and precious, burning quietly and firmly in the young noble girl before her. P.S. There may not be 4 chapters today. I have to go out for a while. Love you. There is an extra income of 12.1 before the next chapter. Jun Yang. After experiencing 370 battles, the 76-year-old Dongjue was dragged into the palace by 15 elite soldiers and generals and danced 96 times. It was very delicious. Chapter 102. Big Radish. Lawerna's words were clear and firm, expressing the attitude of the North. Upon hearing this, St. Lilith's lips curled up into a perfect arc that represented understanding and approval, and a holy light seemed to ripple slightly around her.
I understand. Thank you for your honesty, Miss Lawerna.
The stability and peace of the Central Plains have always been an important cornerstone of the kingdom. Lilith's voice remained gentle, as if the heavy topics of turmoil and conspiracy had never existed. A brief silence fell, broken only by the soft crackling of the wood burning in the fireplace. However, Lilith didn't seem to intend to end the meeting immediately. Her slender fingers rested lightly on the armrest of the chair, her fingertips delicately stroking the smooth wood. Her scarlet eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, flickered slightly, revealing a subtle curiosity that was completely different from when she was talking about business just now. Speaking of which, Miss Lawerna, she suddenly spoke, her tone sounding like a casual chat. At the recent college assembly, I noticed that you weren't sitting alone. The brown-haired boy sitting next to you, he had a calm demeanor and eyes as emerald as the deep green of the forest. He didn't seem like an ordinary student.
Is he? Lawerna was slightly startled, not expecting the saint to ask such a question.
Maintaining a polite smile, she replied, You're talking about Angel Alvis.
He's a sophomore at the academy, your age.
Alvis, Lilith softly repeated the surname, a flicker of understanding and deeper interest in her eyes. Her slender, white fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest.
So you're a descendant of the Duke of Alvis. No wonder you have such demeanor. I once met the current Duchess. Lady Brea is a very kind and devout believer.
As she spoke, Lilith gently shook her head. I am deeply sorry for the passing of the Duchess.
May she be reborn under the protection of the Holy Spirit.
The saint sighed, and then quickly cheered up. Her tone held a natural recognition of the ancient aristocratic family, yet a hint of doubt lingered.
But I haven't heard that any of His Excellency the Duke's descendants have recently enrolled in Arturo.
She looked at Lawerna with a gentle inquiry, which seemed to her to be a reasonable question. As a saint, she may not be fully aware of the genealogy of all the important nobles in the kingdom, but she always knows about the movements of important members. Lawerna's heart sank slightly, but her face remained calm. She realized that the saint did not know that Angel had been expelled from the family. This information gap made her weigh the pros and cons in an instant. Should she tell the truth, or keep it vague for the time being? She chose a more cautious approach, clarifying the facts while avoiding exposing Angra's predicament too much, so as not to attract unnecessary pity or deeper investigation, especially from the saint, who seemed to have an unusual interest in him. Your Highness, you may not know this, Lawerna said, her voice remaining as cold and calm as ever, though her words were slightly more euphemistic.
Student Angel is not currently studying at the academy as a member of the Duke of Alvis's palace.
He prefers to rely on his own efforts. A hint of genuine surprise flashed across Lilith's flawless face. Not an official member of the Duke of Alvis's mansion, rely on your own efforts. The combination of these words pointed to a possibility that was quite intriguing given the aristocratic rules she was familiar with. Was it a special arrangement within the family? Or some kind of unspoken exile or alienation? To be honest, Lilith was more inclined to the latter, because as far as she knew, the Alvis family was notoriously protective and domineering, and soon, Lilith recalled the brief conversation she had with Jan the day before. When the highly regarded hero mentioned this name, his tone was so complicated and indescribable. It was solemn towards the respected predecessor, but also mixed with some difficult-to-define emotion, as if he was deeply attracted to and cared about him. The calmness and composure of the brown-haired, green-eyed person, and the straightforwardness and justice of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed person, these two completely different temperaments, when they are juxtaposed, naturally, the saint's curiosity grew even more. This was a man who might have left the protection of a wealthy family but could still continue studying in Arturo despite the pressure of tuition fees, and this young man has such a unique temperament that even Lawerna, Abel and Yang Sass look at him differently. The story behind this seemed more interesting than she had imagined. The saint's thoughts involuntarily drifted further away. The brown-haired boy who broke away from the shackles of his family's halo and struggled alone in the academy. And the sunny and straightforward yet equally hard-working blonde boy who bore the name of a brave. The contrast in tension, as well as the various interactions that may occur, a secret eagerness, as if she had discovered excellent material, quietly grew in her heart, causing her fair cheeks to uncontrollably turn slightly red. She quickly lowered her eyelashes, adjusting her cuffs to conceal her momentary loss of composure, and tried to keep her voice steady and sanctimonious. I see. Self-reliance and self-improvement are extremely valuable. She properly concealed her surprise and deeper curiosity, and her tone turned into pure admiration, at least on the surface. He seems to be a young man with extraordinary ambition and potential. The word special came out of her mouth with a flavor that only Lilith herself understood, full of infinite reverie. Luna's golden eyes narrowed slightly. What was the saint's sudden blush and that more meaningful tone? Not only was she interested in Angra, she seemed to be even more interested after learning that he was not an official disciple. This reaction was completely beyond Lawerna's expectations. The strong vigilance and inexplicable discomfort intensified instantly. Angra, can you even look so down and out like this somehow still be attractive? Really, the smile on her face remained unchanged, but a deeper layer of frost formed in her golden eyes, and her tone also took on a subtle coldness and a clear sense of boundaries. Student Angel is indeed resolute, diligent, and low-key. If there are no other important matters, please allow me to take my leave, Lady Lilith. I believe he is still studying in the library, and I cannot keep him waiting any longer. In a word, Lawerna implicitly declared a certain priority and intimacy to Lilith, and also hinted that the focus of Angel's life was on actual studies rather than vague rumors. Don't underestimate my love skills. Lilith seemed to finally realize that she had lost her composure. She quickly regained her flawless saintly demeanor and nodded with a smile. Of course. Diligence in study is a virtue. Thank you for your time, Miss Lawerna. May the holy light guide your path. May the light be with you. Lawerna bowed gracefully, turned around and left, her steps more decisive than when she came. Her evaluation of this saint, the label of need to be wary of her strange interest in Angra, became even more firmly fixed. At the same time, the girl secretly directed her inexplicable anger towards the guy who knew nothing about this but always attracted attention for no reason. Angel is such a playboy. Angel, who was studying in the library, sneezed. Chapter 103 Library. Lawerna Abel walked out of the side hall, and the heavy oak door closed silently behind her, isolating the warmth of the fireplace from the holy and heavy breath of St. Lilith. The early winter night breeze seeped into the corridor through the gaps in the high windows, bringing a hint of crispness that slightly relaxed her nerves that were slightly tense due to the deep conversation. She subconsciously raised her hand, her fingertips brushing across the new silver chain on her wrist. The cold metal seemed to still retain a trace of the warmth when Angel handed it to her, forming a subtle contrast with the grand and gloomy pictures that Lilith described. His golden eyes flickered slightly under the dim corridor lights, his mind still immersed in the conversation just now. Low-intensity war, old memories from 10 years ago, the intervention of the Holy Church. These words were like stones thrown into the lake of his heart, creating layers of ripples. In the end, the core of everything seemed to point to that noble person Anya Ifafnia, but Lawerna quickly collected her thoughts. The eldest daughter of the Abel family never allowed herself to indulge in disordered thoughts for a long time. She took a deep breath of the cool air, straightened her back, and walked towards the library with steady steps. Angel said he would be there, and at this moment, she inexplicably wanted to see his quiet figure, as if that could provide her with a sense of solidity anchored in reality. Angra, murmuring, Lawerna looked up at the crescent moon, but inexplicably felt like crying. The saint lady also likes him or something. No. West wing of the library, alchemy area, the tall bookshelves cast deep shadows, and the air was filled with the mixed scent of old parchment, dried herbs, and faint magic crystal dust. The magic light ball was suspended in the air, casting a cold white halo, enveloping Angel, who was reading at his desk. He planned to finish studying tonight's topic before going back. Angel's fingertips rested on a page of complex alchemical diagram, his emerald green eyes intently scanning the winding rune lines, his mind constantly simulating the flow of magic power and node control. Several thick books were spread out beside him: Basic Alchemy Principles, Illustrated Guide to Common Plants in Yala Forest, and Principles of Stability of Low-Level Energy Circuits. Although primary crystals were successfully produced, the problems of low efficiency and material waste remain prominent. He needed more precise theoretical guidance and more efficient technology. Every failure meant further depletion of his already limited funds. Alchemy Proficiency +1, Current Alchemy Level 2, 5/20. A faint system prompt flashed through his consciousness. Angel's eyes did not move, but he unconsciously curled up his fingers that were numb from maintaining the posture for a long time. On the cushion in the corner opposite him, Alolo Saint Urania curled up into a ball, the huge brim of the wizard's hat almost covering her entire body, revealing only a small tuft of gray hair and a slender back that rose and fell slightly with her breathing. She seemed to be sleeping soundly, indifferent to everything around her, like a forgotten decoration in the library. But Angel did not see her at the class meeting just now. Maybe Alolo didn't go there at all, but went directly to the library to wait for him. In the silence, there was only the rustling sound of Angel turning pages. He always kept a hint of attention to his surroundings from the corner of his eyes, especially to the pink-haired girl, Celine, who was sitting not far away and slowly flipping through a book called Basic Fire Magic Control. Ever since experiencing the incident of the evil god's advent and trying his best to avoid Celine's tragedy, Angel has become more worried about her condition. After the fragments of the fire jade combined in her body, although the terrifying divine power temporarily subsided, that violent power was by no means easy to control. His thoughts couldn't help but flash back to a scene he had witnessed in a secluded corridor a few days ago. Two male students who seemed to be senior students were surrounding Celine, speaking frivolously to her and even trying to pull her hair. Celine just lowered her head, trembling, repeating, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." However, just when Angel was about to use the intermediate magic ice moon seal he had drawn that day to attack the two people get lost. A completely different, sharp and angry scolding did not come from Celine's mouth, but it was clearly her voice. The next moment, a blazing orange-red flame erupted from Celine's body without warning. It was not a powerful fireball, but like an uncontrolled jet, which suddenly pushed the two students back. Their robe sleeves were instantly singed, leaving burning red marks on their skin. Their faces were filled with horror, disbelief, and fear. It was an instant of personal pressure, just like the humility of a mortal in front of a god. Celine herself did not seem to have expected that this power would suddenly erupt. She looked at her hands, which were slightly red and still emitting a tiny white smoke, her big eyes filled with confusion and dullness. But in Angel's eyes, although she was silent, she did not seem surprised by this power. There was even a subtle excitement about this power in her eyes. The flames came and went quickly, leaving only a faint smell of burning in the air and the backs of two frightened bullies crawling and rolling away. Angel put away the magic that was about to break the two men's arms. At that time, he was hiding in the shadows of the corner, his emerald green eyes observing everything quietly. Angel saw clearly that the flames were not directed by Celine subjectively, but were more like an instinctive counterattack after being strongly stimulated, full of instability and danger. The crisis of Fire Jade was just dormant, and Yang did not use the heavenly sane armament to kill Ella. After all, recalling this, Angel's eyes swept over Celine again. She seemed to have finally found the chapter she wanted to read, and was standing on tiptoe, trying to put the book back on the high bookshelf. Her movements were still clumsy and dull, which was adorable. Suddenly, Angel's eyes narrowed slightly, and through the gap between the bookshelves, he saw another figure approaching Celine. It was the blonde aristocratic girl, Fina, who had pushed Celine in the corridor. The other person had a hypocritical, almost sweet smile on her face. She seemed completely unaware of the evil power hidden in Celine. "Hey, isn't this Celine-san? Do you need any help?" Fina's voice was deliberately soft, but with a subtle hint of malice. Celine seemed to shrink back and whispered, No need. I can do it myself, you're welcome." Fina extended her hand eagerly, but instead of helping Celine get the book, she seemingly unintentionally blocked her path, skillfully maneuvering her body to push Celine toward the sharp metal corner of the bookshelf. "We're all classmates, and it's only natural for us to help each other." There was a glint of pleasure in her eyes, and she was looking forward to seeing Celine panic or hurt. These days, for some reason, her small circle no longer dared to humiliate Celine, and even avoided her like the plague when talking about her. This made Fina feel very unhappy. I happened to see her in the library, and I was just rejected by the boy I like tonight. If I don't vent now, do I have to wait until night to go back to bed and dig for minerals? Seeing this scene, Angel's heart instantly jumped. What he was worried about was not that Celine would be bullied by this little action, but that this kind of oppressive feeling with obvious malice and approaching power would most likely trigger the unstable defense mechanism in her body again. Almost at the moment before Fina was about to accidentally push Celine to the corner of the bookshelf with her body, Angel's figure had silently intervened between the two. His movements were swift and precise, like a steady shadow, instantly blocking Fina's malicious sense of oppression. Angel held Fina's arm tightly, and the palm of his other hand was surrounded by a faint green light, which was hidden but not released, but carried an obvious sharpness. "What's up?" There was no emotion in Angel's voice, like an icy barrier that suddenly broke the false atmosphere created by Fina. Chapter 104. A small storm. Angel completely protected Celine behind him, and his emerald green eyes glanced at Fina lightly. His gaze was calm, but carried an invisible pressure. Of course, this was not Angel's intention to scare Fina. It was just that he had lived alone in the forest for a long time, and occasionally when he looked at strangers, he would unconsciously look at them as if they were monsters. So the fake smile on Fina's face froze instantly, and a trace of panic and surprise flashed in her eyes. She had never expected Angel to appear suddenly, and he seemed to see through her intentions. Recalling his almost bloodthirsty fighting style in the competition, even though his opponent was Princess Anya, Fina subconsciously took half a step back. In fact, The prejudice against Angel within the academy seemed to have changed a lot. Words like, that handsome senior used to be a complete loser, and he was a maniac who played with women's feelings and even drugged Miss Laverna. It's hard to hear such words anymore. After all, Laverna often appears next to Angel, and the biggest sin Angel committed in the past has been proven false. The two of them also appeared together at this class division meeting, and Angel's fighting talent was obvious to all in the competition. By the way, I've said this a lot, but Angel is really, really handsome. No, maybe this is the main reason. In short, Fina would not dare to treat this rising hot topic in the college in the same way as she treated Celine.
It was just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Senior Angle.
I just wanted to help Celine put her books away, Fina stammered to explain. No need. But Angel interrupted her, his tone still calm, with unquestionable determination. He didn't even look at Fina, but just turned sideways and easily took the book Basic Fire Magic Control from the high bookshelf, then turned around and handed it to Celine behind him. His movements were natural and smooth, as if he was just performing a simple act of assistance, but he cleverly and completely resolved the crisis at hand and nipped any possible conflicts in the bud. I saved the world. Again, something like that. Angra praised himself in his heart. Celine raised her head, her dull eyes flashing with surprise and dependence, and she whispered softly, "Thank you, Angel, kind of cute."
Angel responded and subconsciously touched Celine's little head.
At the same time, he noticed with keen eyes that when Celine took the book, there seemed to be a very light, almost imperceptible red on her fingertips that was fading quickly, and there was also a faint burning sensation in the air around her. That was a close call. Angel felt a chill in his heart. The influence of the fire jade fragments and the defensive instinct were indeed on the verge of breaking out. No wonder Principal Olgra asked Celine to take courses for a month. His gaze fell back on Fina again. Although he was still calm, he made the latter feel an inexplicable chill. The green wind blade at Angel's fingertips was like a flexible rope, wrapping around Fina's neck and then retracting. He looked indifferently at the female student who often bullied Celine in the past. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, "I know Laverna warned you before, but you didn't listen." As he spoke, he looked out the window at the twilight and sighed softly, "Because you know Laverna won't really do anything to you.
She's too kind."
Angel turned his gaze back and stared into Fina's eyes quietly. "But I am different.
You should know that I am alone now.
When I was most lonely, it was Celine who stayed by my side.
She is very important to me."
Hearing this, Celine, who was hiding behind Angel, giggled secretly and grabbed the corner of Angel's clothes with her little hands. "So, if I see you or your friends next to Celine and try to do something to her." Angel's voice became colder. "I will put aside all my concerns and make you pay for everything you have done so far." The moment the words fell, the halo of the magic lamp ball dimmed a little, becoming cold and pale, and finally settled into a bottomless dark green cold pool in Angel's eyes. No harsh words were said, and there was no need to say anything. Angel just told Fina the truth. This man is serious. At this moment, these few words were the only ones left in Fina's mind. She finally understood why Princess Anya lost her composure in front of Angel during the competition. Fina's face gradually turned pale under Angel's gaze. All her little calculations and malice seemed to be exposed. In the end, she could only mutter something as if to save face for herself, and then she turned around and fled quickly, and even her back looked a little embarrassed. The little disturbance finally subsided. Angel lowered his head and looked at Celine, who was holding a book with a slightly red face. He sighed softly. The voice slowed down a bit, with a subtle warning, "If you have any books you can't reach in the future, you can ask the administrator for help, or wait for me to come. I failed to protect you before, but I won't do that again." Angra muttered to himself. Celine nodded vigorously, the tips of her ears slightly reddening beneath her pink hair. "Yeah.
I know.
Angel is so nice to me." Angel's gaze lingered on her smooth forehead for a moment. Only after making sure that she was calm and that the dangerous burning sensation had completely disappeared did he let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Just then, familiar footsteps were heard at the entrance of the library. He looked up and saw Laverna Abel standing there. Her long silver hair shone with a cool luster under the corridor light. Her bright golden eyes penetrated the shadows between the bookshelves and fell accurately on him and Celine. Her eyes quickly swept between Angel and Celine, and then fixed on Angel's face. The solemnity in her eyes had not completely faded, but there was a hint of imperceptible softness. Laverna approached slowly, the sound of her boot heels hitting the marble floor being particularly clear in the silence. She first nodded slightly to Celine as a greeting, then looked at Angel.
"Angel."
Her voice was a little lower than usual, carrying a hint of the cool night breeze.
"Are you still studying alchemy? Well, let's get ready to go back to camp."
Angel nodded, his eyes sweeping across her slightly tired but still bright eyes. "Are you done discussing this?" He noticed that Lawerna subconsciously rubbed the silver chain on her wrist. The girl was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words. Her eyes swept over Salian, who was looking curiously at the side, and Alualuo, who was still sleeping soundly in the corner in the distance, and she lowered her voice slightly. Yes. It's Saint Lilith. She came to the academy secretly. Chapter 105. I'm hungry. A hint of surprise flashed across Angel's emerald green eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, at least on the surface. However, this name stirred up a huge wave in his heart. The person that Lawerna just had a secret talk with is the most important person in the main storyline after the Pope, Lilith, the saint of the Holy Spirit Church. Angel knew this name, but how could she be here at this time? A huge question pierced his mind like an ice spike. According to the original game process, she should not enter the player's field of vision for at least a year and a half. At that time, Yang was promoted to the second grade. Princess Anya found that the rebellion she launched was doomed to fail, and then she desperately triggered the evil god disaster. Baal, the leader of the 72 demon gods, has fully awakened. Unlike the incomplete form that was interrupted by the arrival of Ella's phantom in the first chapter, Baal has completely obtained the possession of the present world and the status that carries his divine power. In other words, a true god had descended into the world. When the disaster reaches a point where it's beyond control, Lilith, as one of the church's highest representatives, leads the paladins to intervene. However, how can mortals withstand the might of the gods? Baal ultimately defeats the protagonists and plans to open a connection with the realm of evil gods to guide other evil gods. The most desperate moment was the only time that Alolo took action in Final Fantasy. She completely wiped out Baal and knocked him off the throne of God, becoming the first and only godslayer in human history. Afterwards, Alolo disappeared, leaving the players with only a tear shed for whom no one knew. In the fourth chapter, Lilith appears as a key NPC to deal with the extremely difficult copy, the destiny of the evil god. Then, in the main storyline of the fifth chapter, she turns into the final boss who blocks the protagonist group, the fallen saint bewitched by the demons. At this point in time, she should still be presiding over a large prayer ceremony in the holy city. Countless possibilities flashed wildly in his mind. Was it because of his and Celine's appearance that changed Anya's plan like a butterfly flapping its wings, causing the forces behind her to act ahead of schedule, or, the church, with its vast intelligence network, has already detected anomalies that are earlier and more profound than those presented in the game? Damn it, the butterfly effect was more violent and unpredictable than expected. A strong feeling of being out of control gripped him. For Angel, his experience as a player in his previous life is rapidly depreciating, and every variable means potential danger. He must be more cautious and more vigilant. Angel forced himself to suppress the violent shock in his heart, and his voice was calm, as if it was a normal inquiry. Is it about the evil god? This was the most reasonable guess he could make based on the known intelligence. Lawerna nodded, her expression solemn. The situation is more complicated than we imagined. The saint mentioned that large-scale conflicts have broken out in many parts of the kingdom. There seems to be an organization behind it, and it may even be related to events from 10 years ago. She didn't say what old things specifically referred to, but Angra read the heaviness in her eyes. That might be a secret involving the royal family, or even shaking the foundation of the kingdom, but this matter is not mentioned at all in the plot of the game. This is another secret that Angel does not know. What is the Holy Church's attitude? Angel asked directly. There was no need to play tricks with Lawerna, and he also wanted to get more information about the actions of this early saint. Observe, and if necessary, guide the holy light to calm the unrest. Lawerna frowned slightly. Lady Saint hopes to gain the support of the evil family, or rather, understand the position of the evil territory and my views. Angel listened quietly, his mind still rapidly digesting the huge impact of Lilith's early appearance. He reached out and took the crude primary alchemical crystal he had made on the table, took it into his palm and stared at it for a long time without saying a word. Angel hopes to use this action to anchor his inner self. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, improving his own strength will always be the first priority in dealing with all changes. The crystals reflected a faint but stable halo under the cold white light. Lawerna looked into Angel's clear emerald eyes, and the waves in her heart that had been stirred by Lilith's words surprisingly calmed down. At this moment, Aloro, who had been ignored for a while, seemed a little impatient. She sat on the cushion and yawned, her huge wizard hat tilted to one side, revealing half of her sleepy face. Her gray eyes glanced lazily at the two people in the solemn atmosphere. Lawerna's attention was almost immediately drawn to Arolo's actions. When she saw the gray figure, a trace of barely perceptible annoyance quickly flashed across her golden eyes. She comes again. Lawerna frowned silently in her heart. This Alolo, who is always elusive and indifferent to everyone, seems to have set her sights on Angel. When Angel is seriously injured and unconscious, she always appears silently in the corner of the ward. Even once, when Lawerna opened the door, she saw her curled up on Angel's hospital bed, her cheek almost touching Angel's arm, sleeping defenselessly, as if that was her exclusive territory. After Angel woke up, Ololo, not knowing what agreement he had reached with Angel, appeared in his simple lakeside camp in a dignified manner. Moreover, Lawerna had seen more than once the scene of Angel and the lazy-looking Ololo walking out of the forest into the school in the morning mist. These tiny ice thorns made Lawerna feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She didn't seem to realize that she was just a girl who felt cutely jealous that there were other opposite sexes around her beloved. Orolo seemed to be completely unaware of Lawerna's subtle emotional changes, or perhaps she didn't care at all. Ololo rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched out his slender fingers, and tugged at the corner of Angel's clothes. Angel. Her voice was hoarse from waking up and full of a sense of urgency. I'm hungry. It seemed as if the discussions around her about the survival of the kingdom and the advent of the saint were not as important as her hunger at the moment. This abrupt interruption instantly diluted the heaviness brought by the side hall, but it was also like a needle that gently pricked Lawerna's nerves. Angel. He looked down at Aluoluo, then at the bag of dried meat in his hand, which was almost empty, and then at Sai Lian, whose eyes lit up slightly and she swallowed quietly when she heard the word dried meat. A kind of warmth that was almost helpless, yet strangely familiar, quietly dispelled the slight chill in his heart. No matter how turbulent the outside world is, he always seems to have to deal with the livelihood problem at hand first, whether the small livelihood problem is his own or someone else's. P.S. I feel that Celine's character is a bit weak. Recently, I have to think about how to strengthen this cute baby. It turns out that just a female character waiting for the prince to save her is still not enough. Chapter 106. I'm sleepy, that's all I have. He sighed, with a barely perceptible hint of indulgence in his tone. Angel first took one and handed it to Celine, who was looking at him eagerly, and Ololo also climbed up from the cushion slowly and naturally, almost by some instinct. Instead of reaching out to take it, he just staggered over to Angel, then tilted his soft little body and sat sideways on Angel's knees as if it were his own thing. Aluoluo huddled into his arms, found a comfortable position, then raised her little face and opened her mouth expressionlessly. The movements flowed smoothly, as if they had been practiced thousands of times. Angel didn't feel anything strange about this. He didn't even bother to look at Lawerna's reaction. Ololo was like a kitten with peculiar habits that needed regular feeding and care. Angel simply broke off a small piece of dried meat and placed it precisely in front of Ololo's mouth. At the moment when Angel was feeding, Ololo's gray eyes seemed to accidentally glance at Lawerna. She saw Lawerna's slightly pursed lips and a flash of displeasure in her bright golden eyes that were staring at her. There was a hint of confusion in Ololo's eyes, as if he didn't quite understand where that cold gaze directed at him came from. She tilted her head slightly, and her expression beneath the brim of her hat looked a little confused, but that confusion quickly disappeared, as if Lawerna's mood swings were just an insignificant breeze that dissipated after blowing past. Her attention quickly returned to the dried meat in her mouth. She began to chew it in small bites, and her eyes became lazy and focused again, as if the only people in the world were her and Angel, and the black thing in his hand. Lawerna looked at Orolo, who didn't take her seriously at all, and even showed a brief look of confusion about her displeasure before completely ignoring her. The feeling of heaviness in her chest became even heavier. This feeling of being completely ignored, as if her emotions were meaningless to the other party, made her feel more powerless and unhappy than direct provocation. Moreover, the natural and unspoken intimacy between Angel and Ololo was like an invisible barrier, isolating her from the outside. It was this feeling again, she thought, but unconsciously looked at Celine beside her. Dusk was falling from all directions towards Arturo College, and the library gradually became empty of students. It seemed that closing time would soon be approaching. Lawerna pursed her lips. Angel's almost instinctive care and indulgence, Orolo's complete dependence and self-righteousness, all these made Lawerna feel an inexplicable, stinging pain. She forced herself to look away, toward the shadows cast by the bookshelf, her jawline tensing slightly. After Angel finished feeding Orolo, he seemed to remember that Lawerna was also there. He thought that Lawerna might be used to eating fine food, and might not be very interested in this kind of dried meat that he had randomly added some salt and seasonings to for survival. But even so, Angel handed her the last piece of jerky. Eat, Lawerna? His eyes were clear, without any tentativeness or embarrassment. Lawerna turned her gaze back. She looked at the dried meat handed to her, and then looked at Aluolo and Angel's arms, who seemed to be growing on his body, and a nameless anger quietly rose up, almost subconsciously. Lawerna replied stiffly in a tone even colder than usual, "No. Thank you." The awkward girl even deliberately emphasized the word thank you, fearing that Angel couldn't see that she was unhappy. Angel's hand stopped in midair, and a trace of extremely subtle confusion flashed in his emerald eyes, but he did not think deeply about it. Perhaps she was thinking about the information Lilith had said, which was understandable. He said took the dried meat back very naturally, put it into his mouth and started chewing it, but Orolo in his arms seemed to be attracted by Lawerna's sudden high and cold tone. She raised her gray eyes again and looked at Lawerna, her eyes still filled with that faint confusion, as if she was observing some incomprehensible phenomenon. She just looked at him without any expression, then seemed bored and lowered her head to play with the buttons on Angel's collar. The big wizard hat slipped slightly, and Angel straightened it for her. He planned to discuss the matter of the saint with Lorna, so he returned to the previous topic. So, the Holy Church hopes that the Abel family will stabilize the central plains of the kingdom and respond to their stance? Lorna, she looked at Angel, who hadn't received any of her emotional signals and even started to seriously analyze the situation. She glanced at Alualuo in his arms, who was in a daze again and completely out of control, and a breath was stuck in her chest, but to be honest, Lorna was just unhappy. She didn't regard a little girl who had not yet fallen in love as her rival. Yes, no, really not, even though she herself is a girl who has just realized her own feelings. She took a deep breath, forcing down her turbulent emotions. The Abel family remains loyal to the kingdom and the foundations of order. I will convey the saint's wishes to my father. As for our stance, the Abel family will make their own judgment. Her fingertips rubbed the silver chain vigorously. Yeah, seeing that she didn't want to say more, Angra stopped asking. Lorna looked at him, deliberately ignoring Alulo and only looking at Angel. Her voice slowed down a bit, but with a subtle emphasis. I hope you can take care of yourself, Angel. After all, the forest is not safe. She looked at Angel meaningfully. Angel was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. I know. At this time, Celine seemed to have finished eating the dried meat. She raised her head, and there were some meat crumbs on her little face, which looked very cute. This jerky. It's so utterly gorgeous. Damn it, this damned man, he sealed me with a strange divine artifact, and now he's insulting my godhood with this cheap food. Silent. Ask him if he still has it. Celine ignored the evil god in her mind that seemed to be drugged. She smiled foolishly at Angel, then looked at Alolo, as if curious about the relationship between this doll-like beautiful girl and Angel. Angel reached out his hand and naturally wiped the flesh scraps off her cheek with his thumb. After finishing the business, it was time to return to the camp. Looking at Celine, he advised, Celine, the weather will get even colder soon. Remember to wear more clothes when you come to the library next time. Don't catch a cold. Celine blinked, a simple, reassuring smile on her face. Yeah. I know. Angel should also be careful and don't get sick. Lorna looked at Angel's natural and gentle behavior towards Celine, and the depression in her heart eased a little. She sighed softly, feeling her limitations as a woman. Why get angry with a piece of wood? But when he looked up, he saw the gray-haired girl lying obediently on his back again. Luna, he is a piece of wood. What does it have to do with me whether I am angry or not? I'm going to be angry, the kind that is hard to appease. Chapter 107. I slept by this time. Alolo had also finished chewing the dried meat. She licked her fingers, then slowly slid down from Angel's knees, stood beside him, stretched out her slender fingers, tugged at his sleeve, her voice still filled with sleepiness. I'm sleepy, carry me back. Angel said turned around as a matter of course, and squatted down with his knees slightly bent. Alolo skillfully lay on his back, wrapped her arms around his neck, and clamped her legs around his waist, like a koala that had found a habitat. She rested her chin on his shoulder, and the huge brim of the wizard's hat almost covered most of her face and Angel's profile. Angel held her knees with his hands and stood up easily, as if the added weight on his back was insignificant. As Angel squatted down and carried her on his back, Aloro's gray eyes glanced lazily at Lorna again. This time, there was not even a trace of confusion in her eyes, only complete emptiness, as if Lorna and everything around her had faded from her perception and become irrelevant background. Then she adjusted her posture and buried her face completely in Angel's neck, as if preparing to fall asleep. Angel carried a Rollo on his back and looked at Lorna and Celine. It's getting late, let's go back. You two should also go to bed early. Good night. Lorna looked at Angel carrying a Rollo on his back as if it was a matter of course, and a Rollo hugging his neck intimately, and the unhappiness that had just been suppressed in her heart came out again. Damn it, I was here first. She pursed her lips, then shook her head, rubbed her pretty face, and said helplessly, okay. She looked at Angel, thought for a moment, and couldn't help but said in a subtle tone, tomorrow, if we go to the library, maybe we can discuss the stability of alchemical energy circuits? I just happened to come across some ancient books on the subject. She deliberately ignored the large pendant on Angel's back. Angel paused chewing and nodded. I understand. I will wait for you in the library in the morning. His response was still brief and direct. Lorna breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Yeah. Angel said no more. He carried the seemingly asleep Alulo on his back and walked towards the exit of the library with Celine following him step by step. Lorna stood there, watching Angel carrying another girl away, looking at the gray head on his shoulder and the arm around his neck. The cool touch of the silver chain on her fingertips seemed to become particularly clear. Fortunately, Angel is a piece of wood. At this point, she doesn't want Angel to be the kind of man who can navigate relationships with the opposite sex like a fish in water. The night outside the window grows darker. She hummed softly before turning around and leaving in another direction. Celine stayed by her side, and the two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the dormitory. The moonlight grows brighter deep inside the academy. In a secret room that is not recorded on any architectural drawings, the air was stagnant, and only the magic lamp emitted a cold glow. Inia Elfafia shed her usual guise as a compassionate princess. She wore a simple dark purple outfit, her long golden hair neatly tied up, and stood in front of a huge magic sand table. The sand table meticulously displayed the topography of the entire kingdom, with several key areas, the northern mining area, the southeastern granary, and the royal capital of Arturo, flashing ominously red dots. In front of her, three people stood respectfully, all wearing cloaks that covered their faces, their auras restrained and dangerous. They are Anya's confidants and also the sharpest daggers in Anya's hands.
Kania's death proves the value of Celine's Servi as a vessel. It also proves that simply relying on the conflicting beliefs between the evil god and the Holy Spirit to trigger a class conflict is not feasible for the time being. Enya spoke, her voice cold and emotionless, but this small setback is not enough to change the course of the torrent. It even points us to a clearer path. The seeds of hatred have been sown, and with just a little guidance, they can ignite a raging fire that will consume everything. She pointed a slender finger toward the northern mining area. The Riddle family controls 70% of the kingdom's magic crystal veins, but their greed is insatiable, and they've exploited the miners to the limit. They concealed the true death toll in the miner collapse 3 months ago. Her fingertips slid towards the southeast granary again. The earldom of Erathia, which supplies grain to the kingdom, suffered a rare insect infestation this summer, significantly reducing the harvest. However, in order to maintain her extravagant lifestyle, the countess not only did not open her warehouses to provide relief, but instead raised the grain tax. She raised her head, a cold glint flashing in her purple eyes. What we need to do is to give the miners an outlet for their grief and anger, to turn the farmers' despair into burning rage. Norton. She looked at one of her subordinates, who was the most burly. I'm here. You go to the northern mining area yourself. Incite the families of the surviving miners and expose the Riddle family's cover-up of the accident and their bribery. Help our people infiltrate and organize a proper protest. Then, Anya paused, revealing a cruel smile. Let a few of the Riddle family's loyal thugs accidentally kill a few protesters during the conflict. I want to see real bloodshed, and I want to make the hatred completely irreconcilable. As you command, Your Highness. Norton responded in a deep voice, his voice like the friction of gravel. Flora. Anya looked at another subordinate who was slimmer but had equally sharp eyes. I obey your orders. Go to the southeastern province. Spread the news and guide public opinion. Say that Earl Erathia not only refuses to reduce taxes, but also secretly ships his grain reserves abroad to sell in exchange for luxury goods. Find a few clever people to disguise themselves as servants in the Earl's mansion and accidentally leak a few fake cargo manifests. Then, light the first fire among the starving people. The target is the Earl's granary. It should be done cleanly, so it looks like a spontaneous looting by hungry civilians, which then, unfortunately, degenerated into rioting and burning. Clear. Flora nodded, a glint of desire for the coming chaos in her eyes. As for the royal capital, Anya finally pointed her finger at Arturo. This is the real stage. Barton, you stay. The last subordinate bowed slightly. He looked thinner and gloomier than the other two. The nobles of the capital have long been like a bucket of dry firewood soaked in oil. Anya said coldly, what we need to do is to make sparks fly away from the academy. The accident in the Arturo Academy joint competition and the subsequent forest riot have already caused many noble families to have great fear and disgust towards the danger and uncontrollable nature of civilian students. We need to amplify this sentiment. Anya has a keen grasp of the situation, and the nobles' resentment towards the common people has not yet been expressed. If the common people were to rise up first at this moment, they would inevitably be suppressed by the aristocracy. Chaos and destruction are precisely the precursors to all new life. P.S. I was about to go to bed, I looked at the gifts, and someone sent me a show, so I quickly got up and added more. I was really impressed. Sad. Thank you all for your gifts. There is still 28.4 extra income before the next update. Good night.